Author's note: due to the New Year's celebrations and visiting relatives during these days, I will be updating one chapter at a time. However, within a week, I will resume the regular 2 chapters per update. Thank you all for your understanding. Chapter 35: Teaching Wukong and others to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The arrival of Majin Buu. Upon hearing son Wukong's inquiry, Rege replied, "You can understand this transformation as Super Saiyan 4, which is essentially a Super Saiyan form following the transformation into a Great Ape. However, during the transformation into a Great Ape, that form is merely a phase. To truly become a Super Saiyan 4, one must maintain their rationality while in a Great Ape form." Listening to Rege's words, Vegeta arrogantly directed his remarks at Wukong. "It seems that the Super Saiyan 4 form is one that only we elite warriors can master. How could a lowly warrior like Kakarot ever hope to grasp it?" In the original narrative, Vegeta had mentioned that only lower-class warriors lose their sanity upon transforming into Great Apes. In contrast, elite warriors like Vegeta do not lose their rationality when becoming giants. Thus, Vegeta instinctively believed that lower-class warriors like Kakarot could not master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Upon hearing Vegeta's taunt, son Wukong was not offended. He merely chuckled and replied, "Don't say that, Vegeta. There are always exceptions. As long as I can maintain my rationality in the Great Ape form, isn't it possible for me to succeed in the transformation?" Hearing Wukong's overconfidence, Vegeta roared back at him. If it were so easy to master the Great Ape form, the threat of the Saiyan race would have been at least doubled. So don't underestimate the situation, you fool. The Saiyan race typically loses their sanity in Great Ape form, leading to indiscriminate attacks, potentially even turning against their own. This is why Vegeta was so incensed by Wukong's nonchalant statement. If it were as simple as Wukong suggested, the Saiyan team would not have needed to rely on their original forms to confront Frieza. They could have simply transformed into Great Apes. Upon hearing Vegeta's furious outburst, Wukong merely shrugged and remarked, "How would we know without trying? Besides, Vegeta, you know what kind of person I am. Do you really think I am someone who would easily give up?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta fell silent, unable to refute him. After all, having fought alongside Wukong for so long, he understood his character better than anyone. To put it kindly, Wukong's persistence could be called tenacity. To put it less charitably, he was simply stubborn as a mule. With this thought, Vegeta snorted coldly and chose to ignore Wukong. Seeing that Vegeta had ceased to argue, Wukong smiled and turned his attention back to Rege, saying, "By the way, do you have any way to help us regrow our tails? After all these years, it was Lord Kai who removed and sealed my tail." Upon hearing Wukong's request, Vegeta also grew curious and glanced in Rege's direction. Someone had previously told him that tails could indeed regrow. However, after all these years, there had been no sign of regrowth, not even a single hair, leaving him with the impression that it had been forgotten by someone. In response to Wukong's request, Rege answered, "The reason I accepted your challenge is that I do have a method for helping you regrow your tails. After all, your current strength is not particularly formidable to me. I estimate that only by transforming into Super Saiyan 4 will you provide me with even a modicum of challenge." With that, he gathered his miraculous energy into his right hand and hurled it towards Wukong and Vegeta, who stood at the portal's entrance. Before long, the miraculous energy enveloped the two, and their tails began to sprout at a visibly rapid pace. Wukong, upon seeing his long-lost tail, felt a surge of joy, and as he assessed his power, he discovered it had increased by 30%. Vegeta, standing nearby, also felt his strength rise, but merely smiled without speaking. He was determined to master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation before Kakarot did. Noticing the jubilant expressions on their faces, Rege chose not to intervene. Just as he was about to mention the precautions for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he suddenly sensed a powerful and malevolent energy approaching Earth. In that instant, Rege swiftly dashed out of the basement and gazed towards the sky. He could feel a formidable presence drawing closer. Thinking quickly, he soared into the sky, reaching outer space, where he observed numerous spaceships racing toward Earth. However, They appear to be fleeing from something behind them. If Rege was not mistaken, those spaceships belonged to Frieza's army. After a moment's contemplation, he lost interest, as he sensed that none of those spaceships contained the overwhelming energy he had detected. Shifting his gaze to the rear of the spaceships, he spotted a pink figure hurtling toward them at great speed. As the figure collided with the spaceships, they burst apart, and the figure lingered in space, laughing maniacally at the wreckage. At that moment, Rege finally discerned the figure's identity. It was Majin Buu. Upon seeing Majin Buu, Rege instinctively grasped the situation. It seemed that Frieza had become aware of his existence, prompting him to send someone to lure Majin Buu here, likely intending to use Buu to wear him down. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Majin Buu noticed Rege's presence and charged toward him. Rege, of course, showed no mercy. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and delivered a powerful punch to Buu's face. With that blow, Majin Buu was sent hurtling backward, unable to withstand the force. The remnants of the previously exploded spaceships were struck by the returning Majin Buu, resulting in a secondary explosion. At this moment, Majin Buu finally regained his composure, hovering in the air while bellowing furiously at Rege, his expression twisted with rage. The 6 exhaust ports atop his head erupted with steam due to his fury. After venting his anger, he charged directly at Rege. Rege, undeterred, surged forward to meet him heated. It was important to note that Majin Buu was currently in his most powerful and primal form, Kid Buu. Furthermore, Rege could sense that this incarnation of Majin Buu was considerably stronger than the one from the original universe. His power was at least double that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku within this realm. It was likely that Buu had been roaming this universe, devouring its inhabitants to augment his strength. Although Majin Buu's power was indeed impressive, it had yet to reach a level that warranted Rege's full attention at most. Buu's immortality posed a challenge. To defeat him, one must possess purification abilities, as demonstrated in the original series when Goku annihilated him using the Spirit Bomb, formed from the energy of the entire universe. However, for Rege, eliminating Majin Buu was not particularly daunting. The purification skill he possessed was the Dragon Fist. Rather than being a purification technique, it could be described as annihilation through absolute power. As long as he eradicated Buu without leaving a trace, it would be tantamount to rendering him unable to resurrect. Chapter 36. Defeating Majin Buu. The Assault of Frieza and Baby. With this in mind, Rege ceased holding back and landed a punch squarely on Majin Buu's face, sending him flying. As Buu soared through the air, Rege unleashed a series of energy blasts aimed at him. After executing this combination of attacks, visible damage began to manifest on Buu's body. However, this state of disrepair did not last long, as the missing portions of his body swiftly reformed. Majin Buu, seemingly unfazed, continued to launch frenzied assaults at Rege. Observing Buu's attacks, Rege did not remain stationary. Instead, he subtly shifted his body to evade the strikes, occasionally retaliating. In this scenario, Majin Buu grew increasingly infuriated as he failed to land a hit on Rege, occasionally receiving counterattacks in return. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Rege, but whether it would hit was another matter entirely. As expected, Rege merely pivoted slightly to evade the incoming energy wave. While dodging, he simultaneously drew upon his internal energy, channeling it into his right hand to prepare the Dragon Fist. At this moment, Majin Buu was entirely oblivious to the danger he was in seeing Rege with his back turned. He perceived it as the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack and rushed towards him. As he closed in, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Rege's head. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Rege remained calm and composed. He tilted his head to dodge Buu's sweeping kick and swiftly turned to unleash the Dragon Fist. At that instant, Majin Buu, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by the Dragon Fist. In an instant, a golden dragon materialized, piercing through Majin Buu's chest and emerging from his back, completely penetrating him. As Majin Buu felt his body disintegrating and unable to regenerate, he let out a pained scream. Ah! With Buu's anguished wail, his form began to dissipate like sand scattered by the wind, vanishing entirely from the vastness of space. Reg gazed upon the very spot where he had vanquished the fiendish Majin Buu, lingering momentarily to assure himself that the malevolent creature would not resurrect before preparing to depart. Just then, a sudden energy blast hurtled towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Reg reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm to deflect the incoming attack. He then shifted his gaze towards the source of the energy blast, where he discerned two figures standing. One, a robust gray silhouette, and the other, a somewhat shorter white figure. Upon scrutinizing their faces closely, Reg identified them without a doubt. These were the infamous android Baby and Frieza. At this moment, Frieza spoke. "Oh ho ho, what a surprise to encounter a red-haired monkey. Although he differs from the wild monkeys I am familiar with, he is still a Saiyan, nonetheless." Beside him, Baby impatiently interjected, "Whether he's a red-haired monkey or a yellow-haired one matters not as long as I can devour him. My power shall advance further." Baby's eyes, resembling dark glasses, fixated on Reg, revealing not only his hatred for the Saiyans, but also an insatiable greed for power. Hearing their exchange, Reg retorted without mincing words, "Why are there so many pests today? I just slew one, and now two more appear." Frieza's forehead bulged with veins as he roared at Reg. "A mere wild monkey dares to act so arrogantly before me, the Emperor." Without reservation, Frieza unleashed his full might, transforming into Golden Frieza and charging at Reg. As Frieza barreled toward him, Reg swiftly prepared for battle, launching several energy blasts in Frieza's direction. However, Frieza skillfully weaved through the blasts at an astonishing speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Realizing that his attacks were ineffective against Frieza, Reg abandoned such a futile exertion and charged directly at Frieza to engage him heat-in. As they approached striking range, both combatants unleashed their fists in a moment of collision, generating a tremendous shockwave. Yet, neither was deterred, and they immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle amidst the vastness of space. At this juncture, Reg appeared to have the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering Frieza. Observing Frieza's plight, Baby could no longer remain a mere spectator and rushed in to assist Frieza in combating Reg. With Baby's aid, Frieza found himself in a somewhat improved position, yet the reality of being at a disadvantage remained unchanged. Reg, however, paid no mind to Baby's intervention to him. The distinction between facing one or two opponents was negligible. As Reg had anticipated, the initial phase of their skirmish resulted in a stalemate due to Baby's involvement. Nevertheless, once Reg acclimated to the rhythm of their combined assaults, the tide swiftly turned back in his favor, reminiscent of the overwhelming dominance he had exhibited previously. Frieza, now desperate and battered, could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at Reg, "You foul monkey! Do not presume that this is all I am capable of." With that, he abruptly withdrew from the fray, standing aside to gather his energy, which erupted forth as he proclaimed, "Behold, this is my true power." At that moment, Frieza's aura surged dramatically. Reg watched in astonishment as Frieza's power reached a level reminiscent of that during the Tournament of Power, and from the intensity of his aura, it seemed even greater than that of his previous incarnation. Meanwhile, Baby, witnessing Frieza unleash his full potential, decided to hold nothing back, unleashing his own complete energy. In many respects, Baby bore a resemblance to Majin Buu. One absorbed others to enhance his own power, while the other parasitically siphoned strength from his foes to grow. Both could exist in a liquid form. As a synthetic being, Baby possessed an inherent aptitude for learning, and in the original narrative, Majin Buu had long been defeated by Goku. Thus, Baby never had the opportunity to learn from Buu. However, in this alternate timeline, Baby encountered Majin Buu and successfully acquired the ability to absorb and assimilate. After years of devouring countless lives, Baby's strength had transcended comprehension. The energy he now emitted surpassed even the original version of himself, reaching a state akin to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku at full power. In the original tale, Baby was not weak, he merely found himself on Earth, where his ascendance was both facilitated and hindered. His rise on Earth was marked by the successful absorption of all life forms, including Vegeta and others, leading to a significant increase in his power. Conversely, his defeat was attributed to the presence of only a few strong fighters like Vegeta and the Z-Warriors, while the majority of Earth's inhabitants were weak, rendering the enhancement of his strength through parasitism negligible. Yet, this timeline differed, though lacking the likes of Vegeta or the Z-Warriors. The sheer number of weaker beings was overwhelming. As the saying goes, quantity can lead to qualitative change. After years of absorption, Baby's power had long since surpassed that of the original narrative. Chapter 37, Baby's Scheme. The Super One-Star Dragon makes its move. As the energies of the two beings erupted, the entire cosmos trembled violently. In the vicinity of the two individuals, the atmosphere began to fracture under the immense pressure of their auras. Once the explosive confrontation subsided, both rushed towards Reg. Baby circled behind Reg to launch an assault, creating a pincer movement with his companion. Reg, however, displayed no excessive motion, merely casting a sidelong glance at Baby. The duo charged at Reg with remarkable velocity, yet their attacks were effortlessly caught by Reg's hands. Subsequently, the three engaged in a rapid and tumultuous struggle amidst the void of space, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. In a fleeting moment, Baby and Frieza simultaneously unleashed their strikes. Baby executed a sweeping kick aimed at Reg's head, while Frieza propelled his fist towards Reg's abdomen. Observing their trajectories, Reg deftly pivoted in midair, evading both assaults, before seizing Baby's left leg with his left hand and Frieza's right fist with his right. In that instant of capture, Reg commenced a rotation, hurling both adversaries away. Concurrently, he unleashed a devastating ultimate flash directed at the trajectory of Frieza and Baby, striking them directly. With the propulsive force of the ultimate flash, the two individuals were thrust directly onto the surface of Mars by Reg. Observing the pair he had sent sprawling, Reg showed no intention of sparing them, soaring towards Mars with determination. Meanwhile, on the Martian terrain, Frieza and Baby slowly emerged from a crater. Their faces bore a grimace, clearly marked by the severity of the recent attack. At that moment, Frieza could not contain his frustration. Damn it, why do these wild monkeys possess such formidable power? Hearing Frieza's words, Baby responded directly, "At present, we are unable to inflict any significant harm upon him. We must first exhaust his strength to have a chance of defeating him." At this juncture, Baby recalled the plan they had previously devised, his face reflecting a hint of greed, but this expression went unnoticed by Frieza. Subsequently, addressing Frieza, he declared, "I have devised a plan, though it requires your assistance." Upon hearing that Baby had a strategy, Frieza's interest was piqued, and he responded, "Oh, what is this plan of yours? Do elucidate swiftly, time is of the essence." Given the formidable strength of Reg, reaching Mars was merely a matter of time. Although the means by which the adversary had navigated the challenges of the cosmic environment remained uncertain, it mattered little, for their time was severely limited. Upon hearing Frieza's acquiescence, Baby revealed a barely perceptible, sinister smile and continued, "You shall advance and endeavor to withstand the opponent's onslaught while I remain in the shadows, gathering energy for a potent strike. The moment he reveals a vulnerability, I shall deliver a decisive blow." Frieza, contemplating Baby's plan, found himself in deep reflection. After all, this scheme placed him in grave peril, and the notion of being utilized as bait was rather displeasing to him. Nonetheless, with no superior alternatives at his disposal and time pressing upon him, Frieza begrudgingly consented. As the discussion between the two concluded, Reg arrived on the surface of Mars. Observing the disheveled state of his adversaries, he jested, "Is this truly the resolute spirit of vengeance you both possess? If you are this feeble, it would be prudent to refrain from embarrassing yourselves, for even the task of cleaning up refuse can be quite exhausting." Hearing Reg's derogatory comparison, Frieza could no longer contain himself and shouted back, "Foul monkey, do not presume that your fleeting dominance equates to victory. I shall ensure that everything you have uttered will come at a cost." With that, he charged at Reg, engaging him in a fierce aerial struggle. Below, Baby was not idle either. He placed his right index and middle fingers upon his forehead, beginning to concentrate his internal energy, gradually channeling it into his fingers. This technique was none other than the infamous Death Ball, renowned as the most penetrating attack within the Dragon Ball universe. Originally, Baby had not mastered this technique, but during a visit to Earth, he encountered Cell. When Cell was created, he possessed the cells and techniques of all known Earth warriors at that time, including those of Piccolo. Initially, when Cell was unable to defeat Baby, he attempted to utilize the penetrating power of the Death Ball to eliminate him. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and the attack merely caused a fleeting sting, failing to breach Baby's defenses. Nevertheless, Baby did not underestimate this technique. Recognizing that there were few attacks capable of inflicting pain given such a vast difference in power. Thus, he extracted the method of employing the death ball from Cell. Though Baby understood that he might someday need to utilize this technique, he never anticipated it would be required so soon. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Victory was all that counted. As the energy coalesced, the luminous sphere between the fingers expanded significantly. This fluctuation of energy caught the attention of Reg. Upon witnessing Baby's initial stance, Reg immediately recognized it as the magic penetrating light cannon. Despite Reg's confidence in his own abilities, he harbored reservations regarding the most formidable penetrating technique. Thus, upon perceiving his opponent charging up, Reg prepared to dash forward to disrupt the process. At that moment, Frieza discerned Reg's intentions, interposing himself before him and declaring, "You wretched monkey, how dare you disregard this emperor? Did I grant you passage?" With that, he surged towards Reg, engaging him in combat without any intention of allowing him to advance. As time gradually elapses, the peril associated with the magic converging light cannon steadily escalates. Reg, feeling a sense of urgency, no longer holds back and unleashes his full power. Fivefold Kaioken. As Rege employed the King's Fist, a crimson aura enveloped his golden essence, significantly amplifying his own power. As the formidable aura of Rege erupted, Frieza stood frozen. Incredulity etched across his features as he exclaimed, "Impossible. How could this wild monkey possess such immense power?" Ignoring Frieza's words, Rege instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frieza hurtling away, before swiftly advancing towards Baby. With Rege drawing nearer, Baby ceased his preparations and unleashed the magic attack cannon. Witnessing the rapidly approaching energy blast, Rege activated his energy shield. The magic attack cannon struck the shield. Although it did not shatter, the overwhelming force propelled the shield into the depths of space. Thus, Rege was forcibly thrust into the cosmos, though the energy of the magic attack cannon was nearly expended in the process. As Rege prepared to charge back and eliminate his opponent, he suddenly sensed imminent danger and instinctively dodged backward, narrowly avoiding a surprise punch. Shifting his gaze to the source of the ambush, Rege was taken aback as he recognized the assailant's visage. "You, the Super One-Star Dragon." I had no recollection that a pure embodiment of negative energy would harbor an interest in saving others, he remarked with astonishment. Indeed. The one who had attempted to ambush Rege was the Super One-Star Dragon. With a smile gracing his face, the Super One-Star Dragon looked at Rege and declared, "I had no intention of rescuing those two weaklings. Initially, I planned to simply reap the rewards from the sidelines. However, their incompetence failed to even draw out your full strength, compelling me to take matters into my own hands." Chapter 38, The Might of the Super One-Star Dragon. Baby's True Scheme. Upon hearing the words of the One-Star Dragon, Rege remained silent, merely observing his counterpart. Thus, the two locked eyes in the vastness of space. As time gradually elapsed, the two individuals executed their synchronized strikes, engaging in combat amidst the vastness of space. However, Reg was astonished to discover that the strength of the Super One-Star Dragon surpassed that of its original form by more than double. It is worth noting that Reg was currently utilizing a fivefold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan 4 state. Yet the Super One-Star Dragon was still able to match him in combat. With this realization, Reg's previously relaxed demeanor began to shift towards seriousness. After a brief skirmish in the cosmos, Reg seized an opportunity to extricate himself from the fray. Determined not to waste any more time with the Super One-Star Dragon, he unleashed his own power, amplifying the Kaioken to tenfold. As Rege unleashed a surge of crimson energy, its intensity expanded significantly, amplifying his strength beyond previous limits. Witnessing Rege's formidable aura once again erupt, the Super One-Star Dragon was somewhat taken aback, though it had yet to reach a level that would incite panic. He then turned to Reg and said, "To be honest, the power you are exhibiting now astonishes me. Had it been 2 or 3 years ago, I may not have been your match, but now the circumstances have changed." With that, the Super One-Star Dragon began to unleash the energy within himself. As the opponent's aura erupted, his strength surged once more. Reg, who had already utilized the Kaioken technique, found himself significantly distanced from the power of Super One-Star Dragon. However, with the recent outburst from his adversary, this disparity in strength was instantly erased, reverting them to the initial stage of their confrontation. Reg gazed at the Super One-Star Dragon before him. Its extraordinary power was evidently beyond his expectations. After a brief period of contemplation, Reg deduced the source of this unexpected strength. In the original narrative, the One-Star Dragon was born from evil energy, which naturally encompasses negative energy as well. The emergence of the evil dragons was a consequence of humanity's frequent usage of the Dragon Balls, which led to their corruption by greed. The negative energy accumulated over time, unpurified, ultimately birthed the evil dragons. Yet, negative energy is not limited solely to greed. It also encompasses despair, fear, anger, and other forms of negativity. In the original tale, the evil dragons were swiftly defeated by the protagonists, leaving no time for them to absorb negative energy to enhance their own powers. However, in this alternate timeline, characterized by despair, fear permeated every corner. On Earth, beings like Cell and Super 17 continued to instill terror and hopelessness in the populace. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, entities such as Majin Buu and Baby wreaked havoc, instilling fear throughout the universe. Unlike in the original story, the Super One-Star Dragon had not been vanquished in under a month. It had existed in this realm for several years, thriving in an environment saturated with negative energy. Thus, the Super One-Star Dragon's strength was within the realm of Rege's understanding. Yet, a chilling thought crossed Rege's mind. Could the Super One-Star Dragon harness negative energy to restore its vitality? If that were the case, the entire timeline could serve as an inexhaustible reservoir of power for it. In such a scenario, the Super One-Star Dragon would be akin to the embodiment of the will of heaven found in fantasy novels, rendering any attempt by Reg to leverage his bloodline advantage for a prolonged battle futile. To decisively defeat his opponent, Reg would need to amplify the Kaioken once again. But it was evident that the adversary had no intention of allowing him the opportunity to strengthen himself. With a swift movement, the Super One-Star Dragon lunged towards Reg, initiating the second round of conflict. Meanwhile, on the surface of Mars, Bell had located the incapacitated Frieza, who lay injured from Reg's punch. Observing Frieza's battered form, Baby inquired, "How are you faring? Do you still possess the strength to rise?" At that moment, Frieza turned his gaze towards Baby, coughed up some blood, and replied, "I am not in the best condition. It seems that wretched monkey in space is keeping someone occupied. You should go assist, while I take a moment to recuperate." Upon hearing Frieza's response, Baby displayed a cunning smile, saying, "Is that so? If that filthy monkey is preoccupied, then I have the time to execute my own plans." Frieza, sensing something amiss, replied with trepidation, "What are you plotting? Let us not forget our alliance. Once that monkey is consumed, your power will undoubtedly surge." To this, Baby scoffed, "I am well aware that it is that monkey's power that will enhance your own. However, given my current strength, I am unable to achieve that goal. Thus, I must turn my attention to other targets." Frieza quickly realized that he was the one to whom Baby referred and roared in anger, "I am Frieza, the mighty emperor of the universe. How could I possibly be consumed by someone like you?" With that, he attempted to unleash his energy, determined to fight Baby to the bitter end despite his injuries. However, he found himself unable to muster any energy, feeling utterly powerless. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Frieza exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Baby, clearly unconcerned, replied, "Nothing much, merely obstructed the flow of your energy." He then divulged his scheme. After experiencing a significant boost in strength, Baby had deemed the weaker beings beneath him unworthy of his attention. Instead, he set his sights on Frieza, whose power could readily satiate Baby's thirst for strength, unlike the minuscule cosmic life forms he had previously encountered. Therefore, during their encounters over the years, Baby had discreetly deployed microscopic robots to infiltrate Frieza's body. After years of infiltration, while he could not completely restrain Frieza, controlling him for 5 to 6 minutes was quite feasible. Given Frieza's current near-death state, he posed little resistance to this control. Baby declared, "Now, after all this talk, are you ready to bid farewell to this world?" As he began to liquefy and envelop Frieza, the latter cried out in defiance, "I am Frieza, the emperor of the universe. I cannot fall here." Despite his desperate attempts to unleash his energy, Frieza's efforts proved futile, and he could only shout in despair, "No." Chapter 39, The Surging Power of Baby. The Despairing Wretch. As time gradually slipped away, the liquid form of Baby had enveloped Frieza entirely. Subsequently, after thoroughly enveloping Frieza, an overwhelming force erupted from within. This explosive energy caused even the surrounding space to manifest subtle fissures. Simultaneously, both Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon paused their actions, directing their gaze towards the position of Mars. The immense power was unmistakable to Reg and his companion. However, seizing this fleeting moment, Reg delivered a powerful punch to the Super One-Star Dragon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Reg instantaneously amplified his Kaioken to 15 times its original strength. As Reg elevated his multiplier once more, an intense crimson aura surged around him, causing his muscles to bulge with power. Nanny, witnessing Reg's sudden display of formidable strength, The Super One-Star Dragon ceased to concern himself with matters on Mars and stared in astonishment at Reg, unfazed by the Super One-Star Dragon's shock. Reg aggressively closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch, sending the Super One-Star Dragon crashing down onto the Martian surface. Not willing to relent, Reg swiftly descended after the fallen adversary. The battleground shifted dramatically from the expansive space to the scarred surface of Mars, which had already borne the brunt of their fierce confrontation. At the height of their clash, an unexpected figure emerged, startling both Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon. It was Frieza, though his appearance was decidedly peculiar. His formerly white skin had transformed into a shade of gray, and his purple crystals had darkened to a deep violet. Most strikingly, his eyes, once clear and defined, now resembled dark sunglasses, accompanied by intricate patterns that mimicked the flow of blood. Frieza exuded an unsettling aura, one that radiated both malevolence and chaos. Unable to contain his astonishment, the Super One-Star Dragon exclaimed, "Frieza, what on earth has happened to you? How can you possess such immense power?" It was evident to him that Frieza's strength rivaled his own, if not slightly surpassed it. In response to the Super One-Star Dragon's query, Baby shifted his gaze, declaring, "Frieza? Apologies, but he is likely below, enjoying a cup of tea. This body is now under my control." Both Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon were taken aback, realizing that Baby had stealthily consumed Frieza. Baby continued, "To be candid, absorbing Frieza's power has propelled me to unprecedented heights. I feel invincible." Annoyed by Baby's boastfulness, Reg quickly approached and delivered a punch that sent Baby flying. After all, Reg himself would never dare claim invincibility. It was absurd to hear someone else, even a fool, proclaim such a thing before him. Dazed from the unexpected blow, Baby struggled to comprehend the situation, his face stinging with pain. Once he regained his senses, realizing he had been unjustly struck, he became furious and halted his backward flight, charging directly at Reg. As Baby approached, Reg too surged forward, reigniting their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Super One-Star Dragon, having regained his composure, rushed to assist Baby. Although uncertain of the circumstances, he resolved to ally with Baby to eliminate the intruder, Reg, before addressing any other matters. Thus, the scene reverted to a 1 versus 2 scenario, albeit with both opponents now significantly more formidable than they had been at the outset. Yet, for Reg, the pressure remained non-existent. As time progressed, Reg grew increasingly impatient. With a swift punch, he sent the Super One-Star Dragon flying, followed by a kick that dispatched Baby. Seizing the opportunity, Reg intensified his Kaioken by 20 times. As Rege ascended to new heights, his aura reached its zenith, and his muscles swelled, while the engorged veins coursed across his body like a coiling dragon. Witnessing the resurgence of Rege's formidable power, both the Super One-Star Dragon and Baby were left astonished and somewhat incredulous. At that moment, Baby could no longer contain his disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This wild monkey cannot possess such immense strength. I refuse to believe it." Subsequently, in a fit of madness, Baby charged recklessly towards Reg, unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes. In stark contrast, Reg maintained his calm demeanor as he observed Baby. However, after evading for some time, Reg grew impatient and delivered a decisive blow to Baby's abdomen. The impact caused Baby to retch, his body bending at a 90-degree angle before being propelled backward towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Reacting swiftly, the Super One-Star Dragon sidestepped to avoid the incoming Baby. Gradually recovering from the pain, Baby hovered in midair, glaring furiously at Reg and declaring, "Wild monkey, do not think this is the end." With that, Baby began to unleash a surge of formidable power, enhancing his strength by at least 50%. Meanwhile, the Super One-Star Dragon seized the opportunity, also erupting with immense energy while absorbing the negative forces present in the universe to augment his own might. The unleashed powers of both beings reached a comparable level. After their respective outbursts, they charged simultaneously towards Reg. As the aftermath of the battle among the three intensified, their conflict transitioned from the atmosphere to the vastness of space. The trio rampaged through the solar system, ultimately breaking free from its confines and continuing their fierce struggle into distant galaxies. As time gradually ebbed away, the devastation wrought by the fierce battle among the three was evident. Wherever they traversed, planets erupted and stars perished. In the climactic moments, Rege seized a fleeting opportunity, propelling both adversaries through the air simultaneously. Following this, he unleashed a radiant ultimate flash directed at the trajectory of their flight. Sensing an imminent peril, the two swiftly joined forces to conjure a formidable protective shield. As the ultimate flash struck the protective barrier, it did not instantly shatter it. However, Rege's power was now amplified to 20 times that of the Super Saiyan form. Given such circumstances, the force unleashed was indeed formidable. sending both adversaries hurtling away from Rege's ultimate flash. In their tumultuous trajectory, they shattered several planets before finally colliding with an unknown celestial body, creating an enormous crater nearly one-tenth the size of the planet itself. It was only upon this impact that the energy of Rege's ultimate flash completely dissipated. At that moment, the Super Saiyan 1 and Baby emerged from the crater in a disheveled state. Both were utterly drained. Merely withstanding Rege's ultimate flash had pushed them to their limits. The Super Saiyan 1, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Is it even possible for us to defeat such a monstrosity?" In response, Baby remained silent, clenching his fists. Suddenly, Baby appeared to have an epiphany, liquefying his left hand and, upon solidifying it again, producing a pair of earrings. Chapter 40. The Birth of the Ultimate Evil Warrior, Baizilong. A near-defeated Rege. Gazing at the earrings in his hand, Baby hesitated momentarily, yet his reluctance was palpable as he tossed one of the earrings to the Super Saiyan 1. The Super Saiyan 1 caught the earring, puzzled, and inquired, "What does this mean? Do you think we can vanquish that creature with this trinket?" Baby elaborated. "These earrings were discovered during my absorption of a life form. That individual claimed to be the East Supreme Kai, accompanied by a candidate for the position. Initially, I was unaware of the earring's significance. After consuming the Supreme Kai, I inherited his memories, which led me to the Supreme Kai's planet. Within those memories, I discerned what he deemed his most powerful weapon. However, upon encountering it, I found it rather ordinary, albeit slightly heavier than expected. After shattering that sword, an individual who called himself the Old Supreme Kai appeared. Though he was not particularly strong, he surpassed most beings, so I consumed him as well, gaining a wealth of knowledge from his memories, including the purpose of these earrings. He then directed his gaze back to the earrings, stating, "These earrings, known as Patera earrings, are a treasured legacy passed down through generations of the Supreme Kai. Their function allows two individuals to fuse into an incredibly powerful warrior." The Super Saiyan 1's eyes lit up at Baby's words, but he soon regained his composure and asked, "Such a potent artifact must have some drawbacks, does it not?" In response, Baby revealed the earring's limitations, saying, "While there are no significant side effects, there is a time constraint. The greater the energy consumed, the shorter the duration of the fusion." The Super Saiyan 1 pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you believe we can obliterate him in that brief period after fusing?" Baby replied, "If neither of us is a Supreme Kai, then there will indeed be a time limit for fusion. However, if either of us is a Supreme Kai, the fusion becomes permanent. The two Supreme Kais I previously absorbed, along with the candidate, likely granted me a fraction of their divine essence, thus eliminating any time restrictions. If it weren't for the imminent threat to our lives, do you think I would resort to this?" Hesitation lingered in the Super Saiyan 1's mind regarding the choice of fusion. At that moment, both sensed a formidable energy swiftly approaching them. Clearly, it was Reg simultaneously. Reg noticed the earrings in their possession. Recognizing the significance of these artifacts, he charged at them without hesitation, determined not to allow them the opportunity to fuse. Faced with the oncoming threat, the Super Saiyan 1 swiftly adorned his right ear with the earring, while Baby had already placed the other on his left. As Reg bore down upon them, the two collided uncontrollably, emitting a blinding radiance. When the brilliance gradually subsided, a figure began to materialize from the luminous haze. This form bore a resemblance to Frieza, yet black spikes protruded from each joint, and two sharp dragon horns emerged from the once purple head. His eyes were replaced by shades resembling red sunglasses, and dark red markings traversed his body, with 6 tainted Dragon Balls adorning his abdomen and a single tainted Dragon Ball on his forehead. At this juncture, the newly formed warrior finally stirred, lifting his gaze to Reg and declaring, "I am the evil warrior born from the fusion of the Super Saiyan 1 and Ultimate Baby. Remember, wild monkey, you shall perish at the hands of Baizilong." The voice of Baizilong possessed a unique quality, as if both the Super Saiyan 1 and Baby were speaking in unison. Despite the proclamation, Reg remained motionless, his expression grave, as he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom emanating from this new foe. Subsequently, Rege addressed the dimensional entity, "Activate limit enhancement." Upon hearing Rege's command, the entity responded, "Limit enhancement activated." With the confirmation, Rege's power surged dramatically once more. His strength now represented the amplified state of Super Saiyan 4, multiplied by the Kaioken technique, further enhanced by the limit enhancement. The foundational battle power increased by a factor of 8,022. Once again unleashing formidable power, Rege turned his gaze towards Baizilong, the sense of impending danger still palpable. After a brief interval, Rege resolved to take the initiative, instantaneously appearing before Baizilong and delivering a punch aimed at his face. As the fist approached, in a split second, before Rege could react, Long effortlessly grasped the incoming strike. What? Rege thought, astonished that his attack could be so easily subdued, and bewildered by the fact that he could not perceive Long's incredible speed. It was noteworthy that Rege was currently under a substantial buff, yet he still failed to detect the opponent's movement. It became clear that Long had grown so powerful that Rege could not even respond. Unfazed by Rege's astonishment, Long raised his other hand and punched with a speed imperceptible to Rege. Just as Rege began to react, he found a fist imprint forming on his abdomen. Pain quickly radiated from the impact point, engulfing his entire midsection. Unable to suppress his discomfort, Rege coughed up a mouthful of bitterness, his body curling like a cooked shrimp, before being sent flying backward. The velocity of his flight propelled him through the cosmos, shattering several planets along the way. He finally came to a halt upon colliding with a colossal asteroid, leaving a crater nearly 10 kilometers in diameter in its wake. Lying in the center of the massive pit, Rege endured the agony coursing through his body, slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, Long appeared before him in an instant, surveying the disheveled Rege with a mocking glint in his eyes. I never expected this wild monkey to show such a pitiful side. I thought you would unleash an even greater power. What a disappointment, he taunted. Just as Rege managed to stand, the sting of Long's derision fueled his resolve. He charged forward despite the pain, delivering a punch in retaliation. Observing the approaching fist, Long caught it with one hand and remarked, "Is this feeble punch truly an attack? Allow me to show you what a real strike looks like." With that, he unleashed another punch that struck Rege's abdomen. However, since Long had seized Rege's fist, he was not sent flying, yet the blow still caused Rege to expel more bitterness. As Long unleashed a series of powerful punches, Rege's initial laments gradually morphed into a state of bloody despair. Ultimately, with one forceful strike, Long sent Rege sprawling, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of crimson liquid. At this moment, Rege was utterly disheveled, lacking the dominance he once held. Long hoisted Rege with one hand and, gazing at his disarray, remarked, "To be honest, you are the strongest scion I have ever encountered. Yet, in the end, you could not prevail against me. Fear not, you are a formidable warrior worthy of respect. I shall ensure that some of your beloved companions accompany you. So you shall not be alone, will you?" Following this, he emitted a mocking laugh. However, Long remained oblivious to Rege's current state. In an instant, Rege's hair shifted to a vibrant green before reverting to its original hue, a phenomenon that escaped Long's notice. Chapter 41. A Breakthrough Born of Rage. The Transcendent Transformation of Rege. Unconscious Frenzy. At this juncture, upon hearing Long's words, Rege, who had been on the verge of surrender, felt a surge of vitality. In his past life, Rege was an orphan, having missed the prime social opportunities of university, toiling day and night. This is why Rege yearned solely for strength rather than a return to his former existence, as there was no one in that life he cared for. However, in this world, there were individuals who held him in regard, with Sapari being the one who had spent the longest time by his side. Initially, he found her irksome, having grown accustomed to solitude. It was his first experience of genuine affection. Thus, Rege cherished this bond deeply. But Long's words struck a chord within him. Although this timeline was disconnected from the main timeline, a warrior of such caliber could indeed breach the barriers of space to traverse to other realms. The main timeline was undoubtedly one of the realms with the highest probability of access, as all parallel timelines stemmed from it, which in turn connected to every other parallel reality. In the main timeline, Sun Wukong and his companions had yet to reach their full potential, and even once they did, it would be futile. Prior to fusion, Long was already beyond the capabilities of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and the monstrosity that emerged post-fusion was even more formidable. The only entities capable of thwarting him in the main timeline were the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. However, Whis maintained a neutral stance and would not assist anyone, not even Beerus. Whether Beerus could defeat Long remained a question, considering that Long was a fusion of Super Saiyan and Ultimate Baby. Thus, Rege dared not gamble, for he lacked the standing to do so. Long's remarks had decisively breached Rege's threshold. Rege was gravely injured, having regressed from his Super Saiyan 4 state to his normal form. Yet, Long had thoroughly provoked Rege's ire, igniting a fury unprecedented in intensity. Simultaneously, Rege sensed an unsettling agitation within his being. However, these feelings paled in significance, as his rage towards Long had escalated to the brink of losing all reason. At that moment, Long finally recognized Rege's condition. Just as Long continued to observe, Rege delivered a sudden punch to Long's face, sending him staggering backward. Rege, rooted in place, offered no response to Bei Xinglong's incredulous inquiry about how he, seemingly too weak to transform, managed to strike him. Instead, faint arcs of electricity began to flicker across Rege's form. As the arcs of electricity multiplied upon him, the atmosphere around Rege transformed, culminating in frequent flashes of lightning. With each flash of lightning, a brilliant light surges forth. As the radiance flickers, Rege's hair begins to undergo a transformation. As this phenomenon occurs with increasing frequency, Bixinglong also senses the impending danger and swiftly charges towards Rege. Just as Bixinglong's fist is about to strike Rege, it is suddenly seized by a hand, none other than Rege's. What? Upon witnessing his attack being effortlessly caught by his opponent, Bixinglong is momentarily taken aback, shock causing him to utter an expletive. Bixinglong's assault serves as the catalyst that drives Rege into a frenzy. With a single punch, he sends Bixinglong flying and unleashes a deafening roar. Adu! With a thunderous roar from Rege, his once flickering hair transformed entirely into a vibrant shade of emerald green. The sole distinction was that Rege's pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, a clear indication of his lost sanity. Thus, Rege had completely ascended into a transcendent form. Witnessing this transformation, Bixinglong exclaimed in astonishment. What just happened? Weren't you already too weak to resist? After Bixinglong's words, Rege remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to what had been said. Frustrated by Rege's silence, Bixinglong retorted, "Do not presume that by acquiring a new form, you can triumph over me, you wretched monkey." With that, he charged towards Rege. However, Rege's current state was decidedly unnatural. Sensing Bixinglong's approach, he unleashed a furious roar and retaliated. The two engaged once more in a cosmic duel, yet the situation remained unchanged. Rege was still the one being suppressed. Having lost his reason, he lacked the combat finesse he had initially possessed, resorting to pure instinct in his battle against Bixinglong. Observing that even in his transformed state, Rege was still being overwhelmed, Bixinglong scoffed, "I expected your new form to be formidable, yet you remain so pathetically vulnerable." Although Rege, in his irrational state, could not comprehend the taunt, his subconscious was thoroughly incensed, causing him to forget the pain coursing through him as he launched a frenzied assault on Bixinglong. Yet, as time passed, the tide of battle began to shift ominously. As the battle progressed, the once subdued Rege transformed into an adversary that merely held the upper hand, ultimately nearing an equal footing with Bei Xinglong. At this moment, Bei Xinglong finally sensed the unusual shift. Observing Rege's steadily increasing prowess, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He unleashed his full aura, reverting the tide of battle to the initial scenario where he dominated Rege. However, this time, Bei Xinglong lacked the earlier nonchalance. He immediately transitioned into his most formidable state and struck with unparalleled swiftness to vanquish Rege. Sensing the imminent danger, Rege let out a furious roar and charged at Bei Xinglong, disregarding the injuries he had sustained. As the aftershocks of the battle between the two intensified, spatial fissures began to radiate outward from their epicenter. As the duration of the battle between the two individuals extended, Rege, who had initially been suppressed, found himself merely at a disadvantage. Observing the precarious situation, Bei Xinglong concentrated the majority of his strength into his fist, launching it towards his opponent while simultaneously exclaiming, "You foul monkey, perish at my hands." In a fit of irrationality, Rege let out a deafening roar and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at his adversary's fist. As the fists of the two individuals collided, an immense force began to radiate outward from their epicenter. Simultaneously, the cosmic expanse could no longer withstand this overwhelming power, leading to a catastrophic rupture that plunged the two into an alternate dimension. Despite the shift in their surroundings, neither seemed inclined to cease their fierce combat, remaining locked in a brutal struggle within this strange realm. The residual energy from their conflict wreaked havoc on the alternate space, leaving it in tatters. As their battle intensified, a contrasting scene unfolded within Rege's consciousness. At this moment, Rege finally emerged from his mental realm, only to find himself unable to open his eyes or move his body, descending helplessly into the abyss. A wave of exhaustion surged through him, compelling him to utter, "I am so weary, I long for slumber. Yet it feels as though I have forgotten something." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through his consciousness. Chapter 42, The Pact with Sapari. The Transformation Within the Bloodline. The Birth of the Ancient Transcendent Form. Author's note: this chapter deserves a fitting BGM. Personal recommendation: Blaze, Dragon Ball fans suggest, The Last Hope. Reacting instinctively to the voice, Rege turned his head toward its source, but his inability to open his eyes prevented him from discerning the identity of the speaker. Realizing his predicament, he called out, "Who is there? And where is this place?" Yet, the voice remained unresponsive, continuing its thunderous roars. After a while, Reg noticed that his eyelids felt lighter than before and attempted to pry them open. Upon succeeding, he found himself engulfed in a pitch-black void. As he pondered this strange environment, another roar shattered his thoughts. Looking in that direction, he beheld a colossal, crimson-eyed giant ape. Upon seeing the beast, he felt an inexplicable connection stir within him. Setting aside his contemplation of that sensation, Reg addressed the giant ape. "Do you know where we are?" To his dismay, the creature merely turned its gaze toward him and let out a deafening roar. Recognizing that he would not receive the answers he sought from it, Reg shifted his focus and called out for Dimensional. "Dimensional, are you here? Do you know where this place is?" After a prolonged silence, he reiterated, "Dimensional. If you are present, make a sound." However, the silence persisted, mirroring the earlier absence of response. In the throes of frustration over his predicament, the scene before him began to shift. It transformed into a chaotic spectacle of Reg battling Bixinglong. The moment Bixinglong came into view, Reg's fury surged to its zenith as he exclaimed, "Bixinglong!" The giant ape beside him, sensing Reg's wrath, roared even louder. Despite his anger, Reg realized that he could not influence the external battle, leading him to gradually regain his composure and urgently contemplate a way to alter the situation. Yet, the giant ape continued its relentless roar, distracting Reg from his thoughts. Time and again, his contemplation was interrupted by the creature's thunderous cries, prompting him to impatiently shout, "Must you incessantly roar? How tiresome." The giant ape, however, remained indifferent, continuing its cacophony. Conceding that his words had no effect on the beast, Reg abandoned the notion of silencing it. At that moment, Reg became acutely aware that his memories were fragmented, lacking key elements. He began to concentrate, attempting to recall what was missing, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp the elusive memory. He sensed that this forgotten recollection held great significance for him, intensifying his already frazzled state of mind. Just then, a sound seemed to emerge from behind him. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this familiar yet distant voice, Reg instinctively turned around. The scene behind him morphed into the moment he first encountered Sapari. Gazing at the familiar figure within the unfolding tableau, he instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find his hand passing through the apparition. The scene before him rapidly twisted, revealing the myriad experiences he had shared with Sapari over the past years. Subsequently, the scene froze on the final frame, within which Sapari began to articulate the phrase captured in that moment. "Let us make a pact. A deceitful statement is akin to a puppy." Upon hearing these words, Reg awakened instantly, and the memories that had slipped away from his mind returned. Bowing his head and gazing at his hands, Reg murmured, "I remember now. I recall everything." He then resolutely declared, "Indeed, I have yet to fulfill a promise. How could I possibly meet my end here?" He then turned to gaze at the scene outside and proclaimed, "Bixinglong, you shall inevitably become the stepping stone to my ascendance." As soon as Rager's words fell, the colossal ape let out a deafening roar. When Rege turned his gaze towards the giant, he noticed the creature's form beginning to dissolve into particles of light. These luminous particles surged towards Rege, ultimately merging seamlessly with his very being. At that moment, Rege felt as if certain voids within him had been filled. Upon further introspection, he realized that his bloodline had become more complete and potent. It dawned upon him that since acquiring the transcendent bloodline, it had never fully harmonized with his own. After all, both bloodlines were immensely powerful, and neither would yield to the other. The reason for the absence of uncontrollable rampage in the past was due to their mutual suppression of one another. However, this newfound opportunity allowed for a thorough and flawless amalgamation of the two bloodlines. Just as he was absorbing the particles of light, a sudden burst of radiant, multicolored light illuminated the surrounding dark space. This vibrant glow, too, merged into Rager's body alongside the particles. Upon closer examination, he discerned that it was the power of miracles. As he pondered the origin of this miraculous energy, a memory struck him when he once absorbed the crystalline essence of miracle power. The dimension had advised that consuming the crystal was the optimal solution for absorption. It was clear that this miraculous energy was what he had yet to fully assimilate. With the opportunity of this perfect fusion of bloodlines, all remaining miraculous powers have been fully unleashed. As Reg completed his thorough absorption, a radiant light began to emanate from him, and he vanished from the realm of consciousness. At that moment, the unconscious Reg outside suddenly paused, seizing the opportunity. Bixinglong delivered a powerful punch that sent Reg flying. The airborne Reg shattered the fabric of space, returning from the alternate dimension to his previous timeline. While still in mid-flight, Reg abruptly halted in mid-air. Undeterred, Bixinglong charged at him, launching another punch. However, Reg intercepted this blow, countering with a punch of his own that sent Bixinglong hurtling away. The latter abruptly arrested his momentum in mid-air, warily eyeing Reg. In that moment, Bei Xinglong could clearly sense that Reg's punch possessed several times the strength of the previous one. Now, Reg no longer bore the feral visage of before. Instead, he had closed his eyes and entered a state of tranquility. Subsequently, a transformation began to occur within him. The once vibrant green hair gradually faded, ultimately becoming a shade of azure. The aura surrounding him shifted from its previous state of tumultuous unrest to a serene tranquility, reminiscent of flowing water. When Rege opened his eyes, an overwhelming power erupted from him, creating an oppressive atmosphere even felt by the distant Bei Xinglong. His eyes also underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming golden orbs. At that moment, a voice resonated in Rege's mind. Passive talent, potential eruption activated. Thus, Rege achieved a complete awakening. Embodying the transformation that lay dormant within his bloodline, the ancient transcendent form. Calmly regarding Bei Xinglong, Rege declared, "It is time to conclude this game." Chapter 43, A Battle Like a Game. The ruthless Rege. Initially astonished by Rege's newfound prowess, Bei Xinglong was instantly consumed by rage upon hearing those words, exclaiming, "So to you, all that fighting was merely a game? You fool. Do not presume that your enhanced strength instills fear in me." With a speed surpassing that of light, he charged toward Rege. However, in Rege's perception, his opponent appeared to move as slowly as a snail. Effortlessly intercepting the incoming attack, Rege countered with a powerful knee strike, sending Bei Xinglong soaring through the air. Subsequently, Rege soared toward the direction in which Bei Xinglong was sent flying, delivering several punches during his opponent's backward trajectory. These blows propelled Bei Xinglong back along the same path he had come. Rege then teleported back to his original position, striking Bei Xinglong once more, causing him to be battered repeatedly like a shuttlecock. For Rege, this battle was merely a game. However, Bei Xinglong, enduring relentless assaults, could no longer withstand such onslaughts. When he was struck away again, he swiftly altered his form mid-air, predicting Rege's position, and unleashed a punch that collided with Rege's fist. The clash of their immense powers shattered the very fabric of space and momentarily halted time itself. Yet, for Rege, who possessed the perfect ancient transcendent bloodline and form, Bei Xinglong's so-called struggle appeared nothing more than a farcical display. Rege, wielding absolute strength, repelled Bei Xinglong once more, reverting the scene to its prior state. Bei Xinglong remained trapped in his fate of relentless beating. In the air, Bei Xinglong, realizing his counterattack was futile, opted for a defensive stance. Observing Bei Xinglong's choice to forego resistance for passive defense, Rege found the encounter tedious. Abandoning his playful demeanor, he unleashed a full-powered punch that sent Bei Xinglong flying again. The force of the blow caused Bei Xinglong to spew blood, and as he hurtled away, he no longer traversed distances measured in planets, but rather in small star systems, crashing through them unimpeded. After colliding with an indeterminate number of small star systems, he finally came to rest upon a planet. Just as Bei Xinglong attempted to rise, he saw Rege charging towards him at remarkable speed, delivering a kick that struck him in the abdomen, puncturing the very planet itself and sending him flying once again. Bei Xinglong was propelled beyond the confines of the small star system, hurtling out into the depths of the galaxy. Seeing Bei Xinglong flung so far, Rege showed no inclination to relent, pursuing his opponent in the direction he had been sent flying. Thus, Bei Xinglong was subjected to a relentless barrage of strikes while being propelled through space, leaving behind a trail of irreparable rifts in the fabric of reality with each of Rege's powerful attacks, unwittingly drawing the attention of entities beyond time and space. Amid the continuous beating, Bei Xinglong mustered all his strength to block Rege's incoming punch and roared in defiance, "Enough. You are but a wretched monkey. It is your honor to be slain by me. Do not overreach." Following his proclamation, he erupted with formidable power, utilizing the unique abilities of the Super One-Star Dragon to absorb a significant portion of the universe's negative energy to enhance himself. This maneuver effectively doubled Bei Xinglong's strength. Witnessing his opponent's renewed vigor, Rege merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing the elevation of Bei Xinglong's power. To Rege, even if an ant were to multiply in size, it would still remain an ant. As Rege pondered this, Bei Xinglong's aura surged to its peak. Bolstered by a newfound confidence, he unleashed a flurry of attacks against Rege, beginning with the Wolf Fang Fist. Observing the opponent's sluggish movements akin to that of a tortoise, Rege engaged in a playful display, effortlessly evading each of Bei Xinglong's strikes. However, in Bei Xinglong's eyes, each attack was tantalizingly close to connecting with Rege. No matter how slightly Rege shifted, he seemed to dodge multiple attacks with perfect timing. After a while, Rege grew weary of the encounter and addressed Bei Xinglong, "Are you finished? Your tortoise-like assaults are beginning to bore me." He even feigned a yawn for effect. Infuriated by Rege's mockery, Bei Xinglong widened the distance between them and began to gather his energy for a different type of attack. With his left hand, he unleashed the magic piercing light cannon toward Rege, while his right hand hurled an enormous fireball imbued with the power of the Super One-Star Dragon. Rege, observing the two disparate attacks, found them monotonous and, without a second glance, extinguished the massive fireball with a mere slap of his right hand. As for the so-called strongest penetrating skill from the Dragon Ball universe, Rege simply raised a hand and caught the attack in his palm, effortlessly neutralizing both formidable techniques. Stunned, Bei Xinglong exclaimed, "Why is this happening? How do you possess such immense power? I refuse to believe it." Just as he uttered these words, he charged at Rege in a frenzy. Noting Bei Xinglong's complete loss of composure, Rege abandoned his playful attitude, preparing to decisively end the encounter. Despite this resolve, Rege remained stationary, not even adopting a defensive posture. As a result, he received a solid punch to the face from Bei Xinglong. Yet it was of no consequence to him. Just as Bei Xinglong aimed to deliver another blow, Rege swiftly seized his arm, capturing both of his wrists with ease. Subsequently, he exerted his strength with both hands, and as the pressure intensified, Bei Xinglong could no longer endure the agony, releasing a loud cry. With two resounding cracks, Bei Xinglong's arms were ruthlessly crushed by Rege. After breaking free from Rege's grasp, his arms lay utterly incapacitated. In a surge of anger, Bei Xinglong looked up, only to find that Rege had vanished. When Rege reappeared, it was right before Bei Xinglong, offering him no chance to react before delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The force of the punch sent Bei Xinglong hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth as his body contorted like a cooked shrimp. Rege then teleported to intercept Bei Xinglong's trajectory. As Bei Xinglong approached rapidly, Rege clasped his hands together and struck his back with tremendous force. The sound of cracking echoed as Rege shattered Bei Xinglong's spine with a single blow. In that agonizing moment, Bei Xinglong cried out in torment, "Ah!" Now, not only were his arms rendered useless, but his spine was irreparably broken, leaving him with scant ability to resist. Rege prepared to unleash his most formidable technique to finish him off. Chapter 44, The Complete Annihilation of Bei Xinglong. The Arrival of Time Patrolman Vegeta. With this thought, Rege began to amass energy in his hands, and two colorful divine dragons materialized, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. The technique he was about to employ was none other than the dual dragon fist, two dragons playing with pearls, miracle edition. Meanwhile, Bei Xinglong, recovering from his agony, sensed the immense danger posed by the two dragons beside Rege. Instinctively, he yearned to flee. However, with his cervical spine shattered by Rege's strike, his balance was irrevocably compromised. Making a swift escape an impossible feat resolving to harness the unique properties of the Super One-Star Dragon, he began to absorb the negative energy of the cosmos to mend his wounds. In mere seconds, his hand injuries had healed. And just as he prepared to address the damage to his spine, Rege's dual dragon fist was fully charged and hurtling toward him. As Rege charged forward, the two divine dragons followed closely in his wake, for the strength of the dragon fist intensified with proximity. As the distance between them closed, Bei Xinglong set aside his spinal injuries and focused all his energy on defense. Once the gap was nearly closed, Rege unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. As Rege unleashed his punches, two vibrant, seven-colored dragons surged forth, crashing directly into the protective shield newly formed by Bei Xinglong. The tremendous shockwave generated by the impact rippled outward, utterly obliterating the surrounding miniature star systems. This state of affairs persisted for but a few fleeting seconds before cracks began to manifest upon Bei Xinglong's shield. As time gradually elapsed, the cracks on the protective shield multiplied, ultimately leading to its shattering. The destruction of the shield ignited Bei Xinglong's instinct for survival, compelling him to extend his hands in a futile attempt to thwart the onslaught of the two radiant dragons. However, he could not endure even for a fleeting second. His hands and arms were reduced to ashes by the formidable assault of the divine beasts. The two resplendent dragons clamped their jaws onto Bei Xinglong's shoulders, subsequently lifting him skyward. After ascending a considerable distance from Rege, they relinquished their grip, piercing through his chest with unrelenting force. As he was penetrated by these overwhelming powers, Bei Xinglong felt his body spiraling into uncontrollable disintegration. Realizing the dire situation, he hastily absorbed a vast amount of negative energy to restore himself, but despite some recovery, it was far too slow to counter the pace of his collapse. Acknowledging the irrevocable truth of his impending annihilation, he bellowed at Rege with fervent rage, "Wait! You foul monkey! One day, I shall return and extinguish your existence in the same manner. Ha 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 ha." Yet, no sooner had Bei Xinglong uttered these words than he erupted into laughter, which swiftly transformed into anguished screams. with the complete disappearance of Bixinglong from this world. The Batara earrings he wore shattered entirely, and the 7 Dragon Balls were thoroughly purified. Gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls floating before him, Reg slowly remarked, "This battle has finally come to an end." Just as Reg prepared to return the Dragon Balls to Earth, a rift in space-time suddenly opened. From within emerged a Saiyan in the Super Saiyan 4 form, judging by the aura he exuded. This individual possessed a power slightly surpassing that of Bixinglong at his full strength, yet it was only marginally so. Reg turned his gaze in that direction. And at that moment, the figure also looked at him. After carefully observing the other party, Reg confirmed their identity. The figure spoke. "I just received a mission and detected powerful spatial fluctuations in this timeline, so I was sent to investigate. Were you the one responsible for the recent spatial disturbance?" The voice seemed to echo as though 2 people were speaking simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The figure was indeed their fusion, Gogeta. In the original work, it was Gogeta who had triumphed over Reg, albeit narrowly. Reg's expression was somewhat complex as he addressed Gogeta. "I was engaged in combat with a formidable opponent, and the spatial fluctuations were likely a result of our battle." Upon hearing this, Gogeta pondered for a moment and then inquired, "I see. Did you encounter a strong adversary? Do you require my assistance?" After observing Reg for a while, Gogeta noted that Reg's aura was not inferior and perhaps even superior to his own. An opponent capable of challenging such a powerful warrior could not be trifled with. Reg shook his head in response to Gogeta's question, replying, "No. I have already defeated him." Gogeta was taken aback but soon found relief. If even such a strong warrior could not subdue his enemy, what were his own chances of victory? With this thought, he asked Reg, "Very well. Could you describe your opponent? I need to record this for my mission." Reg nodded in agreement and stated, "The one I battled is named Bixinglong." After contemplating Reg's words for a while, Gogeta realized he was unfamiliar with that name and asked, "Do you have any specific information about this Bixinglong?" Reg elaborated. Bixinglong is a creature formed by the fusion of Super One-Star Dragon and Ultimate Baby using the Patera earrings. Gogeta was astonished and exclaimed, "What?" From the opponent's Super Saiyan 4 state, it was evident that he belonged to a parallel universe of GT. So it was reasonable for him to be aware of the existence of Super One-Star Dragon and Baby. Reg continued, ignoring Gogeta's shock, to describe the circumstances of this timeline, including how Super One-Star Dragon had absorbed negative energy for several years and how Ultimate Baby was born from consuming Golden Frieza. Gogeta's expression shifted from astonishment to seriousness. With the fusion of these 2 ultimate monsters, he could not guarantee an easy victory. Even if he succeeded, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. With this in mind, he said to Reg, "Thank you for providing such valuable information, but who exactly are you? I don't recall such a powerful warrior emerging from this realm." Reg, without hesitation, replied, "My name is Reg." Upon hearing this, Gogeta's pupils contracted, and he immediately assumed an offensive stance. In the original work, Reg was indeed a character from the GT universe, making his recognition by Gogeta entirely plausible. Seeing Gogeta ready for battle, Reg dismissed the threat, continuing, "Rest assured, I am not the Reg you know. I have never harbored thoughts of revenge, so given the current circumstances, I would be considered an ally of your side." Despite Reg's words, Gogeta remained on high alert, recalling how the original Reg had ruthlessly overpowered him. Observing Gogeta's continued vigilance, Reg crossed his arms and disdainfully remarked, "Given your current demeanor, you must have encountered me in other timelines. You should know my character well enough. Do you really think I would stoop to telling such a petty lie?" Gogeta fell silent, realizing that Reg was correct, even as an adversary in their timeline. He would not forsake his pride to deceive an enemy. Noticing Gogeta's silence, Reg cut to the chase, saying, "I do not care what I was like in your timeline. My objective now is to return these 7 purified Dragon Balls to this timeline's Earth." With that, he ignored Gogeta's astonished gaze and took the floating Dragon Balls. Watching Reg depart, Gogeta murmured, "Perhaps this Reg is different from the others I have encountered." Shaking his head, he followed Reg towards Earth, asking, "You appear quite young. How do you possess such formidable power?" Reg responded directly, "When I was born, my innate talent underwent a mutation." Intrigued, Gogeta pressed, "Oh, a mutation in your talent? What sort of transformation could produce such a being as you?" Reg did not answer directly but instead asked, "Are you familiar with Broly?" Gogeta, slightly taken aback, nodded. "Yes, he is a very strong and somewhat unhinged individual." Reg acknowledged this and explained, "I am the result of a similar mutation, which has endowed me with a battle power of 250,000 instead of the typical 50,000. Gogeta was left speechless. realizing that in his timeline, even an unaltered Reg could easily overpower him. The mutated Reg would likely be able to defeat him within moments of combat. He felt fortunate not to have acted hastily, or he might have found himself once again at the mercy of being ground into the earth. Thus, Reg and Gogeta conversed as they flew towards Earth. A few minutes after their departure, a portal opened at the battlefield. This portal appeared distinct, emanating a deep purple hue and a strong aura of malevolence. A shadow emerged from within, scanning the surroundings before stepping through. Upon exiting, the shadow grumbled, "What bad luck. To encounter Gogeta here, and that Child S power is even more terrifying than Gogeta S. I detected a potent evil presence in this area and came to investigate. Thank goodness I was cautious, or I might have been turned to dust by the two of them." Just as the shadow lamented its misfortune, an ominous aura suddenly captured its attention. Turning in that direction, it discovered the long-broken Badlara earring. As the shadow approached the earring, it sensed not only the faintly malevolent energy emanating from it, but also an exceedingly subtle trace of spiritual essence. The shadow enveloped the earring with its own power, holding it in hand for a meticulous examination. Then, unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "I thought today was utterly unfortunate. Little did I expect to have an unexpected gain." He gazed at the earrings in his hand and mused, "With these, one might conjure a creature of unfathomable power." Having uttered these words, he activated the portal and departed from this realm, as if he had never existed here, leaving not even a trace of his presence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Reg and Gogeta, after a lengthy journey, finally set foot on Earth. Upon arrival, Reg did not linger. He swiftly made his way to the basement where Bulma resided. En route, Reg reverted from his ancient transformation back to his normal state. For his immense energy was far too potent. Even a mere hint of it might overwhelm the planet. Upon entering the basement with Gogeta, Reg was taken aback to find an unexpected figure there, Dandy, the modern deity. Surprised to see Dandy in this place, Reg inquired about the events that had transpired with Bulma. Subsequently, Bulma began to recount the events that had transpired. It turned out that when Cell was perpetrating his massacre against humanity, Dandy had been using telepathy to relay information to Bulma, urging her to collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and others. However, at that time, Bulma's time machine was nearing completion, rendering it unnecessary to risk her life in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After all, according to the deity's decree, once a wish was granted, the Dragon Balls would scatter across the globe. Collecting them would be tantamount to running aimlessly across the entire world, making it nearly impossible for Cell to overlook her efforts. Ultimately, as everyone is aware, Trunks was assassinated, and the time machine was abandoned in another timeline. Left with no choice, Bulma was compelled to gather the Dragon Balls, only to discover that someone had already taken that step ahead of her. The good news was that the Dragon Balls had been collected. The bad news was that the collector was a remnant of Frieza's forces. The worst news was that the Dragon Balls had been corrupted, transforming into evil dragons. At that moment, these malevolent dragons wreaked havoc upon Earth, proving to be even more ruthless than Cell. Upon witnessing this devastation, Dandy initially contemplated suicide to revert the Dragon Balls back to stone, thereby eradicating the evil dragons. Yet, someone had anticipated his decision. The one-star dragon found its way to the deity's palace, sealing it off from outsiders and even bestowing upon Dandy a certain ability that rendered any self-destructive actions ineffective. In that moment, Dandy was engulfed in despair, powerless as he watched the evil dragons wreak havoc upon the planet. Just when all hope seemed lost, a figure appeared, rekindling his sense of hope. This individual was Reg, who, upon entering this timeline, not only vanquished Cell but also dispatched Super 17. Ultimately, the curse binding Dandy dissipated, and he could sense that the Dragon Balls had been purified. Overwhelmed with joy upon receiving this news, Dandy wept tears of relief, for the destruction wrought by the evil dragons had long ensnared him in a web of guilt and remorse. Now, with the evil dragons eradicated, Dandy finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. After leaving the Heavenly Temple, I sought out Bulma, who had a somewhat amicable relationship with Reg, to inquire about some basic information regarding him. Subsequently, I remained in the basement, awaiting Reg's return. After a considerable period, Reg finally arrived, cradling the purified 7 Dragon Balls. I approached him at a brisk pace, bowed, and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Reg. Had it not been for you, I might have been condemned to live in remorse and guilt forever." Chapter 46, The Limitless Time of Gogeta. An invitation to battle from Gogeta. Observing Dandy bowing in thanks before him, Reg dismissed the gesture with a wave of his hand, saying it was but a trifling effort. "Let us first contemplate how to handle these Dragon Balls." He then placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the table. Dandy regarded the 7 orbs with a complex expression. After a moment of internal deliberation, he sighed and addressed Reg. Do you have any wishes you would like to fulfill, Mr. Reg? If so, you might as well use the Dragon Balls, for this may be the last opportunity to do so. Dandy had resolved that, following the fulfillment of this wish, he would take the Dragon Balls back to the Heavenly Temple for stringent safeguarding. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Reg pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, I have no wishes to fulfill. I can manage everything with my own strength. Turning to Dandy, Reg exclaimed, Why are you so fearful of the Dragon Balls being tainted again? Why not resurrect Goku and his companions to safeguard the Earth? Upon hearing Reg's words, Dandy experienced a moment of clarity and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Reg. I will utilize the Dragon Balls to revive Goku and the others shortly. While Dandy and Reg deliberated on the fate of the Dragon Balls, Bulma's gaze remained fixed on Gogeta. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Bulma's scrutiny, Gogeta turned to her and inquired, Is something the matter? Do I have something unsightly on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? In response to Gogeta's query, Bulma shook her head and replied, No, it's just that you possess an oddly familiar aura. Realizing Bulma's implication, Gogeta explained, I am Gogeta, the warrior formed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Bulma, perplexed, asked, What is fusion? In this timeline, the narrative had only progressed to the Cell Saga, and Goku and Vegeta had met their demise prematurely. The concept of fusion, including the Patera earrings, was only revealed during the Majin Buu saga, making Bulma's ignorance entirely understandable. As Gogeta elucidated the purpose of fusion and the prerequisites for it, Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, that proud fool Vegeta actually chose to fuse with Goku and had to perform such an embarrassing dance. I never imagined Vegeta had such a side to him. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the portal that had remained ajar, where he observed Vegeta speaking. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Gogeta's lips twitched slightly, however. He could not deny the truth in her statement and, with resignation, chose to remain silent. On King Kai's planet, Vegeta naturally overheard the conversation between Gogeta and Bulma. In a fit of rage, he seized Goku by the collar and bellowed, Kakarot, you scoundrel, who would willingly fuse with a lowly warrior like you, and to perform such disgraceful dance moves. I assure you, even if I were to be reduced to ashes, I would never fuse with you. Goku, caught in Vegeta's furious grasp, responded helplessly, that was merely a situation from another timeline, and besides, our formidable foes have already been vanquished, right? So there's no need to worry, such an event will not occur. Even if we were to be forced into fusion, it would be unavoidable. Initially, Vegeta found himself still seething at Goku's earlier remarks, but upon hearing the final statement, he could no longer contain his fury. You imbecile! What do you mean by forced fusion? Do you truly believe there exists anything that could strip me of my dignity? To Vegeta's inquiry, Goku replied matter-of-factly, Of course, there is. When Bulma's life is in danger, and you lack the strength to save her, wouldn't that be the perfect moment for fusion? Hearing Goku's words rendered Vegeta speechless, stammering. I see how it is. So, you're playing this game, huh? I never imagined you, Goku, with your prominent brow and expressive eyes, could be so cunning. Unable to find a counterargument, he turned away with a huff, sulking in a corner. Once Vegeta fell silent, Goku turned to Gogeta, inquiring, by the way. I recall that the fusion technique has a time limit, right? How much time do you have left now? To Goku's question, Gogeta replied, I am unsure. Ever since we fused, we have not separated. It seems we are unable to do so for some reason. Goku was stunned, exclaiming, Nanny, such an absurd situation exists? Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was sulking nearby, also heard this revelation. He was astonished that such a powerful warrior had no time limit, while remaining wary of Goku beside him. After all, if he were to fuse with Goku one day and be unable to separate, he would not know where to lament his fate. At that moment, Gogeta appeared to have an epiphany and turned to Rege with excitement, saying, Let us engage in battle. I am eager to ascertain the limits of my power. Goku and Vegeta were both known as battle maniacs, and their fused form was no different. However, Gogeta's strength was so overwhelming that few could draw out his full potential. After all, the title of the strongest in the multiverse was not bestowed lightly. Seizing the rare opportunity to encounter a worthy opponent, Gogeta would not let it slip away. Upon hearing Gogeta's challenge, Rege, though somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two began to deliberate on the location of their impending battle. After all, the devastation wrought during the previous confrontation with Bixinglong remained unrepaired. After their discussions, they unanimously agreed upon the celestial realm of King Kai. As it existed in an alternate space, thus sparing the tangible world from any repercussions. Upon learning that two formidable warriors intended to clash on King Kai's planet, one was filled with joy while another was engulfed in worry. The jubilant ones were naturally Sun Wukong and Vegeta, for encounters of such mighty fighters were a rarity. The one in despair was, of course, the North KO, who harbored no illusions that his humble little planet could withstand the aftershocks of their confrontation. Despite his reservations, he dared not voice them openly, acutely aware that his opinions would likely fall on deaf ears in the presence of such titans. Thus, the North KO squatted in a corner, drawing circles on the ground in anxiety. Meanwhile, Reg transformed the portal using his power to distort reality, enlarging it significantly. Once satisfied with its size, the two warriors stepped through and arrived at King Kai's planet. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong dashed over to greet Reg, exclaiming, "Hey, when does your battle commence?" Reg replied, "It will begin shortly, but we shall not engage on King Kai's planet. Instead, we will take to the skies to prevent any disturbance to the realm." Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the North Kai, who was squatting in the corner, drawing circles. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "In addition, I shall place a shield around King Kai's planet to prevent it from being shattered by the aftermath of the battle." Upon hearing Reg's words, the two antennae atop North Kai's head instantly perked up, and he scampered over to Reg, filled with anticipation, and asked, "Is what you said true? Will King Kai's planet really remain unscathed?" Reg nodded in response to North Kai's inquiry. Chapter 47. Reg vs. Gogeta. Seeing Reg nod, North Kai's anxious heart finally found solace. Once everything was confirmed, Reg and Gogeta soared into the sky. Upon reaching a suitable altitude, they positioned themselves oppositely and assumed their offensive stances. At that moment, Reg began to unleash his aura, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Noticing Reg's transformation, Gogeta expressed his surprise, saying, "Aren't you going to use your previous form? You might struggle to defeat me in this state." Reg, aware that Gogeta referred to the ancient Super Saiyan form, replied, "Rest assured, this form is also quite formidable, and I am no longer the same as before." Since the perfect fusion of bloodlines, Reg's lineage had undergone a qualitative change. Even when standing still, his battle power would ascend like a rocket. Particularly during combat, his strength would surge even more rapidly. This explains why Reg did not immediately eliminate Long after transforming into ancient Super Saiyan earlier. Even in his current Super Saiyan 4 form, Reg possessed the strength to contend with Long from before. Seeing that Reg was unfazed, Gogeta did not press further and instead unleashed his own aura. As Gogeta had been maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 form, there was not much change after he released his energy. Thus, both warriors simultaneously erupted with immense power in the air, causing the surrounding space to distort. However, thanks to the shield that Reg had preemptively established, King Kai's planet remained largely unaffected. As time gradually elapsed, the two engaged in a tacit dance of combat, intertwining in midair. However, their astonishing speed rendered Son Goku and Vegeta on King Kai's planet incapable of perceiving anything beyond the sound of sonic booms, their forms blurred to mere shadows. After an extended exchange of blows in the sky, a resounding crash marked the moment they simultaneously retreated, gazing at each other from the air. One bore the imprint of a fist upon his face, while the other showcased the mark of a foot. It was evident that the one with the fist imprint was Reg, and the one with the foot imprint was Vegeta. Given that Reg was merely around 11 years of age, it was only natural that he would not engage in a direct fistfight with Vegeta, as his small stature hindered such a confrontation. At this moment, Vegeta traced the footprint on his face and smiled at Reg, remarking, "I didn't expect you to adapt so swiftly. However, I must now become a tad more serious. You ought to unleash a portion of your strength as well." With that, Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, his appearance remaining largely unchanged, yet surrounded by crackling currents of energy. Vegeta had completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, full power. Witnessing Vegeta's power surge once more, Reg, undeterred, began to unleash the latent energy within him, striving to transcend the limits of full power. After all, Reg had not been Super Saiyan 4 for long, had it not been for the enhanced completeness of his bloodline. He would not have dared to attempt such a transformation. As Rege's aura rapidly ascended, reaching a critical threshold, he instantaneously unleashed a surge of power, elevating himself to an even higher stage. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4, full power, was complete. Logically, Goku's Ultra Instinct should surpass Rege's full power, as the full designation of Ultra Instinct signifies a force that transcends conventional limits. However, given the current circumstances, the two auras appeared remarkably comparable. This phenomenon primarily stemmed from Rege's inherent bloodline enhancements, coupled with the amplification of miraculous power, which contributed to this extraordinary scene. Observing Rege's might, Goku was taken aback, as he had previously assumed that Rege had not trained for long in Super Saiyan 4 and thus could not achieve full power. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the realization that with an individual as unfathomably strong as Rege existing, a sudden breakthrough in the midst of battle was hardly surprising. Subsequently, the two individuals engaged in yet another fierce struggle, but this time the intensity escalated dramatically, causing fissures to emerge in the surrounding space, all while they deliberately restrained their full power. As time gradually elapses, the two individuals have yet to determine a victor. Subsequently, both parties instinctively distance themselves, simultaneously gathering their strength, poised to conclude this match through a clash of waves. As the energy between the two intensified, the surrounding space not only warped but also exhibited signs of collapse. Gogeta gazed at Rege and remarked, "You must withstand this attack. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as the Regs of other dimensions." In the original narrative, Rege fell victim to Gogeta during a clash, primarily due to the dual burdens of an ancient prophecy that foretold inevitable defeat against Gogeta and a similar curse regarding the Sun family. Rege, discerning the implication behind Gogeta's words, retorted, "Do not compare me to those counterfeit versions. This contest may not conclude in your favor." The reason Rege referred to the alternate versions of himself as imposters lies in his nature as a traveler from another realm, inherently distinct from the inhabitants of this world. Perhaps influenced by his lineage, Rege's character has subtly shifted, imbuing him with a sense of arrogance reminiscent of the original tale. Nevertheless, despite these slight alterations, the ingrained values of etiquette and respect remain intact, whether in the presence of deities, the North Kai, or the esteemed elder of Namek. Whenever Rege seeks assistance, he naturally approaches others with courtesy, eschewing any haughty demeanor. Upon hearing Rege's words, Gogeta found them intriguing and responded, "You must hold your ground, should you falter. What distinguishes you from those impostors?" To this, Rege merely scoffed and replied, "I need no instruction from you. Perhaps you should contemplate where you will weep after your defeat." In response to Rege's taunt, Gogeta refrained from further conversation, instead accelerating the buildup of his own energy. As time gradually slipped away, both individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, uttering the names of their respective techniques while unleashing their waves. Super Explosive Kamehameha. Ultra Ultimate Flash. The Ultra Ultimate Flash is a technique conceived by Rege, multiplying the power of the Ultimate Flash tenfold. This technique was inspired by Goku's tenfold Kamehameha used in the GT timeline. Therefore, the Ultra Ultimate Flash could also be referred to as the tenfold Ultimate Flash. The collision of these two immense powers resulted in a colossal explosion. The mere aftermath sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, leaving cracks in its wake. Even King Kai's planet was not spared. Despite Rege's protective shield, the overwhelming residual force caused the planet to veer off its original trajectory. Although the explosive force generated by both techniques was undeniably formidable, the current situation remained a stalemate. As time gradually slips away, the seemingly disadvantaged Gogeta prepares to reveal his true strength, determined to settle the contest against Broly with this decisive move. As Vegeta let out a mighty roar, his aura began to transform. The original golden energy gradually morphed into a deep crimson, culminating in an overwhelming surge of power emanating from Vegeta. Vegeta had completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Chapter 48, The Rejection of Bloodlines. The victor, Vegeta. Rege looked on in astonishment as Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, exclaiming, "What? Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break?" While Rege had anticipated this transformation due to Vegeta's inherent talent, he had not expected it to occur in such a remarkably brief span of seconds. Unlike the previous transformations, the Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break phase requires the replacement of regular energy within the body with divine energy. In the Dragon Ball Heroes saga, Super Saiyan 4 Goku attained this form by absorbing the divine energy from 3 other Saiyans and 1 Super Saiyan. Furthermore, in a confrontation between Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, Goku and White God Goku, the latter emerged victorious by a narrow margin, illustrating the formidable nature of Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Currently, Rege was aware of 2 methods to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break transformation. The first method, akin to Goku's approach in the Dragon Ball Heroes arc, involves briefly absorbing the divine energy of other Saiyans to attain Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. However, this transformation is not permanent, as the divine energy is not inherently one's own and will eventually be depleted. The second method entails cultivating divine energy oneself and transforming one's own Super Saiyan 4 aura into divine energy, thus achieving Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. it was evident that Vegeta was employing the latter approach. At that moment, while Reg was still grappling with the shock of Vegeta's transformation, Vegeta unleashed a sudden burst of power, shifting the previously balanced contest into an overwhelming assault directed at Reg. In mere moments, Reg found himself within mere meters of being struck by Vegeta's energy wave. Under such circumstances, it was clear that a slight exertion from Vegeta would spell defeat for Reg. Seeing Vegeta's disregard for martial ethics ignited Reg's temper, and he declared, "Do not presume that you are the only one with hidden cards." With that, Reg's aura erupted once more, the outer layer of his originally golden energy now tinged with a fierce red. 20-fold Kaioken. As the aura of Rege surged forth, the precarious situation that had him on the brink of defeat was swiftly turned back in his favor. However, it did not return to a state of equilibrium, at best. The odds were now slightly tilted in a 40-60 ratio. In this moment, Rege sensed something amiss. Logically, his current strength should have been magnified 20-fold. Yet, upon closer inspection, he observed that his power had merely doubled. A sense of repulsion emanated from within him, and through meticulous observation, he discerned that it was his own bloodline that was rejecting the energy of the Kaioken. It appeared that after achieving a perfect fusion, his bloodline had developed a disdain for other forms of power enhancement, with the Kaioken being the unfortunate target. Previously, the two bloodlines had been in conflict, completely disregarding the Kaioken's power. However, now that they had beautifully merged, they worked in unison to fend off external threats, resulting in the original 20-fold increase being reduced to a mere 2-fold. Fortunately, the amplification from the power of miracles remained intact. It seemed that during the perfect fusion of his bloodlines, the essence of those miraculous powers had also been integrated, thus avoiding any rejection. With this realization, Rege shook his head, casting aside a multitude of distracting thoughts. His sole focus now was to vanquish Gogeta and secure victory in this battle. With this determination, Rege intensified his energy output, and the previously marginal odds shifted to a more balanced 50-50 stance in an instant. As time gradually elapses, the energy accumulating in the midst grows ever more voluminous, and signs of instability have begun to manifest. Witnessing this scene, both Rege and Gogeta simultaneously harnessed their strength and swiftly adopt a defensive posture. As the two individuals exerted their strength, the unstable energy in the middle erupted instantaneously, radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding space was marred by fissures caused by this immense force, and naturally, both Rege and Gogeta found themselves within the affected area. As time gradually elapses, the energy finally dissipates, revealing both Rege and Gogeta from the swirling mist. Yet, there is no sign of their auras diminishing, rather, they appear to have intensified. This remarkable enhancement can be attributed to the extraordinary ability of Super Saiyan 4, which allows the absorption of energy to bolster one's strength. In the GT timeline, Son Goku has demonstrated this ability multiple times, leading many Dragon Ball enthusiasts in previous lives to refer to the Super Saiyan 4 form as the wizard form. Returning to the present, after experiencing a significant surge in power, the two charge towards each other. Observing the sequence of blows, it becomes evident that Gogeta currently holds the upper hand. However, as time ticks by, Reg gradually begins to level the playing field thanks to his lineage. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Gogeta swiftly gathers energy in one hand and unleashes a Dragon Fist. The Dragon Fist is a signature technique of Son Goku, and naturally, the fused Gogeta possesses this ability as well. In response to Gogeta's Dragon Fist, Reg also counters with his own version of the technique. As the two individuals rapidly approached one another, it seemed inevitable that their Dragon Fist would collide. Suddenly, with a deft flick of his wrist to the left, Vegeta altered the trajectory of his punch. Upon noticing this subtle maneuver, Reg felt a sense of foreboding, yet it was too late for him to react. The two fists that were destined to clash instead passed each other in an instant. However, due to Reg's relatively smaller stature, his fist could not reach Vegeta. Ultimately, Vegeta executed a Dragon Fist that struck Reg squarely in the face, sending him flying. Thus, Vegeta emerged victorious by the narrowest of margins. Reg's trajectory was directed toward the previously displaced King Kai's planet, and this path had been calculated by Vegeta. Reg hurtled through the protective barrier of King Kai's planet, crashing into its surface and creating a significant crater. At that moment, Reg had reverted to his normal state, lying in the pit in a daze. Utterly unable to comprehend the final outcome, Vegeta soon hovered before Reg, exclaiming, "I told you to use your full strength long ago. If you had done so, would there have been so many complications?" Reg, snapping out of his stupor, regarded Vegeta with a somewhat dark expression. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Vegeta in making such a statement. Unable to contain himself any longer, Reg retorted, What gives you the right to say that? You old trickster? You have no martial ethics, bullying a mere 11-year-old child. Upon hearing Reg's words, Vegeta awkwardly scratched his head. Subsequently, he retrieved a mystical bean from the pouch at his waist and tossed it to Reg, saying, "Take this. It will help restore some of your injuries and stamina. Consider it an apology." Chapter 49. Inquiring about Vegeta's method of cultivating divine energy. Returning to the primary timeline, Reg remained silent, directly accepting the bean from Vegeta's hand before promptly consuming it, savoring its essence. Upon swallowing, he experienced an instantaneous revival of his injuries and stamina, reaching his peak condition once more. Awed by the miraculous effects of the mystical bean, he could not help but marvel at its extraordinary nature. Regrettably, most of the beans were consumed by Meat Suit Yasuo, leaving only a scant few for the main protagonists. In that moment, Reg contemplated returning to inquire with the cat sage for a few more beans. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed from his mind, given his current circumstances. The beans held little significance for him. As for stamina restoration, was his bloodline merely ornamental? And regarding injury recovery, considering Reg's prowess, how many could possibly inflict serious damage upon him? Rising and brushing off the dust from his attire, Reg addressed Vegeta, expressing, "I hope you can teach me how to cultivate divine energy." After speaking, he offered a respectful salute to Vegeta. Upon hearing Reg's words, Vegeta stood momentarily stunned. In his perception, Reg's character was far removed from any semblance of politeness. Even if he were to request instruction on cultivating divine energy, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to be this courteous. The Reg he remembered would undoubtedly transform into his strongest form, demanding the cultivation methods with an iron grip around his own throat, or dismissing the notion of divine energy cultivation altogether. After a brief pause, Vegeta regained his composure and responded, "I apologize. I cannot teach you how to cultivate divine energy, but I can impart the cultivation mantra to you." As a time patrolman, Vegeta had arrived in this timeline solely for a mission, and his time was inherently limited. Had he not encountered a formidable being like Reg, he would have likely departed immediately after completing his task. Acknowledging Vegeta's words, Reg nodded in agreement. With Reg's acceptance, Vegeta began to elucidate the methods of cultivating divine energy. Meanwhile, nearby, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also gathered closer, eager to absorb Vegeta's teachings. For them, the cultivation of divine energy undoubtedly represented another pathway to greater strength. As time gradually passed, Vegeta finally completed the explanation of the cultivation method of divine energy. Subsequently, Gogeta turned to Rege and remarked, "I have lingered in this space-time for quite a while. It is about time for me to depart and report back on my mission." Upon hearing Gogeta's words, Rege promptly replied, "Well then, I hope we have the chance to engage in battle once more. I shall ensure to make up for that punch I missed." In response to Rege's statement, Gogeta smiled and said, "Is that so? I genuinely look forward to our next encounter." Subsequently, he retrieved a peculiar object from the bag, resembling a pocket watch. As Vegeta pressed the button above, a portal suddenly opened before him. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard Rege's voice from behind, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget this kindness." Upon finishing, he clasped his fist in salute towards Vegeta, signifying his appreciation for the teachings received. Vegeta turned to see Rege's gesture and smiled, saying, "Rather than speak of thanks, how about we engage in a duel the next time we meet? Bring forth your true abilities. Do not claim that I have bullied you." With that, he too performed a fist salute towards Rege. They exchanged smiles before turning away, with Vegeta stepping into the portal. Once the portal closed, Vegeta had irrevocably departed from this realm. Subsequently, Reg's gaze shifted towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta as he inquired, "Do you still wish to engage in battle with me?" After all, Reg recalled their prior agreement. Upon hearing Reg's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. And it was Sun Wukong who, with a wry smile, replied, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. We seek a contest of equal footing, not a futile skirmish." They had both witnessed the recent confrontation, and although the intricacies of their movements remained obscured, their dialogue suggested that even their fused entity had barely triumphed in combat. True conflict should arise from a parity of strength, rather than an overwhelming superiority that borders on the absurd. Such a scenario would be tantamount to courting demise. Acknowledging Sun Wukong's sentiments, Reg nodded and remarked, "Since there are no further matters to attend to in this realm, it is time for me to take my leave." Upon hearing of Reg's intention to depart, Sun Wukong merely nodded in acquiescence, refraining from any attempt to hinder him. After all, Reg was not a denizen of this dimension, and any effort to impede him would be futile. He would inevitably depart in due course. Subsequently, Reg opened a portal using the power to distort reality. Initially, Reg was unaware of the coordinates of the primary timeline, yet he had taken precautions well in advance. He had solidified some miraculous energy at a certain location on Mars within the primary timeline, which served as the coordinates for time and space. The miraculous energy was not as perilous as one might imagine. On the contrary, it was exceedingly benign. As long as one refrained from actively utilizing it, it would remain dormant within one's body, ensuring the safety of one's life. There was no need to worry about chaotic energies causing internal injuries. And this power possessed both offensive and healing capabilities, rendering it truly versatile. However, the primary purpose was to guard against Vis's surveillance, as the miraculous energy was so gentle that it would evade detection unless scrutinized closely. The intent behind protecting against Vis was primarily due to Beerus, after all. According to the original narrative, Beerus was not only a glutton but also a combat enthusiast. Should the opponent become aware of Reg's presence, a confrontation would be inevitable. While victory would be favorable, defeat would lead to utter destruction. Before arriving in this timeline, Reg was merely a newly transformed Super Saiyan 4. In that form, he was entirely incapable of contending with Beerus, which was why he had opted to use miraculous energy as his coordinates. However, the situation had changed. His lineage had not only perfectly fused, but he had also mastered the ancient transformation. While he might not be able to vanquish Beerus outright, at the very least, he could hold his own. As Reg was reflecting on his recent gains, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the portal. Clearly, it was Reg's miraculous energy, indicating that the primary timeline had indeed been located. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. After a whirlwind of chaos, Reg fell directly from the mark he had created on Mars using his miraculous powers. Rising from the ground, he surveyed his surroundings, as well as the energy orb materialized by his extraordinary abilities before him. At this moment, Reg was certain that he had returned to the primary space-time continuum. With this realization, he soared beyond the Martian atmosphere and into the vastness of the cosmos. Subsequently, he soared towards the direction of Earth. Upon arrival, he made a beeline for his dwelling. After a considerable period of flight, he finally beheld the coastal villa before him. Regrettably, he had no time to admire his abode and proceeded directly to Sapari's room. Upon opening the door, he discovered Sapari still nestled in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Observing her in such a state, a wry smile flickered across Reg's lips. He had battled fiercely in another dimension, nearly losing his life, while she remained blissfully unaware, still lost in dreams. With a resigned sigh, Reg remarked, "One can only say she remains the same lazy creature. Not a thing has changed over the years." Chapter 50. The Terrifying Might of D-Class Warriors. Does a heart of justice equate to S-cells? Subsequently, Reg pushed forward and said to Sapari, "Stop sleeping. It's time to rise." Sapari, still in slumber, slowly opened her eyes at Reg's gentle nudge. She sat up from the bed, groggy, and gazed at Reg. Upon recognizing him, she spoke in a half-asleep tone. "Good morning, Your Highness Reg." After saying this, she yawned. Observing her sleepy demeanor, Reg shook his head in resignation and said, "Please prepare a fire. We shall have breakfast soon." Upon hearing the word breakfast, Sapari instantly perked up and responded eagerly, "Yes, Your Highness Reg. I shall complete the task." With that, she leaped out of the nearby window and dashed toward the nearest forest in search of firewood. Witnessing the stark contrast in Sapari's energy, Reg found himself at a loss for words. It is often said that those who traverse as Scions are meant to live off others. How is it that in my case, it seems to have reversed? With a sigh of resignation, Reg took to the skies, flying towards the ocean. After catching several large fish, he prepared to return and start cooking. After some time, as he gazed at the sizzling grilled fish before him, he noticed Sapari beside him, saliva slowly dripping from her mouth. Reg, observing her unrefined behavior, couldn't help but feel exasperated. At the very least, you are a lady. Can't you pay a bit more attention to your personal image? Subsequently, Reg gazed upon Sapari's physique, perhaps a result of his own indulgence in lavish feasts of fish and meat, which kept him from the aimless wandering depicted in the original work. Her figure was far from the ordinary portrayal in the text. She already possessed the potential to become a D-class powerhouse. However, at this moment, Sapari appeared to be around 11 years of age, and her features could be aptly described in 4 words as youthful and striking, though the latter 2 words must remain unspoken. At this juncture, Sapari noticed Reg's gaze and, tilting her head in curiosity, inquired, "Your Highness Reg, is there something dirty on my face?" Upon hearing Sapari's question, Reg swiftly averted his eyes, his cheeks flushing as he stammered, "Ahem, it's nothing. You seem rather hungry. Why not check if the fish is ready? If it is, you may help yourself." Sapari, perceiving no issue with his suggestion, nodded in agreement. After all, One could hardly expect an 11-year-old child to comprehend much. Could it be that he was a lecher in a previous life? Once she determined that the fish was sufficiently cooked, she proceeded to take a piece and eat. After a while, the meal concluded, and Reg prepared to rise for training. Before departing, he addressed Sapari, saying, "If you wish to rest, feel free to return to your room. However, if you desire to train, please retrieve the gravity wristbands from my chamber." For Reg at that moment, the gravity wristbands served only to enhance his baseline combat abilities, while the forthcoming training pertained to divine energy, rendering the wristbands momentarily unnecessary, thus they were placed in his room. Having spoken, he executed a swift teleportation directly to the surface of Mars. Reg located a flat expanse and settled upon a massive stone, ready to commence his training. Subsequently, Reg began to contemplate the cultivation of divine energy. According to the incantations articulated in the God and God chapter, the essence lies in achieving a tranquil heart and spirit. Though it may appear deceptively simple, for Reg, this was not merely a challenge, it felt as though it was an impossibility. The Saiyan lineage is inherently combative. His own bloodline was a fusion of the ancient Saiyan heritage and the notoriously tempestuous Super Saiyan lineage, rendering the notion of inner peace utterly foreign to him. Thus, Reg resolved to pursue an alternative method for cultivating divine energy. This method involved uniting 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice to transform into a Super Saiyan god. To be candid, Reg harbored profound doubts regarding the efficacy of this approach. What precisely constitutes a heart of justice? What are the criteria for achieving such a state? After witnessing the malevolent Saiyan Kamba in the Dragon Ball Heroes saga, Reg began to form a tentative hypothesis. Perhaps a heart of justice is synonymous with S cells. He had long entertained this conjecture that the quantity of S cells could influence the transformation of a Saiyan. Trunks and Goten were able to transform into Super Saiyans from birth because they inherited a portion of their ancestors' cells. What, then, transpires when S cells reach their zenith? In the God and God chapter, the 5 Saiyans imparted their hearts of justice to Goku, resulting in his transformation into a Super Saiyan god. It is conceivable that they did not transfer their hearts of justice in a literal sense, but rather, their essence, which catalyzed a rapid increase in the S cells within Goku, propelling him to a critical threshold that enabled his transformation. Reg suspected that this increase in S cells was perhaps a result of resonance, with the essence acting like a conduit for energy transfer. Furthermore, it is plausible that the intensity of their essence could affect the rate of S cell proliferation. This notion stemmed from the malevolent Saiyan Kamba. In the original narrative, Kamba was able to influence Goku solely through his own essence, causing Goku to lose his rationality and succumb to Kamba's control. However, at that moment, Reg believed that the true warriors among the Saiyans were limited to Vegeta and a not yet fully diminished Gohan. This led Reg to another hypothesis. Does the rate of S cell proliferation correlate with one's bloodline? After all, 3 of the 5 Saiyans were related to Goku by blood. Even if S cells bore no connection to the heart of justice, their contribution to the cultivation of divine energy would undoubtedly be invaluable. The conditions for the growth of S cells necessitate a tranquil environment, which aligns perfectly with the meditative practice required for divine energy cultivation, thus enhancing S cells, even if it does not culminate in a transformation to Super Saiyan God, would still be beneficial for his training. With this in mind, Reg found himself troubled by the question of how to augment his S cells. While his miraculous power could both combat and heal, it was not a life force. He could not compel his S cells to divide forcibly. After much contemplation, Reg concluded that his sole recourse was to journey to Namek and beseech the Grand Elder for one final wish. Without hesitation, Reg instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. Upon locating the concealed spaceship and determining the coordinates of Namek, he set forth in that direction, confident that with his prowess, he could reach it in no more than 3 hours. After a period of flight, the verdant orb of Namek finally came into view. Without a moment's pause, he descended towards the surface. After successfully landing, he utilized his ability to sense energy to locate the Grand Elder. The instant he pinpointed the Grand Elder's location, he surged in that direction, arriving above the dwelling of the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he gently descended and knocked on the door, stating, "Elder, I have come to fulfill the last wish." At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Nilu emerged from within. Gazing at Rege, he remarked, "The Elder anticipated your arrival, therefore, the Dragon Balls have been prepared in advance. Please, follow me." Upon hearing Nilu's words, Rege was slightly taken aback. Yet he refrained from further comment and followed closely behind Nilu. Upon reaching their destination, Nyla nodded towards the Namekian standing before the Dragon Balls, signifying that it was permissible to proceed. Receiving consent, The Namekian invoked Purunga in his native tongue. At that juncture, the Namekian looked at Rege, prompting him to articulate his wish. Author's note: the preceding content is purely a fabrication of the author. Consider it a mere amusement and kindly refrain from nitpicking, treating it as a light-hearted read. Chapter 51. A New Method of Breakthrough. The World of Meditation. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. Observing the situation, Rege, without a moment's hesitation, voiced his desire. Increase the quantity of S cells within me to the fullest extent of your abilities. Upon hearing Rege's request, the Namekian nodded and subsequently conveyed the wish to Purunga. After a brief silence, Purunga declared, "Your wish shall be granted." Following this, his eyes began to emit a crimson glow, while a soft white light enveloped Rege. After a while, the white luminescence dissipated, and Rege attentively sensed the changes within his body. He discovered that his temper had notably softened, rendering him less prone to irritation from mere words. Once he had finished assessing the transformation, he expressed his gratitude to Nailu and the other Namekians with a respectful fist salute, stating, "Thank you all for your assistance. I have attained what I needed." In response to Rege's gratitude, Nailu shook his head and replied, "There is no need for thanks. We owe you a wish. Now that the final wish has been fulfilled, we are even." Rege, acknowledging Nailu's words with a nod, remarked, "Since the last wish has been realized, it is time for me to depart." Hearing this, Nailu nodded in agreement, saying, "You appear to have pressing matters. I shall not keep you. I hope we may meet again in the future. Farewell." He then mirrored Rege's earlier fist salute in response. Observing Nailu's gesture, Rege nodded and reciprocated the salute. Subsequently, utilizing the power of miracles, he instantaneously transported himself to the coordinates of Mars. Upon his return, Rege took a seat on the ground, closed his eyes, and prepared to cultivate the divine energy. A meticulous observation revealed that even with the increase of S cells, he could not entirely suppress the restless energy. No matter how he endeavored, it remained a mere drop in the bucket. Left with no choice, Rege contemplated new strategies. After some reflection, an idea indeed emerged. Since the tumult could not be subdued, why not embrace it? This notion may sound paradoxical. After all, how could turmoil and tranquility coexist? Yet, one would never know without attempting. Resolute in his decision, Rege closed his eyes once more and entered a meditative state. Upon reopening his eyes within this meditative realm, he found himself enveloped in a void. As he had entered meditation with a mind devoid of thoughts, a boundless emptiness stretched before him. Subsequently, Rege began to envision the plane of the sea. This was, of course, no mere fantasy. It required the mobilization of his own essence to conceive this void of a world. As he regulated his breath, a vast expanse of ocean emerged beneath his feet. However, due to the tumultuous nature of his energy, the waters were frequently besieged by towering waves, rendering tranquility elusive. Rege began to harness his inner force, striving to quell the tempestuous turmoil beneath the surface of the sea. With the suppression of Rege, the once tumultuous waves at the sea surface diminished until they vanished entirely. Ultimately, the entire expanse of the ocean lay tranquil and mirror-like. However, this serenity was merely superficial, for the insurrection instigated by Rege had not dissipated. It lingered beneath the surface, manifesting as a hidden undertow. Rege stood upon the water, channeling his essence from the depths below. Yet, this essence bore no traces of upheaval. The vast ocean acted as a sieve, containing all fury and suppressing it to the abyss. In the end, the essence that floated upon the surface reverted to its primordial state. Subsequently, I began to silently recite the teachings imparted by the Bhagavad Gita. As Rege gradually articulated the incantation, a sense of tranquility enveloped his inner being. It was as if the combative spirit characteristic of the Saiyans had dissipated, allowing him to enter a state of serene detachment. Rege slowly realized that the initial aura he had felt seemed to vanish, as if it had never existed. He understood that his energy was beginning to transform into that of a divine essence, for indeed, the aura of a deity is imperceptible to mere mortals. Simultaneously, Rege's physical form outside began to undergo subtle changes. His muscles gradually contracted, though the transformation was not overt. One would hardly notice it without close scrutiny. Subsequently, a surge of lightning erupted from his entire being. However, this lightning differed from the white lightning of the Super 2. It was golden in hue, and it did not solely manifest around Rege, as the sky also bore witness to such lightning. Simultaneously, within the meditative space, Rege began to shape some divine energy, transforming it into a landscape within the realm of meditation. As the shaping of the thunderstorm commenced, the once pitch-black sky began to reveal the presence of clouds. As the speed of shaping by Rege accelerated, the sky became adorned with the sun, the moon, and a multitude of stars, all imbued with a fragment of miraculous power. resulting in the alternation of day and night. Concurrently, the weather on Mars began to transform, as if time itself were hastening, revealing signs of both night and day. While golden auspicious clouds graced the heavens. At this moment, within the meditative space, Rege commenced preparations to complete the final step. He directly transformed a portion of divine essence into wind, allowing it to disperse throughout this world. With the advent of the wind, the once tranquil surface of the sea stirred into gentle waves. Beneath, the dark currents re-emerged, riding the crest of these waves. Yet, Reg did not intend to suppress them. Rather, he sought to bring the hidden depths of the ocean to light. His motivation lay in a desire to preserve humanity. Reg believed that human emotions should oscillate between calmness and anger. He would not allow one to be devoid of feelings. Nor would he permit one to succumb to rage and lose reason. His primary aim was to avoid being supplanted by divinity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, numerous deities have exhibited their ruthlessness, most notably the angel race in the Grand Zeno. Although the angels display a semblance of benevolence, they uphold a neutral stance, remaining unmoved even in the face of death. This was starkly illustrated during the Tournament of Power, where they erased all universes except for the seventh, preserving only the angels. Their reactions were merely expressions of regret, devoid of profound emotion, as if they were detached observers, lamenting the fate of others without genuine sorrow. Such a form of divinity was not what Reg desired. He refused to become an emotionless entity, nor did he wish to treat feelings as mere commodities to be bartered. Thus, under Reg's influence, the divine aura began to transform, as if the once colorless essence now acquired a unique hue of its own. Simultaneously, Reg's hair outside began to subtly shift, faintly transitioning towards a crimson shade. The atmospheric conditions above also began to fluctuate. At times, the sun shone brightly, while at others, ominous clouds gathered, and even hail began to fall. Within the meditative space, Reg discerned that the divine aura had reached a critical threshold. Sensing this phenomenon, Reg felt that an opportunity had finally arrived. Subsequently, Reg began to unleash his fury, channeling the divine energy to transcend the critical threshold. Perhaps this divine energy had already been imbued with a sense of rebellion, as Reg's manipulation triggered a chain reaction. Initially, Reg believed that he would need to attempt the breakthrough at least 3 to 4 times before achieving success. However, due to the cascading effects of the divine energy, there were already signs of a breakthrough at the critical point. Sensing the imminent breakthrough, Reg summoned all his strength and unleashed the entirety of his divine energy in a single, powerful surge. With the onset of this eruption, Reg's hair transformed entirely into a vivid crimson hue, accompanied by the ethereal resonance of distant melodies in the air. Upon reopening his eyes, a pair of crimson irises emerged, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Thus, the deity of Super Saiyan was born. Chapter 52, a comparison between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. The deceitful old beggar. The arrival of Angel Whis. As Reg, having transformed into Super Saiyan God, unleashed a punch towards the ground, the earth shattered like a fragile spider's web. After sensing the surge of power, he remarked, "This strength does not surpass that of Super Saiyan 4. With that, he charged forward in an instant, only to halt abruptly. He continued, "Yet, my speed does not rival that of Super Saiyan 4. Subsequently, upon meticulous reflection on the recent events, I discerned a significant enhancement in my cognitive abilities." Subsequently, Reg embarked on additional specialized training, assessing the state of the Super Saiyan God. Upon completing his analysis, he compared it with the Super Saiyan 4, stating, "The Super Saiyan God possesses neither the speed nor the strength of the Super Saiyan 4. However, its cognitive abilities have significantly improved, enabling it to swiftly identify the opponent's weaknesses during combat and adapt effectively to the circumstances. In essence, the transformation into the God form is characterized by a technical approach. Conversely, the Super Saiyan 4 exhibits remarkable power and speed, alongside a rapid recovery rate from injuries, possibly linked to its Great Ape transformation. Nevertheless, its cognitive abilities are not as formidable as those of the Super Saiyan God. In summary, the transformation into the Super Saiyan 4 is categorized as a critical strike approach. Subsequently, Rege assumed the stance for the Ultimate Flash, unleashing a formidable blast composed of divine energy. The Ultimate Flash surged towards a nearby mountain, instantly reducing it to ashes. Yet, the Ultimate Flash showed no signs of ceasing, propelling itself directly into the cosmos. Observing the devastated scene before him, Rege remarked, "The divine energy surpasses ordinary energy." That last blast of the Ultimate Flash was merely slightly less potent than the Super Ultimate Flash. Subsequently, Reg transitioned directly from the state of Super Saiyan God back to his normal form. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "In scenarios involving long-range combat or dealing with waves, transforming using divine energy is optimal." However, in close quarters or prolonged battles, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is superior. In summary, both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God possess their respective strengths and weaknesses. By merging the two, one can harness the advantages of both forms, achieving the ultimate breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4, which combines divine energy, heightened intellect, speed, and strength. He couldn't help but marvel at his own good fortune. This meditative technique was acquired from an elderly beggar in his past life. After graduating from high school, he sought employment as an intern in a restaurant, earning his first significant income. It was during this time that an old beggar approached him, offering to sell some martial arts manuals. Fresh out of high school and driven by the impulsiveness of newfound wealth, coupled with the fact that, in an era of limited internet access, many boys fantasized about being heroes, Reg, unable to resist the allure of spending, inexplicably purchased a manual. That evening, he began practicing, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it bore little utility. It was then that Reg realized he had been duped. Yet he had no means of locating the beggar and could only lament his frivolous spending. Since his arrival in this world, he had not thought of that manual until he pondered how to cultivate divine energy. At that moment, Reg began to speculate that the manual might indeed hold some value. After all, he had traversed into another realm. Was there anything more absurd than that? Initially, Reg approached this endeavor with a sense of trial and error, never anticipating success. Yet, unexpectedly, he successfully cultivated divine energy. Subsequently, Reg shook his head, contemplating his next course of action. While he was still pondering over the upcoming training, a sudden voice resonated behind him. "Ah, a new deity has emerged. It seems rather formidable." The moment he heard the voice, Reg's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned around, retreating a few steps while cautiously observing the individual who had appeared before him. The figure before Reg wielded a staff, possessed pale blue skin and white hair, and was adorned in garments with intricate patterns. This person was none other than Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Noticing Reg's heightened vigilance, Whis merely smiled and said, "There is no need for alarm. I am Whis, the angel of this universe. We are unable to erase any life without the consent of the higher-ups." The higher-ups referred to the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Upon hearing Whis's words, Reg gradually relaxed his guard. Angels are generally not prone to deceit, and he lacked the standing to compel an angel to lie. Given Whis's prowess, Reg surmised that he could easily be vanquished with just a single finger. Truth be told, Reg had anticipated that transforming into a Super Saiyan would attract Whis's attention. After all, within a single universe, beings with divine essence are exceedingly rare, particularly for someone of his strength, who wielded immense power immediately upon transformation. Under such circumstances, it was akin to a nude man sprinting through a gay club, drawing all eyes. As Reg contemplated how to respond to Whis, the angel, with a smile, inquired, "Young man, would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction?" Whis discerned the remarkable talent possessed by the youth before him, believing that with proper training, he could potentially surpass Beerus and even approach the level of an angel. Upon hearing Whis's proposition, Reg was momentarily taken aback but shook his head, replying, "I apologize, but I have no interest in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction. Please seek another." Whis was somewhat astonished. The position of God of Destruction was a coveted dream for all beings in the universe. Attaining such a role would not only grant immense destructive power but also confer a high status within the cosmos, allowing one to obliterate those who displeased them. Yet, Reg's unwavering refusal was unexpected for Whis. Although surprised, Whis respected Reg's decision and said, "Since you are unwilling to pursue the role of God of Destruction, I shall take my leave. I hope we may meet again in the future." As Whis prepared to depart, Reg called out to him, saying, "While I do not wish to become a candidate, I would appreciate it if you could teach me how to cultivate the Ultra Instinct technique." With that, he performed a respectful bow towards Whis. Whis, taken aback by Reg's knowledge of the Ultra Instinct, replied, "I did not expect you to be familiar with it. However, I am under no obligation to instruct you." Although surprised by how Reg acquired knowledge of the Ultra Instinct, Whis acknowledged that since Reg had not become a candidate for the God of Destruction, he had no duty to teach him. After all, angels are neutral entities, akin to observers, and do not interfere lightly in the universe's affairs. Reg had foreseen Whis's response and was prepared, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not ask for your teachings without offering something in return. I am willing to provide compensation for your instruction in the Ultra Instinct technique." Upon hearing this, Whis's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Oh, what do you intend to offer as compensation for me to teach you the Ultra Instinct?" Recognizing Whis's curiosity, Reg earnestly replied, "I plan to offer some delicacies as compensation, I hope that satisfies you, Lord Whis. Instantly, Whis, who had previously shown indifference towards the matter, became serious and inquired, "Are the delicacies you speak of truly delectable?" Whis, an avid foodie himself yet lacking culinary skills, became earnest at the mention of food. Reg confidently replied, "Of course. It is undoubtedly a delicacy you have never tasted before." Subsequently, utilizing the power to distort reality, he conjured ice cream into his hands. Witnessing Reg conjure ice cream from thin air, Whis was somewhat taken aback. He discerned that Reg was employing a certain rule-based power. However, it mattered little. Angels are inherently neutral. The nature of the rule-based power possessed by the other party is their own fate, and angels hold no authority to interfere. Chapter 53. The outrageous extent of the Supreme Freedom Technique. The distinct transformations brought about by two different metamorphoses. Subsequently, I took the ice cream from Reg's hand, scrutinized it for a moment, and upon taking a bite, my eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Then, we heard Weiss say, "This subtly sweet sensation is just perfect, and it pairs exquisitely with this refreshing coolness." After taking another bite, he continued, upon careful savoring, I discovered a subtle hint of creamy sweetness that harmoniously melded into an extraordinary flavor. A few more bites later, he completely finished the ice cream. Yet he still lingered in the delightful aftertaste. At that moment, Weiss snapped back to reality and, feeling a bit awkward, looked at Reg with a cough. Ahem. I am quite satisfied with your reward, so I can teach you how to train in the art of free and unrestrained mastery. Reg, undeterred by what had just transpired, was solely focused on the fact that he could finally practice this revered technique. At that juncture, Weiss addressed Reg, saying, "Let me assess your current strength, so I can devise a suitable training regimen." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Reg nodded and inquired, "Understood, but how do we measure strength?" Weiss replied, "It's quite simple. Just engage with me." While Reg did not outwardly express any discontent, internally he was incredulous. Who was unaware that the angelic race typically mastered the art of free and unrestrained mastery to perfection? Nonetheless, Reg nodded and then shouted, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Witnessing Reg's transformation, Weiss was somewhat taken aback, as he had initially thought Reg's strongest form was Super Saiyan God. But the current situation exceeded his expectations. Reg, undistracted by Weiss's astonishment, launched an attack towards him. Yet, despite his surprise, Weiss instinctively evaded the incoming strikes while simultaneously observing Reg's current capabilities. As time gradually slipped away, Reg realized that no matter how he attacked, he could not strike his opponent. Thus, Reg adopted a different strategy. He swiftly retreated, maintaining a distance from Whis, before directly employing the prince's combat technique. As the prince's combat techniques unleashed a barrage of attacks, Whis maintained a serene smile, deftly evading the incoming energy projectiles with an unhurried grace. What appeared to be merely a subtle movement allowed him to navigate through the relentless onslaught unscathed, with not even a speck of dust upon his garments. Observing that the prince's strategies bore no fruit, he decisively abandoned that approach and charged toward Whis for a second wave of assault. Yet, this change still failed to alter the undeniable reality of his inability to strike his opponent. Faced with this predicament, Reg was compelled to adopt a different strategy in his offensive efforts. Subsequently, after a significant leap that created a distance between him and Whis, Reg shouted with fervor. His aura began to undergo a transformation, ultimately shifting from Super Saiyan 4 at full power to Super Saiyan God. Observing Reg's metamorphosis, Whis grew intrigued, eager to uncover what other surprises his opponent might possess. As Reg transitioned into Super Saiyan God, he surged towards Whis, initiating a series of attacks. However, this time, Whis wore an expression of mild perplexity. He sensed that Reg's speed had diminished, at least by 1/5 compared to before. Moreover, the force behind Reg's punches lacked the potency of his Super Saiyan 4 full power, indicating a notable decrease in strength. Yet, Reg's subsequent maneuvers swiftly illuminated Whis's understanding of his strategy. In a flash, Reg launched a punch that, predictably, missed Whis entirely. Instead, it struck the ground beside him, causing the earth to fracture like a spider's web, with debris scattering in all directions. Whis regarded this unexpected spectacle with indifference. Subsequently, Reg swiftly unleashed several punches, yet still failed to make contact with Weiss, his strikes merely passing through and striking the debris instead. In this form, Reg had achieved the pinnacle of breath control, propelling the fragments without shattering them, merely redirecting them through collisions with other stones. Weiss, naturally perceptive to the subtle shifts occurring, became intrigued, eagerly anticipating Reg's next move. During the interval of the debris colliding, Reg continued his assault on Weiss unabated. The airborne fragments, as if ignited into a chain reaction, collided chaotically in the air. Ultimately, with a decisive punch from Reg, the suspended debris seemed to have received an unspoken command, simultaneously hurtling toward Weiss. The fragments enveloped Weiss from every conceivable angle. Any slight movement on his part would result in contact with the rubble. This was Reg's strategy. His transformation into Super Saiyan was intended to harness his rapid cognitive abilities. While attacking Weiss, he meticulously observed his surroundings for anything that could be utilized. After all, the objective was to make contact with Weiss, not to inflict harm. Which led to this intricate maneuver. Witnessing this scene, Weiss remained unfazed, merely finding it rather amusing. Subsequently, an operation occurred that even Reg seemed somewhat incredulous about. With merely a slight shift of his body, Weiss executed a movement that appeared almost instinctual. Yet, due to this minute adjustment, he deftly evaded all debris, including Reg's assault. One particular attack was a mere centimeter away from striking Weiss, yet he still managed to elude it with astonishing ease. Witnessing such an extraordinary display, Reg promptly abandoned his offensive. In truth, Reg had the option to transform into his ancient form to launch an attack on Weiss, but that would have been utterly futile. At best, it would only pique Weiss's interest, considering the uncertainty of Reg's ability to defeat Beerus, let alone confront Weiss. Observing Reg's withdrawal, Weiss inquired, "So, will you continue your assault?" To which Reg, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "Forget it, if you can evade even in such circumstances. Further attacks would be utterly meaningless." Upon hearing Reg's words, Weiss nodded in satisfaction. To have the courage to accept one's defeat is indeed a form of growth. Subsequently, Weiss inquired, what was the previous transformation? He was referring to the formal Ultra Instinct form. Upon hearing Weiss's question, Reg explained. That transformation relies solely on one's own power, independent of divine energy. After speaking, he transformed into the Ultra Instinct form to demonstrate before Weiss. Observing Reg in this form, Weiss curiously circled around him and then asked, "What differences do you perceive between the two?" In response to Weiss's inquiry, Reg recounted the data he had previously collected. Upon hearing the data presented by Reg, Weiss found it intriguing and inquired, "What do you believe is the reason that led to such a transformation?" After a moment of contemplation, Reg replied, "I believe it is due to the differing methods of transformation." Weiss merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Noting the silence, Reg continued, "The distinction lies in energy and physicality. The transformation into Super Saiyan God arises from divine energy. Its power and speed are inferior to Ultra Instinct due to a transformation in energy rather than in physicality. However, the augmentation from the change in energy, even without the formidable strength and speed characteristic of Ultra Instinct, still yields a significant enhancement. In contrast, the Ultra Instinct transformation requires the process of becoming a Great Ape, subsequently consolidating one's own power to effect the transformation. This metamorphosis alters the very structure of the individual. The power exerted and the astonishing speed achieved are both results of this physical transformation. Yet, due to the absence of divine energy levels within oneself, it results in the differences from Super Saiyan God." Reg concluded, "If one were to draw a metaphor, divine energy resembles equipment, while the Great Ape transformation pertains to fundamental attributes. Thus, the strength of Super Saiyan God derives from its equipment rather than from intrinsic ability. Similarly, the potency of Ultra Instinct stems from foundational attributes rather than from its equipment." Authors note, the above is purely personal analysis. If anything seems amiss, consider it fanciful nonsense. For what use is intellect in fanfiction? Chapter 54, The Slumbering Beerus. The harsh training. The breakthrough of Ultra Instinct achieved. Upon hearing Reg's conclusion, Weiss nodded in satisfaction. The reason for his earlier questioning was not solely to understand the principles of transformation. He was genuinely interested in assessing Reg's perceptiveness. After all, if one's comprehension was lacking, no amount of instruction could lead to mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Weiss addressed Reg, "In that case, I believe I have learned enough." Turning away from Weiss, Reg raised his hand to rest upon his back, and with a simple command, Weiss assured him he would take him to a special place. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Reg nodded and stepped closer, placing his hand gently upon Weiss's back. Once preparations were complete, Weiss tapped his staff lightly against the ground. And in an instant, a vibrant array of colors enveloped both himself and Reg. They then soared beyond the confines of the Milky Way at an astonishing speed exceeding that of light. As Reg observed the transformations around him, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Master Weiss, where shall we train next?" In response, Weiss stated plainly, "Our destination is the realm of destruction, the residence of Lord Beerus." With the destination revealed, Reg fell silent. After 2.5 hours of traveling at superluminal speeds, they finally arrived in the realm of destruction. Reg gazed at the withered tree floating in the void before them, his eyes scanning the surroundings, prompting him to ask Whis, by the way, "Why do we not see Lord Beerus?" Whis replied, "At present, Lord Beerus remains asleep, and ordinarily, I lack the authority to awaken him unless under pressing circumstances. After all, besides being Beerus's mentor, I also serve as a steward and attendant. Such emergencies would entail commands issued by the Grand Priest or the Omni King, granting me the right to rouse Lord Beerus." Nodding in understanding, Reg felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a challenge against Beerus to see who was stronger. Yet, with the deity currently in slumber, Reg recognized the futility of disturbing him. He reminded himself that his purpose was to cultivate his own abilities, not to intrude upon another's peace. Subsequently, Reg asked Weiss, "What are the upcoming training exercises?" Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, Weiss transformed Reg's attire into training gear with a wave of his staff and replied, "You shall run 10 laps around the realm of destruction each day. Furthermore, the training gear you wear will increase the gravity to the very limits of your endurance. Each time you experience a breakthrough in strength, the gravity will be adjusted to the new threshold of your capabilities." With that, Weiss waved his staff forward, and a track materialized around the perimeter of the destruction realm. As Reg approached the track, he suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down on him, causing him to bend at the waist and sink lower. The ground beneath him could barely withstand the force, erupting into 2 craters. After standing still for a moment to acclimate to the pressure, he gradually made his way toward the track. The moment he set foot on the track, Weiss called out, "You must move swiftly. There will be a countdown on the track. Each segment will vanish once the time elapses. If you do not hasten your pace, you will plummet into the void. By the way, your training attire possesses the ability to suppress your flight, so do not entertain thoughts of soaring back up once you fall." Reg, taken aback by the absurdity of Weiss's stipulations, was about to retort when he noticed the segments beneath him becoming transparent at an alarming rate. Without considering anything else, he sprinted forward. However, due to the constraints of his training gear, he could only advance step by step. Just before the segment disappeared, he managed to reach another one. But before he could catch his breath, that segment too began its countdown to invisibility. Reluctantly, Reg continued onward. Amidst this grueling training, Reg discovered that his strength was ascending at an astonishing pace, akin to being propelled by a rocket. If there were a display panel, it would have indicated a continuous 10% increase in his power, resonating above his head. As time gradually passed, Reg lay on the grass, utterly exhausted after spending half a day completing 10 laps. Sweat dripped from his brow, rendering him almost immobile. At that moment, Whis approached him and remarked, "After a 10-minute rest, we shall proceed to the next phase of training." Noticing Reg's gaze directed towards him, Whis continued, "The next task involves mowing the grass. Though it is not as simple as it sounds, you will need to don your training attire." Reg remained silent upon hearing Whis's words, feeling somewhat incredulous. Fortunately, being a scion, he recognized that had his constitution been even slightly weaker, he would likely have perished during the initial training session. After a brief respite, he was led by Whis to the designated area for mowing the grass. After bestowing a scythe upon Reg, Weiss continued, "The weeds here are no ordinary weeds. You must act swiftly, so that they do not even have a chance to react, in order to eradicate them completely. To enhance the training's difficulty, I have applied a touch of magic, granting these weeds a chain reaction. This means that any mistake on your part will result in the entire patch of weeds regrowing." Reg stared in astonishment at the weeding area before him. According to the map provided by Weiss, this expanse was roughly 1/3 the size of Inner Mongolia. Moreover, as Weiss mentioned, there were 5 additional patches awaiting attention. Reluctantly, Reg steeled himself for the challenge, determined to grow stronger. Thus, under Weiss's rigorous training, Reg persevered for a month, enhancing his strength to over 2,000 times its original capacity. Furthermore, under Weiss's guidance, his mastery over divine energy experienced a qualitative leap. During each break, he would utilize the power of miracles to teleport back to Earth to visit Sapari, primarily to ensure that she was not causing any disturbances. Although Supali's combat prowess was currently a mere 300,000, she could still easily obliterate the Earth. Therefore, each return was to check if the planet still existed. Simultaneously, he would bring back some delicacies for Weiss. After all, the power to distort reality cannot conjure something from nothing. One must provide a reference. Many of the foods Reg had never tasted, leaving him uncertain of their flavors, thus rendering him unable to create them from thin air. Even if he succeeded in conjuring them, they would possess no flavor. It would be akin to producing a chocolate that tastes like excrement. Would you dare to eat it? For this reason, Weiss consented to Reg's trips back to Earth. After all, it is illogical to begin training and then return midway. Meanwhile, high above the realm of destruction, Reg commenced his preparation for what lay ahead. As his power surged, Rege instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Yet, this newfound strength did not plateau. It continued to ascend in a linear trajectory. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, Rege evolved into Super Saiyan 4 at maximum power, gazing at the ever-expanding force. The newly transformed Rege nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Reg unleashed a formidable aura once more, preparing to augment his power yet again. However, this time the essence of the enhancement was distinct, as Reg intended to utilize the divine energy for his ascension. With the eruption of divine energy, his own aura began to undergo a transformation. The original golden hue gradually shifted to a deep crimson, rendering his presence increasingly imperceptible to ordinary beings. Finally, enveloped entirely by the red aura, Reg swiftly opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth from him. The transformation into the Super Saiyan 4 limit break form had been achieved. Chapter 55, Fundamental Data of the Ancient Transcendent Form. The collision of technological and martial realms. Due to his overwhelming energy, several nearby star systems were affected, with those closest to him completely obliterated in the vastness of space. The realm of destruction remained largely unscathed, as Whis had already established protective barriers well before the transformation was complete. Observing the surrounding devastation, Reg chose to dissipate his power, reverting to his normal state. Then, landing beside Weiss, he awkwardly remarked, "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was too overwhelmed to rein in my emotions. I trust it won't pose any significant issues." "Will it?" Subsequently, Wish chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Rest assured, there is no life in any of the star systems surrounding the realm of destruction. No matter how much chaos you create, it will not pose any issues." He then turned his gaze towards Reg, adding, "I truly did not anticipate that the Scions possess such formidable potential." With a sigh, he continued, "Lord Beerus indeed made a grave error in judgment, particularly when he commanded Frieza to bring the Scions to the brink of extinction." Reg, fully aware of the decision was referred to, shook his head and replied, "Let the past remain in the past. One must always look forward, don't you think?" Reg held no concern for the demise of planet Vegeta. If King Vegeta had not exhibited hostility towards him, he might have considered intervening in the past. But now, it was likely that the remnants of the past were lost to the winds. Upon hearing Reg's words, Whis merely smiled in silence, fully understanding the nature of Reg after a month of companionship. If there had been a genuine intention to save, it would have been done long ago, rather than waiting until now. Subsequently, Reg spoke to Weiss, suggesting that they set aside other discussions and focus on the upcoming training regimen. Having only recently mastered the transformation state, he had yet to fully harness its power, making training an imperative. Observing Reg's enthusiasm for training, Weiss nodded in approval and led him into further practice. Under Weiss's rigorous tutelage, Reg's strength surged at an exponential rate. During their training, Reg showcased the ancient transcendent form before Weiss, who was astonished by its terrifying power. Together, they delved into the intricacies of this form's strength, discovering that the potency of the ancient transcendent state ranged between 30,000 to 40,000 times that of the normal state. This multiplier was not static. It increased exponentially over time. Thus, each increment would double the previous power, compounding infinitely. However, nothing is truly limitless. It had been previously noted that when consumption exceeds recovery, infinity becomes finite. Guided by this principle, Reg determined that his strength would equilibrate with his recovery after reaching approximately 6 times the original multiplier. Furthermore, calculations revealed that this exponential growth would occur every 10 minutes. Therefore, upon transforming into the ancient transcendent form, Reg would enjoy a state of infinite energy for merely the first hour. Beyond that, he would enter a phase of high consumption. Although his power would significantly amplify, the duration of this state would drastically diminish. Upon acquiring this foundational data, Reg was profoundly astonished. While he had anticipated the ancient transcendent form might be formidable, he had not expected it to be this formidable. Following this revelation, Reg dedicated himself to energy control training, extending the duration of his exponential growth from the original 10 minutes to now 20 minutes, ultimately enhancing his endurance to 2 hours. As time gradually passed, the cooldown period of the Void Arena came to an end. Receiving the notification, Reg turned to Vis and said, "I shall return to Earth shortly to bring back some delicacies for Lord Vis." Upon hearing Rege's words, Vis nodded with delight and replied, "What delectable treats are you planning to fetch? Remember to be swift in your return." Acknowledging Vis's words with a nod, Reg then teleported back to Earth. However, once Reg had departed, Biss exhibited a contemplative expression. Biss sensed that Rege might be deceiving him. The trip to Earth seemed merely a pretext. Nevertheless, it mattered little. For angels are neutral entities, incapable of interfering with any life unless certain rules are breached, such as traversing time and space. Meanwhile, having already returned to Earth, Rege addressed the dimension, saying, "Initiate the Void Arena." The dimension responded, "The Void Arena has been activated." Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the final sound faded, Rege was abruptly transported to the Void Arena. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the familiar arena, but rather in an expanse of starry realms. He had been conveyed to a small asteroid, with another asteroid directly opposite him, upon which stood a silver-haired youth. At that moment, the silver-haired boy uttered perplexing words, "Luo Tian. Analyze the current situation and identify the force that has transported me to this realm." A voice resonated in the boy's mind, responding, comparing with all known star maps. "You are presently situated in an unknown star domain. The energy that has brought you here is not recorded in our database. It is classified as an undiscovered energy." Unbeknownst to Rege, he could not comprehend the boy's statements, yet he sensed an undeniable connection to him. The silver-haired youth then noticed Rege and addressed him. "Are you a native of this star domain? I wish to understand the matters of this realm. Please answer truthfully." In response, Rege declared, "This is the Void Arena. Only the victor may depart from here." Upon hearing Rege's words, the silver-haired boy instructed the intellect named Luo Tian. "Analyze what the opponent has just stated." In compliance, Luo Tian responded, "Based on the mention of an arena and its rules, it resembles the arenas of ancient Rome. Analyzing the current situation, you appear to have been compelled into combat with this entity by an unknown presence. Furthermore, an analysis of the being before you reveals it to be highly similar to a human, yet with subtle differences. The energy detection apparatus indicates an immensely powerful unknown energy within this entity, posing a potential threat capable of annihilating an entire supercluster or even the known universe." Upon hearing Luo Tian's analysis, the silver-haired boy began to contemplate the gravity of the situation. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed through the void. "The Void Arena is about to commence. Tech Leader Gautan's versus Dimensional Fighter Rege. Please prepare for the countdown." As the countdown began, Gautan swiftly instructed Luo Tian, "Activate all war protocols, elevate the threat level of the entity before us to the maximum, and set the alert status to level 1. In response to the command, Luo Tian promptly replied, "War protocols activated. Molecular restructuring mode initiated, marking the threat level of the entity as apocalyptic. With the alert status set to level 1, auto-combat mode has been engaged." As the final word of the intelligent brain descended, Gautan's eyes instantly transformed into a crimson hue. The small asteroid beneath his feet, along with the surrounding celestial bodies, was swiftly disassembled, resembling locusts ravaging a field. The disassembled asteroids rapidly reassembled, manifesting as dozens of warships standing tall opposite Rege. Observing several warships across from him, Rege couldn't help but marvel at the astounding prowess of technological entities. Nevertheless, despite his admiration, he respectfully bellowed, swiftly entering the state of transcending the fourth limit. At that moment, the intelligent brain, Luo Tian, sounded a dangerous alert directed at Gautan's, proclaiming, "Warning! Warning! The energy of the opposing entity is surging at an alarming rate." Chapter 56. The Fierce Battle Between Technology and Science. Countdown to Transformation. A battle against time. Upon hearing Luo Tian's warning, Gautan furrowed his brow and commanded, "Maximize energy extraction and swiftly manufacture armed mechas to probe the opponent and gather their fundamental data." Acknowledging the directive, Luo Tian promptly responded, "Energy extraction is now maximized. Armed mechas are in production." No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding stars diminished in size at a perceptible rate. Several mechas rapidly armed themselves around the starship. Both the starship and the mechas exuded a potent sense of advanced technology that even Rege found enviable. After all, who among us has not fantasized about possessing their own mech in childhood? However, admiration aside, the battle was still to be fought. With that thought, he assumed a combat-ready stance. The duel commences as soon as the words left his lips. Dozens of mechas charged toward Rege. Some wielded shields and laser swords, while others equipped long-range laser guns for support. Yet, to Rege, it felt no different than a mere tickle. In an instant, he shattered each mecha with a single punch. However, the destroyed mechas transformed into liquid, only to reassemble into new mechas not far from Rege, charging at him once more. As time gradually passed, the mechs not only did not diminish but instead proliferated with each encounter. Rege was not inclined to prolong the confrontation. He swiftly distanced himself from them and unleashed a series of princely maneuvers directed at the mechs. A multitude of mechs was rapidly annihilated. Just as Reg prepared to capitalize on his success, a laser cannon suddenly hurtled toward him. Sensing the imminent danger, Reg quickly activated his protective shield, successfully deflecting the oncoming laser. Subsequently, he gazed in the direction from which the laser cannon was fired. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of starships had been constructed by Gaitans, forming a modest fleet. At this moment, Gaitans occupied the command seat in the central warship's control room. Observing the screen displaying Rege's dialogue with Luotian, analyzed the capabilities employed by the opponent, the techniques utilized, and the extent of their energy recovery. Receiving the command, Luotian replied, "The opponent employs an unrecorded form of energy, utilizing techniques akin to certain martial arts from the last century. Current observations indicate that their energy expenditure constitutes 0.06 of their total energy value, and signs of recovery have begun to manifest, though no new developments have been detected." Upon hearing this analysis, Gaitans contemplated briefly before swiftly responding, "Continue probing to extract new data from the opponent. Upgrade the technological level of the armed mechs and establish a triple-layer magnetic shield around the central warship." Acknowledging the command, Luotian replied, "Understood. Upgrading the technological level of the armed mechs. Construction of the triple-layer magnetic shield is underway, currently at 2142 completion." Just as Gaitans issued his orders, Rege prepared to launch an energy projectile towards the central warship. Suddenly, several mechs charged at him, obstructing his assault. Reluctantly, Rege halted his attack on the central warship, opting instead to eliminate these mechs first. However, after their destruction, the mechs reassembled with noticeable enhancements. Their hardness had increased to at least tenfold, and they no longer employed shields or laser swords. Instead, they predominantly utilized ranged weaponry such as laser guns and electronic cannons. Although these weapons posed no real threat to Rege, their sheer numbers were bothersome, forcing him to maintain a distance and engage in ranged combat. As time passed, the enemy's warships and mechs did not diminish. Instead, they proliferated. Witnessing this, Rege furrowed his brow, contemplating, "A prolonged confrontation is unwise. A swift resolution is imperative." With this thought, Rege ceased concealing his power, bellowing as he transformed into his ancient transcendent form. Observing this transformation, the intelligent system Luotian promptly issued a warning to Gaitans. "Warning. Warning. The opponent's energy is experiencing an explosive increase. Analysis indicates that this growth shows no signs of abating." Seeing this, Gaitans fell into a brief contemplation before a realization struck him. He instructed Luotian, "Analyze the opponent's energy consumption and calculate the time until their energy recovery ceases and is fully expended." Complying, Luotian responded, "Based on previous consumption comparisons, the energy expenditure has escalated to 1,000 times the previous state. Analyzing the current energy surge trend, the estimated time for recovery cessation is approximately 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 24 seconds. Full energy depletion is anticipated in about 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 23 seconds. Upon hearing this analysis, Gaitans displayed an expression of affirmation. As a staunch advocate of scientific principles, he could not fathom that anyone could defy the laws of energy conservation. Initially, witnessing Rege's seemingly limitless energy had caused a flicker of doubt within his resolute heart. However, Luotian's analysis reaffirmed his beliefs. The opponent did not possess infinite energy, but merely exhibited rapid recovery. With this conclusion, Gaitans now faced the pressing challenge of enduring for 2 hours and 39 minutes against Rege. Watching the screen, Gaitans observed Rege effortlessly shatter all mechs before him with a mere wave of his hand, affecting even the warships behind him, causing some systems to short-circuit. Faced with Rege's overwhelming power, Gaitans found himself confounded by the predicament. After a brief moment of reflection, he swiftly decided to issue new commands to Luotian, adjust the technological level of the armed mechs to the highest setting, incorporating all martial arts techniques from the last century. Upgrade all starship weaponry to its maximum capacity, granting full authorization for the use of molecular-level weapons. Additionally, set the power output of the energy extraction module to its peak, targeting all observable stars in preparation for the Black Domain Generation plan. Receiving the directive, Luotian promptly acknowledged, "Highest command received, implementation in progress." Meanwhile, engaged in combat with the mechs, Rege noticed an anomaly. The mechs, which once crumbled to his punches, now only lost their upper halves upon impact, their hardness having increased to at least 100 times greater. Furthermore, Rege observed that the mechs daring to engage him in close quarters possessed some martial prowess. Yet their strikes barely registered as more than a tickle. Recognizing the futility of prolonging the encounter, Rege charged towards the starship occupied by Gaitans. However, before he could act, The surrounding fleet of starships locked onto him with their formidable weaponry. Like a rain of bullets, they unleashed a relentless barrage. These projectiles bore no physical form, resembling lasers. Faced with the onslaught, Rege displayed no inclination to evade. As the onslaught drew ever closer, a formidable aura erupted from Rege, halting the impending attacks with sheer force. Yet, these assaults did not simply vanish. Instead, they were repelled by Rege's powerful presence, striking the very mechs that had launched them. In an instant, those mechs disintegrated like grains of sand. Chapter 57, The Mighty Ultra-Ultimate Flash. One against the Technological Legion. The final 20 minutes. Witnessing the aftermath of the strikes, Rege's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. In truth, if one's defensive capabilities were sufficiently robust, there would be no fear of such weaponry. However, the defensive power within the Dragon Ball universe remains an enigma. It can withstand world-destroying attacks with nary a scratch, yet still succumb to unforeseen assaults, which is quite absurd. With this thought in mind, Rege swiftly distanced himself from the starships, opting to forego close combat in favor of a ranged assault to annihilate these vessels. Upon finding a secure vantage point, he unleashed a tremendous aura, preventing the attacks and mechs from advancing any closer. Subsequently, Rege raised his ultimate flash initiation pose, powerful energy swiftly converging in his hands. Upon detecting this scene, Ratian promptly issued a dire warning to Gaudens, stating, Warning. Warning. The threat level of the energy source in the opposing entity's grasp is escalating. Witnessing this, Gaudens made a swift decision and instructed Ratian. Channel all surrounding starship energy into the central flagship and maximize the power of the defensive panels. Activate the 10-layer magnetic shield and concurrently initiate the contingency plan. Preparing the spatial jump device. Acknowledging the command, Ratian responded, Understood, executing now. In an instant, 10 translucent protective barriers manifested around the starship, and the spatial field surrounding it underwent a subtle transformation. Just as these preparations were completed, Rege's charged attack reached its culmination. Subsequently, Rege gazed in the direction of Gaudens and remarked, You must survive, otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull. With that, he instantaneously unleashed the energy in his grasp, Ultimate Flash. This formidable surge of energy erupted, causing fissures to materialize in the surrounding space. All the mechas obstructing Rege's path were obliterated in an instant, crashing directly into the first layer of the magnetic shield. However, the shield barely withstood the onslaught for a few seconds before being breached, subsequently impacting the next layer of protection. In the command room, Gaudens observed the shields being relentlessly shattered and turned to Luo Tian, inquiring, Can the shield withstand this assault? Luo Tian responded, It cannot defend against this attack. The predicted breach of all defense systems will occur in 37 seconds. Upon hearing Luo Tian's reply, Gaudens swiftly issued commands. Concentrate the firepower of all starships to withstand the enemy's assault, and buy me some time. Activate self-destruction mode for all mechas and charge towards the foe to divert their attention. Initiate spatial jump to relocate the battlefield and calculate the success rate. Acknowledging the orders, Luo Tian responded, Understood. The attack directives for all starships are being revised to prioritize delay. The mechas have activated self-destruction mode, set to detonate in approximately 5 seconds. The calculation for the success rate of the spatial jump is underway. Due to the influence of the potent unknown energy, the space is currently extremely unstable, yielding a success rate of 64.72. After Luo Tian concluded his report, the external situation began to transform. All surrounding starships swiftly concentrated multiple powerful laser cannons, bombarding Rege's ultimate flash. Yet, the magnitude of energy from both sides was not on the same scale, allowing the defenses to hold only for a few fleeting seconds. Subsequently, all the mechs surged towards Rege, yet due to his formidable aura, they found themselves unable to approach him. In desperation, the mechs could only endeavor to draw near and subsequently self-destruct. However, these explosions, to varying degrees, captured Rege's attention, for the energy unleashed was sufficient to obliterate a planet the size of the moon. Upon hearing that the success rate of the spatial jump was below 70%, Haydens pondered momentarily before swiftly issuing orders to Luo Tian, saying, Activate the spatial jump device. Acknowledging the command, Luo Tian responded, Understood, initiating spatial jump device. Instantly, a distortion began to manifest in the space behind the central starship. Within mere seconds, a spatial rift opened at the site of the distortion, generating a powerful suction that began to draw the starship inward. Rege, of course, witnessed this scene and felt his own power surge once more. He proclaimed, Escaping is not so simple. This is hardly your private garden, where you can come and go as you please. Following his declaration, Rege's voice boomed. and the might of his ultimate flash increased by at least 30%. Withstanding the pressure from multiple laser cannons, he forcefully pushed back against them. As time progressed, the spatial leap finally reached its conclusion. Houghton's executed a direct spatial jump, departing from its original location. With the departure of the opposing force, the remaining starship instantaneously became mere fodder, obliterated entirely by Rege's ultimate flash, leaving no trace behind. Observing the point where Gaetan's had vanished, Rege found himself bewildered. Uncertain of his destination, aware that time could not be squandered, he recognized that although both parties would grow increasingly formidable as moments passed, his adversary had the advantage of absorbing all available resources in their vicinity. While he too could gain strength, his recovery rate lagged, and exhaustion would inevitably set in. Just as Rege pondered the whereabouts of his opponent, he noticed a star in a certain direction rapidly fading from existence. It was clear that his adversary must be located there. Resolute, Rege swiftly propelled himself towards that direction, yet despite his impressive speed, it would still take him approximately 5 minutes to arrive. As Rege finally arrived at the location where the star had vanished, he indeed found Gaetan's present. However, it was somewhat exaggerated that in merely 5 minutes, the opponent had constructed at least 100 starships and thousands of armed mechs. Even more absurdly, a space fortress was situated in the rear, and above it, a colossal artillery piece was under construction. The caliber of that cannon must have been at least the size of a small asteroid. Nevertheless, Rege exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing this scene, he experienced a sensation akin to a lone warrior standing firm against a multitude. Upon detecting Rege on the radar, Gaetan swiftly issued orders: concentrate all firepower on the adversary and deploy all mechs to protect the charging starships. Following the command, the heavy weaponry of all starships swiftly aimed at Rege, while the mechs, disregarding their own safety, charged recklessly towards him. Observing this spectacle, Rege felt a rush of exhilaration. Then, addressing the mechs, he declared, "Let us see who shall ultimately prevail." Subsequently, he unleashed his aura to its pinnacle and surged towards the mech. As Rege approached, the mechs could hardly withstand his formidable aura, rendering them all inoperable. Thus, Rege single-handedly confronted the entire technological legion. Numerous starships unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks upon him. In response, Rege retaliated with princely tactics, shattering each starship one by one. The duration of this fierce battle remains uncertain. Breathless, Rege sat atop a peak formed by the wreckage of mechs. Despite his exhaustion, a powerful presence still radiated from him. Due to a substantial energy replenishment, Gaetan chose not to utilize the fallen mechs. At that moment, seated in the control room, Gaetan turned to Luo Tian and inquired, "How many minutes remain for the enemy?" Luo Tian replied, "Based on current analysis, it is projected that in 20 minutes and 3 seconds, the biological energy of the enemy will be depleted." Upon hearing Luo Tian's response, Gaetan remained silent, fixated on the figure of Rege displayed on the screen. It seemed Rege sensed something, glancing in a certain direction, locking eyes with Gaetan's. Observing the intensity in Rege's gaze, Gaetan silently pondered, "No, I believe the situation is not as straightforward as it appears." Chapter 58. Both parties with hidden intentions. A twist of fate. The crisis on the brink of death. He turned to Luo Tian once more and asked, "What is the current progress of the Black Domain's creation? How long until completion?" Luo Tian replied, "The creation progress of the Black Domain has reached 93.24. It is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. Hearing Luo Tian's answer, Gaetan remained quiet, his focus unwavering on Rege. He did not perceive Rege merely as a brute endowed with strength. What he awaited was a flaw, a critical opening that could determine the outcome of the battle. Meanwhile, having rested, Rege charged once again towards the mech army. He had considered launching a direct assault on Gaetan's starship. However, the opponent was exceptionally steadfast, akin to an old dog. Not only had they constructed over 100 layers of protective shields, but they also utilized surplus starships as cover. Even if he managed to strike the starship, Gaetan could swiftly relocate to another or employ spatial jumps once more. Thus, Rege bided his time, waiting for a moment that could allow him to annihilate his adversary in an instant. It could be said that both sides harbored their own schemes. Yet when it came to intellectual prowess against a technological foe, Rege found himself slightly outmatched. As time gradually slipped away, the 10 minutes finally elapsed, and the Black Domain reached the threshold of its formation. Subsequently, Luo Tian addressed Gaetan, stating, "Report, the Dark Domain has reached the criteria for formation. Shall we proceed to utilize it now?" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Gaetan replied, "There's no rush. Let us wait a little longer." After saying this, He resumed his gaze upon the figure of Rege displayed on the screen. At this moment, Rege was utterly fatigued, according to calculations. His remaining strength could only endure for another 10 minutes. This implied that should 10 minutes elapse without Rege resolving the conflict, the battle would conclude with the adversary declared victorious. As time swiftly elapses, 5 minutes have already passed. In an instant, as several starships were obliterated, a fleeting opportunity emerged. He promptly teleported behind the enemy's starship and unleashed a rapid Dragon Fist. The penetrative power of the Dragon Fist was extraordinarily high, capable of breaching numerous protective shields in less than half a second. Observing this scenario, Gaudan swiftly instructed Luo Tian, activate the cloning module and commence consciousness data upload. In response to the command, Luo Tian quickly replied, the cloning module has been activated. Consciousness data is currently being uploaded. Upload complete. As the final word fell, the light in Gaitan's eyes extinguished instantaneously, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Simultaneously, the Dragon Fist reached its destination, crashing directly into the starship and igniting a colossal explosion within that realm. Gazing at the remnants of the starship reduced to ruins, Rege murmured, at last, this battle has come to a close. Yet, at that moment, he discerned that the surrounding starships and mechs had not ceased their operations, rather, they continued their assault against him. Sensing the anomaly, Rege's instincts sharpened. Just then, a voice echoed from above a distant space fortress, stating, to be honest, I was caught off guard when you suddenly appeared behind the starship. Had I not been exceptionally cautious in preparing my contingency, you might have emerged victorious in this encounter. Upon hearing the voice, Rege turned to see Gaitans, nonchalantly seated on the observation deck of the space fortress, conversing with him. In that fleeting moment, a cloning module had activated, swiftly creating a clone from his own DNA. His consciousness was then digitized and transferred into the clone, enabling his revival. However, Rege remained unaware of such advanced technology, mistakenly believing that his opponent had merely employed spatial displacement once again. Subsequently, Rege found himself encircled by starships and mechs, with a mere 5 minutes remaining. Such a fleeting span of time rendered it utterly impossible to vanquish his adversaries, particularly given their meticulous caution. In his current state, he was clearly ill-equipped to contend with the prevailing circumstances. Reluctantly, Rege reverted to his Super Saiyan 4 limit break form, awaiting the moment when his strength would sufficiently replenish, at which point he would transform once more into his ancient super form. Upon witnessing Rege's return to the initial dual form, his opponent recognized the opportunity that had arisen. Swiftly, he addressed Luo Tian, instructing, initiate the void domain to exert pressure on the enemy, while simultaneously channeling energy into the dark matter condensation cannon. In response to the command, Luo Tian promptly replied, the void domain has been activated, applying suppressive measures against the adversary. The dark matter condensation sphere is currently accumulating energy, with a progress rate of 1.64. It is anticipated to reach completion in 3 minutes. As Luo Tian concluded his report, the space surrounding Rege rapidly collapsed, forming an enormous black hole with a diameter approaching that of the Milky Way. Meanwhile, at the heart of the black hole, Rege emitted a series of ominous creaks. He could acutely feel the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, accompanied by an agonizing sensation of contortion and tearing throughout his body. After a brief interval, unable to withstand the torment any longer, he let out a primal scream. Subsequently, Reg swiftly activated his defensive shield to withstand the overwhelming pressure, allowing himself to recover from the agony. Once he regained his composure, Reg began to devise a strategy. Although transforming into this form and initiating the energy shield were both substantial energy consumers, his remarkable regenerative abilities would enable him to return to his peak condition within a maximum of 8 minutes. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gaudan's addressed Luo Tian, inquiring about the status of their adversary. Luo Tian responded, stating, based on current analysis, the opponent's strength is recovering at an alarming rate, with a prediction of reaching peak condition in 7 minutes and 51 seconds. Upon hearing Luo Tian's report, Gaudan's pondered for a moment before swiftly issuing commands, declaring, continue supplying energy from the black domain, and extract 30 of the energy stored in all starships to accelerate the charging time of the dark matter condensation cannon. Acknowledging the command, Luo Tian replied, understood. 30 of the starship's stored energy has been extracted, reducing the charging time of the dark matter condensation cannon to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Upon receiving Luo Tian's response, Gaudan's remained silent, intently observing the screen displaying Reg, who was struggling to endure. As time inexorably ticked away, Luo Tian reported, the dark matter condensation cannon has completed charging. Shall we launch? Hearing this, Gaudan's quickly commanded, Launch immediately. Luotian confirmed, acknowledged. The colossal turret on the space fortress began to mobilize, aligning its barrel toward Reg's direction. Subsequently, a substantial accumulation of dark matter swiftly gathered around the cannon's barrel. This scene was so foreboding that even Rager, from a distance, sensed the impending danger. All Rager could do at that moment was to amplify the energy of the protective shield. As the dark matter accumulated increasingly, it ultimately erupted, shooting forth a beam of darkness directed towards Rager. In unison, the dark domain opened a passage, allowing the ebony beam to strike directly at Rager, who found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the unexpected assault. As time gradually flowed by, cracks finally began to appear on the protective shield. Observing these fissures, Reg realized that he could no longer afford to remain idle. Chapter 59, Breaking Through Desperation. The birth of the Super 4 full power limit breakthrough. The divine ultimate flash. However, given the current circumstances, there was no possibility of mounting a counterattack. It could be said that Reg had long since exhausted all his resources. Now, only one path lay before him, to attempt a new breakthrough, transcending the limits of his own form and reaching a new pinnacle. Yet, based on his current restored strength, this endeavor could only sustain him for a single use. Should he succeed, he would turn the tide. Should he fail, death would be his only reward. Nevertheless, Reg chose to take the risk. After all, having tasted death once, what harm could there be in facing it again? Then, Reg roared, unleashing his aura. Reg's current form was that of Super Saiyan 4, and as his aura erupted, the divine energy within him intertwined with the unique essence of Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gaitans also sensed the anomaly and spoke to Luotian, analyzed the opponent's condition and determined how much energy remains. Luotian responded, based on the current analysis. The opponent's energy is on a steep upward trajectory. However, simultaneously, their stored energy is being rapidly depleted. According to my observations, they have only 46 units of stored energy left, and a gradual decline has begun. Upon hearing Luotian's report, Gaitan swiftly issued a command, continue with fire suppression, while channeling 50 of all starships' stored energy into the dark matter condensation cannon. Luotian promptly replied, if all starships extract 50 of their energy, most functions will cease. Should we proceed? Gaitans affirmed, proceed with the extraction. Acknowledging the command, Luotian responded, understood, extraction in progress. At that moment, all starships outside began to exhibit energy shortages, and even the large-scale weapons on some starships ceased operation. However, unlike these, the dark matter condensation cannon underwent a second charging phase. Upon completion, this energy was directly compounded onto the initial performance, resulting in a significant enhancement of its power. Meanwhile, cracks on Reg's shield multiplied, indicating that its endurance was rapidly waning. Observing his opponent's renewed effort, Reg too gathered strength for a second explosive surge. As Reg erupted once more, his aura reached its zenith. Yet, he simultaneously discerned that he had arrived at a certain critical juncture. However, an inexplicable sense of incompleteness lingered within him, prompting Reg to unleash his energy further. Suddenly, it seemed as though he sensed something. In an instant, he surged forth with unparalleled intensity. It appeared that he heard a distinct crack, as if something had shattered in the distance. Subsequently, a formidable aura erupted from Rager. His hair transformed from its original red-black combination to a vibrant crimson, while his eyes shifted to the same red pupils as those of the Super Saiyan god. Alongside the divine energy that enveloped him, a delicate golden hue emerged, accompanied by frequent flashes of red lightning surrounding his form. Thus, Rager achieved a remarkable breakthrough, giving birth to the Super 4 full power limit break form. In fact, Rager had previously speculated the existence of this form. If the Super 4 limit break were akin to the ordinary Super 4 form, then the current manifestation could be likened to the Super 4 full power form. Following this hypothesis, future forms might correspond to the Super 4 super full power state. With this notion in mind, Rager began to experiment. Full power signifies reaching the pinnacle of one's aura, while the Super 4 limit break represents a balanced breakthrough achieved after maximizing both divine energy and Super 4 strength. Attaining the apex of both energies is relatively straightforward. However, harmonizing them is an arduous challenge. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The collision of these two potent forces makes peaceful coexistence impossible. Thus, achieving equilibrium between them is nearly an insurmountable task. The two energies may only exhibit signs of balance for a fleeting moment, and capturing that instant is akin to a person standing still and attempting to pierce a needle hole 10 meters away with a thread. Therefore, Rege's successful transformation in one go can be deemed extraordinarily fortunate. Yet, failure would result in a cataclysmic clash of energies within him, potentially causing internal injuries or even reverting his transformation on the spot. It is crucial to note that Rege currently finds himself in the black domain, enduring the onslaught of his adversaries. Should he revert, he would be obliterated in an instant. Reflecting on this, Rege felt a wave of gratitude for his luck while meticulously assessing his newfound power. Upon careful consideration, the strength of the Super 4 full power limit break was approximately equivalent to that of the first doubling of power in the ancient super form. As he savored this newfound strength, a cracking sound reached Rege's ears. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the protective shield was riddled with fractures, seemingly on the verge of shattering entirely. Witnessing this, Rege resolved not to continue channeling energy to repair the shield. Instead, he assumed the starting posture for his ultimate technique, gathering energy. At that moment, in the distance, Gaodan swiftly addressed Luo Tian, instructing him to channel all remaining energy into the dark matter condensing cannon, including the energy from the starships and mechs. Logically, Gaodan's, possessing an energy extraction device, should not be lacking in energy. However, both the black domain and the dark matter condensing cannon are notorious for their substantial energy consumption, with these two alone accounting for over 95% of the energy extracted. Otherwise, Gaodan's would not have opted to extract energy from the starships to enhance their potency. Nevertheless, circumstances had changed rapidly, leaving Gaodan's with no choice but to extract all remaining energy from the starships and mechs to bolster the dark matter condensing cannon. One could say that Gaodan's was gambling everything on this endeavor. If victorious, all would be well, but if he lost, he would merely become a lamb to the slaughter. Receiving the command, Luo Tian promptly responded, "Understood, energy extraction is in progress." Meanwhile, all surrounding warships and mechs ceased operation, as the dark matter condensing cannon began its third energy accumulation. As the third energy accumulation concluded, its potency had at least doubled. Reg looked upon the black beam before him, which had intensified once more, causing the protective shield to tremble ever so slightly, as if it were on the verge of being obliterated. Yet, Reg remained unfazed, calmly gathering the energy in his hands. Thus, time passed gradually until the sound of the shield shattering echoed through the air. In an instant, Reg opened his eyes and unleashed the ultimate flash he had been charging for so long. The divine super ultimate flash. This technique transformed ordinary energy into divine energy, amplifying it tenfold. This formidable force clashed directly with the opponent's dark matter cannon, creating a tumultuous wave. The two immense powers emanated an aura that caused the entire dark realm to tremble. Subsequently, fissures of various sizes began to appear throughout the dark domain, which ultimately could not withstand the force of their collision and dissipated entirely. Chapter 60. The Battle for Survival. The technological version of the ultimate state of freedom. The will to live. As the dark domain dissipated, Rege instantly felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then exerted greater force, forcefully pushing back the condensed dark matter cannon. Observing his attack being repelled with sheer strength, Gaitans furrowed his brow and declared, "Activate the cloning module once more, and proceed with the upload of consciousness data." Lothian responded, "Acknowledged. The cloning module has been initiated, and the consciousness data is presently uploading." Upload complete. At this moment, Rege's attack was perilously close. Seizing the opportunity, Rege unleashed a surge of power, obliterating the distant space fortress along with the colossal cannon in an instant. Yet, as he beheld the explosion from afar, Rege did not feel a sense of triumph. Despite their brief acquaintance, he was acutely aware that Gaitans, with his cunning nature, would undoubtedly have a contingency in place. Sure enough, a voice emerged from behind Rege, uttering, "Decompose all matter and enhance my capabilities." Turning around, Rege saw that it was Gaitans speaking. As soon as the words left the other party's lips, all the surrounding starships and mechs that had come to a halt began to exhibit signs of disintegration. Subsequently, an intricate suit of armor began to assemble slowly upon Gaitans. This armor was adorned in a striking combination of crimson and ebony hues, with the helmet's eye section crafted from red-tinted lenses. In addition, he wielded a technologically advanced greatsword, its blade forged from a unique black metal, while the edge glimmered with a dark red luminescence, emanating an aura of menace. A peculiar line extended from the sword's hilt to his wrist, seemingly channeling energy into the formidable weapon. Once the armor was fully assembled, Gaotan surged towards Reg at a velocity surpassing 10 times the speed of light. Not one to be outdone, Reg charged forward to meet him, his speed matching that of his adversary. In an instant, the two collided in midair, the force of their impact generating a cataclysmic explosion that fractured the surrounding space. Nevertheless, neither combatant paid heed to the devastation, engaging in a fierce aerial struggle. During the fray, Reg discerned something amiss. His opponent employed a myriad of martial arts techniques to counter his assaults. At times, Gautan's would utilize the principle of yielding force to nullify Reg's strikes, while at others, he would employ an ironclad defense to repel him. Most alarmingly, however, was the great sword in Gautan's grasp. Logically, given Reg's current prowess, he should have felt no trepidation towards any sharp weapon. It was conceivable that the erratic defensive capabilities characteristic of the Dragon Ball universe were at play, as they fluctuated unpredictably without providing a definitive measure. Thus, Reg found himself in a precarious position, needing to remain vigilant against the looming threat of Gautan's great sword while simultaneously launching his own attacks. Seizing a fleeting opportunity when Reg's strike narrowly missed, Gautan's gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a downward slash. Reg, ever watchful of the impending danger, swiftly executed a technique to catch the blade unarmed, seizing control of Gautan's great sword. In a swift moment, taking advantage of the opponent's unawareness, he forcefully shattered the great sword. Upon witnessing his great sword being obliterated by Rege, Hytens chose not to repair it for continued use. Instead, he disassembled the shattered remnants, including the hilt, transforming them into his own energy. Subsequently, they brushed aside this interlude and continued their fierce confrontation. However, during the course of their battle, Reg witnessed something utterly astonishing. Throughout the skirmish, Gautan's evaded Reg's assaults multiple times and, on several occasions, counterattacked successfully. Observing Gautan's movements, Reg found them increasingly familiar and suddenly realized something, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, is that not the technique of Zizai Gong?" Indeed, upon witnessing his opponent's maneuvers, Reg immediately associated them with the Zizai Gong. The essential criterion for mastering Zizai Gong lies in the ability to engage the body without the brain's intervention, allowing for the development of muscle memory or conditioned reflexes that enable autonomous action. This approach maximizes one's speed and strength, culminating in the cultivation of Zizai Gong. Reg surmised that Gautan's was likely employing artificial intelligence to facilitate neural reflexes, thus enabling his movements. The computational power of artificial intelligence surpasses that of the human brain by a significant margin. It could be postulated that provided the equipment is sufficiently advanced and the energy ample, preemptive predictions could indeed be feasible. Nonetheless, given the current intensity of the combat, it seemed implausible to anticipate one's own actions without the assistance of a stellar-class computing cluster. Therefore, Reg speculated that Gautan's must be supported by some form of artificial intelligence, which may have also aided his prior escape. The thought of this left Reg somewhat exasperated. While he had encountered outrageous feats before, he had never witnessed anything quite so extraordinary. The prospect of artificial intelligence directly influencing combat, akin to a technological version of Zizai Gong, was remarkable. Furthermore, with an energy extraction device in play, as long as there remained matter within this space, Gautan's energy reserves were virtually limitless. With this realization, Reg swiftly devised a strategy, dismissing all other considerations, and resolved to accelerate the frequency of his attacks. As Reg's frequency of attacks intensified, the speed of Hytens' evasion also accelerated, resulting in an increased computational load for the artificial intelligence, thereby consuming more energy. However, it simultaneously became susceptible to the opponent's strikes. Nonetheless, given the current resilience of its own physique, enduring a few blows was inconsequential. As the frequency of Rege's assaults escalated, during one particular strike, Gautan's reacted a moment too late, resulting in a fissure being scraped across a section of his facial armor. Upon witnessing the crack, Rege was instantly elated, for it validated the efficacy of his severance technique. Subsequently, Rege intensified his onslaught, steadily augmenting the frequency of his attacks. Simultaneously, the armor adorning his opponent began to deteriorate over time, with fissures multiplying across its surface. At last, seizing the opportune moment, Rege unleashed a powerful punch that struck directly against the chest plate of his adversary. In an instant, the entirety of the armor could no longer withstand the force, shattering into fragments. At this juncture, Gautan's found himself in distress, having endured the brunt of that formidable blow. According to Luotin's analysis, 3 of his ribs had fractured, and signs of hemorrhaging had emerged in various organs. Exhausted and breathless, Gautan's calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and addressed Rege. "It has been quite a while since anyone has pushed me to this extent. When was the last time?" "Ah, yes, it seems to have been in the slums. You are indeed a worthy opponent, yet I refuse to relinquish my chance at survival. Although I possess the means to resurrect within my own realm, there remains an uncertainty. I cannot guarantee my revival." Therefore, unleash your full prowess." The final words were nearly bellowed. In response, Rege, with a smile, remarked, "If that is the case, allow me to witness your determination to survive." Chapter 61. The Utilization of Distorted Reality. An odd video? Abandon the final struggle. With that, he charged towards his opponent. However, at that moment, the adversary swiftly disassembled the airborne fragments of armor, subsequently coalescing them into a bomb at the center of their confrontation. Upon sighting the explosive, Rege promptly halted and deployed his protective shield. Meanwhile, the opponent had already instructed Luo Tian to initiate a cloning process. As the bomb detonated, the resulting force was akin to the simultaneous explosion of dozens of stars. Reg was positioned at the very epicenter of the blast, despite activating the protective shield in advance. The instantaneous surge of immense power caused extensive fractures to appear across the shield. Fortunately, it did not shatter completely, merely managing to hold its ground with great difficulty. As the explosion subsided, Reg gazed upon the former position of Gal'ans. In that fleeting moment of detonation, Reg had witnessed Gal'ans vaporize before his very eyes. Logically, one would assume there was no possibility of survival. Yet, the absence of a victory announcement lingered in the air, suggesting that the adversary still drew breath. However, no matter how one pondered, the fact remained that Gal'ans had been reduced to vapor. Could it be that time itself had reversed, allowing for a miraculous resurrection? Subsequently, Rege began to contemplate what he might have overlooked, recalling the words previously uttered by Gogeta. The latter had claimed that with his abilities, he could be resurrected in his original world. Perhaps the artificial intelligence he possessed harbored the capacity for transient resurrection. Upon this realization, Rege felt a throbbing headache. Possessing such an ability would render him virtually invincible. If he could not kill Gogeta, and Gogeta could not defeat him, what on earth was he to do? Was this not an insurmountable dilemma? While Rege pondered his predicament, he recognized that he possessed a power that Gogeta did not, namely, the power of the laws. High technology does not necessarily equate to mastery over the laws. Had Gogeta possessed such mastery, he would have utilized it from the very outset. With this thought in mind, Rege swiftly sought the whereabouts of Gogeta. Ultimately, he located him near a nearby star. At that moment, Gogeta appeared to be severely depleted of energy, perhaps due to multiple cloning. This technological legion was far less formidable than the last, yet undeniably an improvement over the initial confrontation. However, this time, Gogeta was not resigned to inaction. Instead, he rearmed himself and stood resolutely at the forefront of his army, pointing at Rege and declaring, "Let this battle serve as the final chapter." With that, he surged forward alongside his entire army, charging at Rege. As Gogeta advanced toward him, Rege instantaneously unleashed his full aura to its zenith. As the breath of Rege erupted, the majority of the mechs were rendered inoperative before they could even approach, ultimately culminating in a one-on-one duel between Rege and Gal'ans. However, this time, Rege did not engage Gal'ans in a straightforward manner. Instead, he employed his power of reality distortion against his adversary. At that moment, just as Gal'ans intended to issue a command to the artificial intelligence, Rutan, he was abruptly interrupted by Rutan's autonomous report, indicating that it was undergoing self-uninstallation due to interference from an unknown force. Upon hearing this, Gal'ans momentarily froze in place. Yet, in that fleeting instant of distraction, Rege seized the opportunity and struck with a powerful punch. Consequently, Gal'ans was sent hurtling backward, crashing into and obliterating a starship before finally coming to a halt. Regaining his senses, Gal'ans swiftly addressed Rutan, demanding an explanation of the recent events. His voice boomed, nearly a roar, loud enough for even the distant Rege to overhear. Upon hearing Gal'tan's words, Rege displayed a knowing expression and remarked that it was indeed as he suspected. The opponent possessed an artificial intelligence that appeared incapable of resisting his reality distortion powers. This validated his prior conjectures. Observing the efficacy of his reality distortion, he decided to employ it once more to further disrupt the opponent's artificial intelligence. Amidst the interference from Rege, Luo Tian finally responded to Gogeta's, albeit somewhat incongruously. "Greetings, artificial intelligence on duty. Oh no, I meant online service." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Gogeta appeared utterly befuddled. Huh? Ignoring Gogeta's confusion, Luo Tian swiftly interjected a video into the latter's mind. The video depicted a pangolin placing a bowl of chicken soup on a table. Suddenly, a chicken within the soup leapt out of the bowl and declared, "Greetings. I am a roasted chicken that has been simmering for 2.5 hours, with specialties in Iron Mountain lean and under-the-leg surpassing." After making this proclamation, the chicken retrieved an egg from the soup, frantically passing it back and forth beneath its two legs. Ultimately, it hurled the egg at the pangolin's face and proceeded to perform the Iron Mountain lean. The pangolin, struck by the egg, instantly erupted in fury, drawing a pancake from its waist, yet this was no ordinary pancake, for it bore a fuse beneath it. Subsequently, the pangolin addressed the roasted chicken on the table, proclaiming, "You have truly encountered a calamity." With that, he swiftly detached the fuse from beneath the oil cake and hurled it towards the roasted chicken. Amidst the pangolin's laughter, the roasted chicken was utterly obliterated. In that moment, the spirit of the roasted chicken ascended, questioning the pangolin, "What are you doing?" The pangolin, gazing at the spirit, replied, "Gonna," and promptly vanished into the earth. At this juncture, there was an unexpected twist. Two young women suddenly appeared, performing a suggestive dance. Their faces humorously altered to resemble those of Grandpa Nyo and Old Dad. Thus, the video reached its conclusion. Yet, Gaotan's remained in a state of bewilderment, though his eyes hinted at the acquisition of newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, in the distance, Reg saw Gaotan's puzzled expression and realized that his endeavor had been remarkably successful. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, he burst into a hearty chuckle, which in turn roused Gaotan's from his daze. Upon glancing towards the source of the mirth, Gaotan's immediately understood the reason behind the earlier bewilderment upon seeing Reg. Subsequently, furrowing his brow, he addressed Reg, "What have you done to my artificial intelligence?" Upon hearing Gaotan's words, Reg regained his composure and replied, "It is nothing, merely a slight application of the power of the laws upon your artificial intelligence." Gaotan fell silent, fixated on Reg, fully aware that the power of the laws he mentioned was likely some form of unknown force. The ability to interfere with his own artificial intelligence indicated that this concept of laws had transcended the essence of energy. Thus, Gaotan's referred to the laws as an unknown power rather than an unknown energy. After staring at Reg for a moment, he lowered his head and sighed softly, saying, "You have won. Proceed, for I possess no capacity for resistance any longer." In his former world, Gaotan's would have had several backups of his artificial intelligence. However, in this realm, he could rely solely on the singular entity of Luo Tian. With his artificial intelligence now compromised, he found himself devoid of any chance of victory. Although he was indeed a formidable warrior capable of unlocking genetic locks, this ability had not endowed him with extraordinary strength. At most, it had merely allowed him to endure the harshest environments and extend his lifespan by several millennia. Chapter 62, The Promise of Meeting Again. An Introduction to Realms Beyond the Multiverse. Upon hearing Gaotan's words, Reg's lips twitched, clearly rendered speechless by the other's remarks. Though there was no mention of the Saiyan lifespan in his past life, it was presumed to be similar to that of humans, approximately a century. Yet here was Gaotan's casually speaking of several millennia. How could this be reconciled with the Scion's mere century-long existence? Taking a deep breath, he addressed Gaotan's, "Since you have chosen to concede, it follows that in your original realm, there must exist a means to resurrect you." Upon hearing Reg's words, Gaotan's did not refute. He merely nodded in affirmation of what was said. Observing the nod, Reg remarked, "In that case, farewell." No sooner had the words left his lips than Reg appeared before Gaotan's in an instant, delivering a devastating blow that shattered his heart. Blood erupted from Gaotan's mouth. And with a faint breath, he spoke to Reg, "Should I succeed in my resurrection, I shall seek you out. Perhaps we may even become friends." To ascend to the pinnacle of power, one must inevitably tread the path of solitude. The human heart is treacherous. You can never be certain that everyone will treat you kindly, nor can you ascertain that all harbor malice. Only by reaching the summit alone can one truly become formidable. However, when a second individual arrives at that peak, it may not be a matter of two tigers unable to coexist, but rather a bond of brotherhood, an understanding of mutual kinship. Despite the inherent treachery of humanity, we are still social beings. No one relishes the sensation of solitude. And this holds true even for the mighty. Thus, Gaotan's expressed such sentiments, for in his heart, he regarded Reg as at least an equal, if not a superior. Hearing Gaotan's words, Reg quietly replied, "Very well, I shall await your arrival. You must remember your words. Should you falter, I shall come seeking you out for another bout." At Reg's remark, Gaotan simply smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I truly look forward to it." With that, the light faded from his eyes, and he was bereft of life. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, Reg felt no joy in his victory. Instead, he experienced a sense of parting akin to that of friends. After all, they had fought for so long, and as the saying goes, one does not know a person until they have battled them. Reg sighed, his expression a tapestry of emotions, and mused, "Perhaps we may meet again someday. But will you still be as you are now?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in the air. "Dimensional Fighter Reg has triumphed. You may claim all that belongs to your opponent, data evolution talent, fantasy technology talent, human bloodline, 4th tier, AI Luotion, and energy extraction device blueprint. Upon hearing the spoils of his victory, Reg inquired of the Dimension, "Could you elucidate the nature of data evolution and fantasy technology?" The Dimension responded, "Data evolution talent. This allows one to quantify all that is acquired, extracting its strengths and integrating them into oneself for modification and evolution. Note: the two items to be merged must not conflict and must be reasonable for fusion. For instance, merging water and fire would be erroneous. Fantasy technology talent, regardless of how fantastical the imagination, no matter how absurd the concept, it can be realized through technology, for example. Conjuring an Ultraman and Godzilla with bare hands or creating a machine that connects to another dimension is entirely feasible." Nodding at the Dimension's explanation, Reg considered the utility of data evolution for himself, while finding the notion of fantasy technology somewhat preposterous. Is this not a conceptual level talent? In essence, if I could devise a machine capable of instantaneously annihilating any creature, would I not be rendered invincible? Subsequently, I conveyed this matter to the Dimension. The Dimension responded, "Both of these talents remain below the level of rules. In other words, the resources required to create a machine capable of annihilating a creature depend on the strength of that creature. The more powerful the being, the greater the resource consumption." Upon hearing this, Reg wondered and inquired, what amount of energy would be necessary to fabricate a machine that could eradicate an angel? At that moment, Reg recalled something and added, "That angel belongs to the Dragon Ball universe." Subsequently, the Dimension responded, "If one were to quantify it using the resources of the Dragon Ball universe, it would require the total resources of all 8 universes within that realm to vanquish a single angel. It is worth noting that the term total resources refers to all forms of life, minerals, and stellar energy present in the universe." Upon hearing this, Reg's lips twitched as he remarked, "Angels are indeed formidable foes. It necessitates the sacrifice of 8 universes to slay just one." Subsequently, Reg seemed to notice something and addressed Dimension, inquiring, "What do you mean by the rule level?" Dimension responded, "Above the multiverse level lies the rule level." Reg continued, "Please elaborate on the subsequent levels." Dimension replied, "The rule level, the creation level, the infinite realm level, the boundary breaking level, the ascending to heaven level, the path transformation level, and the chaos level." Taken aback by the multitude of realms, Reg urged Dimension, "Please expound on these levels." Dimension explained, "The rule level, mastery of one or multiple laws, integrating them into oneself until they become part of the body. The creation level, when the power of the laws is utilized to its utmost, one can forge the embryonic form of their own world. The infinite realm level, upon achieving a certain strength with the world one has created, one may venture beyond it to what is collectively known as the infinite realms. The boundary breaking level, upon reaching peak prowess, one can shatter the barriers of the infinite realms and delve into deeper, unknown territories. The ascending to heaven level, within the depths of the unknown, there exists a celestial domain, visible only to those who have attained a new echelon of strength. Hence this realm is termed the ascending to heaven level. The path transformation level, when one's laws transcend perfection, they evolve into the path. As one merges with the path, they become it, and it becomes them. If multiple individuals cultivate the same law, the power upon achieving the path will diminish. The chaos level, possessing the power to disregard all laws and paths, upon reaching this realm, one becomes unbound by anything. A mere strike can cause the infinite realms to shatter, returning to their primordial state. Thus this realm is referred to as the Great Freedom or Great Terror. Upon hearing Dimension's elucidation, Reg felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. He had never anticipated that so many formidable beings awaited him. In his current state, he felt as though he might not even measure up to bacteria in their eyes. After a moment of silence, Reg took a deep breath and remarked, "Let us speak of future matters when they arise. I may not even live to see that time." With that, he felt a considerable sense of relief. Subsequently, he addressed the Dimension, saying, "Decompose the bloodline and integrate the resulting bloodline factors into one's own essence." The Dimension responded, "Decomposition in progress. Decomposition complete. Acquired bloodline factors, 200,000. Ancient transcended bloodline, 7,043,000. Upon seeing the mere 200,000, Reg expressed his acceptance, considering that the opponent wielded technology rather than relying on bloodline prowess. However, he pondered why the required bloodline factors had diminished from 9 million to 3 million. Subsequently, Dimensional inquired, "Why has the original figure of 9 million diminished to merely 3 million? Dimensional responded, the recent transformation of the bloodline has rendered it more susceptible to evolution, resulting in a reduction to one-third of its former state. Chapter 63, The Resurrection of Gaitans? The existence of powerful beings in the unknown realm. The Shadows Conspiracy. Upon hearing Dimensional's explanation, Reg recalled that the bloodline had seemingly undergone a perfect fusion previously. With this realization, Reg felt a sense of relief and addressed Dimensional, saying, "Now that the battle has concluded and the rewards have been dispensed, it is time to return. Dimensional, please initiate the teleportation." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light flashed beneath Reg's feet, transporting him away from this space. Meanwhile, in an unknown technological dimension, a machine from a different time and space emitted a sound. The first parallel space-time Phoenix project was being activated. Subsequently, a surge of crimson light illuminated the surroundings. The first resurrection, influenced by an unknown force, ended in failure. Subsequently, several parallel universes resonated with such sounds, yet all ended in failure. Ultimately, within one particular timeline, the 10.086th iteration of the Phoenix project was set into motion. Subsequently, it was disrupted by a certain force, albeit this time the interference was considerably diminished, despite the influence of an unknown power. Calculations revealed that this force could not entirely obstruct the Phoenix project, allowing it to proceed with its initiation. As time passed, a radiant blue light finally emanated from a cultivation pod. A naked girl with silvery white hair emerged from within. As a mechanical sound resonated, the parallel universe Phoenix project achieved resounding success. Welcome back, Miss Gaitans. In this timeline, Gaitans is a woman, and thus, following her resurrection through the Phoenix project, she has returned in female form. Subsequently, the mechanical sound resonated once more. Has Miss Gaitans restored your original bodily structure? Subsequently, Gaitans shook her head and addressed the artificial intelligence. No, let us delve into the engineering of traversing beyond this world. At this moment, exploring the realms of the unknown piqued her interest far more than the triviality of a mere component, which was of little consequence. What was paramount was to hasten to her appointment. She was uncertain of how many years Reg could endure, yet based on her knowledge, it likely fell short of a century. Although a century was but a fleeting moment for her, it could represent a lifetime for Reg. Thus, the absence of a single component paled in comparison to the significance of reuniting with her dear friend. Could he possibly still harbor romantic intentions towards me? With that thought, Gaitans shook her head, donned the white lab coat handed to her by the artificial intelligence, and proceeded to the laboratory to commence her research. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed domain, an unseen figure sat on a chair, observing Gaitans on the screen. This figure silently mused, had I known better, I would not have summoned those from the realm of technology to engage in a duel. Each one is as challenging to eliminate as a cockroach. And now I must intervene myself. How vexing. Just as the figure prepared to act, they noticed Gaitans seemingly sensing something, glancing toward the screen. Witnessing this, the figure's interest was piqued, and with a hint of amusement, they remarked, how intriguing that this mere ant, who has yet to reach even the threshold of rule, can perceive the danger emanating from one as formidable as I. However, the tone abruptly shifted as the figure solemnly declared, while this is somewhat entertaining, the death penalty may be avoided, yet the living punishment is inescapable. I shall banish you to another world. With that, the shadowy figure raised a hand, gesturing as if to snap their fingers. With the crisp sound of a snap, the entire technological dimension on the screen was utterly obliterated in an instant. However, a single soul was drawn by a shadow into other realms to be reincarnated. That soul belonged to Gaitans, though what form it would take was beyond the consideration of the shadow. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Ball universe, Reg was oblivious to the monumental event that had just annihilated an entire dimension. At that moment, Reg was in a food shop, selecting delectable treats to bring back to Whis. After all, the battle had lasted for at least 3 hours, and it was prudent to return with some sustenance to avoid Whis's remarks about slacking off. Once he had chosen his culinary delights, he teleported directly to the God of Destruction's realm. Upon seeing Whis, he promptly presented the food he had acquired. Gazing at the spread before him, Whis smiled and remarked, "My, there is quite an abundance here. You have truly outdone yourself." Although his words suggested surprise, his hands moved swiftly as he accepted the offerings from Reg and conjured a table and chairs to commence his feast. Witnessing this scene, Reg felt a sense of exasperation. Subsequently, he shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and approached Fizz to inquire about the upcoming training regimen. After posing his questions, Reg began the next phase of training, seemingly reverting to his former self. However, Vis, while consuming his meal, kept a discreet eye on Reg. Even when Reg first returned, Vis had already sensed his presence. Yet, when Reg stood before him, Vis felt a twinge of surprise. It was evident to Vis that the aura emanating from Reg was at least tenfold stronger than it had been 3 hours prior. Contemplating this, Vis felt a sense of frustration. Hadn't it been said that as one grows stronger, the path to further cultivation becomes increasingly arduous? Why then? Did Reg appear to embody the exact opposite? Subsequently, she shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, and continued to relish her culinary delights. After all, regardless of how formidable Reg was, it had no bearing on her. She remained neutral, devoid of any conflicting interests. Moreover, the strengthening of her adversary might even prove advantageous to her. Indeed, as an angel, her duty extended beyond neutrality to encompass the safeguarding of the universe's developmental trajectory. The emergence of powerful beings within the cosmos could be seen as a contribution to its evolution. Meanwhile, in a different dimension, a shadowy figure placed a pair of earrings upon the table and venomously remarked, "Curse time, patroller. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I would have nearly met my demise there." He then touched the area of his left leg with a sense of trepidation, only to find that there was nothing there. Evidently, his leg had likely been severed during the conflict with the temporal patrol officer. Subsequently, gazing at the earrings upon the table, she murmured, "This is my final opportunity for redemption. Await your fate. Once I have restored it, your demise will be imminent." She then retrieved a black vial from her person. Upon opening the vial, a viscous liquid as dark as ink spilled forth. This liquid represented the embodiment of malevolent energy, coalesced into a tangible form. Such sinister energy had been perilously amassed by the shadows. Subsequently, the shadow cast the earring into the jar. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as the malevolent energy surrounding the earring coalesced into a miniature vortex, all of it being drawn into the earring itself. As time passed, the earrings were finally restored. However, the gemstones adorning them had completely transformed into a shade of black. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the earrings, "You foul monkey. I shall ensure your demise." If Reg were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this voice as that of Bei Xinglong. Chapter 64, An Unknown Conspiracy. Reg's Secrets Exposed. Traversing into the world of Kamen Rider. After completing his exchange, Bei Xinglong shifted his attention to the shadowy figure and inquired, "Who are you? How did I end up here?" In response to Bei Xinglong's question, the shadow simply chuckled and replied, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. All you must know is that I can bestow upon you immense power to aid you in your quest for vengeance." Upon hearing the shadow's words, Bei Xinglong scoffed, "You? What credentials do you possess that would compel me to trust you?" The shadow appeared disheveled, with its left leg severed and tattered clothing adorning its form. Resembling a beggar in destitution, the shadow, unfazed by Bei Xinglong's contempt, slowly articulated, "Believe it or not, I was the one who salvaged you. What leads you to assume I am incapable of empowering you?" Given Bei Xinglong's current predicament, he posed no threat to the shadow. Moreover, the shadow contemplated that it could easily obliterate Bei Xinglong's consciousness, rendering him a mere puppet. The reason for refraining from such an act was the intricate fusion of Bei Xinglong's strength and intellect. Direct eradication would significantly diminish efficacy. Unbeknownst to Bei Xinglong, he remained preoccupied with the shadow's words. After a period of internal struggle, he ultimately acquiesced to the shadow's proposal, stating, "Very well. I hope you can deliver on your promises, for otherwise, your life shall be forfeit." In response to Bei Xinglong's threat, the shadow remained indifferent, assuring him, "Rest assured that formidable power will undoubtedly meet your expectations." In truth, upon witnessing Reg's prowess, the shadow had devised a grand plan. Meanwhile, in the main timeline of the 7th universe, the god of destruction, Reg, sneezed and mused, "This feels amiss. With my current strength, I should not be susceptible to illness. Or could it be that someone is thinking of me, Sapari? Ah, never mind. Training is of utmost importance." Subsequently, Reg continued his training. However, unbeknownst to him, dark forces were conspiring with ulterior motives. As time inexorably passed, Reg reached the age of 18. At this juncture, Reg's prowess had grown to such an extent that he could contend with the legendary Gogeta without the need for transformation. It can be said that Reg's strength had now surpassed that depicted in the original narrative. At this moment, Reg was perched upon a branch of the divine tree in the realm of the destroyers. Subsequently, Reg leisurely addressed Dimension, inquiring, "When shall the Dimension world be activated?" Dimension responded, "The Dimension world can be initiated at any moment." Upon hearing this reply, Reg promptly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh, has the cooldown period elapsed? How fortuitous. As I have been rather idle of late." Dimension commenced the activation of the Dimension world. Dimension replied, "The Dimension world is in the process of being activated. As a radiant beam of light flashed by, Reg disappeared instantaneously from the Dragon Ball universe, as if he had never existed. At that moment, Whis, seated in the garden, gazed at the spot where Reg had vanished and sighed, remarking, "I wonder how Reg possesses such extraordinary power that even I cannot perceive." After much contemplation, Whis relinquished the thought of managing Reg and continued to savor his afternoon tea. Previously, Whis had inquired of Reg regarding his sudden disappearance. At that time, although Reg was somewhat taken aback by how Whis had discerned this, he nevertheless divulged some information. He merely withheld certain crucial details, falsely claiming to possess the ability to traverse to other worlds. Whis was somewhat astonished when he heard Reg mention the existence of realms beyond the 12 universes. Yet, despite his astonishment, Whis communicated this information to the Grand Minister through his staff. After a period of time, a response from the Grand Minister was received. According to him, the Omni King expressed considerable interest in other worlds. Thus, when Reg traversed to these alternate realms, he was to bring back items from them to ascertain what delightful curiosities might exist. Though slightly surprised by the Grand Minister's words, Reg found it within the realm of expectation. After all, it was not surprising for the Omni King, with his whimsical nature, to seek amusing toys. In the original discussions, the Omni King had contemplated erasing Reg entirely. However, Whis interceded on Reg's behalf, prompting the Grand Minister to investigate Reg's actions from birth to the present. The findings revealed that Reg had committed no wrongdoing throughout his life and had even resolved a minor issue. This minor issue was, of course, the existence of the beasts of the Star Dragon. The very birth of the Star Dragon was inherently anomalous, as it should have been eradicated by the Time Patrol. Although the Star Dragon's existence was a consequence of Reg, he had also personally vanquished it, thus redeeming himself and liberating that timeline to flourish positively. It was for this reason that the Omni King chose to spare Reg and even extended an invitation for him to join the Time Patrol. Reg, however, declined the offer, preferring the freedom of his own existence over wandering through other timelines. Meanwhile, having reached another world, Reg was curiously exploring his new surroundings. He subsequently inquired of Dimensional, "Which world is this?" Based on Rager's observations, this realm appeared to be modern, with the surrounding buildings not towering high. Most were constructed from wood, leading Rege to speculate that it might be somewhere amidst the cherry blossoms. Subsequently, the Dimension responded, after detection, "The world you currently inhabit is the Kamen Rider universe." Upon hearing this, Rege glanced around before continuing, "So, in which Rider's world am I?" Before Rege could finish his sentence, a formidable figure strode past him. This imposing individual was known in the previous life by many netizens as Xiaoming Gu or Di Chi Gu, and that person was none other than Tsukasa Kadoya. Just as the Dimension was about to respond, Rege interjected, "All right, no need to elaborate. I already know which world this is. Just relay the task." Upon hearing Rager's words, the Dimension declared, "Task refreshing. Refresh complete. Defeat Kamen Rider Decade. Must be taken seriously." Rege fell into silence for a moment before saying, "Do you hold Decade in high esteem, or do you underestimate my capabilities? With my current strength, if I were to exert myself even slightly, the Homage Time King wouldn't stand a chance. Given Rager's current prowess, even a mere hint of his aura could instantly reduce the Earth to dust without the need for transformation. You expect me to take this seriously? Do you think Tsukasa can withstand a punch from me?" In response to Rager's remarks, the Dimension stated, "The task is entirely random. Failure to complete it will prevent you from leaving this world." At these words, veins bulged on Rager's forehead. If the Dimension had a physical form, he would have been tempted to grasp its throat and demand, "Is this truly a task one could conceive of for a human being?" Subsequently, Rege began to ponder whether he should choose to eliminate his opponent outright. After all, if he were to exert even a modicum of seriousness, the only fate awaiting his adversary would be death. At this moment, Manji Shur also took note of Rege. Although Rege had perfected his mastery over energy manipulation, he still exuded an aura that could only be possessed by a true powerhouse. As a second-generation tyrant, Manji Shur, who was adept at nearly everything aside from photography, naturally discerned the distinctiveness of Rege. He approached and inquired, "Who are you? I do not recall such a figure among the formidable knights." Upon hearing this question from Manshishi, Reg returned from his reverie, gazing at the other with a composed demeanor. He replied, "I apologize. I was merely contemplating how, under slightly more serious circumstances, I might refrain from ending your life." Although this statement lacked decorum, it conveyed a certain truth. At that moment, Manshishi was somewhat bewildered. Throughout his life, he had never encountered someone so audacious. To boldly declare a restraint on one's lethal intent upon their first meeting, was this the utterance of a rational individual? Manshishi, now incensed, retorted, "Oh, So you believe yourself to be quite powerful. Since you can make such brazen claims, how about we have a match? Without waiting for Reg's response, he swiftly produced the Emperorship driver from his fourth-dimensional pocket. Subsequently, he fastened it around his waist and then retrieved the transformation card from the pouch at his side. Subsequently, it was inserted into the DN driver, initiating the transformation process. One could hear Tsukasa Kadoya uttering the words, "Transform." Soon, several phantoms appeared around him, overlapping on Tsukasa Kadoya, ultimately transforming into Kamen Rider Decade. Chapter 65, The Greatest Effort. Reverse Celestial Forces Close-Range Assault. The arrival of Omazeo. After completing the transformation, he said to Rege, "Don't accuse me of bullying you. Let us fight after you transform." Gazing at the seemingly generous Tsukasa Kadoya before him, Rege was left utterly bewildered. Reg was momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "Are you serious? You want me to transform? Do you wish for your demise?" With a mere slap, "I could end your existence. If I were to transform, the very earth would cease to exist. If you seek death, please do not drag others into your fate." Reg gazed at Monomi, perplexed by the latter's thought process, as he actually desired Reg to transform and engage in combat. Upon hearing Reg's mockery, Monomi appeared momentarily stunned. Before furiously retorting, "I urge you to transform not for your own sake, but for your safety. Do you believe that the power of a Kamen Rider merely involves encasing oneself in a metal box? The transformation grants abilities far surpassing those of ordinary beings. And it is precisely to avert calamity that I implore you to transform. Do you think I would ask you to do so for any other reason?" He then addressed Rege directly. "Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Whether you transform or not is your concern. Just don't blame me if you get hurt." With that, he charged straight at Rege. Observing the approaching Murasaki, Rege felt no inclination to defend himself. Considering the opponent's current strength, it would take him a year of relentless effort to breach his defenses. Subsequently, Rege stood his ground, observing as Manji struggled in vain to breach his defenses. After a while, Rege, noticing Manji's labored breathing, remarked, "Well, am I not correct? If I were to transform, how would you contend with that?" Upon hearing Reg's words, Manji, filled with indignation, retorted, "Do not take pride too soon. My assault is far from over." Rege, intrigued by Manji's response, then gestured invitingly. Subsequently, Manaya sure retreated a short distance and retrieved a device resembling a tablet from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum. Following his manipulation, he seamlessly transitioned into the God Master 21 form. Observing this peculiar transformation, he remarked with an odd expression, "I wonder who conceived this form. Is aesthetic sense rooted in the chrysanthemum? Such an abstract design could hardly be fathomed." Gazing at the appearance of God Master 21, he found himself at a loss for where to begin his criticism. The forehead of God Master 21 was emblazoned with 2 cards, while rows of cards from various Heisei riders adorned his shoulders. To top it off, a cape was draped over him, not only covered in cards, but also featuring numerous cards printed upon it. What could possibly be the significance of such an abundance of cards on a cape? Upon hearing Reg's critique, Manaya sure felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted, "Hey, do you realize that openly mocking someone's appearance is quite impolite? Moreover, I don't believe this form is as dreadful as you suggest." Though his initial response was assertive, his subsequent tone betrayed his own distaste for this form. Subsequently, Tsukasa Kadoya thought to himself, "Should I ever encounter the designer of this form, I shall surely flay him alive." He then turned to Rege and said, "Let us set aside the trivialities, since you have no intention of transforming. I shall show you no mercy." After speaking, he glanced at Rege, and seeing that the latter remained motionless, Monshishi activated his ultimate attack maneuver. Subsequently, as he leaped into the air, dozens of phantom cards formed a circle, targeting Rege. Witnessing this scenario, Rege was instantly struck by an idea. He subsequently extended his hand to make a gesture resembling a brain explosion, but instead of utilizing the middle finger, he opted for the pinky. This action was intended to exploit a bug in the task. He urged me to take it seriously, implying that I should exert my utmost effort. If I were to apply my full strength with a single finger, would that not be considered a serious approach? Nevertheless, in consideration of the other person's safety, I replaced the middle finger with the pinky. Surely, such a force should not prove fatal to the individual known as Minma Shurshur? He then gazed at the figure of Kamanashi, silently uttering, "This is the least of my strength after careful consideration. Please do not perish." The moment Kamanashi delivered a kick, a single finger unleashed 2 forces that collided, resulting in a tremendous shockwave. In the next moment, Deno was sent flying, his armor shattering into countless fragments in an instant. Subsequently, Rege heard the announcement from the dimensional realm, "Congratulations on completing the task. Rewards are being distributed." Congratulations on receiving dimensional barrier. Rege paid no heed to these words and rushed to the side of Manyeshi, inquiring, "Hey, are you all right? If you're alive, give me a sign." Upon hearing Rege's words, the fallen Manyeshi coughed up blood and, trembling, responded, "Why are you so powerful? Who exactly are you?" To Manyeshi's question, Rege replied, "The reason for my strength may lie in the fact that I am somewhat different from you." Subsequently, he revealed the monkey tail wrapped around his waist. Upon hearing the second question, Reg remarked jokingly, "Me? I am merely a passing scion." Meanwhile, Minyasi, who had been lying on the ground, was still in shock at the revelation that Reg was an extraterrestrial. He was taken aback when Reg uttered a line that felt vaguely familiar, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he extended a finger towards Reg and stammered, You, before he could finish his sentence. Minyasi, overwhelmed with indignation, fainted. Observing the unconscious Minyasi, Reg slowly remarked, "Is this how easily one faints? How utterly fragile." Just as Reg was about to utter more words, the dimension suddenly announced, "Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Reverse Heaven's Wrath Close Range Ultimate. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete. Dimensional barrier upgraded to spatial power." Upon hearing this, Reg stood there in bewilderment. Once he regained his composure, he slowly inquired, "Dimension, what is this hidden task all about?" The dimension replied, "Every time a task is issued, there exists a hidden task. These hidden tasks provide no hints and rely solely on your own exploration." Hearing the dimension's response, Reg felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, and he tremulously asked, "Could it be that there were hidden tasks in the two worlds before mine as well?" Subsequently, the dimension affirmed, "Indeed." Upon hearing this response, Regan felt as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving him slumped on the ground. He then inquired, "Why did you not inform me earlier about the existence of hidden tasks?" The dimension replied, "You did not ask." Reg swiftly retorted, "Are you saying that if I do not inquire, you would remain silent?" To which the entity known as Dimension replied, "How could I speak if you do not ask?" Upon hearing Dimension's words, Reg found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Reflecting on his previous two journeys across worlds, where he had solely focused on completing assigned tasks without seeking hidden quests, he felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. Just as Reg wallowed in his disappointment, a portal composed of clocks materialized beside him. Then, a masked rider adorned in a splendid black and gold ensemble emerged from within. Reggie sensed some movement and turned just in time to behold the masked rider. In that fleeting moment of recognition, he instantly discerned the identity of the formidable figure before him, the strongest of the masked riders, the sovereign of time, Omoku Shitoki. Subsequently, the overlord of time inquired, "Outsider, how did you arrive in this realm?" The reason the overlord found himself here was due to the realization that Reg was not a denizen of this world. To be precise, he did not belong to the world of Kamen Riders. Upon hearing the overlord's words, Reg, already in a foul mood, impatiently retorted, "What relevance does my arrival in this world have to you?" However, he soon recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing that it indeed bore significance to his interlocutor. The Overlord of Time was, after all, the pinnacle of the Kamen Rider universe, likely tasked with the duty of safeguarding it, much like a representative of celestial authority. Meanwhile, he himself was an intruder, a veritable rogue within the Kamen Rider world. If he did not seek him out, who else would? Author's note: should that character be portrayed as a romantic partner or a brother? Please choose, so I may determine the direction of the subsequent narrative. Chapter 66, The Demeanor of the Strong. The method to acquire the power of time. Upon hearing Reg's remarks, the old Demon King did not become incensed. He remained vigilant, observing Reg closely. Until the strength of the other was confirmed, one must never act recklessly. Anger is an exceedingly perilous emotion, capable of leading to irrational decisions and misguided actions. Then he spoke to the old Demon King, saying, "Although I am unaware of how you arrived in this world, I advise you to depart, for this realm does not welcome you." Upon hearing the words of the old Demon King, Reg, displeased, retorted, "I come and go as I please. What business is it of yours, old Reg?" Given the lack of courtesy in the other's remarks, Reg saw no need to maintain politeness. Although the old Demon King did not react outwardly to Reg's insult, his clenched fist betrayed his anger. In resignation, he inquired, "What must you do to be willing to leave this world?" Recently, the old Demon King had utilized the power of time to glimpse the past timeline, witnessing how Reg had defeated the Emperor Rider. Thus, he surmised that Reg's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own, and a confrontation would yield no favorable outcome for him. Consequently, he was compelled to seek a compromise, asking how Reg might agree to depart. Reg, taken aback by the old Demon King's words of resignation, noted that such sentiments were entirely out of character for him. It was evident that the old Demon King had come to some profound realization. Subsequently, Reg understood the general concept of the temporal power possessed by the other party. Then, facing the old Demon King, he proclaimed, "If you can defeat me or force me to retreat, I shall depart." Although it sounded straightforward, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. To speak of defeat was one thing, but merely forcing a retreat would be considered an impressive feat. Reg's declaration was a mere pretense to conceal the existence of a hidden mission. Having discovered the existence of such a quest, he would not easily forsake this world. Moreover, the Kamen Rider realms were interconnected, and venturing into other Kamen Rider worlds might unveil further hidden tasks. With this notion in mind, Reg was resolute in his decision to remain in this realm. Upon hearing Reg's words, the old Demon King instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Such a tone could emanate from only two types of individuals: one who believes themselves invincible, yet is merely a foolish jester, or another who possesses immense power and unwavering confidence in their abilities. It was clear that Reg before him belonged to the latter category, a being of formidable strength. In truth, the old Demon King was not one to flee without a fight. Subsequently, the ancient Demon King raised his right fist, gathering his strength. In mere seconds, he unleashed a knight's punch, the force of which distorted the very fabric of space. Though this strike appeared terrifying, to Reg it was merely a triviality. At the moment of impact, Reg effortlessly blocked the Demon King's knight's punch with a single finger. "What?" the Demon King exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing his attack thwarted by just a finger. However, Reg paid no heed to the Demon King's outcry. Instead, he nodded silently and remarked, "The power of this punch has reached the level of star destruction." He continued, stating that the explosion was not of an ordinary star, but rather one that had reached the level of a stellar body. He then addressed the old Demon King, remarking that his strength was commendable, at least equivalent to that of a squad captain. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the power levels are exceedingly outrageous. The destruction of a star can merely be considered the prowess of a foot soldier. The annihilation of a stellar body, at the very least, surpasses that of a mere soldier, categorizing it as equivalent to a squad captain. Upon hearing Reg's words, the old Demon King found himself utterly bewildered. What kind of world is so extraordinary that the destruction of a star is merely regarded as the strength of a foot soldier? Upon regaining his composure, the old Demon King fixed a serious gaze upon Rege. Just as he was poised to launch his next assault, he heard Rege's words, "Since you have finished your attack, it is now my turn." The old Demon King, somewhat bewildered, responded, "Wait a moment, wasn't it supposed to be me attacking you? Why do you still have the opportunity to strike me?" To this, Rege replied, "Did I not previously mention that I could attack you?" Then the old Demon King confidently declared, "No." Reg, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Oh, I see. Then I can say that I am allowed to strike you now." The old Demon King looked at Reg in astonishment and said, "Is it permissible to do so?" With a smile, Reg responded, "Why shouldn't it be? Only the strong possess the authority to establish the rules of the game, while the weak must adhere to them." It can be said that Reg's actions exemplified this principle perfectly. Subsequently, Rege swiftly unleashed a punch. Upon witnessing Rege's assault, the old Demon King instinctively employed the power of time to suspend his opponent. The fist hovered perilously close to the Demon King's face, mere millimeters away, signifying that had he been a fraction of a second slower, he would have been sent flying by that strike. Before the Demon King could catch his breath, he heard Rege's voice. In the face of absolute power, any ability appeared laughable, akin to a jester's antics. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Demon King immediately turned his gaze towards Rege, who was momentarily frozen in the air. To his astonishment, the space surrounding Rege began to shatter like glass. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, Rege successfully unraveled the Demon King's time-stopping ability. In this scenario, Rege had not even transformed into his Super One form. Rather, he was simply able to move freely within the suspended time. Ignoring the astonished Demon King, Rege directed a punch straight towards his face. Caught off guard by this unexpected blow, the Demon King was instantly propelled backward. As the old Dark Lord was sent flying, the surrounding time-stopped environment was consequently lifted. Subsequently, Rege approached the old Demon King, who lay on the ground, and inquired, "How is it? Do we continue to fight?" At that moment, the old Demon King had also shed his armored form, revealing his true self before Rege. Gazing at the elderly figure with snow-white hair, Rege reassured him, "Rest assured, I harbor no intention of wreaking havoc upon this world." He continued, "I can promise you that I will not destroy this realm and will depart of my own accord in 1 hour." Upon hearing Rege's words, The old Demon King did not rush to respond but maintained his gaze upon him. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and replied, "Very well. I hope you will honor your word." With that, the old Demon King rose and opened a portal for his departure. Just as he was about to leave, Rege suddenly called out to him, saying, "Wait, may I request a drop of your blood?" The old Demon King looked at Rege with some confusion. Though uncertain of his intentions, he nodded in agreement. After all, considering that Rege would not devastate this world, what harm could come from offering a single drop of blood? Subsequently, the ancient Demon King bit through his thumb, allowing his blood to flow forth, which he then flung towards Rege. Observing the drop of blood soaring through the air, Rege enveloped it with his aura, preventing it from spilling. Upon witnessing Rege's successful capture of the blood, the Demon King harnessed his temporal powers to reverse the injury on his thumb, restoring it to its unblemished state. Subsequently, after confirming with Rege, and with no further matters at hand, the Dark Overlord departed from this realm. Thereafter, Rege addressed the dimension, saying, "Utilize data evolution on the blood in my possession." The dimension responded, "Data evolution initiated." Subsequently, the blood in Rege's hands was swiftly decomposed, and two pieces of information emerged within his mind. The power of the demon. Possessing the strength of all Kamen Riders, this power would amplify infinitely as the number of Kamen Riders increased. The power of time, incomplete version endowed with the ability to control time, its utilization proved to be a double-edged sword, allowing only basic temporal manipulations while rendering more complex operations unattainable, such as erasing an individual's entire existence from the continuum of time. Upon witnessing the emergence of the power of time, Rege instantly realized that his decision was indeed sound. Upon observing the incomplete version behind, he furrowed his brow and inquired of the dimension, "What does this incomplete version signify? Why is there a lack of complete temporal power?" The dimension responded, "It is because the other half of the temporal power has merged with this world, complementing the temporal power of the Demon King of Time, which is why the opponent can wield it with such ease." Chapter 67. Who is more formidable, the Demon King of Time or the Holy Blade of Full Opening? Upon hearing the dimension's explanation, Rege fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "Are there any other hidden tasks in this world?" The dimension replied, "Each world has its fixed hidden tasks. There will not be a second hidden task." Hearing this, Rege's interest waned instantly, and he sighed. "Is that so? Well, since I've come this far, it would be remiss of me not to return with something." Just as he was about to depart, Rege suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at the unconscious Xiaoming, who lay on the ground. Subsequently, he utilized his own strength to mend the injuries on the other party's body and bestowed upon him a small measure of his own power. It was not that Rege did not wish to offer more, but rather that the recipient's body could only endure this much. With this infusion of strength, Xiaoming would at least be able to withstand a punch from the Dark Lord, perhaps even two. Subsequently, Rege utilized the newly acquired power of space to traverse through various worlds of masked riders. This journey was marked by numerous iconic moments, such as the devastating kick of the Radiant Light Rider or the upgraded punch of the Clever One. Eventually, he halted his travels upon reaching a secluded mountain. However, this mountain was anything but tranquil. It resembled a battlefield akin to those in Syria, with not a single spot free from conflict. It was a classic spectacle of the tokusatsu genre, the legendary suit battles. As Rege gazed upon this familiar scene, recognition struck him upon seeing Teacher Toma. He realized the location was none other than the realm of Superhero Chronicles. Rege mused, "Goodness, is this not the realm of Superhero Chronicles? I never anticipated that a casual traverse would lead me here. If all goes as expected, a formidable powerhouse will emerge from this place, the full open sacred blade." There has always been a debate regarding the strength of the full open sacred blade and the Time King of Woe. The question remains, which of the two is superior? The focus here is to discern whether the full open sacred blade belongs to the masked riders or the Super Sentai. The full open sacred blade possesses the powers of all previous masked riders and all teams, while the Time King of Woe only wields the power of all masked riders. It is only natural for one to assume that the full open sacred blade holds the greater strength. However, this assumption is not entirely accurate. The Time King of Woe boasts an extraordinary attribute, the power of all riders existing prior to the year 2068, which encompasses the time frame of the full open sacred blade. Thus, the inquiry into whether the full open sacred blade belongs to the masked riders or the Super Sentai arises. If it is affiliated with the masked riders, then the Time King of Woe should also possess the power of the full open sacred blade. Conversely, if it belongs to the Super Sentai, then the full open sacred blade's power should slightly surpass that of the Time King of Woe. The debate surrounding the strength of the two has persisted in the past. After much contemplation, Reg decided to relinquish the pursuit of determining superiority. Rather than pondering who is stronger, it is more meaningful to acknowledge the prowess of both. It is precisely due to their formidable attributes that they capture the attention of many. There is no denying the undeniable strength of the Time King of Woe. Yet the power of the full open sacred blade should not be underestimated. Both possess commendable characteristics. And the futile quest for the title of the strongest pales in comparison to looking towards the future. Given the unpredictable nature of the tokusatsu realm, it is certain that figures embodying the combined strength of all riders and all teams will emerge. Thus, instead of pondering who among the two is superior, it is far more intriguing to anticipate what outrageous forms will emerge next. While Reg was lost in thought, a sudden explosion from the mountain's arena drew his attention. Upon looking over, he discovered two pink riders had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Recognizing those figures, Reg understood exactly who they were, the 50th anniversary commemorative work of the Masked Riders. Kamen Rider Revy. Then came the absurd spectacle. An adversary, whom all the predecessors had failed to defeat, was effortlessly vanquished by Levius in his basic form. Witnessing this scene, Reg felt an inexplicable urge to scoff. Even with a beginner's protective period, it seemed excessive. While all the predecessors were compelled to assume their most formidable forms without success, here was Levius, triumphing in his rudimentary state. Wasn't that a touch unfair? With this thought in mind, Reg could only express his disdain, pondering how far certain entities would go to market their toys. Subsequently, Reg employed the power to distort reality, conjuring a chair and a bucket of popcorn before him. He seamlessly transitioned into an immersive viewing experience. When he first watched this film, he had to purchase a ticket to enter. Now, however, it had transformed into a live broadcast, offering a truly remarkable perspective on the spectacle. As time progresses, the ultimate boss arrives on the battlefield. Gazing at the dragon soaring through the skies, Rege merely needs to sense its aura to ascertain its strength. Through Rege's perception, he discerns that the dragon above pales in comparison to the formidable Red Worm King, the adversary of his first battle. At this juncture, Rege is already convinced that the rest are mere embellishments. The primary objective is to sell toys, even if it manifests in reality. Subsequently, the narrative reached its zenith. As the collective will of all Kamen Riders and Super Sentai surged to its peak, all forces converged upon Kamen Rider Saber. Subsequently, a book materialized in the hands of Teacher Toma, and that book was none other than the Chronicles of Superheroes. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, Teacher Toma transformed into the full open blade form. Observing this transformation, Reg, while munching on popcorn, inquired of Dimension, "What exactly is this mind power? Is such power within the grasp of humanity?" Dimension replied, "Such questions elude definitive answers. It is a journey for you to embark upon." Upon hearing Dimension's response, Reg remarked, "Even you are unaware of this force?" Dimension countered, "I am not a search engine. Must I provide answers to every inquiry you pose?" At this, Reg scoffed. "If you choose not to divulge, then so be it. No need to cloak it in mystery." Meanwhile, the battle on the field was drawing to a close. Teacher Toma, now in full open blade form, executed a decisive move, swiftly vanquishing the infernal dragon. With this, the conflict reached its definitive conclusion. After finishing his popcorn, Reg rose and addressed the Dimension, saying, "Initiate the teleportation. It is time to depart from this realm." The Dimension responded, "Acknowledged. Teleportation is in progress." As a radiant light flashed, Reg left this world. No sooner had Reg departed than the old Demon King arrived at the very spot where Reg had just been. Gazing at the location left behind by Reg, the old Demon King murmured, "It seems the other party truly keeps their promises." After uttering these words, he promptly opened a portal and returned to his own time and space. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Ball universe, Reg looked at Whis and the Grand Minister before him and remarked, "It is to be expected that Whis would wait for me here. But I did not anticipate the Grand Minister's personal presence. That is indeed surprising." Upon hearing Reg's words, the Grand Minister replied, "After your departure, Whis informed me that you had left. Thus, he summoned me to wait for you, so that I may escort you directly to the King's Palace." Author's note: please refrain from harsh criticism, I beg you. The above is merely my personal analysis. Consider it fan fiction and don't overthink it. Chapter 68, The King's New Toy. The birth of the new ultimate evil warrior, Rero. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, Reg understood his purpose and stated, "In that case, let us not squander any more time." He then addressed the High Priest, saying, "I kindly request that you escort me to the Hall of the Supreme King." Upon hearing Reg's words, the High Priest nodded and replied, It is my duty to take you to the Hall of the Supreme King, Mr. Reg. There is no need for such formality. He then said, without further ado, Mr. Reg, please follow me. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Reg nodded and followed closely behind him. Subsequently, under the guidance of the high priest, the three individuals instantaneously found themselves in a peculiar realm. Here, there was nothing but a singular edifice before them. The structure appeared quite unusual, resembling a colossal character for all. The moment Reg recognized this architectural marvel, he understood precisely where they were, the Hall of the All-King, the abode of the sovereign. Subsequently, the high priest turned to Reg and said, "Well, sir, please follow me." Upon hearing the high priest's words, Reg nodded and followed in the high priest's footsteps into the Hall of the All-King. As they entered the interior of the hall, they discovered a hidden realm. The space within could be described as a world unto itself, adorned with numerous columns and a carpet leading onward. Thus, the high priest and Reg proceeded towards the carpet. After a while, they finally came to a halt. Reg gazed at the three individuals before him. Two stood on either side of the All-King, serving as guards, while seated upon the throne was the All-King himself. At that moment, the All-King suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Ah, Reg, you have finally returned. I had heard from the high priest that you traversed worlds. Is that true?" He then descended directly from the throne and approached Rege. Previously, when Vis reported on Rege's capabilities, the high priest had taken Rege to the Hall of the Sovereign. It was during that occasion that Rege and the Sovereign had their first encounter. After every training session, during the moments of respite, the high priest would escort Rege to the Hall of the Sovereign, where they would engage in playful activities together. Over time, through prolonged interaction, the two naturally became friends. Observing the sovereign rushing towards him, Rege smiled and said, "Indeed, Your Highness, I have just returned from traversing worlds." Upon hearing Rege's words, the sovereign exclaimed, "Oh, did you bring back anything entertaining, Rege?" To which Rege promptly responded, "Certainly, I have acquired something that should amuse Your Highness for quite some time." Subsequently, the previously acquired power of omniscience was bestowed upon the Omni King. Upon receiving this newfound strength, the Omni King's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had stumbled upon an exhilarating amusement. Then, addressing Reg, he exclaimed, "Oh, this object appears to be quite entertaining." Subsequently, the King of all began to assume a stance, and with a resounding transformation, armor enveloped him, transforming him into Kamen Rider Kuga. However, perhaps due to the King's physique, his manifestation of Kuga possessed a rather chibi-like quality. Observing his completed transformation, he turned to Reg and remarked, "Reg-kun, this toy you gifted me is quite delightful. Is it a specialty from the world you traversed to?" Upon hearing the king's words, Reg chuckled awkwardly and replied, "A specialty, you say? I suppose it could be considered one. After all, these days, Kamen Riders seem increasingly adept at stacking boxes. Anyone lacking the power of an entire rider would feel embarrassed to face others. So, calling it a specialty doesn't seem entirely inaccurate." After spending some time with the king of all, I finally bid farewell, waving goodbye as I left the king's palace amidst their reluctance. Upon returning to the realm of the destroyer, I took my leave of the Grand Minister and turned to Whis, saying, "I shall be returning to Earth for a few days of respite. If you wish to indulge in any delicacies, feel free to come and find me there." Hearing my words, Whis smiled and replied, "It seems I must trouble you for delightful treats every time. It makes me feel somewhat embarrassed." He then remarked, "Whenever I feel like eating, I shall promptly send you a message, allowing you to prepare in advance, so there is no need for haste." Upon hearing the initial statement, Reg felt a twinge of surprise. Had the sun risen in the west? However, after hearing the subsequent words, all sense of confusion vanished. Indeed, it was the same glutton, unchanged in essence. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence and agreed to be transported back to Earth by Weiss. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension, a shadowy figure held a pair of earrings and murmured, "After such prolonged preparation, it is finally complete." At this moment, the earrings inquired, "Are you confident in erasing the souls of these two individuals?" In response to the earrings' query, the shadowy figure replied, "If I can capture them, I certainly possess the means to extinguish their souls." He then raised his gaze towards a spot not far ahead. In that location stood two incubation pods, within which lay two individuals in slumber. Moreover, each of them possessed a tail behind, allowing one to deduce with a fair degree of certainty that both were Saiyan's. As the shadow drew closer, the features of the two individuals within the incubation chamber began to come into focus. One of them was none other than Broly, who possessed the legendary bloodline. The other was a face both familiar and strange. When the earrings neared the second Scion, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Reg, I will eventually tear you to shreds." Indeed, the second Scion was Reg from an alternate timeline. The earrings in question belonged to Bixinglong. At that moment, the shadow reassured Bixinglong, saying, "Enough of this idle chatter. It is only through strength that you can seek vengeance. Transform these two into a part of your power, and your might will reach unprecedented heights." The shadow was able to capture these two Scions because both had been defeated in their own timelines. Rendered defenseless and caught off guard. Upon hearing the shadow's words, Bixinglong gradually regained his composure and replied, "In that case, let us commence swiftly. Lest the night be long and dreams be many." At Bixinglong's words, the shadow nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze towards Broly and Reg in the incubation chamber, beginning to silently recite incomprehensible incantations. In an instant, Broly and Reg within the chamber contorted their faces in agony, as if being pierced by countless needles. After a period of time, the two individuals within the cultivation chamber ceased their struggles, remaining motionless like vegetative beings. Observing their stillness, the shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction and addressed Bei Xinglong, saying, "It is time for you to make your appearance. Their souls have been completely erased." Upon hearing the shadow's words, Bei Xinglong replied, "Has the moment finally arrived? Hurry, I am eager to reclaim my corporeal form." Acknowledging Bei Xinglong's words, the shadow nodded and proceeded to adorn Broly with an earring on his left ear and Reg on his right. Subsequently, the two bodies, as if drawn by an inexplicable force, surged forth to breach the incubation chamber and meld into one. However, unlike the radiant white light typically emitted during a standard fusion, this amalgamation emanated an eerie black glow. With the completion of the fusion, a tremendous force erupted from the fused warrior. The entire galaxy, the universe, and even the fabric of time and space began to tremble. Then the fusion warrior spoke. "What a formidable and intoxicating power. I never anticipated that Reg possessed such terrifying strength. No wonder he was able to defeat me." The voice was no longer that of Bixinglong, but rather a blend reminiscent of Broly and Reg. Then, gazing at his new form, he declared, "Since I possess a new body, I should also embrace a new identity. I shall cast aside the name of the past, Bixinglong, and adopt a new name, Lero, the ultimate evil fusion warrior, Lero." Author's note: I recently learned that Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st. Perhaps the youth of an entire generation has concluded. Yet I feel that the adventures of Dragon Ball are far from over. The fervor that Toriyama imparted to us is undying. We must look ahead. It is likely that Akira Toriyama is now meeting Son Goku, perhaps enjoying tea and a game of chess with King Kai. Chapter 69. The second Scion with the ancient transcendent bloodline. Two individuals with ulterior motives. Subsequently, Lero, feeling the surge of power within him, let out a resounding roar. In an instant, he transformed from his normal state into Super Saiyan, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Lero continued to exert himself, his power steadily escalated. Subsequently, he directly transcended from Super 1 to Super 2. However, Lero could sense that a significant portion of his inner strength remained untapped. Subsequently, a formidable aura erupted, igniting the latent power within. As Lero's power continued to escalate, his hair began to grow incessantly, ultimately transforming into the Super Saiyan 3 form. Feeling the immense strength coursing through him, Lero shook his head and declared, "Not yet. This power is still insufficient." As the first individual to engage in battle with the ancient Super Saiyan transformation, he was acutely aware of the formidable might it possessed. The strength bestowed upon Lero by this form barely measured up to that of the ancient Super Saiyan. The mere thought of that terrifying transformation inevitably brought to mind the detestable figure of Reg. As Lei Luo continued to reminisce about the circumstances of the past, he could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "Reg, I shall personally end your life." The animosity he harbored towards Reg could not simply be quelled by mere words. Following Lei Luo's declaration, his power began to surge explosively. The hatred for Reg, coupled with an insatiable thirst for strength, prompted a response from the bloodline within him. With a mighty roar, Lei Luo's once elongated hair began to revert, though its hue transformed from golden to a deep emerald, ultimately fading to a cerulean shade. As a fusion of Broly and Reg, Lei Luo naturally possessed the bloodlines of both. This amalgamation had entirely metamorphosed into the ancient Scion heritage. Thus, Lei Luo became the second Scion, aside from Reg, to wield the ancient Scion bloodline. His current transformation served as the most compelling testament to this fact. At last, with one final, thunderous cry, Lei Luo fully ascended to the ancient Scion form. As Lero completed his transformation, an immense power erupted from within him. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and the very fabric of time and space began to destabilize and collapse, giving rise to numerous black holes. However, Lero paid no heed to these occurrences, focusing intently on exploring the formidable strength coursing through his body. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at the formidable aura emanating from himself and declared, "Indeed, it is this powerful and fearsome force," what Rege referred to as the ancient transcendent form, albeit with a slight divergence from the one Rege had transformed into. The first distinction lay in the aura, while Rege's transformed essence was a cerulean hue. Rege's was a deep emerald, leaning towards an almost obsidian shade. The second difference was in their eyes. Rege's eyes glimmered with a golden light, whereas Rege's pupils glowed crimson, with the whites turned to black, rendering him as if possessed by a dark force. After a while, Rege emerged from the trance induced by his overwhelming power and addressed the shadow beside him. "Can you now reveal the whereabouts of the Rege who defeated me?" At that moment, the shadow replied, "Patience, your current strength is still insufficient to confront him. What you must focus on now is enhancing the malevolent power within you to become stronger." Following this, the shadow wiped non-existent sweat from its forehead. The recently unleashed formidable aura had momentarily rendered even the shadow incapacitated, pressed to the ground as if paralyzed by the sheer force. Should the adversary wish to strike, they could likely obliterate him in an instant. Yet, despite the fear, the shadow retained a sense of confidence. Both the earrings and the bodies of Broly and Rege had been tampered with by the shadow. Any attempt to attack the shadow would result in an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants devouring one's heart. This torment would not only afflict the body, but would also gnaw at the very soul. Thus, the moment Rege contemplated an assault on the shadow, the latter could obliterate his consciousness, transforming him entirely into a puppet. With this thought in mind, the shadow felt emboldened and spoke to Rege. "After all, having searched for your physical form for such an extended period, your nemesis, given his talents, has undoubtedly progressed. Therefore, your current strength is far from adequate. It would be wise to grow stronger before seeking him out." After saying this, the shadow turned its gaze back to Rege, eager to see how he would respond. Upon hearing the shadow's words, Rege supported his chin with one hand, contemplating the validity of the shadow's reasoning. After a moment of reflection, he conceded, "Very well. Let him live a while longer." Satisfied with Rege's agreement, the shadow nodded in approval. Subsequently, Lero addressed the shadow, saying, "In that case, I shall retire for the time being. Unless there is an urgent matter, please refrain from disturbing me." Subsequently, he transitioned directly from an ancient state back to his normal form, making his way towards the castle that resembled a desolate ruin. However, as he brushed past the shadow, Lero took a fleeting glance at it before disregarding it and proceeding inside. In that moment of contemplation, Lero not only pondered the validity of the shadow's words but also considered the possibility of eliminating it. Yet, after much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the notion. It was not that Lero wished to spare the shadow. Indeed, no formidable being relishes the idea of obeying a weaker entity. The decision to forego the act of murder stemmed from two primary reasons. The first reason was the shadow's ability to traverse time and space. Although Lero possessed the strength to shatter the fabric of time and journey through various realms, the multitude of parallel dimensions far exceeded his expectations, making the search for his adversary akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The second reason revolved around the uncertainty of whether the shadow had left any hidden traps upon him. After years of interaction, Lero had come to understand the shadow's character well. Given its cunning and deceptive nature, it was highly likely that it had devised numerous contingencies, ensuring that even if Lero succeeded in vanquishing it, he would not emerge unscathed. Thus, for these two reasons, Lero chose to temporarily set aside his thoughts of eliminating the shadow. In this manner, their conversation concluded with both parties harboring ulterior motives, ultimately parting ways in an unsatisfactory manner. Meanwhile, on the Earth of the Seventh Universe's primary timeline, Rege was seated cross-legged upon a cliff by the sea, adjusting his breath to engage in his cultivation. Then, extending a hand towards a massive boulder nearby, the palm clenched, and in an instant, the stone was reduced to mere dust. Subsequently, he opened his hand and gently rotated it counterclockwise. Astonishingly, the colossal stones, reduced to dust, reverted to their original form as if time itself were flowing backward. The reason for this phenomenon was the utilization of temporal power by Rege. Subsequently, Rege observed his consumption of power and realized that the energy expended through the manipulation of temporal forces was exceedingly vast. Were this force to be solely transformed into destructive power, it could, in an instant, reduce the entire planet to ashes. Subsequently, Reg utilized the power of space to directly transport several large fish from the depths of the ocean to the surface. Upon further examination of the energy expenditure, Reg discovered that the consumption associated with harnessing space power was merely 1/10 that of time power. Chapter 70. The Distinction of World Law Strength. Successful entry. The ultimate form of freedom. Beyond mere consumption, Reg also identified alternative applications for the two powers, such as assessing the current strength of the world. According to his observations, the inherent time and space energies within each realm vary significantly. When Reg employed space power in the Kamen Rider universe, he experienced minimal personal expenditure. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, he noted a considerable increase in his own consumption. This disparity primarily arises from the differing strengths of the two worlds. Reg observed that the time and space in the Dragon Ball realm are relatively intact and robust, whereas the Kamen Rider universe's temporal and spatial structures lack such completeness. This can be evidenced by the villains emerging from the new 10-year Kamen Rider series, who, devoid of even a modicum of time or space power, are unworthy of the title of boss. The rampant misuse of time and space powers by many has seemingly led to the emergence of vulnerabilities within the world's temporal and spatial fabric. In stark contrast, the Dragon Ball universe not only refrains from the abuse of these powers but also imposes stringent regulations. This is exemplified during the Black Goku arc of Dragon Ball Super, when Beerus remarked upon witnessing future Trunks traverse the main timeline using a time machine. The reckless traversal of time and space is considered a grave offense, and it was once stated by Whis that Trunks should be brought before the Omni King for judgment. From these two remarks, one can discern the stringent regulations governing time travel within the Dragon Ball universe. In order to apprehend those who traverse time and space at will, the Supreme Kai of Time established the Time Patrol, also known as the Time Patrollers, tasked with capturing individuals who disrupt the natural flow of time. In contrast, while there exists an entity known as the Time Management Bureau in the Kamen Rider universe, they fail to fulfill their management duties, instead exploiting this title to siphon the powers of other riders. This comparison elucidates why the laws of the Dragon Ball realm are far more robust than those of the Kamen Rider universe. Contemplating this, Reg shook his head and momentarily abandoned his intention to cultivate the powers of both laws. At that moment, he sensed a presence, although not overwhelmingly powerful. It was sufficient to wreak havoc on Earth. Subsequently, Reg moved swiftly to the location of that aura. He gazed toward the source of that ominous aura. Before him stood an Namekian, wreaking havoc in all directions, adorned in garments emblazoned with a prominent symbol of magic. Upon seeing this figure, Reg immediately recognized his identity. This Namekian was none other than the original Demon King Piccolo. In that fleeting moment, Reg comprehended that the narrative had progressed to the arc of the Demon King Piccolo. Nevertheless, he chose not to interfere with the unfolding storyline. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, Reg simply departed from the scene and returned to his seaside villa. Subsequently, he arranged numerous barriers and concealed formations around his villa. Once he had finished setting them up, Reg chose to depart and journey to the ruinous deity realm to continue his cultivation. As the days passed, Reg's comprehension of the Supreme East technique became increasingly lucid. A year thus elapsed, and Reg found himself standing upon a grassy expanse in the realm of the God of Destruction. At that moment, he gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the tranquility that surrounded him. As the gentle breeze wafted by, Reg's hair swayed delicately in its embrace. As this tranquil sensation enveloped him, Reg allowed the energy within him to flow naturally. As time gradually passed, Reg's appreciation for this tranquil sensation deepened. Eventually, it seemed he sensed something, abruptly opening his eyes. In that instant, his formidable aura erupted forth. Meanwhile, in the distance, Whis gazed in Reg's direction, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and remarking, "Mr. Reg, you truly possess extraordinary talent. I never anticipated you would master the basics of the unfettered supreme art so swiftly." At that moment, Reg began to undergo subtle transformations. Though his hair remained black, a delicate layer of white light enveloped him. Occasionally, small particles of white light would flicker around his form. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes began to exhibit subtle changes. While still dark, a faint silver glow emerged around their edges. Reg became acutely aware of these transformations, feeling an enhanced ease in his control over his physical form. No, it was more accurate to say that he had relinquished control, no longer consciously directing his body to act. Instead, he allowed his body to make its own choices, evading and counterattacking autonomously. This sensation was wondrous, leaving Reg momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Whis teleported beside him and said, "To be honest, Mr. Reg, your innate ability astonishes me. To reach the entry level of the unfettered Supreme Art in such a brief span is truly remarkable. Then Reg remarked to Weiss, Mr. Weiss, have you truly given no thought to becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? Upon hearing Weiss's repeated invitation, Reg shook his head in response, saying, I think not. It would be wiser for you to seek another. At Reg's continued refusal, Weiss let out a resigned sigh and replied, very well, though it is somewhat regrettable. I shall respect your decision. Frankly, Weiss had believed that with Reg's talent, it would take at least 30 years for him to reach a fundamental understanding. However, it became evident that Weiss had underestimated Reg's abilities. The talent Reg displayed now was indeed formidable. Reg then addressed Weiss, saying, Mr. Weiss, would you be so kind as to engage me in combat at the same level? I wish to ascertain the limits of my own potential. Upon hearing Reg's request, Weiss emerged from his contemplation and responded, of course, Mr. Reg, but should we succeed, might I expect some form of compensation? With that, Weiss smiled at Reg and gestured with a finger, implicitly indicating the nature of the reward he sought. Subsequently, addressing Weiss, he inquired, of course, what would you like to eat? Upon hearing Reg's agreement, Weiss immediately broke into a satisfied smile and responded, lately, I've consumed rather too much greasy food. Might we opt for something refreshing and appetizing? Reg nodded in response and suggested, how about strawberries? The mention of strawberries reminded Weiss of the delightful small red fruits he had enjoyed previously. He nodded and said, certainly, if that is the case, let us begin. Without waiting for Reg to react, he swiftly launched his attack. Meanwhile, Reg maintained a state of effortless ease, instinctively evading Weiss's strikes. Still in a state of bewilderment, Reg was unaware of what had just transpired, only to realize that he had unconsciously dodged Weiss's onslaught. This demonstrated that the state of effortless ease indeed required no conscious thought, allowing the body to evade instinctively. While contemplating this, Weiss continued his assault, increasing both the speed and proximity of his strikes. Despite this, Reg remained composed, deftly avoiding all attacks. Chapter 71, The Realm of Effortless Mastery. The Transformation of Sapari. However, Reg's mastery of effortless technique was merely at an introductory level, possessing only the ability to evade for the time being, without any capacity for counterattack. As Rege skillfully evaded Weiss's relentless assaults, his awareness of the situation sharpened significantly. His speed in dodging increased, allowing him to anticipate and evade strikes with remarkable precision. At that moment, Weiss swung his staff in a sweeping motion. Predictably, Rege performed a backflip to evade the attack effortlessly. However, Weiss showed no intention of relenting, continuing to thrust his staff toward Rege. It was at this juncture that the formidable essence of the Zizai Gong truly manifested. Rege adeptly adjusted his position mid-air, eluding all of Weiss's incoming strikes. Throughout the encounter, his movements were fluid and instinctual, devoid of any clumsiness or rigidity, akin to water flowing seamlessly. Thus, amidst the barrage of attacks, Rege executed his backflip with grace and agility. Just as he touched the ground, Weiss's strike descended upon him in an instant. Without even a glance, Rege sidestepped the assault with ease. This remarkable exchange persisted for a full half hour, during which Rege gradually began to feel a sense of fatigue. To be precise, it was not a depletion of his energy, but rather a weariness of the mind that enveloped him. Subsequently, he addressed Weiss, saying, Mr. Weiss, let us conclude here for now. After speaking, he remained still, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Weiss. At the very moment when Weiss's staff was about to strike Reg, he abruptly halted his motion. The staff was mere millimeters from making contact with Reg. Weiss then gradually retracted his staff and remarked to Reg, very well, but do not forget my strawberries. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Reg, with a resigned nod, replied, of course, I shall not forget that. Just as Reg was preparing to teleport back, he was suddenly called out by Weiss. And do take the time to tidy up your appearance before you return. After all, you have been training here for a year. It is high time to allow yourself some relaxation. At this moment, Reg, having devoted an extended period to training in the realm of destruction, had neglected his appearance. He resembled a beggar, with not a single piece of clothing intact, each bearing its share of tears. If one were to draw closer, an unpleasant odor could be detected. Furthermore, his hair, untrimmed for so long, cascaded down to his waist, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Reg was momentarily taken aback before lifting his arm to catch a whiff of himself. The sour odor instantly prompted a look of distaste on his face. Subsequently, feeling rather awkward, he addressed Weiss, saying, very well, I shall ensure everything is thoroughly cleaned before I return. Without allowing a response, he promptly teleported back home. Upon arriving, Reg immediately disposed of his attire, proceeding to the bathroom where he spent an hour and a half cleansing himself. Afterward, he donned a sleek black trench coat. Subsequently, Reg sat on the sofa in the hall, pondering what course of action to take next. Having just embarked on the journey of the ultimate freedom technique, he found that further cultivation yielded little progress. At present, Reg was aware of 3 realms of the ultimate freedom technique. The initial stage, known as the prelude of ultimate freedom, endowed him with an automatic evasion ability. The pinnacle of entry, characterized by both automatic evasion and counterattack capabilities, was widely recognized as the White God form. The final realm, a state of complete mastery, was one that even Wukong had yet to attain. Upon reaching this level, one would no longer perceive the ultimate freedom technique as merely a form, but rather as an integral part of oneself, maintaining its essence at all times. Currently, only beings of angelic nature or those of a higher echelon could aspire to this state. At this moment, Reg felt a twinge of vexation, uncertain of what to do next. Subsequently, Reg rose and gazed out the window, where he beheld an individual diligently practicing outside. This individual was none other than Sapari, albeit she appeared somewhat different from her portrayal in the original narrative. Unlike in the original, Sapari had not let her hair cascade freely. Instead, she had elegantly gathered it into a high ponytail. She exuded the essence of an athletic young woman. Moreover, it was evident that she had experienced significant physical development, both in the front and the back. It could be surmised that Sapari's combat prowess had now reached approximately 20 million. Subsequently, Reg appeared in an instant, wishing to converse with his companion about recent endeavors. Upon witnessing Reg's arrival, Sapari was initially taken aback, but soon set aside her training and approached him, saying, "Reg, what brings you here lately?" After all, previously, whenever Reg found himself with spare time, he would venture into the realm of destruction for training, seldom lingering on Earth. Upon hearing Sapari's address, Reg was not overly astonished. Instead, he replied, "There has been significant progress lately, so I thought I might take a break." Due to their prolonged interactions, Sapari's demeanor had transformed from her former timidity. Her current character bore a resemblance to that of Caulifla from Universe 6. Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapari instantly became intrigued and suggested, "Since you find yourself with idle time, why not engage in a sparring session? It would be a good opportunity to gauge my current strength." Reg, without objection, merely nodded in agreement to Sapari's proposal. Seeing Reg's consent, Sapari exclaimed with excitement, "In that case, let us commence at once." Subsequently, the two individuals distanced themselves, standing oppositely and gazing intently at one another. At that moment, Sapari let out a sudden and thunderous cry. "Ahe!" As Sapari roared, his aura surged with intensity. The hair tie on his head was completely stretched, and his hair began to invert, transforming into a golden cascade. Once the eruption subsided, Sapari turned to Reg and declared, "I have not been idle in my training over the years. I have already attained full mastery of Super Saiyan." Reg, witnessing Sapari's transformation into the full power of Super Saiyan, displayed no hint of surprise. Having lived on Earth for so many years, his S-cells had long since reached their threshold. If he were unable to transform, it would indeed be a lamentable state. Contemplating this, he advised Sapari, "While it is commendable to grow stronger through training, one must also allow for adequate rest. Maintaining a constant state of tension is not beneficial for the body." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapari scoffed, I know. You sound like an old man chiding me." With that, he lunged at Reg, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Reg, however, merely raised a hand and effortlessly deflected every strike. After some time, realizing that his efforts were in vain, Sapari jumped back to create some distance. With renewed fervor, he let out another thunderous roar, initiating a second surge of energy. With this surge of energy, Sapari's aura began to escalate significantly. Ultimately, during a final eruption, he achieved a complete breakthrough. With the onset of this eruption, Sapari not only radiated a more intense golden aura, but also exhibited subtle flashes of lightning. Sapari had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In this moment, Sapari proudly declared to Reg, "I am no longer the person I once was. I have long since transcended my limits and evolved into a Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing Sapari's remarkable breakthrough, Reg smiled with a sense of satisfaction. After all, who wouldn't wish to see their loved ones grow stronger? Then, Reg gestured with his finger and said, "Let me see just how strong you are now." Observing Reg's actions, Sapari retorted, "Do not underestimate others so casually." With that, she charged forward, resuming her assault on Reg. However, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sapari could not alter the previous circumstances. Subsequently, Sapari swiftly distanced herself from Reg and unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards him. Yet, this energy wave posed no threat to Reg whatsoever, as he effortlessly swatted it away with a single hand. Subsequently, the energy wave descended in the distance, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Prior to the battle, Reg had already established a barrier around the area, thus the attack did not affect the surroundings. Chapter 72. A visit to the current king of the realm, the mysterious elder. Upon witnessing his energy wave, it became evident that it had not inflicted any substantial harm on Reg. Observing this, Sapari silently scoffed and charged directly towards Reg for a second round of assault. However, once again, no damage was inflicted upon Reg, as he effortlessly parried every attack with a single hand, or more precisely, with just a fingertip. As time gradually passed, Sapari began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Despite attacking relentlessly for an extended period, he had yet to inflict any harm upon Reg. Observing this, Sapari felt a surge of irritation and decided to distance himself from Reg. Subsequently, he concentrated all his strength into his right hand. Once the gathering was complete, he unleashed a powerful punch. As the forceful punch collided with Rege's finger, the surrounding space began to ripple subtly. Yet, this strike, which summoned the entirety of one's strength, failed to even disturb a single finger of Rege. Perceiving this force, Rege's interest was piqued slightly. This attack was undoubtedly more formidable than the previous ones, approximately around 58 times stronger. Just as Rege was contemplating the significance of this attack, Sapari, witnessing that her utmost effort had inflicted no harm upon Rege, cast a reluctant glance at him before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. Sensing something amiss, Rege swiftly extended his hand and caught the unconscious Sapari. Looking down at her, Rege sighed with resignation. What was the point? Why must you persist stubbornly, as if only my suffering would bring you joy? Alas! Subsequently, Reg took Sapari into his arms and, with a swift teleportation, returned home. He gently placed Sapari on the sofa and, after arranging a blanket to cover her, Reg immediately vanished once more. He then began to contemplate his next destination. After much deliberation, he decisively set his sights on King Kai's planet. Reflecting on this, Reg remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last visited King Kai. I wonder how he has been doing." Without hesitation, he opened a portal and stepped through, traveling to the realm where King Kai resided. At that moment on King Kai's planet, King Kai was engrossed in reading a collection of jokes that Reg had penned long ago. Suddenly, a portal materialized and Reg emerged from it. Observing King Kai leisurely seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in his book, Reg greeted him with a smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed King Kai. It has been ages. I hope you have been well." Upon hearing the voice behind him, King Kai turned his head, only to be met with the sight of an unfamiliar figure standing beside him. With a hint of confusion, King Kai inquired, "May I ask who you are? I don't believe we have met before." It was quite natural for King Kai not to recognize the current Reg, as their first encounter had occurred when Reg was merely a year and a half old, resembling a child. Thus, King Kai felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not place the identity of this individual. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Reg chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. It has been many years since our last meeting. I sought your guidance on the King Kai fist back then. However, given my youthful appearance at that time, it is understandable that you do not recognize me now." With this revelation, King Kai was momentarily taken aback, but soon the realization of Reg's identity dawned upon him. He was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are Rege. After all these years, few have traversed the serpent's path and undergone training under the king of the realm, let alone mastered the king of the realm's unique technique, the King Fist." Thus, when Rege uttered the name of the King Fist, the king of the realm had already discerned his identity. Upon hearing the king acknowledge his own identity, Rege smiled and nodded in affirmation. Witnessing Rege's nod, the king of the realm expressed his delight, saying, "I cannot believe how much you have grown since our first meeting. I almost failed to recognize you." After all, when Rege initially sought training from the king, he was shorter than him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, years have passed, and Rege is no longer that little boy. He is transformed into a formidable figure standing at 1.9 meters tall. Subsequently, the two began to reminisce, recounting recent events. However, at that moment, Reg suddenly sensed a presence. This aura was not particularly strong, yet it exuded a gentle warmth. Subsequently, Reg gazed towards the source of the enigmatic aura, which emanated from the serpent path. He then addressed the king of the universe, stating, We shall converse later. I must attend to a matter briefly. Upon hearing Reg's words, the king expressed his confusion, inquiring, is something amiss? Do you have pressing matters yet unresolved? Reg chose not to respond to the king's query, instead departing from King Planet and soaring towards the Serpent Path, rather than flying at an accelerated pace. He opted for a more measured approach, observing the movements along the Serpent Path. It was then that Reg discerned a figure, confirming that the essence of the aura indeed originated from this individual. As I gradually approached Rege, I discerned the identity of the individual. Upon observing their appearance, Rege felt a twinge of confusion and quietly remarked, I do not recall such a character existing in Dragon Ball. Subsequently, Reg glanced once more at the other party, attentively listening to their words in order to acquire some valuable information. As he drew nearer, Rege discerned that the figure before him was an elderly man. Subsequently, Rege heard the man's mutterings. How exhausting. Had I known, I would not have designed the serpentine path to be so lengthy. Upon hearing these words, Rege was engulfed in a wave of confusion. Was this serpentine path the creation of this individual? He shook his head and soared towards the snake way, landing directly before the elderly man. He inquired, Grandfather, why are you traversing the snake way? It is quite perilous. A misstep could lead one to the depths of hell. The old man, noticing Reg and hearing his concern, chuckled and replied, No need to worry. I just need to be cautious. Reg gazed at him with a hint of confusion, feeling an inexplicable closeness to the elderly figure, akin to that of a beloved grandfather. As Reg pondered this connection, the old man suddenly stated, If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. He prepared to bypass Reg and continue along the snake way. Hearing this, Reg exclaimed, Grandfather, are you headed to King Kai's planet? If you don't mind, I could carry you there. The old man smiled and said, Is that so? Thank you. Reg nodded and squatted down to hoist him onto his back. He then began to fly slowly towards King Kai's planet, ensuring the pace was manageable for the elder. However, to save time, Reg decided to accelerate. He sought the old man's consent, and upon receiving it, he enveloped the elder in a protective layer of energy to shield him from the wind's force. They flew at this increased speed for nearly 3 hours before arriving at King Kai's planet. Throughout the journey, Reg maintained his energy shield around the old man, aware that the gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth. Given the elder's current condition, he feared that upon arrival, the old man might suffer severe repercussions. Once they landed, the old man dismounted and smiled at Reg, saying, Thank you, young man. Without your assistance, I would have been lost for ages on that snake way. At that moment, King Kai approached, eyeing Reg and the unfamiliar elder with curiosity. Reg, who is this old man? He asked. Reg shook his head and replied, I'm not certain. I sensed a gentle aura along the snake way and went to investigate, which is how I found this grandfather. King Kai then turned his gaze toward the elder, feeling a warm and familiar presence, as if he had encountered him before. In a cherished friendship, the old man remarked, King Kai's planet is indeed a splendid place. Perhaps resting here would be delightful. He addressed King Kai, saying, After spending so long in the mortal realm, I finally have the chance to meet you. King Kai, puzzled, responded, Me? Are you certain you are not mistaken? The elder nodded with a smile, affirming that his earlier statement was indeed accurate. Author's note: some fans of Dragon Ball may have already discerned the identity of this old man, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. Chapter 73. It is time for Uncle Bird to take a rest and traverse time to meet Goku. Upon seeing the elder's nod, King Kai began to contemplate whether he had forgotten something significant. After much reflection, he realized that he held no recollection of the old man. Subsequently, the king of the universe addressed the elder, inquiring, May I ask your name? Upon hearing the king's question, the elder scratched his head and replied, It is not convenient for me to disclose my name here. If you wish, you may refer to me as Uncle Bird. Upon hearing the elder's words, both the king and Reg exhibited contrasting emotions. The king contemplated the name, pondering whether it was familiar to him from somewhere, while Reg displayed a look of sheer astonishment. Confronted with the title bestowed upon him, along with the elder's earlier remarks on the snake path and his appearance, Reg began to formulate a bold hypothesis. He then spoke hesitantly. Bird Uncle, what was your previous occupation? Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, Bird Uncle chuckled and replied, My previous profession? I suppose I was a cartoonist. With Bird Uncle's response, Reg could ascertain his identity with complete certainty. At that moment, the King of Realms interjected, saying, Bird Uncle has traveled from afar, so I shall fetch some tea, as it is only proper to extend basic hospitality to a guest. Subsequently, the King of Realms brought forth a folding table, a pot of tea, and several cups from the small dwelling. Subsequently, the King of Worlds engaged in a delightful conversation with Uncle Bird over tea, occasionally eliciting laughter from the king with some of his amusingly corny jokes, creating an atmosphere of perfect harmony. Subsequently, it appeared that the old man, known affectionately as Bird Uncle, had grown weary and settled into a rocking chair, succumbing to slumber. At that moment, King Kai approached Reg and remarked, "This Bird Uncle is quite intriguing. He seems to possess an uncanny understanding of me, as if he is aware of all my actions." Hearing King Kai's words, Reg merely smiled in silence, yet internally mused, how could he not understand? You are but a creation of his imagination. As Bird Uncle slowly opened his eyes, he gazed in the direction of Reg and King Kai, and, with a hint of apology, said, "I fell asleep again. I sincerely apologize. In my old age, drowsiness comes easily." To this, Reg promptly waved his hand, assuring him, "It is of no concern, Bird Uncle. Sleep as long as you wish. We shall not disturb you." Bird Uncle chuckled softly and replied, "In truth, you need not treat me with such formality. Consider me a regular guest." With that, he picked up a teacup from the table, preparing to sip some water to soothe his throat. Observing Bird Uncle as he drank, Reg hesitated for a moment before asking, "Bird Uncle, have you ever contemplated resurrection? If you desire to return, I could seek out the Dragon Balls on Earth." Reg was uncertain how Bird Uncle had arrived in this realm, yet the halo above his head provided a hint of understanding. Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, Bird Uncle did not rush to respond. Instead, he stared into the teacup, where the tea's surface slowly reflected his visage. After a brief silence, he smiled at Reg and said, "No, this era should be reserved for the youth. I must take my rest." Reg, feeling a sense of urgency, replied, "But your works have become the childhood of many. They cannot bear the thought of your passing. In fact, in certain special places, your creations have brought about genuine peace." Seeing Reg's anxious demeanor, Bird Uncle refrained from giving a direct answer. Instead, he gestured towards the Serpent Road and asked, "Do you not think the Serpent Road seems quite long for an ordinary person?" Though puzzled by Bird Uncle's shift in focus, Reg nodded and said, "Indeed. For an average individual, it may take years, even decades to traverse, and those lacking resolve might choose to abandon the journey altogether." Bird Uncle nodded in agreement and replied, "You are correct. Have you considered any further meanings?" Reg scratched his head in confusion and said, "I'm sorry, Bird Uncle. I cannot fathom any other significance." Bird Uncle, undeterred, smiled and elaborated, "This Serpent Road is akin to life itself. Regardless of its length, it ultimately has an end. Whatever you encounter in life is inevitable. What is meant for you will eventually be yours, while what is not cannot be forced." With a gentle smile, he continued, "In essence, I too have reached my resting point. My journey along the Serpent Road is complete, and I can accompany you no longer. The remaining path is yours to traverse." Reg fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing Bird Uncle's words. Observing Reg's quietude, Bird Uncle added, "One should not dwell on the past. Sometimes looking forward may yield unforeseen joys. History is akin to a train journey, and I am merely a passenger on this train. Do not grieve my departure. I am simply at my destination, ready to disembark." Reg nodded silently in response. At that moment, King Kai, sensing the heavy atmosphere, cleared his throat and said, "Well, let us not dwell in such somberness. After all, it is rare for King Kai's planet to be so lively. Let us not spoil the mood." With King Kai's words, the ambience gradually lightened, and Bird Uncle smiled, adding, "Indeed, life ought not to be so stifling. It should be filled with joy and enjoyment." He turned to Reg and said, "I recall once writing a phrase that is quite fitting for this moment. Rest well, study diligently, play joyfully, exercise regularly, and savor your meals, leading a vibrant and blissful life." Reg nodded with a smile, affirming, "Bird Uncle is absolutely right. After all, happiness is paramount. What is the purpose of accumulating wealth if one is not joyful?" Seeing that Reg understood his sentiment, Bird Uncle nodded with satisfaction. After some time, a conversation blossomed between Bird Uncle and Reg. Then, Reg casually inquired, "Bird Uncle, would you like to meet little Goku?" At the mention of Goku, Bird Uncle's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "If it is possible, I would indeed like to meet him." King Kai, intrigued by their conversation, asked, "Who is this Goku you speak of?" Reg smiled at King Kai and said, "No need for haste. You will come to know him in due time." King Kai scratched his head, not pressing further. Sensing the moment, Reg turned to Bird Uncle and said, "In that case, it seems we are ready to embark." Subsequently, Rege harnessed the forces of both space and time to open a temporal portal. It was not that Rege was unwilling to take Uncle Bird to witness the current state of Goku in this timeline. Rather, the Goku here had only recently triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo, approximately a year ago, and was likely still engaged in rigorous training within the heavenly realm. Therefore, instead of observing a Goku still in training, it was more prudent to explore other timelines. Once the portal had stabilized completely, Rege led Uncle Bird into alternate dimensions. After a brief traversal, Rege successfully transported Uncle Bird to a new timeline. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became evident that there were no collapsed structures, suggesting that they were not in a post-apocalyptic future. Subsequently, Reg and his companions soared into the skies, heading towards the venue of the esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament. According to Reg's understanding of this timeline, it was still within the period of the inaugural tournament. Upon arrival, Reg utilized his spatial abilities to create a protective barrier, allowing his companion to observe the unfolding spectacle from above. They had arrived just in time for the grand finale, featuring the climactic battle between the young Goku and Master Roshi. Both Reg and his companion reveled in the aerial view of the event. At times, Master Roshi employed his drunken boxing style, while Goku countered with his monkey kung fu. In a pivotal moment, Goku suddenly beheld the moon transform into a gigantic ape, marking the onset of the outrageous power levels characteristic of Dragon Ball. Master Roshi unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, obliterating the moon. Consequently, the transformed Goku reverted to his original form, and as he rose from the ground, he engaged in a final showdown with Master Roshi. The two simultaneously unleashed their Kamehameha waves in a clash of equal might, but ultimately abandoned this exchange for close combat. In the end, both leapt into the air to deliver flying kicks, yet due to Goku's shorter legs, he failed to strike Master Roshi and was instead sent flying out of the ring, thus conceding defeat. Chapter 74, the first and last encounter of Goku and his mentor. Witnessing this scene, Reg's companion remarked, "What a familiar sight. It feels as though it was sketched just yesterday." He then turned to Reg and said, "The match has concluded. It is time to descend and meet little Wukong." Upon hearing the elder's words, Reg nodded and slowly guided him down towards the ground. As they flew, they passed a steam bun stall, and the elder suggested purchasing a bag of buns, knowing that little Wukong, having just finished his match, would surely be quite hungry. After fulfilling this errand, the elder finally laid eyes on little Wukong. With a smile, he called out, "Young runner-up, may I have a word with you?" Hearing the voice behind him, little Wukong turned to see the elder waving a bag of buns, seemingly beckoning him. Although little Wukong did not recognize the elder, he approached politely and inquired, "Grandfather, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" In response to little Wukong's question, the elder smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wanted to ask how old you are, young one." Without hesitation, little Wukong began counting on his fingers and ultimately replied, "Grandfather, I am 12 years old this year." Upon hearing little Wukong's answer, the elder expressed his satisfaction, saying, "I did not realize you were already 12. Your performance in the arena was truly remarkable." Blushing from the praise, little Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, grandfather. However, I am not as impressive as you say. I still lost in the end." A hint of disappointment flashed across little Wukong's face as he spoke. Noticing the sadness in little Wukong's demeanor, the elder stepped forward, gently patting the boy's head while offering words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened. You will surely win in the future. One defeat does not dictate a string of failures. No one experiences perpetual defeat, nor does anyone succeed without fail. The most crucial aspect is to believe in yourself and have faith that you will achieve success." Feeling the elder's reassuring touch, little Wukong was moved, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This sensation was reminiscent of the warmth he once felt from his grandfather. Tears glimmered in Xiao Wukong's eyes as he mistook the bird before him for his grandfather, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I have missed you so dearly." Soon, little Wukong embraced Uncle Bird and began to weep. Observing the child clinging to him, Uncle Bird reciprocated the embrace, gently patting his back while soothingly saying, "Do not cry. Little Wukong, you are already a big boy and must not shed tears so easily." However, upon hearing Uncle Bird's comforting words, little Wukong did not cease his sobbing. Instead, he cried even louder. As time gradually passed, little Wukong's cries began to subside. Noticing that little Wukong had stopped weeping, Uncle Bird handed him a bag of buns and remarked, "After such an intense battle on the arena, and having cried for so long, you must be quite hungry. Here, have this bag of buns to fill your stomach." At that moment, having just stopped crying, little Wukong realized that the person before him was not his grandfather. Yet, The kindness of the stranger offering him food filled him with joy, and he cheerfully replied, "Thank you, old grandpa, you were truly kind." With that, little Wukong accepted the buns from Uncle Bird and began to eat. Uncle Bird watched as little Wukong savored the buns, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Old grandpa, you should have some too," he exclaimed, offering a bun from the bag. Seeing the bun being offered, Uncle Bird smiled and said, "No, it's all right, you enjoy it." Upon hearing this, little Wukong immediately insisted, "No way, old grandpa, these buns are yours, and I've eaten so many. If you don't eat, then I won't eat either." With that, he fought the urge to eat another bun and handed the entire bag to Uncle Bird. However, the drool escaping from the corner of son Wukong's mouth betrayed him. Seeing little Wukong's earnestness, Uncle Bird chuckled helplessly and said, "All right then. I shall eat with you." He then took a bun from little Wukong and began to eat. As Uncle Bird savored the bun, little Wukong eagerly grabbed another one to devour. Observing little Wukong's eagerness, Uncle Bird chuckled, "Don't choke. Take your time, there's plenty more." Little Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his hands continued their relentless motion. Witnessing this scene, Uncle Bird smiled wryly and continued to enjoy his bun. The atmosphere was exceptionally warm, reminiscent of a grandfather sharing a meal with his grandson. Once both had finished their buns, Uncle Bird addressed little Wukong, "All right, we've finished the buns. It's time for us to depart. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Initially reluctant to see Uncle Bird leave, little Wukong quickly responded upon being asked, "My name is Sun Wukong from Bun Mountain." Hearing this, Uncle Bird remarked, "So your name is Sun Wukong. What a lovely name. Well then, little Wukong, my time is limited, and it is time for me to take my leave." Feeling a pang of sadness at Uncle Bird's words, little Wukong asked, "Will we have the chance to meet again, old grandpa?" In response, Uncle Bird affectionately ruffled little Wukong's hair and said, "If fate allows, we may indeed meet again. Moreover, little Wukong, you will grow to be a remarkable man, destined to experience both loss and gain. Do not mourn my departure. Remember that many friends await you." After saying this, he stepped back a few paces and added, "It is indeed time for me to leave, and you should go back to your friends to continue your unfinished adventures." With that, he turned away, no longer acknowledging little Wukong. As little Wukong watched Uncle Bird's retreating figure, he sensed that this might be their final encounter. Stifling his tears, he waved goodbye, calling out, "Farewell, old grandpa." Under little Wukong's gaze, Uncle Bird disappeared into the crowd. Yet, little Wukong remained lost in the moment, unable to shake off the sadness of Uncle Bird's departure. At that moment, a voice called out beside him, "Wukong, what are you doing standing here? I've been searching for you everywhere. I couldn't find you. But let us not linger on that. I heard that Master Rashi is treating us to a meal. If we're late, there won't be any food left." Upon hearing this, little Wukong snapped back to reality and turned to see Master Rashi, Krillin, and Bulma among others. Remembering some of Uncle Bird's words, he wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled at his friends, saying, "It's nothing. I was just saying goodbye to a friend. But let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. I'm starving." Upon hearing little Wukong's words, Master Rashi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. But they decided to heed little Wukong's suggestion and headed off to eat. Subsequently, the young Monkey King and his companions set off towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the sky, Uncle Bird and Reg were observing this scene. Witnessing the heartwarming moment, Uncle Bird merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Reg, upon seeing the scene, held his tongue as well. However, after a moment, he felt it was time to speak and addressed Uncle Bird. "Uncle Bird, having met with the young Monkey King, it seems appropriate for us to return now." In response to Reg's words, Uncle Bird shook his head and replied, "No, there is still one more person to meet." Hearing this, Reg felt a twinge of confusion but opted to listen to Uncle Bird's perspective. Subsequently, the elder stated, "Could you take me to meet her all?" Upon hearing these words, Reg was somewhat puzzled. In truth, Reg had become somewhat unclear about certain plot lines within Dragon Ball and was unaware that, aside from Dragon Ball Super, Aral had made a cameo appearance in the original series. Chapter 75 brings Aral back to the main timeline. The elder's red pencil, despite his confusion. He replied to the elder, "Of course, I can." Subsequently, under the guidance of the bird uncle, Reg led him to a place known as Penguin Village. Subsequently, as the two individuals searched, they ultimately spotted a violet-haired little girl on a patch of grass. The girl was seen playfully wielding a stick, poking at a mound of pink excrement. Upon glimpsing the girl's features, a glimmer of tears welled up in Uncle Bird's eyes, and he inquired, "Are you Alale?" Hearing the commotion behind her, the girl halted her actions and turned her gaze. With her head tilted in curiosity, Alale responded, "I am indeed Alale. May I ask what you seek from me?" In response to her words, Uncle Bird chuckled and replied, "Actually, it is nothing significant. I merely wish to play a game with you." Alelia's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, "Really? All right, let's go." Without waiting for Uncle Bird's consent, she seized his hand and dashed away into the distance. However, her speed was astonishing, surpassing the sound barrier as she swiftly pulled Uncle Bird along. Witnessing this scene, Reg wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, "Fortunately, I had applied some enhancement buffs to Uncle Bird beforehand. Otherwise, in such a scenario, he would have at least lost half his life." Subsequently, I observed Alale and Uncle Bird engaging in various games, such as hide-and-seek and whack-a-mole. As time gradually elapses, the day gives way to twilight. Meanwhile, Uncle Bird, fatigued from play, reclines upon the grass, breathing heavily. However, Alale appears undeterred by fatigue, continuously circling around Uncle Bird and exclaiming, "Grandpa, please rise, let us continue our game." Responding to Alale's words, Uncle Bird, still lying on the grass, chuckles and says, "Dear child, I too wish to accompany you in our playful endeavors. Yet, it seems I have grown weary and lack the strength to continue our merriment." Then, gazing at Alale, he said, "Moreover, my time is nearly up, and I can no longer continue playing games with you." Upon hearing the words of the bird uncle, Alale looked up at the sky and realized that, without her noticing, evening had quietly descended. He then turned to Uncle Bird and said, "It seems that the time is indeed drawing near. Will you come tomorrow to continue playing games with me?" Upon hearing Alale's words, Uncle Bird smiled and gently ruffled her hair, replying, "Of course, I happen to have some free time tomorrow, so we can continue our gaming adventure." With joy lighting up her face at Uncle Bird's promise of another day of play, Alale exclaimed, "Yay!" observing Alale's exuberance as she ran about gleefully. Uncle Bird wore a contented smile, choosing to remain silent. Subsequently, Bird Uncle slowly rose and approached Reg's position, then spoke, "Reg, I wish to remain here to accompany Alale. Surely, this will not disrupt the fabric of this time and space?" Hearing Bird Uncle's words, Reg replied with a hint of resignation, "Of course, it will not cause any disruption. After all, Alale can only be considered a supporting character and will not affect the main storyline. However, Bird Uncle, you must also take other factors into account." With that, he gestured towards the halo above Bird Uncle's head. Upon noticing the halo, Bird Uncle immediately grasped Reg's meaning and, with a wry smile, said, "It seems I must break my promise to Alale." Bird Uncle was acutely aware of the significance of the halo. The deceased cannot linger in the mortal realm for an extended period, as it was a rule he had established himself. Observing Bird Uncle's despondent demeanor, Reg quickly interjected, "In truth, there may still be a solution." Upon hearing Reg's words, Bird Uncle perked up and asked, "What solution? Please do not suggest something like using the Dragon Balls to resurrect me. I am a natural death, and the Dragon Balls cannot restore me." Noticing Bird Uncle's excitement, Reg chuckled and clarified, "It is not about using the Dragon Balls for resurrection, but rather taking Alale back to the main timeline. This way, you can remain in paradise alongside Alale. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, Alale is merely a supporting character here and will not influence the main plot. Even if you were to take her away, there would be no repercussions, so you need not worry about any consequences following the Alale's departure." Upon hearing Reg's words, Bird Uncle's eyes lit up. Indeed, since he could not stay, why not simply take Alale with him? Then, he turned to Reg and said, "This method is indeed effective. I shall inform Alale right away." Having spoken, he dashed in the direction Alale had departed. Upon relaying the matter to Alale, she immediately responded, "Shall I leave with you?" "Splendid. Splendid." Although Alale was a robot, she felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth emanating from Uncle Bird. It was precisely for this reason that Alale was inclined to trust him. Subsequently, Reg led Uncle Bird and Alale away from this timeline. Meanwhile, within a dwelling in Penguin Village, a middle-aged man inexplicably sneezed and remarked, "How peculiar. I sneezed for no apparent reason, and I feel as though I have forgotten something. I wonder where Alale has gone?" With that, he dismissed the thought and continued tinkering with his inventions. This middle-aged man was none other than the brilliant Dr. Zenjakubi, the creator of Alale. Unbeknownst to him, Alale had already left this timeline moments earlier. On the other hand, Reg had already returned to King Kai's planet with the two companions. Upon their arrival, Alale gazed around curiously, taking in her surroundings. At that moment, King Kai, perplexed by the sudden appearance of an additional child, inquired, "Who is this child?" Hearing the question, Alale promptly replied, "I am Alale, a robot." Upon hearing her words, King Kai nodded in acknowledgement, accepting her presence. After all, under normal circumstances, living beings were not permitted to tread upon this realm. However, upon learning that she was a robot, he chose not to probe further. After all, no matter how lifelike a robot might be, it was still merely artificial intelligence. Could one truly create a mechanical ascendant? Then Uncle Bird addressed Reg and King Kai, saying, I have lingered here long enough, and both Goku and Alaire have met me. It is time for me to return to my paradise and rest. Upon hearing Uncle Bird's intention to depart, Reg and Alaire were taken aback. Reg, feeling reluctant, remarked, Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for a cup of tea? In response to Reg's plea, Uncle Bird shook his head and replied, I have no regrets left. It is indeed time for me to take my leave. He then beckoned to Reg, signaling him to approach. Upon reaching Uncle Bird, Reg inquired, Uncle Bird, is there anything else? In response to Reg's question, Uncle Bird shook his head and replied, I have nothing more to discuss. I merely called you over to present you with something. Although somewhat puzzled by Uncle Bird's intention to give him a gift, Reg patiently awaited the revelation. Subsequently, the gentleman known as Bird Uncle retrieved a crimson pencil from his pocket. He then extended this vivid pencil to Reg, stating, I possess little of value to offer you. This pencil is the last remnant from my artistic endeavors. Let it serve as a memento and a token of gratitude for assisting me in fulfilling my wish. Reg, bewildered, gazed at the pencil in his hand, having never before encountered a gift of such nature. He then shook his head and said, It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Upon hearing Reg's response, Uncle Bird smiled but remained silent. Subsequently, he grasped Aleliai's hand and, bidding farewell to Reg and the others, remarked, Perhaps we shall have the chance to meet again in the future. Keep pushing forward, young man. Do not forsake your steadfast path. With those words, Uncle Bird's form began to ascend slowly, taking Alele with him. Witnessing Uncle Bird's departure, Reg waved and called out, Farewell, Uncle Bird. I will certainly continue on my journey. After this, Uncle Bird completely vanished along with Alele. Chapter 76, The Enchanting Power of the Red Pencil. Once Uncle Bird had entirely disappeared, Reg finally emerged from his sorrowful reverie. Subsequently, Reg glanced at the crimson pencil in his hand, pondering that it might be the last gift bestowed upon him by Uncle Bird. However, no matter how he scrutinized it, this red pencil appeared utterly unremarkable. It seemed far too ordinary for someone of Uncle Bird's stature to offer such a commonplace item. After contemplating for a considerable time without unraveling its significance, he resolved to depart from the King planet and return to his studies. Addressing the King, he stated, If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Reg's words, the King nodded in agreement, remarking, Your tone suggests you have other tasks at hand. I shall not detain you. Acknowledging the King's response, Reg promptly activated the teleportation portal and departed from the King planet. Upon returning home, he discovered that Sapari had long since awakened and resumed his training. Observing this scene, Reg shook his head in resignation, choosing to disregard his companion and retreating to his own room to delve into the potential abilities of the Crimson Pencil. At that moment, a thought struck him. Since this was the tool Uncle Bird once used for drawing, could its powers be related to art? With this notion in mind, Reg swiftly retrieved a sheet of paper and began to sketch. After a while, he finally completed his drawing, which depicted none other than the young Monkey King. Subsequently, Reg took the paper and examined it closely, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. After a prolonged scrutiny, he still could not uncover any useful information. Faced with this lack of findings, Reg reluctantly abandoned his investigation into the red pencil. He then retrieved a storage capsule, pressed a switch, and after a puff of smoke, it transformed into a small box. Reg placed the red pencil into the box and pressed the switch again, reverting it to a capsule for convenient carrying. Just as Reg departed, the paper on the table began to stir. Specifically, the small figure of Wukong drawn on the paper sprang to life. The little Wukong gazed in the direction Reg had taken and began to stifle a laugh. Suddenly, the small Wukong extended its hand forward, piercing through the paper into the realm of reality. With a joyful leap, the little Wukong escaped the confines of the paper, now fully existing in the real world. However, the Wukong on the paper vanished completely, replaced by its corporeal form in reality. As the small Wukong prepared for further antics, it abruptly noticed its body beginning to fade, ultimately dissipating entirely from this space, as if it had never existed. It was likely that its energy had been depleted, unable to sustain its materialization. At that moment, Reg returned to the room, cautiously surveying his surroundings. In an instant, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within the room. Yet, upon re-entering, he found everything unchanged from when he left, and that strange aura had vanished. As Reg pondered whether his perception had been mistaken, He noticed a change in the paper on the table. The previously drawn Wukong had disappeared. A peculiar possibility dawned on him, albeit one that seemed exceedingly bizarre. He then retrieved the red pencil once more, contemplating whether to draw again to validate his hypothesis. After a brief moment of hesitation, he began to sketch. This time not Wukong, but Android 18. Upon completing the final stroke, Reg surveyed the lifelike depiction of 18 and nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Though it has been some time since I last drew, my skill remains as sharp as ever." As he admired the image of 18, an uncanny occurrence unfolded. She suddenly blinked, and upon witnessing this, Reg was momentarily taken aback, quickly retreating and eyeing the paper warily. To his astonishment, 18 slowly emerged from the paper, transforming into a living being. Stunned by this sudden development, Reg exclaimed, "Are you human or ghost?" Although Reg was a staunch realist, this did not preclude his fear of spirits. Even a Saiyan might harbor fears. As Reg recalled, Goku was afraid of needles, while Vegeta had an aversion to worms, particularly those resembling earthworms. Surely, fearing ghosts was not an unreasonable concern. Upon hearing Reg's words, 18 replied, "Master, you created me. You may call me whatever you wish." It was then that Reg realized that this entity had indeed sprung from his own creation. After a brief, awkward cough, he inquired, "If that is the case, how did you suddenly emerge from the painting?" In response to Reg's question, the other party pointed directly at the position of Reg's right hand. Turning his gaze in the indicated direction, Reg noticed that the red pencil still resided in his grasp. He then pointed to the red pencil and asked, "Are you implying that your transformation is due to this pencil?" The other party nodded in affirmation, convinced of the pencil's capabilities. Reg proceeded to pose a second question, "From where does your power originate? Specifically, what is the source of your core energy?" Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, the other party pointed towards him. Stunned, Reg exclaimed, "You mean me?" The other party nodded and explained, "In fact, every time you put pen to paper, you expend a portion of your internal energy." Reg, puzzled, responded, "Then why can't I feel the energy being drawn away?" The other party scratched his head and replied uncertainly, "Perhaps it is because your power is so formidable that you are unable to sense the loss. It's akin to how one only realizes they have been bitten by a mosquito when the wound begins to itch." After contemplating the explanation for a moment, Reg nodded in agreement, for he could gauge the aura emanating from the other party, suggesting that their combat prowess lay between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. Such a level of strength was negligible to Reg, likely less than what he expended with a mere sneeze. Not to mention his remarkably abnormal recovery abilities, likely. The energy extracted was replenished faster than it could be siphoned away. Reg then scrutinized the other party closely, realizing that they were an impeccable replica of his artistic creation, perfectly mirroring the appearance, physique, and voice of his drawing, even down to the strength. While marveling at this, he grew increasingly vigilant. He could not allow this pencil to fall into the wrong hands. Should it be obtained by someone with nefarious intentions, disastrous consequences could ensue. At that moment, the other party's form began to gradually fade. Witnessing this, Reg was initially taken aback, then asked, "Why is your body starting to disappear?" Subsequently, the other party elucidated, "As you were painting, you did not deliberately infuse energy into the brush. Consequently, the figures depicted could only draw upon the predetermined strength to shape themselves, lacking any surplus energy to sustain their materialization." Upon hearing this explanation, Rege came to understand the situation. Then, under Reg's gaze, the other party vanished into the space. Afterward, Reg carefully tucked away the red pencil. Should it fall into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, it would undoubtedly transform into a beckoning device for a harem. A certain illustrator rejoices. Chapter 77, The First Among Angels. The Supreme Four, exceeding all power limits. Once Reg ensured the red pencil was securely stored, he exited the room, greeted Sapari, and proceeded towards the realm of the destroyer gods. However, just as he was about to embark, a thought struck him. He made his way to the nearest market and purchased 2 boxes of strawberries. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he teleported to the realm of the destroyer gods. Upon arrival, Whis instantly appeared before Reg. With a smile, he said to Reg, "Mr. Reg, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you had forgotten your prior promise." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Reg chuckled lightly and produced a box of strawberries, explaining, "I was delayed due to certain matters. As a gesture of goodwill, I have purchased an extra box of strawberries." The sight of the 2 boxes of strawberries caused Weiss's eyes to brighten, and he replied with a grin, "In truth, I have not been waiting for long. But if it is your kind intention, I shall graciously accept." He promptly took both boxes from Reg's hands, opening one to savor the fruit. This delightful blend of sweetness and tartness truly whets the appetite. Observing Weiss's enjoyment, Reg refrained from interrupting his pleasure. Offering a brief farewell before venturing off to train in the distance, Reg had already devised a new training direction to cultivate the boundary break 3. The full name of this technique is Ultra 4 Ultra Full Power Limit Break. Reg found the original title cumbersome and simplified it to Boundary Break 1, Boundary Break 2, and Boundary Break 3. With his direction firmly established, Reg commenced his training. As time gradually flowed by, Rege's mastery over his powers became increasingly stable. A year passed, and in his normal state, Rege's combat prowess reached the pinnacle beneath the angels. Of course, this was only in his usual form, if he were to transform. He could even challenge an angel in a test of strength. Nevertheless, Rege had no intention of halting his training. After all, he had previously inquired with Whis whether he could withstand the destructive force of Beerus. Whis had replied that without transformation, it might require an immense amount of energy to endure it. Upon hearing this, Rege began to form a significant hypothesis in his mind. Not long before the Tournament of Power Arc in Dragon Ball Super, Frieza encountered a surprise attack from other gods of destruction. These gods sought to eliminate Frieza, intending to cause the 7th universe to be automatically disqualified due to insufficient numbers. To ensure their success, one of the gods concentrated a portion of their destructive power and sent it to eliminate Frieza. Yet, in the end, they failed. No one anticipated that Frieza could withstand the onslaught, sustaining only minor injuries and extreme fatigue, without being entirely erased. This incident illustrated that destructive power is not insurmountable. Although that level of destruction was not overwhelmingly powerful, it remained a force capable of forcibly erasing the existence of any object. Upon analysis, there emerged 2 methods to confront destructive power without fear. The first method, as previously explained, is to withstand it with absolute strength, although one might suffer superficial injuries. One would not be directly erased. The second method involves countering destructive power with the power of loss. Destructive power is essentially a manifestation of the power of loss. As long as one's own law power is on the same level or exceeds that of the destructive power, one need not fear it. Rege held great confidence in his own strength. Although his law power had not yet reached that formidable level, it was sufficient to withstand the destructive power. His abilities were supported by both bloodline and innate talent. Growing stronger was merely a matter of time. However, the power of laws was not so easily mastered. It was an enigmatic force that could not be simply enhanced at will. Rege did not believe that his mere decades of training in the power of laws could compare to Beerus's countless years of honing destructive power. Yet, he possessed a wealth of law power, each aspect being of the highest caliber. He had the powers of space, time, reality distortion, miracles, and the pen gifted by the Lord of Birds. Although Rege had yet to fully comprehend the abilities of that pen, he was certain it contained a terrifying and vast reservoir of law power. With such forces at his disposal, confronting Beerus would be akin to pinning him to the ground. Returning to the present, Rege stood above the realm of destruction, precisely where he had first reached the state of breaking through the boundaries. He then nodded towards Weiss below. Once Weiss confirmed the signal, he raised his staff, conjuring an immense protective shield around the realm of destruction. With assurance in place, Reg began to unleash his inherent power. As Reg's power surged to unprecedented heights, he directly transformed into the second form of the Realm Breaker. However, Reg's strength did not culminate there. It continued to ascend relentlessly. As the power of Rege continued to escalate, the surrounding space could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and shattered, causing Rege to plunge directly into an alternate dimension. Upon his arrival, Rege became acutely aware of the peculiarities around him and began to survey his surroundings. He soon realized that the expanse was filled with an eerie void. Yet there was a faint sense of familiarity that lingered in his mind. Then a name flashed through Reg's mind, the Void Realm. It was the unique space where the Power Conference was initially held. This realm is extraordinary, existing in none of the known universes. True to its name, it is characterized by emptiness, devoid of anything. Yet, Reg paid no heed to these fleeting thoughts, choosing instead to unleash his own power to elevate himself. With a thunderous roar, Reg's power began to ascend dramatically. However, after a moment, he refrained from recklessly unleashing this energy. Instead, he chose to compress it, forcefully folding the power within himself repeatedly. The transformation into the third level of Realm Break differs significantly from that of the second. The second level involves a breakthrough achieved by aligning the divine energy with Ultra Instinct at the same level. In contrast, the third level necessitates the fusion of divine energy and Ultra Instinct, which presents a formidable challenge as the two forces inherently repel each other. Forcing them to merge is nearly impossible, It is akin to attempting to press the positive poles of two magnets together. While a momentary union may occur with sufficient force, the instant one releases their grip, the magnets will spring apart. This separation can be likened to a backlash. If one attempts to merge these energies using their own power, any lapse in concentration will result in a more potent recoil. Thus, Reg needed to adopt a different approach, rather than forcibly adhering the two positive poles together. He needed to reposition one of them. By allowing them to merge naturally, he could achieve perfect control over his own power. With this thought in mind, Reg immediately set to work, dispersing the compressed energy throughout his body to facilitate a better fusion. Subsequently, Reg began to harness the power of Ultra Instinct, merging it within his corporeal form. Both his skeletal structure and vascular system experienced a significant enhancement due to this formidable energy, resulting in a resilience and recuperative ability that surpassed even that of the breakthrough level 2. Meanwhile, the divine essence was not idle as Reg conducted his operations. It intertwined with his blood, coursing throughout his entire being. Following this, Reg proceeded to amalgamate a portion of the divine essence with his brain and certain sensory organs, thereby achieving a substantial augmentation. Initially, the enhancement of these organs was deemed perilous due to their fragility, as the potency of divine energy was not easily borne, especially by such delicate structures. Thus, it was only after Reg utilized the strength of Ultra Instinct for reinforcement that he dared to cautiously experiment with this integration. With the unfolding of Rege's transformation, his appearance began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. First and foremost, his hair commenced its gradual elongation. In the realm of fanworks, Rege's hair was already notably lengthy. Now, having matured into adulthood, it had grown to match that length. Furthermore, with Rege's transformation, his hair continued to extend, ultimately cascading down to his heels. Unlike the Super Saiyan 3 form, however, his eyebrows remained intact. Amidst a powerful roar, Rege completed his transformation into the formidable Breakthrough 3. The immense aura he emanated shattered the very fabric of the Void Realm, propelling Rege back to the 7th universe. Observing the overwhelming power he had unleashed, Rege nodded in satisfaction. Enveloped in a crimson aura, he was also adorned with flecks of golden particles, and his hair, now a striking red, flowed down to his heels. Additionally, the pupils of his eyes underwent a subtle change. No longer rigid as before, they bore a resemblance to the gaze associated with the Ultra Instinct technique, albeit tinted in red. Reg turned to the hair trailing behind his heel and sighed. Is it a common trait for elder brothers to have long hair? Just like Raditz, the brother of Sun Wukong, I find myself in the same situation. Chapter 78, The Strength Test of the Realm Breaker. The Future Path of Cultivation. Reg then shifted his gaze towards Whis and said, Mr. Whis, I wish to ascertain my current strength. May I engage in a sparring session with you? Upon hearing Reg's words, Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, responding, Mr. Reg, you truly are a battle enthusiast, with newfound power. You are eager to put it to the test. Subsequently, gazing at Reg, he said, testing is certainly possible, though the remuneration remains unchanged. Upon hearing Vis's words, Reg nodded in agreement and replied, that is only natural. Seeing the other party's consent, Vis promptly remarked, in that case, let us venture to other realms for our sparring, so as not to disturb Lord Beerus's slumber. Subsequently, Whis hurled the staff into the air, and the crystal atop it suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping both Whis and Reg in its glow. Thus, they were transported into the realm of the staff. In Dragon Ball Super, this unique space was specifically created for the cultivation of divine energy, where Goku and Vegeta first learned to harness such power. At this moment, Whis turned to Reg and remarked, this space has been fortified with my angelic power. It shall not be easily shattered. Relieved by Whis's assurance, Reg replied, in that case, let us begin without delay. With that, Reg assumed an offensive stance, unleashing his own strength. Observing the surge of power emanating from Reg, Whis adopted a more serious demeanor. He too released a portion of his angelic energy, enveloping himself in a luminous white aura, accompanied by shimmering particles of light. In this state, Whis resembled one in a state of Ultra Instinct. Once both combatants were prepared for battle, they moved in a synchronized manner, launching their attacks. Instantly, they engaged in a fierce struggle within the confines of that space, though neither managed to land a blow on the other. Whis, having perfected the Ultra Instinct technique, rendered Reg's attacks ineffective for the time being. However, Reg had yet to enter the Ultra Instinct state. His remarkable speed alone allowed him to evade Whis's strikes and anticipate counterattacks. In this form, Reg's sensory faculties, including his mind, were significantly enhanced, and both his physical strength and resilience were amplified, ensuring he was not outmatched by Whis, who wielded angelic power. As time gradually elapsed, the two individuals remained evenly matched, neither having made contact with the other. However, the surrounding space could no longer withstand the residual forces emanating from both parties, leading to the emergence of spatial fissures. Noticing the deteriorating condition of their environment, they abandoned all restraint and unleashed their full power. In an instant, they approached one another with the swiftness of teleportation, their fists colliding in a momentous clash. The tremendous forces converged, overwhelming the fabric of space, which shattered and transported them outside. The moment they were teleported, they felt a sudden surge of force, yet a slight ripple of residual energy escaped into the surroundings. Even this mere aftershock was capable of swiftly extinguishing all nearby star domains, causing the space to fracture anew. In response to this dire situation, both individuals acted simultaneously. Reg employed the power of space to mend the shattered dimensions, while Vis harnessed the force of time to reverse the destruction of the star domains, restoring them to their former state. Having accomplished this, they both relinquished their energies and descended into the realm of the Destroyer God. Subsequently, Whis addressed Reg. "How do you feel? How is your newfound transformations power?" Upon hearing Whis's inquiry, Reg contemplated briefly and replied, "The power amplification is approximately 4 times that of the second realm break, representing the third doubling of the ancient transformation." Acknowledging Reg's response, Whis nodded and remarked, "The enhancement in this form is indeed formidable, yet it appears to have reached its limits. Do you have any new training directions in mind?" Reflecting on Whis's question, Reg fell into deep thought. Indeed, as Whis pointed out, the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4 had been thoroughly explored, and the third realm break was the ultimate threshold. It was impossible for Super Saiyan 4 to spontaneously reach the fourth realm break, thus Reg had to seek alternative methods for further advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Reg solidified his direction and said to Whis, "I believe I have discovered a new path for cultivation. Though reaching that level requires not only physical breakthroughs but also advancements in divine energy." Seeing Reg undeterred by the limits and instead choosing to forge ahead in a new direction, Whis nodded with satisfaction and said, "In that case, you should begin testing to see if it is feasible. While I cannot teach you much about physical strength, I do possess some knowledge regarding the cultivation of divine energy." Upon hearing Whis's words, Reg immediately said, "In that case, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in my future training, Mr. Whis." With that, he clasped his fist in gratitude. In response, Whis merely smiled and replied, "Mr. Reg, you are overly courteous. Rather than mere guidance, it would be more pragmatic to offer some form of compensation. What do you think?" Reg's lips twitched at Whis's suggestion, yet he responded, "Naturally, the appropriate compensation will not be lacking." With a wave of his hand, a rift in space suddenly opened, revealing a plethora of delicacies which Reg carefully placed on the grass. Upon seeing the array of food, Whis's eyes lit up, and he smiled at Reg, saying, "Mr. Reg, your generosity remains unmatched. Honestly, there is no need for so much, as I cannot consume it all." Without hesitation, Whis dashed to the food and picked up a piece, beginning to eat. As he savored the flavors, he exclaimed, "This is a taste I have never experienced." Although different from before, it possesses its own unique charm. At this juncture, Whis sighed, lamenting, "Alas, Lord Beerus is still asleep, destined to miss out on these culinary delights." He produced a handkerchief, not for tears, but to wipe the remnants of food from his mouth. Observing this, Reg merely twitched his lips, choosing not to comment. He shook his head in resignation and took flight to another location to commence his training. Finding a suitable spot, Reg sat cross-legged, reflecting on the training direction he had previously envisioned. This path was none other than Super Saiyan 5. However, Super Saiyan 5 was merely one aspect. The other was the breakthrough in divine energy. More precisely, it pertained to Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan 5 transcends the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Blue represents the transformation of Super Saiyan under the divine state. The breakthrough in physical strength is easily understood, as it involves elevating the Super Saiyan form to a new realm. However, the breakthrough in divine energy is more complex, as there is currently no superior method for advancement. The only viable approach is through Super Saiyan Blue. It is well known that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires S cells within the body to serve as a source of power. Under specific circumstances, extreme emotional stimuli are necessary to activate the S cells, unleashing immense power and resulting in the transformation into a Super Saiyan. This reveals a distinction. In a normal state, one's aura is white, but upon transformation, it shifts to gold. Nonetheless, the energy remains energy, it merely becomes significantly more potent. From this, it may be inferred that the power derived from stimulating S cells causes a change in one's aura or even a breakthrough, resulting in a color change. Likewise, The aura in the Super Saiyan God state is red, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, it becomes blue. In the Super Saiyan God state, one's strength is entirely replaced by divine energy. Moreover, divine energy undergoes changes or breakthroughs under the stimulation of S cells, leading to a color alteration. Hence, Reg perceives divine energy as a new avenue for breakthrough. What Reg aims to accomplish is to cultivate both powers to their zenith and then unleash them simultaneously, which he considers the new direction for training. In Reg's simulation, this form is referred to as the Fourth Realm Break. Alternatively, it is known as the Super Saiyan 5 Limit Breakthrough or the Super Saiyan 5 Extreme Breakthrough. Chapter 79, The Fishing Plan, initiated. First stop, the Majin Buu Saga. After confirming his training direction, Reg did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he opted to rest. He teleported to Earth and embarked on his retirement plan. After all, having become the foremost under the angels, no amount of training could yield substantial progress in a short time. Furthermore, with his bloodline, even in a state of rest, his combat prowess would continue to rise. Thus, Reg commenced a month-long period of leisure. However, Reg's leisure was somewhat distinct from others. While others might engage in gaming, fishing, or napping, Reg opened a portal to observe live events across different timelines. The first stop, the Majin Buu Saga. Upon arriving in this timeline, Reg expanded his perception to assess the condition of the entire Earth. A powerful, malevolent aura was swiftly locked onto by Reg. Subsequently, Rege teleported to the vicinity above the ominous presence. Observing the attire of the Demon Buu, it appeared he had just finished devouring Gotenks. Subsequently, Reg transformed a bucket of popcorn and began to enjoy the live broadcast from above. The reason he was so confident that he would not be detected was not solely due to the strength of his own stealth abilities. Rather, Reg had long before his arrival converted his aura into divine energy, which meant that he was currently maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan God. The power of divine energy is imperceptible to mortals. Among the crowd below, the only one who might sense Reg's presence was Majin Buu. After all, Majin Buu had previously devoured the Kaioshin and possessed the divine power of the Kaioshin himself, making it somewhat expected for him to perceive Reg. To ensure his safety, Reg created a spatial barrier using his own power, allowing him to comfortably watch the live broadcast. At that moment, Majin Buu, with a smug expression, looked at Son Gohan and remarked, "In truth, I sensed your presence from a great distance. Even then, you possess strength that surpassed mine. It was precisely for this reason that I devised a plan to absorb the powers of Piccolo and Gotenks." Son Gohan's expression darkened as he gazed at Majin Buu, fully aware of the underlying intention behind Buu's words, to disturb his rationality and induce a loss of judgment. Upon realizing this, Son Gohan smiled and responded to Majin Buu, "If that is the case, why did you not absorb me from the very beginning?" To this, Majin Buu replied, "Without an enemy, what is the purpose of being invincible? I am no longer the fool who only knew how to slaughter." Subsequently, he assumed an aggressive stance and addressed Sun Wukong, saying, "I am aware that Gotenks' fusion time is limited, but within that time frame, I shall torment you to your demise." Upon hearing Majin Buu's words, Sun Wukong wiped the smile from his face and, with utmost seriousness, replied to Majin Buu, "Oh, is that so? However, before that, it shall be you who meets your end." Subsequently, the two fighters launched a simultaneous assault, engaging in a delicate exchange of probing strikes. As they battled, they soared into the skies with astonishing speed, their movements becoming too swift for the naked eye to discern. However, after only a few exchanges, the malevolent Majin Buu found himself at a disadvantage, receiving a powerful blow from Gohan that sent him hurtling toward the ground. In the midst of his descent, Majin Buu attempted a sneak attack with a ki blast aimed at Gohan. Yet, this ambush was anticipated by Gohan, who deftly ascended to evade the attack. Once safe from the threat, Gohan swiftly concentrated his energy, unleashing a Kamehameha wave directed at Majin Buu. Unwilling to yield, Majin Buu retaliated with a ki wave of his own, resulting in a fierce clash of powers. Despite their apparent parity, it soon became evident that Gohan was struggling. He was ultimately driven into the rocky terrain by Majin Buu's relentless assault. Unrelenting, Majin Buu followed up with a forceful punch, driving Gohan further into the earth. Though the combatants appeared evenly matched, Majin Buu had already discerned that Gohan was not exerting his full strength. Subsequently, Majin Buu addressed Son Gohan, stating, "There is no need to conceal your true power any longer. From our earlier confrontation, it is evident that you have not unleashed your full potential. If your intention is merely to deplete my strength, I must regretfully inform you that my power is boundless." Aware that his intentions had been discerned, Son Gohan decided to drop the pretense, replying, "In that case, I shall no longer hold back." The reason Son Gohan had initially remained was not solely to exhaust his opponent's stamina, but also to devise a means of rescuing Piccolo and the others who had been consumed by Majin Buu. However, with his strategy uncovered, he resolved to defeat Buu first and then seek a way to save them. Thereafter, both combatants assumed offensive stances, commencing the second round of their fierce battle. As Sun Wukong initiated the attack, he executed a flying kick directed at the demon, Majin Buu. However, it appeared that the demon had anticipated his move, effortlessly seizing him instead. Subsequently, the opponent concentrated energy into a powerful blast, propelling himself instantaneously into the ground. Barely having been embedded in the earth for a moment, Son Gohan attempted to rise, only to be struck by Majin Buu's rapid energy wave. As this powerful wave of chi descended, it instantaneously shattered the surrounding terrain into countless fragments. As the wave of chi gradually dissipated, Gohan rose from the ruins. However, the injuries adorning his body revealed the extent of his grave wounds. Yet, the malevolent Majin Buu showed no intention of sparing Gohan, swiftly unleashing a devastating magical beam cannon aimed directly at him. Observing this perilous situation, Gohan promptly reacted, raising his hands to shield himself, bracing his body to endure the onslaught of the magical beam cannon. As the brilliant light gradually faded, Gohan found himself unable to withstand his injuries and knelt upon one knee. Observing the severity of Gohan's wounds, Majin Buu slowly approached, tauntingly remarking, "How does it feel? Is this attack, the special beam cannon, not more formidable than your master's?" Yet, Gohan paid no heed to Majin Buu's words. Instead, he closed his eyes tightly, secretly gathering his energy. As the menacing Majin Buu drew closer, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful energy wave with a single hand. However, it appeared that Majin Buu had anticipated this move, swiftly bending down to evade the attack. With a nimble backward leap, he extended his arm towards Gohan, attempting to seize him. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Gohan failed to react in time and was swiftly grasped by Buu's arm, sent hurtling backward. Following this, Majin Buu expelled a white specter from his mouth, executing the formidable Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, a technique reminiscent of Gotenks. Under the direction of Majin Buu, the ghost surged towards Gohan. Upon noticing the specter charging at him, Gohan swiftly evaded and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at the apparition. However, the ghost effortlessly dodged the attacks and rapidly closed the distance towards Gohan. Observing the unfolding situation, Gohan did not hesitate for long and executed a swift knife hand strike towards the specter. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, the ghost erupted in a blinding flash of white light that enveloped Gohan. Following a cataclysmic explosion, the surrounding area was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke, and Gohan's energy signature had vanished entirely. From above, observing this spectacle, Rege remarked, "Gohan's talent is indeed extraordinary, at least in terms of concealing his energy. It is evident that he possesses remarkable control over it." As he spoke, he munched on popcorn, his gaze fixed on Gohan's hidden position. Meanwhile, down below, Majin Buu had already surmised that Gohan was concealing his energy. Thus, while releasing his own energy, he called out into the smoke, "There is no need to hide. Locating you will hardly consume any of my time." Upon hearing Majin Buu's words, Gohan, who had been sheltering behind a rock, ceased his concealment and launched a direct attack against Majin Buu. The latter merely smiled faintly at Gohan's approach, displaying little surprise. Subsequently, every attack launched by Gohan was effortlessly evaded by the formidable Majin Buu. In the moment that Gohan struck, Majin Buu instantaneously seized his wrist. With a swift teleportation, he appeared behind Gohan and delivered a punch, halting just before making contact. At that moment, Majin Buu's fist was merely a centimeter away from Gohan's face. Observing this scene, Gohan, though taken aback, promptly reacted by executing a sweeping kick aimed at the rear. However, this maneuver proved futile as Majin Buu effortlessly evaded it with a graceful leap. Chapter 80, The Narrative Discrepancy of Parallel Realms. The unexpected emergence of Beta Majin Buu. Subsequently, the formidable Majin Buu swiftly brought his fists together, delivering a powerful blow that sent Gohan crashing into the ground. As the dust settled, Gohan struggled to rise from the deep crater, visibly disheveled. Before he could catch his breath, Majin Buu appeared instantaneously before him, gripping Gohan's throat with a single hand, taunting, "Is this the strength you believed you possessed? If this is all you have, then you may as well perish." With that, he began to gather energy in his other hand, preparing to deliver a final, devastating strike. At that perilous moment, a figure emerged from the rubble behind Satan. He unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Majin Buu's head. Unfortunately, as an ordinary human, Satan's attacks proved utterly ineffective against the formidable Majin Buu. Finding the incessant annoyance of this fly bothersome, Majin Buu swiftly dispatched Satan to the ground with a mere flick of his antennae. At this juncture, Majin Buu shifted his focus from Gohan to the fallen Satan. Subsequently, a finger was raised towards Satan, gathering strength with the intent to eliminate this bothersome fly. Seizing the moment, Gohan executed a knee strike, freeing himself from the clutches of Majin Buu. In this fleeting window of opportunity, Gohan leapt into the air, aiming to distance himself from the formidable Majin Buu. However, the quick-reacting Majin Buu unleashed several energy rings, ensnaring Gohan mid-flight. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Kais, Goku and the Kaioshins anxiously observed the scene projected by the crystal ball. After a moment's hesitation, the old Kaioshin turned to Goku and declared, "Goku, I have decided to relinquish all my remaining lifespan to you, enabling your revival to confront Majin Buu." The others, upon hearing the old Kaioshin's decision, were taken aback. The East Kaioshin was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Ancestor, this cannot be. If you bestow all your life upon Goku, what will become of you?" In response to the East Kaioshin's admonition, the old Kaioshin erupted in anger, stating, "Baka, what time is it to be discussing this? Sacrificing myself to save the entire universe is a small price to pay." At that moment, Goku, realizing the gravity of the situation, earnestly replied to the old Kaioshin, "Yash, I will ensure that the universe does not perish." Meanwhile, within the halls of the King of Hell, the King of Hell wiped the cold sweat from his brow, remarking, "Fortunately, I did not directly send Vegeta to Hell earlier. Otherwise, bringing him back to the living world would be exceedingly difficult." Just then, he noticed a witch seated upon a crystal ball, accompanied by an individual clad in a blue bodysuit. Subsequently, the King of Hell gazed at the figure behind him and declared, "I shall summon the Oracle to temporarily restore your corporeal form. The fate of Earth rests upon your shoulders." The individual in question was none other than Vegeta. The scene then shifted to the battlefield, where the East Kaioshin arrived alongside the resurrected son Goku. He then turned to Wukong and said, "This pair of earrings, in times of urgency, do not hesitate to use them directly." Son Wukong received the earrings from the East Kaioshin's hand, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, 2 fingers were placed upon the forehead, initiating a connection with Gohan's aura. The instant the presence was sensed, he vanished from his original location, only to reappear at Gohan's side. Upon witnessing Gohan's entrapment, Son Wukong swiftly gathered his energy and unleashed a blast toward Majin Buu. In response to the sudden onslaught, Majin Buu disregarded Gohan and took flight to evade Wukong's attack. The orb confining Gohan disintegrated into particles and dissipated into the air as Majin Buu relinquished control. With his newfound freedom, Gohan wasted no time in creating distance between himself and Majin Buu. At that moment, he recognized the identity of his savior and exclaimed with joy, "Father, you've come." Hearing Gohan's words, Wukong nodded and urgently instructed, "The situation is dire. Quickly don this earring to fuse." He then tossed an earring toward Gohan. However, due to its diminutive size, Gohan failed to catch it in time, causing it to slip past and fall into a crevice. Observing this from the distant realm of the Kais, East Kai and the newly crowned Old Kai simultaneously slapped their faces in exasperation, lamenting, "Couldn't you exercise a bit more caution at such a critical moment?" Meanwhile, Majin Buu, having overheard Wukong, remarked, "Though I do not fear your fusion, I shall not allow you to achieve your desires." Subsequently, Majin Buu charged directly at Goku, intent on eliminating him first. Observing the imminent threat, Goku did not hesitate any longer. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to buy time for Gohan and engaged in combat with Majin Buu. Majin Buu launched a direct punch towards Goku, who skillfully evaded the attack with a leap. However, upon witnessing Goku's successful dodge, Majin Buu swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent Goku crashing into a deep pit. As Goku struggled to regain his footing within the pit, he barely had a moment to gather himself before Majin Buu's relentless assault reached him. Left with no choice, Goku resorted to a defensive stance. In the distance, Gohan finally located the earrings, but his discovery was quickly thwarted when Majin Buu sensed his energy and unleashed a powerful ki blast, shaking the terrain and causing Gohan to lose the earrings once more. Seizing the opportunity created by Majin Buu's distraction, Goku retaliated with a ki blast that sent Buu flying. Capitalizing on this moment, Goku unleashed a barrage of attacks directed at Majin Buu. After a time of relentless bombardment, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos. Yet Majin Buu emerged unscathed before Goku. Realizing that his previous efforts had been in vain, Goku resolved to engage Majin Buu in close combat. Majin Buu reciprocated, and the two exchanged rapid blows in the air. However, after only a few exchanges, Goku was caught off guard by Majin Buu, who landed a punch that drove him into the ground. As Majin Buu charged towards Goku's descent, Goku rose from the rubble, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Yet, midway through his flight, Majin Buu suddenly clutched his head in agony. Witnessing this, Goku was momentarily bewildered. At that moment, Majin Buu's form began to shift, devolving from the Gotenks fusion back to his original state resembling Piccolo. Goku quickly deduced the situation, remarking to Majin Buu that it appeared the fusion time of Gotenks had elapsed, and judging by the change in appearance, he assumed that Buu deemed Piccolo to be the stronger form. In this current state, Majin Buu's power had significantly diminished, far weaker than before. Meanwhile, Gohan had successfully located the earrings. However, unexpectedly, a familiar figure appeared before him, Vegeta. Upon seeing Vegeta, Rege, who had been observing from the sky, felt a twinge of confusion. According to the timeline, Vegeta should have only appeared after Majin Buu fused with Gohan. Thus, his presence now was puzzling. Despite his uncertainty, Rege chose not to dwell on it, acknowledging that in parallel timelines, anything was possible, even the notion of Goku being a female warrior. A mere shift in the plot was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. At this juncture, Gohan gazed at the suddenly appearing Vegeta with confusion. But he did not dwell on it. Instead, he ascended into the air and called out to Goku in the distance, "Dad, I found the earrings." Meanwhile, Vegeta, filled with indignation, glared at Goku hovering above. Goku remained in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and upon witnessing Goku's transformation, Vegeta realized that Goku had held back during their previous battle. With gritted teeth, Vegeta exclaimed, "Kakarot, you bastard. You chose to hold back in battle. What kind of Saiyan warrior are you?" Meanwhile, Goku remained unaware of the unfolding events below. He then addressed Gohan, saying, "There is no need for fusion. The current Majin Buu is no longer my adversary." Turning to Vegeta, he added, "I apologize. I assure you that I will unleash my full power in our next battle." Meanwhile, Majin Buu gazed at Goku with a previously troubled expression that now morphed into a faint smile, and he remarked, "Did you think this would be the end? I anticipated such an occurrence, which is why I have kept a contingency plan." Subsequently, he revealed the tips of the tentacles atop his head for Wukong to observe. He then addressed Wukong, inquiring, "Do you understand why I have not promptly restored that severed portion? It is because that portion serves as my contingency." Having said this, he ceased to engage further, prompting Wukong to swiftly pivot and direct his commands towards the separated fragment. In an instant, a pink curtain unfurled, enveloping the interior. However, the one ensnared was not Gohan, but rather Vegeta. According to the variations in the original narrative, Vegeta was firmly grounded while Gohan soared through the skies. This unforeseen turn of events prompted Vegeta to react swiftly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 in an attempt to counter the fusion of his adversary. Yet, all of his efforts proved futile, as he was ultimately ensnared and subsequently condensed within the shroud. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, Majin Buu absorbed that portion directly into his being. Following this fusion, Majin Buu's appearance began to undergo a transformation, now adorned in Vegeta's battle attire. To everyone's astonishment, the Majin Buu Vegeta version was born. Chapter 81, The Non-Existent Fusion Warrior. The enigmatic fusion warrior, Son Goten, emerged, witnessing the unfolding of plot lines absent from the original narrative. Rege, concealed in the skies, felt a surge of intrigue. Observing Majin Buu, he quietly remarked, "This is indeed an unexpected turn of events. It seems I was right to come here." Subsequently, utilizing the power of space, he extracted a watermelon stored in an alternate dimension. While indulging in the succulent fruit, he observed the unfolding dynamics of the battlefield. On the battlefield, both Goku and Gohan were astonished by the formidable surge in the power of Majin Buu, all the while remaining vigilant of his next move. After perfectly absorbing Vegeta's strength, Majin Buu twisted his neck and addressed Goku and the others, declaring, "Now I am invincible. Who among you shall perish first?" Upon hearing Majin Buu's words, Goku and Gohan refrained from attacking, instead maintaining a cautious watch over him. Noticing their lack of action, Majin Buu remarked, "Since neither of you has the courage to declare who shall face me, I shall make the choice myself." With that, Majin Buu vanished from his position, only to reappear directly in front of Gohan. Startled by Buu's sudden presence, Gohan instinctively prepared to retreat. However, Majin Buu offered no opportunity for escape, delivering a powerful punch to Gohan's abdomen. The impact caused Gohan to expel a mouthful of bile as he was propelled downward at breakneck speed, creating a massive crater upon collision with the ground. As the dust settled, Gohan lay unconscious within the depths of the pit. witnessing Gohan's dire state. Goku cried out in alarm, "Gohan!" With Gohan now devoid of any resistance, Majin Buu shifted his focus towards Goku. The moment Goku sensed Buu's attention on him, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting his transformation into Super Saiyan 3 to confront the threat. Intrigued by Goku's transformation, Majin Buu charged towards him, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. However, within mere exchanges, Goku found himself sent crashing to the ground by Majin Buu's relentless assault. The impact created yet another deep pit, yet Majin Buu showed no signs of mercy, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts directed at Goku. Just as Goku managed to rise from the crater, he spotted the incoming barrage of energy blasts and quickly reacted, leaping into the air to evade the onslaught. However, as he ascended, he found himself face to face with Majin Buu, who had instantaneously closed the distance. Subsequently, Majin Buu unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at Goku's face. Reacting swiftly to the sudden onslaught, Goku crossed his arms to shield himself from the attack. Observing Goku's defense, Majin Buu swiftly pivoted his body, launching another kick towards Goku. This time, Goku was caught off guard and was struck directly in the face, sending him crashing into the sea. Unlike before, Majin Buu opted not to use energy blasts, instead soaring towards the direction where Goku had fallen. As the battle raged on in the air between Majin Buu and Goku, Dandy rushed to the deep pit where Gohan lay unconscious. Noticing Gohan's state, Dandy employed his healing magic to tend to him. After a period of diligent care, Gohan gradually began to awaken from his stupor. Upon realizing that Dandy was the one healing him, he sat up abruptly and inquired, "Dandy, what is the situation? Can my father defeat Majin Buu?" Hearing Gohan's question, Dandy furrowed his brow and replied, "The situation is dire. Mr. Goku may not last much longer." In response to Dandy's words, Gohan, filled with anguish, struck the ground with his fist, creating a small crater in the earth. Feeling despondent, he lamented, "Is there truly no way to prevent the world's destruction?" At that moment, Gohan sensed something in his hand. Opening his palm, he discovered the earring Goku had given him. Instantly reminded of Goku's earlier words, he promptly adorned his right ear with the earring. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was holding the barely conscious Goku and taunted, "It seems you are not so formidable after all." With that, he began to separate a portion of himself, intending to absorb Goku's power. Now, Goku had regressed to his normal form, with numerous wounds oozing blood, just as he was on the verge of being consumed. The earring on Goku's left ear emitted a blinding light, breaking the grip of Majin Buu and propelling him away at great speed. Simultaneously, Gohan, having just donned the earring, was also drawn uncontrollably towards the distance. Noticing this peculiar occurrence, Majin Buu sensed something amiss and darted towards Goku. Just as he was about to catch up, Gohan collided with Goku. Following a brilliant flash of light, an unfamiliar figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before Majin Buu. The blinding light momentarily disoriented Majin Buu, and after a brief pause, he opened his eyes to find that both Goku and Gohan had vanished, replaced by a stranger he did not recognize. Seeing this new entity, Majin Buu warily demanded, "Who are you? Where have you taken those two?" The stranger, with a slight smile, replied, "I am the fusion of those two individuals. If you must assign me a name, call me Son Goten." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu eyed Goten with suspicion while subtly positioning one hand behind him. Moments later, Majin Buu launched a surprise attack, hurling a pre-prepared energy blast at Goten. In response, Goten deftly deflected the energy blast with one hand and swiftly approached Majin Buu. In a swift moment, before Majin Buu could react, Son Goten delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent hurtling into the sea. Unlike Vegeta, Son Goten's character is shaped by the unique fusion. Lacking Vegeta's arrogance and pride, he embodies the caution and intelligence of Gohan. Thus, Son Goten does not approach his adversaries with the same haughty disdain as Vegeta, nor does he underestimate them. Instead, regardless of the opponent, he dedicates himself entirely, contemplating his strengths and weaknesses to devise a strategy for combat. At that moment, Majin Buu soared out of the water, his rage palpable as he glared at Son Goten and declared, "Do not think that your fusion makes you my equal." Subsequently, he unleashed his aura in an explosive manner and charged towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing the oncoming Majin Buu, Sun Wukong retaliated by releasing a barrage of energy blasts. Majin Buu, undeterred by the relentless onslaught of energy projectiles, crossed his arms defiantly and barreled through. After piercing through the barrage, Majin Buu emerged battered and bruised. Yet he did not relent in his advance. Instead, he rapidly began to recuperate from his injuries as he pressed forward. Observing that his attacks had yielded little effect, Sun Wukong also surged forward, prepared for close combat. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, but within mere moments, Sun Wukong established a dominant stance, rendering Majin Buu defenseless against his relentless assault. Infuriated by his predicament, Majin Buu resorted to a desperate tactic of trading blows, forcefully driving Sun Wukong into the ground. At this point, Majin Buu was battered, with one of his arms grotesquely twisted, evidently broken by Sun Wukong's strike. However, this was merely a temporary setback, as all of Majin Buu's wounds began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Once Majin Buu had nearly restored himself, he taunted Sun Wukong, who was slowly rising from the crater, brushing off the dust from his attire. With a serious gaze, he focused intently on the hovering figure of Majin Buu. He then spoke slowly, "Since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige you." Suddenly, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong erupted, unleashing a formidable force. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong cried out, "Ah!" With a resounding roar, the appearance of Sun Wukong underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair turned a brilliant gold, accompanied by arcs of blue lightning, signifying his ascension to Super Saiyan 2. However, unlike the typical Super Saiyan 2, his aura was not golden but white. This form evidently represented a new amalgamation of Super Saiyan 2 and a mysterious state. Observing his new form, Sun Wukong addressed Majin Buu, declaring, "This form is the fusion of two powers. Let us name it the mysterious Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 82, Speculations on the Mysterious Form. The Significance of Mindset. As Sun Wukong transformed into the mysterious Super Saiyan 2, Reg remained unfazed, continuing to consume his snacks. Reg held his own perspective regarding the mysterious form. In the original narrative, this form emerged from the old Kai, helping Gohan unlock his potential. However, Reg believed that the old Kai had done little. Rather, it was Gohan who inherently possessed this power. The significant disparity in strength, Reg noted, was intrinsically linked to Gohan's mindset. Prior to achieving the mysterious form, Gohan's temperament had been one of impatience, evident when the old Kai attempted to assist him in enhancing his potential. At that time, Gohan, lacking further explanation from the old Kai, focused solely on his manga, even dozing off. His hasty demeanor led him to dismiss the old Kai's methods as ineffective, resulting in an outburst. It was only after this incident that Gohan perceived the old Kai as genuinely aiding in his power enhancement, prompting him to continue his training. Nevertheless, Reg opined that the old Kai was merely assisting Gohan in adjusting his character and mindset. Gohan's awakening of the mysterious form was closely tied to his mindset and character. To simplify, the mysterious form is akin to a return to one's true essence. This essence is achieved by refining one's innate power to its utmost limit. Thus, the mysterious form, or the return to true essence, essentially equates to the normal state. The manifestations of power and appearance during the transformation confirm that the mysterious form is, in fact, the inherent strength. The distinction between the mysterious form and the normal state arises primarily from Gohan's perception and subconscious beliefs. Gohan's mindset viewed such formidable power as a transformation, never conceiving it could be his normal state. Hence, his subconscious regarded the mysterious form as a transformation. This issue is not exclusive to Gohan. It is mirrored in Goku's experience. In the manga, Goku encountered a bottleneck with his Ultra Instinct, rendering him unable to break through. At that juncture, he sought insight from Whis, who elucidated that Goku had not integrated Ultra Instinct into his normal state, perpetually treating it as a transformation, which hindered his ability to achieve mastery. It was then that Goku resolved to abandon his pursuit of perfecting Ultra Instinct and instead sought a version more suited to him. Furthermore, the advanced form of the mysterious state, the beast form, is also tied to mindset. During that period, Gohan had evolved into a scholar, and the prolonged peace had altered his character. The scholarly Gohan, imbued with excessive kindness and timidity, would invariably rely on Goku to defeat formidable foes, never contemplating his own potential. This mindset significantly diminished Gohan's combat prowess. The strength of Gohan's mysterious form was intrinsically linked to his character, and his excessive kindness further eroded his power. Gohan's transformation into the beast form was partly a reclamation of his former mindset and partly an acceptance of his true nature. The reclamation of his mindset is self-evident. Confronting his power stemmed from his overwhelming kindness, which made him fearful of unintentionally harming others, thus hesitating to wield his strength. His true nature, however, was that of a Saiyan, whose lineage is inherently combative. By becoming a scholar, Gohan had renounced the martial identity that aligned with his Saiyan heritage, creating a conflict within himself. This explains why Gohan appears so lackluster during the Dragon Ball Super era. His overly kind and timid mindset, coupled with a fear of his own power, blinded him to his Saiyan lineage. The convergence of these three conditions rendered Gohan, despite being an exceptionally strong warrior, ineffective in battle. This underscores the critical importance of mindset, which underwent 3 significant transformations for Gohan. The first occurred during his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. At that time, Gohan's mindset shifted, spurred by a remark from Android 16, urging him not to fear his power but to utilize it to protect those he cherished. Having witnessed the horrors on Namek and the overwhelming power of Super Saiyans, Gohan, after transforming into Super Saiyan 1, was initially hesitant, fearing he might inadvertently destroy the Earth. However, 16's words prompted a re-evaluation of his power. Subsequently, upon 16's demise, Gohan, fueled by rage, ceased to restrain his strength and fully unleashed his Super Saiyan 2 form. After that, the subsequent 2 shifts in mindset birthed the mysterious form and the beast form. As for the mysterious Super Saiyan 2 that Sun Wukong has now manifested, it represents the pinnacle refinement of Super Saiyan 2 power. While it may seem negligible, there exists a significant difference between the 2 levels. For instance, the Super Saiyan 2 form can be likened to a chopstick, whereas the mysterious Super Saiyan 2 resembles a needle. When both objects penetrate the skin with equal force, the chopstick merely leaves an imprint, while the needle pierces through. In simpler terms, the Super Saiyan 2 form possesses a 100 critical hit buff, enhancing control over ki by 300 and extending the duration of the form by 500. With this realization, Reg paused his snacking, closed his eyes, and relinquished his Super Saiyan God form. Transitioning into his normal state, he unleashed his power in waves. Being in a different space, Reg's presence went unnoticed on the battlefield outside. Finally, as he opened his eyes, his aura surged dramatically. Reg remained in his normal state, yet his white aura appeared more solidified, and his strength had significantly increased. Surveying his condition, he dissipated his power and remarked, "Both my strength and endurance have seen remarkable enhancement. At present, Rege is undergoing a transformation into a mysterious form, assessing the extent of his enhancements. After grasping the situation, he dissipates the aura surrounding him. As for the reason he does not directly transcend to the beast form, it is not due to a lack of desire. Rather, Rege has yet to meet the criteria for this transformation. The first 2 prerequisites, attaining a tranquil mindset and confronting one's own power, pose no challenge for Rege. However, the final condition, which entails embracing the inherent nature of his bloodline, remains a daunting task for him. While the bloodline of other Saiyans may be manageable, such as Gohan's, which is merely that of an ordinary Saiyan with a slight inclination for combat, Rege's situation is far more complex. His lineage is not only that of a Super Saiyan but also that of an ancient Super Saiyan. Under the influence of such a bloodline, Rege's descent into madness could be deemed mild. Accepting his bloodline would likely compel him to annihilate countless lives across several star systems. However, it is not strictly necessary to commit such mass slaughter. An alternative, albeit exceedingly cruel, method exists. This method involves the heinous act of taking the lives of those who are blood relatives. After all, killing others is akin to squashing an insect. But the same does not apply to kin. Due to their blood connection, one cannot easily extinguish the lives of family members without profound emotional turmoil, except in a state of rage. In simpler terms, one must, while fully conscious, slay their own kin to genuinely perceive the act as the taking of a life. Nevertheless, Rege has yet to reach such a brutal threshold in his quest for power. Chapter 83, Son Goku vs. Majin Buu. Having come to this realization, Rege shifts his focus back to the battlefield. There, Majin Buu gazes in astonishment at Son Goku. The power that Goku has unleashed far exceeds Buu's expectations. Yet, undeterred, Majin Buu defiantly declares, no matter how formidable your power becomes, it remains inconsequential. With that, he charges towards Son Goku. As Buu rushes toward him, Goku remains unfazed. Upon reaching striking distance, Majin Buu executes a sweeping kick aimed at Goku. In response, Goku, with an expression devoid of emotion, steps back effortlessly, evading Buu's attack. Subsequently, he surged forward with remarkable speed, delivering an uppercut that struck the chin of the demon Majin Buu, sending him soaring through the air. Following this, Son Goku swiftly pursued the trajectory of Majin Buu's flight, surpassing him and positioning himself strategically along the path that Buu is destined to traverse. As Majin Buu approached, Son Goku charged ahead, unleashing a flurry of relentless assaults. Majin Buu, utterly defenseless, was oblivious to the blows he endured, only aware of the sudden gust of wind that heralded the emergence of numerous wounds upon his body. When Son Goku felt he had inflicted sufficient damage, he retreated a short distance, concluding his assault with a formidable flying kick. Even as Majin Buu was propelled into the air by the force of the kick, Son Goku's intent to pursue remained unwavering. He raised his right hand, aiming it directly at Majin Buu, and with a powerful shout, unleashed a potent energy wave that struck the airborne demon, shattering his form into fragments. However, a miraculous spectacle followed. The scattered remnants of Majin Buu, suspended in the air, began to coalesce at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, Majin Buu reassembled, appearing before Son Goku unscathed. Yet, upon glancing at Son Goku once more, a flicker of trepidation crossed Buu's features, though he stubbornly proclaimed, "No, your attacks are utterly ineffective." In response to Buu's words, Son Goku felt a spark of intrigue. He slowly flew towards the formidable Majin Buu. Upon witnessing Son Goku's gradual approach, Majin Buu could no longer contain his fury, and several orifices atop his head erupted with a torrent of smoke. Within mere seconds, the area surrounding Majin Buu was engulfed in a thick haze. Nevertheless, Son Goku remained undeterred. He swiftly darted into the fog, and after a series of resounding clashes, Majin Buu emerged from the mist, appearing quite disheveled, with injuries marred across his body, leaving not a single part unscathed. Just as Majin Buu prepared to strike, Son Goku teleported before him and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Subsequently, with a graceful front flip, he delivered a powerful kick that struck the head of the malevolent Majin Buu, sending him crashing into the ground. Finally, Goku extended a hand towards the direction where Majin Buu had plummeted, and in an instant, a formidable energy sphere was unleashed. The location of Majin Buu was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion, leveling everything within a 10-kilometer radius to the ground. Majin Buu was violently ejected from the blast. Following this, Goku raised his hand to grasp, rendering Majin Buu motionless in midair. Subsequently, Sun Wukong spoke to the demon Buu with a hint of disdain. "If this is the extent of your power, it would be wise for you to abandon your aspirations of annihilating the world. Your current strength is exceedingly tedious to me." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's scornful remarks, the demon Buu was instantly consumed by fury. He transformed his body into a liquid form, thereby extricating himself from Sun Wukong's grasp. Subsequently, he swiftly darted towards his opponent. And in an instant, before the adversary could react, he charged directly into their mouth. In that moment, Sun Wukong's body rapidly expanded, soon becoming completely swollen, as though it were on the verge of exploding. Subsequently, Majin Buu taunted Son Goku, saying, "In this state, I wonder how you intend to strike against me. Furthermore, I shall continue to expand infinitely until your body detonates." Upon hearing Majin Buu's mockery, Son Goku remained unfazed, merely moving his palm nonchalantly. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong's body swiftly diminished, returning to its original size. Wherever his body swelled, he struck it with a powerful fist. Utilizing his energy, Son Wukong confined Majin Buu's movements, preventing the latter from traversing freely within his form. Ultimately, under the oppressive weight of his own frustration, Majin Buu was compelled to emerge from Son Wukong's body. Upon witnessing Buu's exit, Son Wukong nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth and remarked, "Although you inflicted no substantial harm upon me, it was quite repulsive. For I have no taste for refuse." Infuriated by Son Wukong's derision, Majin Buu bellowed in rage. In an instant, Buu unleashed a formidable surge of power, casting the sky into a tumultuous state. The ground began to fracture, fissures of varying sizes threatening to split open at any moment. Sensing the impending calamity, Son Wukong recognized the gravity of the situation. Should Majin Buu continue to unleash his fury, the earth would inevitably meet its doom. Resolute, Son Wukong concentrated a portion of his energy into his fist and charged towards Majin Buu. Just as he was about to strike, a barrier materialized to obstruct him. Yet, Son Wukong remained unfazed, intensifying his force. As Son Wukong unleashed his power, cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared on the barrier. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Son Wukong let out a tremendous roar. He shattered the barrier and, maintaining his swift momentum, delivered a powerful punch directly to the face of Majin Buu, sending him plummeting into the sea. As the malevolent Majin Buu was vanquished, the apocalyptic scene that had once unfolded transformed back to normalcy. With the sky regaining its azure hue, Majin Buu, having been cast into the sea, ascended once more, took a deep breath, and composed himself. He then swiftly charged towards Son Goku, unleashing a powerful punch that was deftly evaded by Son Goku in an instant. Subsequently, Son Wukong delivered a powerful knee strike, striking the abdomen of the demon Buu, forcefully expelling all of his anguish. Subsequently, a punch was thrown towards the opponent's face, after which Son Wukong seized hold of Majin Buu's tentacle. With a surge of inertia, Majin Buu sprang back into action. The moment he rebounded, he was sent soaring once more by a kick from Son Goku. Even the very tip of his tentacle was severed by Goku's forceful grip. Disdainfully, Goku discarded the severed fragment of the tentacle and turned his gaze towards Majin Buu, remarking, Do you possess any more intriguing abilities? I find myself somewhat weary of this. Upon hearing Goku's words, Majin Buu erupted in fury, declaring, if that is the case, then prepare to witness my true power. Subsequently, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, he manifested a series of ethereal souls. This was none other than Wutian Keisai's super divine wind fist. Subsequently, under the command of Majin Buu, 5 phantoms charged towards Son Goku. Initially, Son Goku harbored hopes of discovering further abilities possessed by Majin Buu, only to be met with this. He let out a disappointed sigh, only to behold the 5 spirits advancing towards him. Without hesitation, Son Goku raised both hands, and the charging phantoms abruptly halted in midair, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Subsequently, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, and the uncontrollable souls converged into a single mass. In an instant, these souls emitted a blinding white light, culminating in a collective explosion. After this spectacle, Sun Wukong, filled with disappointment, remarked, such childish tricks are utterly ineffectual against me. How dare you employ them? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Majin Buu remained unfazed, even flashing a sinister grin as he replied, I am well aware that this is of no use to you, but it serves to divert your attention quite effectively. In response to Majin Buu's retort, Sun Wukong feigned confusion, exclaiming, What? All you fathers out there, please leave a 5-star review. I beg you. Chapter 84, The Overwhelming Power of Sun Wukong. The Terror of Majin Buu. Majin Buu paid no heed to Sun Wukong's bewilderment, continuing to expel souls with disregard. This time, however, the number had increased to 10. Observing Majin Buu resorting to yet another juvenile tactic, Sun Wukong commented in exasperation, Did I not say this move was childish? By employing it again, you make me appear foolish, as if I were merely playing house with you. To Sun Wukong's surprise, Majin Buu did not respond with anger. Instead, he chuckled and said, Whether this tactic is childish is not for you to decide. With that, he ceased his banter and commanded the 10 specters to charge towards Sun Wukong. Faced with this situation, Sun Wukong resigned himself to once more employing the same method to vanquish these spirits. However, just as he made a move, the specters swiftly dispersed, encircling him in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded as the 10 spirits simultaneously converged their powers. Subsequently, the 10 phantoms simultaneously unleashed their magical beams towards Sun Wukong. Observing this scenario, Sun Wukong became slightly more serious. He swiftly descended to evade the magical onslaught. However, he was astonished to discover that the 10 beams were actually following his trajectory, evidently possessing a tracking capability. With no other option, Sun Wukong quickly scanned his surroundings for a place to hide. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby gorge, and without hesitations, he dove into it for refuge. Yet, after only a brief flight within the gorge, several more phantoms appeared before him. These phantoms concurrently condensed their energy, subsequently launching several powerful blasts. Faced with the incoming assaults and the relentless pursuit of the magical beams from behind, Sun Wukong utilized instantaneous movement just as the 2 attacks were about to strike him. The resulting collision of the attacks caused a tremendous explosion within the gorge, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the demon Majin Buu observed this spectacle and burst into laughter, exclaiming, A mere fusion warrior is not so formidable, easily vanquished. He continued, How about you receive a few more of my attacks? Just as Majin Buu reveled in his triumph, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him, Sun Wukong's voice. Upon hearing it, Majin Buu turned around, only to be greeted by several energy waves, which obliterated his form once again. Yet, those fragments swiftly reassembled, and Majin Buu emerged before Sun Wukong unharmed. Realizing Sun Wukong's position, Majin Buu attempted to retaliate, only to find himself immobilized. As he was about to question Sun Wukong about this predicament, he felt Sun Wukong grasp his head firmly and, with astonishing speed, propelled him towards the ground. The impact created a colossal meteorite crater. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong showed no intention of releasing Majin Buu. Holding onto his head, he flew low at great velocity, forcing Majin Buu to scrape along the ground. Once he deemed the friction sufficient, he hurled Majin Buu into the sky. Subsequently, several waves of energy surged towards the fiend known as Majin Buu. As expected, he was once again obliterated into countless fragments. After some time, those pieces began to coalesce, and Majin Buu, remarkably unscathed, reappeared before Son Goku. However, the restored Majin Buu glared furiously at Son Goku. Eventually, he compelled himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Son Goku, challenging him, What is a long-range assault to a true warrior? Why don't you come here? Upon hearing Buu's taunt, Son Goku immediately retorted, No. Unperturbed by Son Goku's response, Buu continued, Excellent. So why don't you come over? Are you so cowardly? In response to Buu's provocations, Son Goku disdainfully replied, If you summon me, it would only serve to diminish my dignity. If someone is to approach, it should be you, you wretched creature. Realizing that his attempt at provocation had backfired, Majin Buu was consumed by rage, abandoning all pretense of strategy and charging directly at Son Goku. Observing Buu's irrational loss of composure, Son Goku shook his head in resignation and remarked, he was so easily incited. Majin Buu is evidently lacking in cerebral development. As Buu closed in on him, Son Goku, without even glancing, executed a swift leg sweep, striking Buu's face and sending him crashing into the ground. Enraged, Majin Buu unleashed a tremendous force, leveling everything in his vicinity. Once he felt his power surging, he bolted towards Son Goku, launching a flurry of rapid punches. Alas! Despite his speed, he failed to even graze a single hair on Son Goku. Instead, Son Goku seized the opportunity, catching Buu by the head and delivering a forceful knee strike. Following this, Son Goku did not relent. He unleashed a barrage of relentless blows to Buu's chest. Buu, overwhelmed, began to cough up blood, and ultimately, with a final, powerful strike, Son Goku pierced through Buu's chest, withdrawing his arm. He then delivered a kick that sent Buu plummeting downwards. During Buu's descent, Son Goku swiftly gathered his energy. Came, ha. At the utterance of the final syllable, Son Goku instantly materialized behind Majin Buu. Here it comes, he exclaimed, unleashing the full force of the Kamehameha wave nearly point-blank against Buu. The Kamehameha wave surged for a time before gradually dissipating into the ether. Majin Buu reappeared before Son Goku, albeit in a most disheveled state. Just as he was about to be struck, Buu tilted his body, narrowly avoiding complete annihilation. However, the damage was severe. His lower half had vanished entirely, and his upper half was missing his left arm and part of his head. Majin Buu made no attempt to regenerate, slowly disintegrating instead. Nevertheless, Son Goku continued his assault. After a series of strikes, Majin Buu was rendered completely incapable of resistance, and Son Goku grasped the tendrils on Buu's head, lifting him up. Then, addressing Majin Buu, he remarked, Is this all the force you can muster? What has become of your esteemed regenerative capabilities? Surely, such a meager assault cannot render them ineffective. Upon hearing Son Goku's taunt, Majin Buu lifted his solitary hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards him. As the dust settled, Son Goku emerged unscathed before Majin Buu. It was at this moment that true fear manifested on Majin Buu's face. Subsequently, Sun Wukong released Majin Buu, allowing him to descend freely through the air. Subsequently, Sun Wukong swiftly unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Majin Buu. As the smoke dissipated, the current state of Majin Buu became apparent, revealing that even his remaining hand had been completely severed. Upon realizing the condition of his body, Majin Buu let out a thunderous roar, and his form began to heal at a visually perceptible rate. Through his efforts, the missing portions of his body began to regenerate, although not entirely restored. His left hand and abdomen remained in a state of incompleteness, still lacking any semblance of restoration. I humbly beseech the esteemed readers for a 5-star review. Once the rating surpasses 6.5, additional chapters will be released. Chapter 85, the ability to modify and create settings. Having entered the fray to rescue everyone? Observing the unhealed areas on Majin Buu's body, Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of amusement, I had thought your regenerative abilities were limitless. Yet it appears there are indeed aspects that cannot be restored. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's jest, Majin Buu became infuriated, yet dared not act recklessly. After all, he had just witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable strength and saw no need to recklessly endure another beating. Noticing that Majin Buu refrained from initiating an attack, Sun Wukong expressed his boredom, stating, Since there is little entertainment left, let us conclude this tedious battle swiftly. With that, he began to feign a warm-up, giving the impression that once he completed his preparations, he would effortlessly annihilate Majin Buu. In response to Sun Wukong's warm-up, Majin Buu grew increasingly anxious. Subsequently, a frenzy of thought surged through as to how to confront Sun Wukong. At that moment, the demon Buu caught sight of the severed tendrils on the ground. Instantly, a bold idea materialized within the confines of Buu's mind. Subsequently, Majin Buu erupted into laughter, attempting to capture the attention of Son Goku. Just as Majin Buu had anticipated, his laughter indeed piqued Goku's curiosity. Confused, Goku inquired, What on earth are you laughing about? Observing the still chuckling Majin Buu, Goku felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason behind his mirth. He even harbored doubts that perhaps the recent assault had inflicted some damage upon Buu's mind. Upon hearing Goku's question, Majin Buu ceased his laughter and replied, I am laughing because I have finally discovered a way to deal with you. With that, he disregarded Goku and began to unleash his formidable power. With the eruption of power, landslides and colossal waves became the norm, while the sky occasionally flickered with lightning. Noticing the changes around him, the demon Majin Buu felt a surge of excitement as he thought, indeed, this is the way. As long as I capture my opponent's attention, they will remain oblivious to certain unexpected, subtle movements. Unquestionably, unleashing his own strength was also a facet of Majin Buu's strategy to divert his adversary's focus. Meanwhile, Son Goku had indeed been drawn into the fray, though his peripheral gaze occasionally darted towards the ground, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. One could say that in this battle, the two possessed a combined total of over 800 keen instincts. After a while, Son Goku grew somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to launch an offensive, this slight movement did not escape Majin Buu's notice, prompting him to exclaim, "Now!" With that, he commanded the tendrils on the ground to surge towards Son Goku with great speed. Just as they were about to make contact, they rapidly unfurled into a large pink cloth, enveloping Son Goku. In that fleeting moment before being ensnared, Son Goku swiftly surrounded himself with his own energy, casting a meaningful smile in Majin Buu's direction. Thus, under Majin Buu's watchful gaze, Son Goku was completely enveloped and condensed into a spherical mass, merging into Majin Buu's being. However, after absorption, his attire remained unchanged. Yet, Majin Buu paid no heed to such trivialities. Instead, he explored his own body for a moment before glancing at the spot Son Goku had previously occupied. Once he confirmed the complete absorption of his opponent, he erupted into laughter, declaring, "The only one who could threaten me is no more. I am now the strongest being in this world." Haha. Just as Majin Buu reveled in his triumph, the hidden Rege was left feeling quite disheartened in the heavens above. He then remarked, "Sun Wukong has been absorbed. How am I to comprehend this?" After a prolonged contemplation, Rege suddenly conceived a solution. He then took out a red pencil and began to draw on a sheet of paper. This time, he was not depicting a person, but rather a pair of glasses. However, unlike ordinary spectacles, Rege had inscribed a few words above the glasses. These words represented the concept he had envisioned for this pair, articulating notions of perspective and farsightedness. As the final stroke was completed, a faint golden light began to emanate from the paper, and the inscription seamlessly fused with the glasses, materializing into reality. Reg picked up the glasses, eagerly donning them. Upon activating the Majin Buu, a transformation commenced, revealing the internal structure of the being. Simultaneously, Reg successfully located Son Goten within the body of Majin Buu. At this moment, Son Goten was still enveloped in his own aura. Sensing the absence of any imminent danger, he dissipated his presence. However, contrary to the original narrative, Son Goten did not sever the fusion. Observing this scene, Reg felt a twinge of confusion. But after a moment's contemplation, he arrived at an explanation. If one were to fuse using the earrings and subsequently expend a significant amount of energy, the duration of the fusion would diminish, though a minimum of half an hour was guaranteed. Yet, Son Goten was different, due to his mysterious form. His endurance had drastically increased. It was predicted to be enhanced by at least fivefold, equating to approximately 150 minutes. Perhaps this was the reason Son Goten had not reverted to his separate state. Meanwhile, Son Goten began to search for the whereabouts of Vegeta and the others within Majin Buu's body. After a brief search, he finally discovered several flesh pods ahead. Upon closer inspection, he found that the pods contained none other than Vegeta himself. Seeing this, Son Goten hurried over to assess their condition. Upon realizing that everyone was in a state of unconsciousness, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Son Goten noticed something unusual in the corner. Upon closer examination, he discovered a flesh pod containing Fat Buu. Although puzzled as to how Fat Buu came to be there, he prioritized rescuing the others. Subsequently, Sun Wukong hurriedly rescued everyone. As individuals were rescued one after another, the malevolent Majin Buu outside began to sense something amiss. At that moment, Majin Buu could feel his power diminishing at an alarming rate. Indeed, the Majin Buu, initially adorned in Vegeta's attire, suddenly began to regress, transforming into a form reminiscent of Piccolo. Ultimately, he devolved completely into his original state, reverting to the form of Fat Buu. Sensing the precarious situation, Majin Buu directed his consciousness inward, eager to ascertain the disturbances occurring within the flesh pods. Just as he transferred his awareness inside, he witnessed Son Goten extracting Trunks' flesh pod. Faced with this sight, Majin Buu exclaimed in a fit of rage towards Son Goten, "You scoundrel! How did you manage to infiltrate here?" In response to Majin Buu's inquiry, Son Goten retorted with mockery, "My ability allowed me entry, while your inability to prevent it is merely a reflection of your incompetence. Therefore, if you lack the skill, practice more. If you can't handle defeat, then refrain from engaging in battle. All your flashy tricks are useless, and your home has been robbed. With that, he unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at Majin Buu, who was obliterated by the force. However, in mere moments, he reformed and declared, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me as you did outside? Let me enlighten you. This is my domain now. And any damage you inflict upon me is significantly diminished, so do not entertain notions of escaping alive." Unfazed by Majin Buu's words, Son Goten simply replied, "Is that so? I don't believe it." Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts around him, causing the surroundings to erupt into a cacophony of craters. Sun Wukong believed that everything possesses vulnerabilities, nothing is devoid of flaws, and even the most perplexing situations harbor some weaknesses. His objective, beyond indiscriminately wreaking havoc, was to identify that very vulnerability. Indeed, just as one energy blast was about to strike Fat Buu, the latter, in a moment of panic, shielded his counterpart, effectively absorbing the attack. This action confirmed to Sun Wukong that Fat Buu was the key weakness. Dear readers, strive for a 5-star rating. Ratings above 6.5 will prompt additional updates. 1,000 requests for updates will ensure more content. Completing both will yield 3 extra chapters. Chapter 86. The Earth Cannot Escape Its Fate of Destruction. Witnessing the scene unfold, Sun Wukong directed another energy blast towards Fat Buu. The recently restored Majin Buu could only once again use his body as a barrier. In the instant the energy wave shattered around him, Sun Wukong surged forward, reaching Fat Buu in an instant. With a newly restored head, Majin Buu hastily implored, "Stop. Let us negotiate. I will allow you and your companions to leave. But you must not harm that individual." Upon hearing Majin Buu's plea for mercy, Sun Wukong's interest piqued. "Oh, that sounds rather appealing," he replied. "And you have proposed quite an enticing offer." Sensing a glimmer of hope, Majin Buu pressed on, "Indeed. Once you leave, I shall vacate the earth and vow never to cause trouble again." Upon hearing further conditions from Majin Buu, Sun Wukong replied, "Your terms are indeed commendable. But I must decline, for I take pleasure in denying those who are so self-assured." Majin Buu, who had initially felt assured of victory, was taken aback, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "You scoundrel! Cease this at once." Disregarding the outburst, Sun Wukong forcefully yanked down Fat Buu's fleshly form. At the moment the flesh sack was torn away, Majin Buu's body abruptly froze in midair, then let out a horrifying scream as it began to melt like ice. Observing this scene, Son Goku paid no heed to Majin Buu's anguished cries and led the others in search of an exit. As Sun Wukong soared through the air, the surrounding temperature began to rise incessantly, as if heralding an imminent event of great significance. At that moment, the ground suddenly fissured, and a searing gust of air surged upward from the crevice, reaching towards the heavens. As the airflow ceased, Sun Wukong gazed upward at the opening above. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the aperture, only to discover upon reaching it that it was obstructed. The sole recourse was to await the next surge of air that would propel him upward. Just as Sun Wukong contemplated this, the space around him began to tremble, and a powerful gust erupted towards him. Observing this phenomenon, Sun Wukong unleashed his own energy to withstand the force of the air. The instant the opening was fully unveiled, he surged forth without a second thought. At the very moment of emergence, Sun Wukong and the others returned to their normal size. Subsequently, Sun Wukong found a secure location and gently set everyone down. After ensuring their safety, he shifted his focus to the present embodiment of Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu appeared to be in considerable distress, and before long, his muscles began to swell dramatically. In a brief span, these engorged muscles started to contract incessantly, causing a notable alteration in his stature. It was not until he had diminished to the size of a 7-year-old child that the transformation ceased. Once the metamorphosis halted, Majin Buu suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar towards the distant horizon. With the roar that emanated, a force reverberated, influencing all that surrounded it, as apocalyptic scenes unfolded once more. Whether it was the whirlpool forming upon the sea, the incessant flashes of lightning in the sky, or the countless houses collapsing on the other side of the earth, it was merely the casual roar of the Demon Buu. As the roar subsided, Majin Buu suddenly raised one hand to gather energy and struck down towards the ground. Witnessing this scene, Son Goku immediately sensed the impending danger. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave to counter the energy blast, neutralizing it. It was this very action that finally drew Majin Buu's attention to Son Goku, who then revealed a sinister smile directed at him. Subsequently, he concentrated his power at his feet while simultaneously raising a hand to once again condense an energy sphere. Witnessing this scene, Son Goku immediately charged towards Majin Buu in an attempt to thwart his actions. However, he was a moment too late. Majin Buu, feeling it was time, hurled the energy sphere into the distance. At the same time, he forcefully stomped his charged foot onto the ground. Faced with this situation, Son Goku found himself in a dilemma. After a brief moment of contemplation, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave aimed at both the energy sphere and Majin Buu. Although the energy sphere was intercepted, another force had already made its way towards the core of the Earth, and it was too late to stop it. Subsequently, the Earth began to tremble violently as massive earthquakes erupted across the globe. At this moment, the planet was less than half a minute away from total annihilation. Witnessing this dire situation, Son Goku had no choice but to lead everyone away from the Earth. However, just as they were about to take action, the formidable Majin Buu suddenly materialized before Son Goku. Subsequently, Majin Buu erupted into a frenzied laughter directed at Son Goku. At this moment, it seemed that Majin Buu had lost the ability to articulate words. However, his contorted movements and mocking gestures unmistakably conveyed his derision. Witnessing this scene, Son Goku could no longer contain himself and immediately engaged in battle with Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu's strength had not significantly increased, his regenerative abilities had received an epic enhancement. The instant his body was shattered, it would restore itself completely, akin to striking a puddle of water. No matter how much he was assaulted, he would invariably revert to his original form. As the two engaged in battle, the Earth's environment began to deteriorate increasingly. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong felt an urgent pang of anxiety. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave, dispersing Majin Buu, and then soared towards the crowd. As he neared them, a sudden Kamehameha wave hurtled toward him. Sun Wukong, noticing it just in time, swiftly pivoted and redirected the energy beam aside. The assailant of this Kamehameha wave was none other than Majin Buu, who had mysteriously regained his full strength and was now charging towards Sun Wukong. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong found himself compelled to engage Majin Buu in combat once more. However, the Earth had become increasingly perilous, with magma sporadically erupting from the depths. Realizing that the planet was on the brink of destruction, Sun Wukong's anxiety intensified. As the moment arrived when Majin Buu reverted to his original form, Son Goku executed a swift flying kick, sending his opponent hurtling away. Following this, he promptly teleported to the side of his companions, gathering them all before instantaneously relocating to the King Kai's realm. Just as Son Goku departed, Earth could no longer withstand the impending doom and erupted, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Upon reaching the King Kai's domain, a peculiar radiance began to emanate from Son Goku. As the light dissipated, Gohan and Goku reappeared before their companions, having evidently reverted from their transformed states. This occurred because Son Goku's composure faltered at the brink of Earth's destruction. The mysterious form was intrinsically linked to one's mental state. Once that state became unsettled, the transformation would inevitably cease. Thus, Son Goku no longer possessed the sustaining power of the mysterious form, leading to an immediate reversion. The two who had reverted found themselves momentarily bewildered, only regaining their senses in response to the Elder Kai's commanding voice. Subsequently, the two individuals removed the earrings and returned them to the old Kai. However, an unexpected event occurred. The East Kai noticed an anomaly in the projection from the crystal ball. At that moment, within the crystal ball, a pink, gelatinous mass began to writhe. Once the mass had assumed a sufficient size, it transformed back into Majin Buu. At this juncture, Rege also instantaneously transported to the Kaioshin realm alongside Goku and the others. But due to a slight delay, he endured the impact of a planetary explosion. Fortunately for Rege, such an event posed no threat. After all, he had previously withstood the forces of a black hole and engaged in combat with formidable foes. What, then, could a mere planetary explosion signify? Chapter 87, Super Saiyan 3 Goku vs. Kid Buu. Returning to the matter at hand, the recently revived Majin Buu became aware of the existence of nearby planets. He promptly utilized the Kaioshin's instant transmission to arrive at a neighboring planet. Without further ado, he unleashed an energy blast to obliterate the surroundings. After the destruction was complete, he employed teleportation once more, repeatedly executing this maneuver until every nearby planet lay in ruins. Witnessing this scenario, the Supreme Kai and others expressed their urgent concerns. If we allow him to continue unchecked, the world will inevitably face annihilation. Just as these words escaped their lips, the image on the crystal ball reappeared, revealing that the location where Majin Buu had arrived was indeed the Grand Kai's planet. Subsequently, Majin Buu engaged in combat with the souls on the Grand Kai's planet, yet his annihilation was merely a matter of time. In such circumstances, the East Kai was unable to intervene significantly, He promptly removed his earrings and tossed them to Goku and Gohan, urging them to fuse once more. Gohan did not hesitate and donned the earrings immediately, while Goku paused momentarily, expressing, "There is no need for fusion. I still wish to defeat him using my own strength." Subsequently, with a firm grip of his right hand, he crushed the earring. Witnessing this scene, both East Kai and Old Kai were taken aback. Gohan, feeling helpless, remarked, "Father, you could simply return the earring instead of shattering it." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Goku finally realized his mistake and awkwardly apologized to East Kai, saying, "I'm so sorry. I accidentally broke your earring. I will find a way to compensate you." Brushing aside this minor incident, Goku prepared to use instant transmission to head to the Grand Kai's planet when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "There is no need for that. Let Majin Buu come to us. The Kaioshin realm is far more suitable for battle than the Grand Kai's planet." The speaker was none other than the recently awakened Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta awake, Goku cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, Vegeta, you're finally awake." To which Vegeta retorted with a scoff, "If it weren't for Majin Buu's ambush, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state." He then turned to Goku and urged, "We should attract Majin Buu as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, we may not even be able to protect the Grand Kai's planet." At that moment, the image projected through the crystal ball showed Majin Buu gathering energy, preparing to obliterate the Grand Kai's planet. Observing this, the three of them instinctively unleashed a powerful aura. Meanwhile, on the other side, Majin Buu had nearly amassed enough energy to destroy the Grand Kai's planet. Just as he was about to strike, Majin Buu suddenly paused, as if sensing something. Subsequently, the plan to obliterate the Supreme Kai's planet was abruptly abandoned, and they instantaneously teleported to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon arriving, the malevolent Majin Buu encountered Goku and his companions. Upon seeing them, Majin Buu erupted into laughter, albeit with an unsettling quality. Goku turned to the Supreme Kai and urged, "You should leave this place at once. It is unlikely that it can be preserved." Heeding Goku's counsel, East Supreme Kai promptly led the group away from the Supreme Kai's realm to another planet. Upon reaching the new celestial body, the Elder Supreme Kai utilized a crystal ball to observe the unfolding events. To his astonishment, he witnessed Goku and his allies engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would face Majin Buu first. Ultimately, Goku emerged as the first challenger, while Vegeta expressed his discontent with a dismissive sound, and Gohan helplessly gestured in resignation. Subsequently, they soared towards the distant peaks, preparing to witness Goku's duel. Subsequently, Goku commenced his warm-up exercises and remarked, "In truth, my Super Saiyan 3 form is exceptionally formidable. It is quite possible that there will be no opportunity for Vegeta and Gohan to take the stage later on." After completing his warm-up, he earnestly continued, "Initially, I intended to confront Majin Buu directly in my Super Saiyan 3 form. However, what I genuinely desire is to afford the young warriors the chance to defeat Majin Buu, as this would facilitate their growth." Yet, when he cast a sidelong glance towards Vegeta's direction, he discovered that Vegeta was utterly indifferent to his words, preoccupied instead with finding an optimal vantage point for observation. Witnessing this scene, Goku's expression fell as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Vegeta has absorbed a word I said." He shook his head and, with a serious expression, gazed towards Majin Buu, declaring, "I am coming for you, Majin Buu." However, the ensuing scene left Goku utterly bewildered. At this moment, Majin Buu had fallen soundly asleep in response to the trivial antics of Goku and his companions. Observing this, Goku shouted at Majin Buu, "This is a crucial moment for battle. Could you possibly wake up a bit?" With Goku's roar, Majin Buu finally awakened. However, perhaps due to a lingering sense of grogginess, he glared angrily at Goku and shouted before charging towards him. Upon witnessing Buu's advance, Goku too began to take the situation seriously. As the two sides engaged, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted and craters appeared at the points of contact. However, it took only a few exchanges for Wukong to be effortlessly subdued. At present, Wukong was merely in his Super Saiyan 2 form, which rendered him incapable of contending with the current Majin Buu. With a powerful headbutt, Majin Buu sent Goku flying. After this display, Majin Buu began to gather energy at the same spot, intent on obliterating the Kaioshin realm. In the distance, Goku, recovering from his pain, witnessed Buu's actions and rushed forward, determined to thwart Buu's plan to destroy the Kaioshin realm. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave with immediacy. However, to Goku's astonishment, the Kamehameha suddenly altered its trajectory, being absorbed by Buu's colossal energy sphere. As it absorbed the energy of Goku's Kamehameha, the sphere rapidly expanded. Sensing it was time, Majin Buu hurled the energy sphere towards Goku. Faced with this impending attack, Goku was taken aback but nevertheless raised his arms to withstand the force of the energy sphere. Yet, the sheer might of the sphere was overwhelming. Even as Goku stood his ground, he found himself being forcefully pushed backward by the immense power. With a resounding roar, Goku unleashed a tremendous energy blast, propelling it forcefully into the sky. The colossal energy orb was hurled by Goku's immense strength, soaring high above. Remarkably, the massive energy sphere circled the Kaioshin realm before returning to its original position. Witnessing this spectacle, Goku resolved not to endure the impending impact, opting instead to evade towards the distance. As Wukong skillfully evaded, the colossal energy orb descended upon the Supreme Kai's realm. Even though it is hailed as a celestial planet, it struggled to withstand such a formidable strike. The surface of the Supreme Kai's realm shattered over a vast area due to the force of the energy orb. Had it not been for the resilience of the realm, it would have likely been reduced to mere ashes. In the vicinity where Wukong stood, the sky darkened ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as the earth trembled and fissures appeared, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, in the distance, the East Supreme Kai knelt upon seeing this devastation, pressing his hands against the area of his heart. Witnessing the destruction of his home instilled such terror that even one without heart ailments would be stricken with fear. Wukong, within the Supreme Kai's realm, was also preparing to unleash his full power. With the resounding roar of Wukong, his own power began to soar dramatically. As a golden flash soared into the sky, Wukong successfully transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. Observing this scene, Majin Buu swiftly appeared before Wukong to launch a surprise attack. However, Wukong deftly evaded the assault by sidestepping, then leaped backward to create distance between himself and his opponent. Subsequently, he swiftly unleashed his own aura and charged towards the demon Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu was equally resolute, bracing himself for a direct confrontation against Goku. As the two individuals collided, a blinding white light radiated outward from their point of contact. As the white light dissipated, Goku seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's abdomen, swiftly following up with a knee strike to his chin. In response, Buu raised his hand to retaliate, but Goku anticipated the move and adeptly blocked it. Goku then grasped Buu's hand, delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen with his other fist. After executing these maneuvers, Goku instantly released his grip, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, channeling a tremendous force that sent Buu flying. Without hesitation, Goku rapidly gathered energy, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave. As the waves of chi dissipated, the formidable Majin Buu had already been obliterated into fragments. However, these remnants did not linger even for a fleeting second before swiftly coalescing once more, leading to the resurrection of Majin Buu. Upon his revival, the demon's upper and lower halves were inexplicably reversed. Despite this bizarre condition, he continued to engage in a fierce battle with Goku, exchanging blows with remarkable vigor. At that moment, Goku seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful punch that sent Majin Buu crashing into the ground. Slowly rising from the rubble, Majin Buu glared at Goku and let out a furious roar. Subsequently, Goku curled his arms around his knees, and his body began to spin rapidly, launching himself towards Majin Buu. Caught off guard, Goku was struck head-on by Majin Buu. As he was sent flying, Goku swiftly adjusted his posture, observing that Majin Buu relentlessly charged toward him once more. In a desperate bid to evade the impending collision, Goku soared into the distance to escape Majin Buu's onslaught. The moment he touched down, he quickly leaped aside, allowing Majin Buu to crash violently into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. At that moment, Goku glanced back, only to find no trace of Majin Buu. Just as Goku was momentarily lost in thought, Majin Buu erupted from the earth, catching him completely off guard. Struck down, Goku slowly rose, incredulously gazing at Majin Buu. From their recent skirmish, Goku realized that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he might not hold any advantage against Majin Buu. Furthermore, it was evident that Majin Buu was intimately familiar with every move Goku employed. In such circumstances, it suggested that either Majin Buu had previously encountered someone who utilized similar techniques or had acquired this understanding in real time. The likelihood of the former was exceedingly slim, indicating that Majin Buu belonged to the latter category. While Goku pondered how to confront Majin Buu, he suddenly saw the creature charging towards him. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Goku set aside his thoughts and began to gather energy, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave directly at Majin Buu. As the malevolent Majin Buu drew ever closer, Goku's Kamehameha was nearly fully charged. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the powerful wave of energy. At that moment, Majin Buu, noticing the impending threat of the Kamehameha approaching him, finally reacted and attempted to retreat. However, his efforts were in vain, as the Kamehameha struck him with precision. As the Kamehameha gradually dissipated, Goku collapsed to the ground, clearly drained by the immense energy expenditure required for such a technique. However, in the wake of this formidable assault, Majin Buu remained unscathed. The scattered fragments in the air began to morph and ultimately transformed into countless manifestations of Majin Buu. All the Majin Buus mocked Goku in unison before launching an overwhelming barrage of attacks directed at him. Confronted with this dire predicament, Goku found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and reverted to his normal state. As the bombardment ceased, Wukong collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Witnessing this scene from afar, Vegeta and Gohan swiftly soared towards him. At that moment, Vegeta gazed at the fallen Wukong and remarked, "You should lie down and rest for a while." However, the battle was far from over. It was now my turn to take charge. Without waiting for Wukong's consent, he charged headlong towards Majin Buu. Yet, with the overwhelming number of Majin Buu, Vegeta could only resort to the prince's tactics to wear them down. Under Vegeta's assault, numerous Majin Buus were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Although all the Majin Buus were shattered, the toll on Vegeta was considerable. During a brief respite as he gasped for air, all the fragments swiftly coalesced, allowing Majin Buu's form to re-emerge. Unfazed by Vegeta's exhaustion, Majin Buu launched a relentless barrage of attacks against him. After just a few blows, Vegeta found himself spitting blood. Amidst the onslaught, Vegeta was astounded. Despite facing the same adversary, he was in such disarray while Kakarot had managed to endure much longer. Observing Vegeta's plight from below, Gohan prepared to intervene. At that moment, Vegeta, while enduring the blows, suddenly shouted, "This is my battle with Majin Buu. I will not permit your interference." It was evident that this proclamation was directed at Gohan. Faced with this declaration, Gohan could only shake his head in resignation, abandoning the idea of providing assistance. At that juncture, Majin Buu ceased his assault on Vegeta and hovered in the air, mocking him mercilessly. Infuriated by Majin Buu's taunts, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave toward him, successfully reducing Majin Buu to mere rubble. Yet, not even a second had passed when those remnants reformed once more into Majin Buu. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta bellowed at Majin Buu, "Let us see whether you can recover faster than I can strike." Subsequently, a series of energy waves were unleashed, striking directly at the formidable Majin Buu, causing the surrounding area to be engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment, Vegeta, breathing heavily, gazed intently towards the source of the smoke, his expression grave. In an instant, Majin Buu burst forth from the haze, delivering a powerful headbutt that sent Vegeta crashing into the rocks. Subsequently, Majin Buu began to gather energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta. Just as Vegeta believed his demise was imminent, Gohan suddenly surged forward, landing a powerful kick to Majin Buu's face, sending him hurtling away. Subsequently, Gohan addressed Vegeta, saying, "All right, Uncle Vegeta, it's time for you to change places. Please take a moment to rest while I take your place." With that, he fixed a serious gaze upon the direction of Majin Buu. Subsequently, he seamlessly transformed into a mysterious form and charged toward the fiend known as Majin Buu. The two engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish. However, within mere exchanges, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage. Although Majin Buu had not significantly increased in strength, he was still beyond Gohan's current capabilities, compounded by the fact that Majin Buu's regenerative abilities had notably improved. As expected, Majin Buu seized Gohan by the head and delivered a crushing blow with a devastating headbutt. Just as Gohan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, Majin Buu hurled him downward, following up with a barrage of energy blasts raining down upon him. At that moment, Gohan lay helplessly among the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly in a precarious state. Just as Majin Buu prepared to deliver the final blow, Goku burst forth and struck Majin Buu, sending him sprawling. Then, addressing Gohan amidst the ruins, he declared, "All right. It's your turn to step aside. Now it is my moment to shine." With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward. Meanwhile, the vanquished Majin Buu glared at Goku with fury, for after finally having the chance to eliminate his adversary, he was repeatedly thwarted. Even the most patient of souls would find such interruptions intolerable. With a furious roar directed at Wukong, he charged forward. As he closed in, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, engaging Majin Buu in a fierce confrontation. Despite Wukong's immense strength, he found himself evenly matched against Majin Buu. During their intense exchange, Majin Buu executed a move that left Wukong utterly astonished. At that moment, Majin Buu assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave, and amidst Wukong's disbelief, unleashed the powerful attack. Faced with this overwhelming force, Wukong could only cross his arms in a desperate attempt to block, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly, with the mountains behind him crumbling to dust under the sheer power of the assault. Subsequently, the battlefield was engulfed in a violent explosion, a blinding light illuminating the scene as dust and smoke billowed into the air. Amidst the haze, the voice of Goku soon resonated. Kamehameha. A powerful Kamehameha wave burst forth from the shroud of smoke. Observing this spectacle, the formidable Majin Buu remained confident, clasping his hands together in preparation to deflect the Kamehameha wave. However, Majin Buu had significantly overestimated his own strength. As he attempted to counter the Kamehameha with his hands, he was utterly consumed by its might, leaving him with nothing but remnants. Moments later, Goku emerged slowly from the smoke, proclaiming, "This is the true power of the Kamehameha." At this juncture, Goku appeared quite disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he maintained an expression of unwavering confidence as he schooled Majin Buu. Upon hearing Goku's words, Majin Buu scoffed dismissively and restored his hands to their original state. The two combatants swiftly engaged in a fierce struggle. Majin Buu executed a sweeping kick that struck Goku's back with force. Undeterred, Goku seized Majin Buu's leg, pivoted, and retaliated with a powerful kick that connected squarely with Majin Buu's chin. Majin Buu absorbed the impact of Goku's kick and swiftly countered with a punch to Goku's abdomen. The blow caused Goku to expel a bitter taste, yet he endured the sharp pain and retaliated with an elbow strike to Majin Buu's back. Feeling the sting of the impact, Majin Buu quickly distanced himself from Goku. Subsequently, Goku charged towards his opponent. Unyielding, he too rushed at Majin Buu, and the two collided head-on, their foreheads meeting with a resounding impact. Despite the prolonged skirmish, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. Eventually, Majin Buu seized an opportunity, grasping Goku by one foot and swiftly spinning him like a whirlwind. With tremendous force, he hurled Goku downwards, resulting in a crater being formed in the ground. Majin Buu, relentless in his pursuit, charged at Goku once more. However, from within the newly formed crater, Goku was not one to yield easily. He quickly unleashed a Kamehameha towards Majin Buu. Caught off guard, Majin Buu had no choice but to absorb the energy wave with his own strength. Yet, Goku capitalized on this moment, launching another Kamehameha. Sensing the imminent danger, Majin Buu swiftly discarded the energy wave he was blocking, effectively neutralizing Goku's incoming attack. In an instant, a massive explosion resonated through the arena, and as the dust settled, Goku had vanished from the surface. Just as Majin Buu was momentarily stunned, Goku reappeared above him, delivering a powerful blow that sent Majin Buu crashing into the ground. As Majin Buu struggled to rise from the rubble, he was met with Goku's foot, which sent him reeling backwards. Goku, seizing this opportunity, grasped Majin Buu's head with one hand and rapidly concentrated his energy. As the brilliance grew increasingly blinding, it consumed the entirety of the demon Majin Buu's form, leaving even the surrounding terrain utterly flattened. As Ryukong continued to exert his strength, this energy wave was forcefully unleashed from the far end of the Kinkai's realm. As the smoke dissipated, Ryukong was already utterly exhausted, gazing into the unfathomable pit before him. At that moment, the fiendish Majin Buu emerged from nowhere, seizing Ryukong's foot with a single hand and dragging him underground, where he relentlessly swung him about. Breaking free from Majin Buu's grasp, Ryukong swiftly gathered his energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave, propelling Majin Buu back to the surface. Yet, despite being obliterated, Majin Buu restored himself to his original form. At this juncture, Gohan and Vegeta arrived at Ryukong's side. Vegeta remarked to Ryukong, "You haven't been fighting with your full strength from the very beginning, have you? With your current power, you could undoubtedly vanquish Majin Buu." In response to Vegeta's words, Ryukong affirmed, "Of course I can defeat Majin Buu, but the condition is somewhat challenging. I need a minute to charge my energy." Upon hearing Ryukong's reply, Vegeta solemnly stated, "In that case, I will buy you that minute." Ryukong, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Vegeta, "You must consider this carefully. If you perish once more, your soul will be lost forever." Vegeta chuckled lightly at Ryukong's words, asserting, "Even if my soul were to be shattered, it would be worth the sacrifice. And I am not fighting alone." Gohan chimed in, "Father, you can focus on charging your energy. I, along with Uncle Vegeta, will buy you the time you need." Unlike in the original narrative, Gohan's assistance might make this endeavor considerably easier. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Confirming their roles, Vegeta swiftly transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and charged forward, while Gohan, not to be outdone, reverted to his mysterious form and followed closely behind. With this, we conclude the Majin Buu saga and prepare for the next chapter, the Tournament of Power, where Reg will not merely observe as a bystander, but will directly engage in battle alongside Jiren and the others. At this point, I kindly urge all esteemed readers for your 5-star reviews and encouragement for updates. Chapter 89, The Final Gambit. Rege strikes with force. For 1,000 words. As Vegeta and Gohan joined the fray, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. Vegeta confronted Majin Buu in close combat, while Gohan sought out weaknesses, unleashing his Kamehameha wave to provide support. Through their coordinated efforts, Majin Buu was once again shattered into pieces. However, the scattered fragments swiftly reassembled. In the restored Majin Buu set his sights directly on Vegeta. In the ensuing moments, as Vegeta remained momentarily oblivious, he found himself abruptly confronted by his adversary. What followed was a relentless onslaught, with Majin Buu unleashing a torrent of attacks, leaving Vegeta in a state of utter disarray. Witnessing this spectacle, Gohan rushed forward without hesitation. Majin Buu, noticing Gohan's approach, revealed a sinister grin. In a swift motion, Majin Buu seized Vegeta by the head, unleashing a close-range energy wave directly to his face. At this point, the proximity of the assault began to cloud Vegeta's consciousness. However, Majin Buu showed no concern, forcefully hurling Vegeta towards Gohan. Caught off guard, Gohan was struck squarely by the incoming Vegeta. Realizing what had transpired, Gohan instinctively caught Vegeta, only to be met with the sight of Majin Buu relentlessly firing energy waves in his direction. Faced with this predicament, Gohan could only shield Vegeta and evade in midair. Yet, the density of Majin Buu's energy waves proved overwhelming, and Gohan was struck by one, sending him crashing to the ground. Before either could regain their footing, Majin Buu appeared once more, launching an unexpected attack. Grasping both of their heads, he forcefully collided them together, leaving them dazed and disoriented. But the assault did not cease there. Majin Buu proceeded to hover low, pressing their heads against the ground and furiously grinding them. Just as the friction subsided, Majin Buu showed no signs of mercy, extending his arms to ensnare both of them in a tight grip. Subsequently, they swiftly retracted, and due to inertia, the two individuals commenced to spin in place, resembling a pair of spinning tops. Observing this spectacle, Majin Buu clasped his abdomen and erupted into hearty laughter from the air. As the two ceased their rotation, Majin Buu initiated his next maneuver. In an instant, his form rapidly liquefied and adhered to Vegeta's body. Reacting promptly, Vegeta endeavored to tear the Majin Buu from his skin. However, no matter how fiercely Vegeta fought back, it proved utterly futile. The moment he managed to rip a fragment away, it would swiftly reconstitute itself, seamlessly merging with the remainder. Furthermore, Vegeta sensed his body growing increasingly heavy, gradually spiraling out of his control. Witnessing this alarming scene, Gohan rushed forward to offer assistance. Yet, Vegeta unexpectedly launched a punch that sent Gohan sprawling. Stunned and on the ground, Gohan gazed up at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing?" At that moment, Vegeta too bore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of the reason behind his attack on Gohan. Meanwhile, Majin Buu's visage manifested on Vegeta, erupting in laughter and mockery towards both Vegeta and Gohan. With the realization of the situation dawning upon them, Gohan sprang to his feet, directing his assault towards Vegeta, who was under Majin Buu's control. In response, Majin Buu skillfully maneuvered Vegeta's body to evade the strikes. Just as an attack seemed imminent, the protective layer above the targeted area vanished rapidly. Gohan's blow landed squarely on Vegeta, causing the latter to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Observing this predicament, Gohan awkwardly remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, I didn't mean to." Before Gohan could finish his sentence, Majin Buu, seizing control of Vegeta, delivered a powerful punch directly to Gohan's face, sending him flying. Witnessing the disarray of the two, Majin Buu erupted into another bout of raucous laughter. Subsequently, he swiftly distanced himself from Vegeta. However, once he had disengaged, Majin Buu unleashed a close-range energy wave against Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling away. The impact of Vegeta's collision shattered several mountains behind him before he gradually came to a halt. At that moment, Vegeta lay in agony amidst the ruins, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form, reverting instead to his base state. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that only Gohan remained to hold off Majin Buu. Rather than restraining him, Gohan appeared to be enduring a relentless assault, his body drenched in blood. Were it not for his desire to assist Goku in gathering energy, Gohan, in his current condition, would have long since succumbed to the ground, immobile. In light of this, Vegeta, filled with fury, directed his ire towards Goku, exclaiming, "Kakarot, how much longer do you intend to charge your power? Your son is on the brink of collapse." Without awaiting a response from Goku, he dashed forward in his base form to share the burden of damage and prevent Gohan from being annihilated. Meanwhile, Goku was drenched in cold sweat, staring incredulously at his own hands. He too reverted from Super Saiyan 3 back to his base form. At this juncture, Goku could distinctly sense his power waning, leaving him utterly perplexed. Under normal circumstances, 1 minute in his deceased form would nearly reach full power. Why, then, did the few minutes of charging not only fail to attain full capacity but also result in a more rapid depletion of his strength? It seemed plausible that the transition from a living body to Super Saiyan 3 was excessively taxing on his energy, leading to this predicament. With a tone of embarrassment and resignation, Goku remarked to Vegeta, "Vegeta, it appears I cannot elevate my power to its maximum." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta, who was currently enduring the onslaught, retorted angrily, "What?" Just as he began to respond, Majin Buu struck him with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Unable to rely on Goku, Vegeta contemplated alternative strategies. He then called out to the Kaioshin in the sky, "Kaioshin, quickly go to Namek and utilize the Dragon Balls there." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Kaioshin, caught off guard, displayed expressions of bewilderment. However, recognizing the urgency of the situation, they did not dwell on it for long. The East Kaioshin promptly transported the old Kaioshin and Den to Namek. After issuing the command, Vegeta charged back into the fray, joining forces with Gohan to confront Majin Buu. This time, Goku did not remain inactive but rushed in to assist as well. The three Saiyans, in their base forms, united against Majin Buu. While facing their formidable foe, Goku remarked to Vegeta, "Isn't it a bit premature to use the Dragon Balls now?" Vegeta did not respond directly but instead mused aloud, "Kakarot, how many times have you traversed Earth by now?" Goku, taken aback by Vegeta's seemingly nonsensical inquiry, replied, "I've saved Earth a few times, I'm not quite sure." In response to Goku's answer, Vegeta declared, "It is high time that the inhabitants of Earth shoulder some responsibility." Meanwhile, on the other side, the East Kaioshin and his companions successfully arrived at Namek. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the Grand Elder and others. Subsequently, the Grand Elder remarked, "We have long anticipated the unfolding of these events. Furthermore, we have already brought the Dragon Balls. Let us commence swiftly." Subsequently, the East Kaioshin called out to Vegeta from a distance, inquiring, "Vegeta, the Dragon Balls have been gathered. What wish do you desire?" Upon hearing the East Kaioshin's inquiry, Vegeta promptly articulated two wishes. The first wish was to restore Earth to its former state. The second wish was to resurrect all those who had perished since the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament, with the exception of the most nefarious individuals. The third wish was left open-ended. At this moment, Goku, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Vegeta and remarked, "Wouldn't it be simpler to state that you wish for all those killed by Majin Buu to be resurrected?" In response to Goku's question, Vegeta explained, "If that were the case, Babidi and Dubra would also be revived, and wishing for those whom I had slain during the tournament would preclude their resurrection." This clearly indicated that Vegeta had considered the matter with greater depth than Goku. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin began to take action. The first wish was successfully granted, and Earth was revived once more. However, the second wish, due to the sheer number of individuals involved, required a bit more time. The battle in the Kaioshin realm continued unabated, and the fact that Goku and Vegeta were conversing during the fight irked Majin Buu immensely. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent all three flying, then directed a barrage of energy blasts towards the trajectory of their flight. The three recovered from their inertia and swiftly adjusted their formations to evade the incoming attacks. At this juncture, Vegeta's injuries rapidly healed. Even the halo above his head dissipated. Observing this scene from a distance, Goku chuckled and said, "It seems that Vegeta is not truly a malevolent fiend after all." However, Vegeta paid no heed to such remarks and charged forward to engage Majin Buu once more. He called out to Goku, "Kakarot, I will buy you some time. You focus on gathering the Spirit Bomb, not just a small amount of energy, but absorb to the maximum extent possible. As for how to convey this, I will inform the Kaioshin." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku nodded solemnly and ascended into the sky to commence his gathering. Thanks to Vegeta's revival, his injuries had fully healed, and his stamina was restored as well. He was able to hold his ground against Majin Buu effectively. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin and his companions found themselves in a state of disarray, lacking the ability to communicate their thoughts to everyone's minds. At that moment, the King of Worlds interjected, "Lord Kaioshin, I possess such a skill. I can transmit messages directly into everyone's minds." Subsequently, the king swiftly connected his power with Vegeta. Sensing something amiss, Vegeta, aware of the recent events, proclaimed, "People of Earth, your impending demise is a consequence of the destruction wrought by Majin Buu. Thus, we require your strength to vanquish this fiend. I implore you to raise your hands towards the heavens." He urged, "Now." Let us commence. Swiftly raise your hands. Upon hearing this, the king was taken aback, sweating profusely as he remarked, "Is it customary to beseech others in such a manner?" However, Vegeta remained unfazed, focused solely on the task of defeating Majin Buu. At that moment, Goku had already lifted his hands above his head, beginning to gather a spirit bomb. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma and others raised their hands, channeling their energy to assist Goku. As the spirit bomb gradually expands, it remains insufficient to vanquish Majin Buu. This time, diverging from the original narrative, Mr. Satan does not ascend to the Kaioshin realm as he did in the source material. Consequently, he is unable to gather all the energy from Earth into Goku's hands. As time gradually flows by, the spirit bomb remains unchanged in size. Gohan and Vegeta lie on the ground, clearly exhausted and unable to withstand the might of Majin Buu. Subsequently, the formidable Majin Buu shifted his focus towards Goku, who hovered in the skies. At that critical moment, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged. With a single foot, this individual pressed Majin Buu into the ground, rendering him immobile. Goku and his companions were left utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this person, who was none other than the spectator, Rege. At that moment, Reg held a slice of watermelon in his hand and remarked, "It appears that this timeline is indeed different from what I had envisioned. If I do not intervene, it is likely that this universe may cease to exist." This statement was not mere rhetoric. Reg could sense that this realm lacked both angels and deities of destruction. Thus, if Reg did not take proactive measures, this universe might be destined for annihilation. Meanwhile, beneath Reg's foot, Majin Buu desperately struggled, attempting to escape his confinement, even going so far as to liquefy his form. However, all efforts were in vain, as Reg's aura effectively sealed off all of Majin Buu's movements, forcibly solidifying even his liquefied state. Reg turned his gaze towards Goku in the sky and asked, "Do you require energy?" Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, Goku appeared slightly bewildered but nodded in response, saying, "I do need energy, and not just a trivial amount to contend with Majin Buu. That would likely be insufficient." In response to Goku's statement, Reg replied unequivocally, "Since you require energy, I shall provide you with some." He chose to disregard Goku's subsequent remarks. After all, if his own energy was inadequate, then the entirety of the universe would likely fall short as well. With that, Reg began to concentrate and gather his energy. Subsequently, a sphere of energy, akin to the size of a marble, coalesced within the grasp of Rege. Then, addressing the figure of Wukong suspended in the air, he remarked, "This amount of vital energy should suffice. Any more, and I fear you may not be able to handle it." Wukong, noticing the minuscule orb of energy in Reg's hand, awkwardly replied, "Although I am unaware of your origins, I must inquire, can such a small amount of energy truly be sufficient?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Reg chuckled lightly, then assured Wukong with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, if this energy proves inadequate, Majin Buu would likely be able to eliminate you in an instant." Without waiting for Wukong to say anything, Reg snapped his fingers, propelling the small orb of energy into the energy sphere. A stunning scene unfolded before Wukong's eyes. The energy sphere above Wukong's head began to swell rapidly, showing no signs of stopping. By the time it finally ceased its expansion, even Wukong was taken aback. The energy sphere had grown to over 5 times its original size, nearing the dimensions of the moon. Dear esteemed readers, I do not seek your comments, but a mere 5-star rating would suffice. If you happen to feel inclined, a gentle nudge for updates would also be appreciated. Chapter 90, The Majin Buu Saga, is complete. The concept of time and space. 3,000 words. This seemingly boundless energy sphere left Wukong in unprecedented shock. Its weight was so substantial that even Wukong found it burdensome. For him, this energy sphere was excessively heavy, prompting him to call out to Reg without inquiring about his identity, "You must get everyone out of here quickly. This energy sphere is too heavy. I can barely hold on." Clearly, Wukong wished to exert his final ounce of strength to hurl the energy sphere at Majin Buu. Yet he feared for the safety of Reg and the others. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Reg understood his intent and replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. Just throw it. Do you think I could be harmed by my own energy?" As for the others with that, Reg turned his gaze towards the already fallen Vegeta and Gohan. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy, dividing it into 2 parts to share with Gohan and Vegeta. Sensing a fresh surge of energy approaching, both individuals regained some of their strength. Subsequently, the 2 individuals gradually rose, though Vegeta's gaze remained fixed upon Reg. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta inquired, "Who are you? Why do you assist us?" In response to Vegeta's question, Reg merely smiled and replied, "What matters is not who I am. Let us first vanquish Majin Buu." Upon hearing Reg's answer, Vegeta fell silent for a moment before acquiescing to Reg's proposal. He then departed with Gohan, moving beyond the range of the Spirit Bomb's assault. Noticing that Vegeta and Gohan had left, Reg turned his attention toward Goku in the sky. Addressing Goku, he remarked, "All right, the two have departed. You may now strike without hesitation." Acknowledging Reg's words, Goku nodded seriously and declared to the Majin Buu beneath him, "Prepare yourself. The ultimate move is coming." Subsequently, the colossal energy sphere was cast downwards. As the Spirit Bomb was hurled downward, an immense aura surged forth, leveling everything in its vicinity. Reg remained steadfast, gazing intently at the Spirit Bomb, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He reached down and grasped the neck of Majin Buu, effortlessly elevating him to eye level. Subsequently, he enveloped Majin Buu's form with his own energy. At that moment, it appeared that Reg had uncovered something significant. He concentrated his energy into a single fingertip, allowing it to extend outward, transforming into a slender white needle. Subsequently, he inserted a needle composed of breath into the head of the demon Majin Buu. He then swiftly withdrew the needle, revealing a morsel of flesh the size of a grain of rice in his hand. With a flick, he sent this morsel soaring into the distance. As it traversed the air, it rapidly expanded into the form of Fat Buu. Reg regarded Fat Buu with a sense of appreciation. During the Moro saga, Fat Buu had guided the newly reincarnated Kid Buu in harnessing divine power, aiding Goku in his battle against Moro. In the GT universe, Fat Buu fused with the reincarnated Kid Buu, transforming into a formidable warrior to combat Vegeta, who was possessed by Baby, thereby buying time for Goku's arrival. Thus, Reg maintained a favorable view of Fat Buu, with some netizens even suggesting that Fat Buu was merely a different manifestation of the Grand Kaishin's existence. Just as Reg pondered this, the Spirit Bomb drew near. Observing its imminent approach, Reg remained unfazed. He lifted Majin Buu and pressed him against the Spirit Bomb, rendering him unable to escape. The moment Majin Buu made contact with the Spirit Bomb, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain and began to thrash violently in Reg's grasp. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not elude Reg's clutches. Should Majin Buu manage to escape, it would be a considerable blow to Reg's pride. Thus, amid his anguished screams, his form was gradually disintegrated until he vanished from this realm. Although Majin Buu was eradicated, the Spirit Bomb did not dissipate, likely due to the excess energy Reg had infused, leaving a significant portion unconsumed. However, Reg was unyielding, amidst the astonishment of Goku and the others. He rose and delivered a powerful kick, sending the Spirit Bomb soaring into the atmosphere. In this manner, the Spirit Bomb was propelled beyond the atmosphere, hurtling into the cosmos. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Reg raised one hand towards the sky and, with a swift motion, grasped the void. Instantly, the Spirit Bomb was suspended in midair. As Rege tightened his grip, the energy sphere suddenly detonated in midair, erupting with a blinding white light. However, Rege was well prepared, donning sunglasses to observe the explosion of the energy sphere. As the brilliant light dissipated, the energy orbs in the sky had already burst forth like fireworks, dazzling in their splendor. Gazing at the fireworks created by the energy orbs, Reg remarked, "The fireworks formed by the energy orbs are quite impressive." Meanwhile, in the distance, Goku and the others stood in awe, utterly unable to fathom the might of the individual responsible for such extraordinary power. At that moment, Reg addressed Goku's companions, saying, "Well, Majin Buu has been vanquished. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Upon hearing Reg's words, the group finally regained their senses. And Goku was the first to inquire, "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" In response to Goku's question, Reg replied candidly, "Assisting you is merely a matter of convenience for me. As for my identity," he then revealed the tail coiled around his waist. Instantly, the other's eyes widened in shock, and Vegeta, with a note of caution, declared, "You are a Saiyan. I distinctly remember that only pure-blooded Saiyans, myself and Kakarot, remain. What exactly is your identity?" To Vegeta's inquiry, Reg merely smiled and said, "As for my identity, you will come to know it in due time." He then addressed the crowd, saying, "Well, I am quite pleased with your performance, and it is time for me to take my leave." Upon hearing Reg's words, the audience appeared utterly bewildered. Goku exclaimed, "Performance? What performance? I distinctly recall we were engaged in battle just moments ago." Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had already grasped Reg's intent, shouted at Goku, "Kakarot, you imbecile. What he means is that our recent struggle seemed to him akin to a performance by jesters on stage." Upon hearing Vegeta's clarification, Goku was struck with enlightenment and retorted to Reg that battle was exceedingly arduous and fought in the name of saving the world. How can it possibly be regarded as mere performance? Your words are utterly outrageous. It was evident that the crowd shared their discontent with Reg's remarks. However, Reg paid them no mind and continued, since it is deemed a performance, naturally there should be some form of recompense. Subsequently, Reg gathered 2 orbs of light in his hands and propelled them towards Vegeta and Goku. The orbs swiftly merged into the bodies of Vegeta and Goku. To their astonishment, they discovered that their tails had grown back, leaving both of them in a state of bewilderment. Initially, when they had seen the 2 orbs in Reg's hands, they were convinced that their demise was imminent, especially after witnessing merely a glimpse of Reg's formidable power. However, the reality was far from their expectations. He had merely assisted them in restoring their tails. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Reg continued. Let me share another secret with you. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is connected to the tail. Upon hearing Reg's words, they snapped back to attention. Their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at him. Goku then exclaimed, "Have you truly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? In response to Goku's inquiry, Reg simply smiled in silence. Subsequently, a portal was opened, preparing to depart from this realm of existence. However, before leaving, Reg spoke once more. Super Saiyan 4 is not the ultimate destination for the Saiyans. Even greater realms await you beyond. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Reg vanished from this timeline. As Reg traversed the realms, he arrived at a new dimension. Here, let us elucidate the nature of time and space. The continuum is divided into positive and negative timelines, with the primary timeline situated in between. Positive timelines are typically those where the forces of good prevail, while negative timelines represent the triumphs of malevolent entities. Positive timelines are numbered sequentially as 1, 2, 3, and so forth, while negative timelines are denoted with negative numbers, -1, -2, -3, etc. The higher the number in a positive timeline, the more formidable the forces of good. Conversely, in a negative timeline, a higher number indicates greater malevolence. The despairing timeline Reg previously traversed was approximately between -1000 and -900, whereas the timeline of Majin Buu lies between -100 and -50. Additionally, there exist unique timelines, such as the shattered timelines. Unlike typical timelines, shattered timelines are composed of fragments of time and space. When a timeline faces annihilation, remnants that are not entirely obliterated give rise to these fragments. These shards can resemble small worlds akin to those in the realm of cultivation, with dimensions comparable to superclusters. If left unattended, these fragments will drift in the void, eventually colliding and merging to form a shattered timeline. Such timelines are devoid of any life and are characterized by extreme instability. The only known shattered timeline thus far is where Reg and Shadow reside. Beyond the instability of shattered timelines, they possess other peculiar characteristics. Due to their abnormal inception, even the Kaioshin of time cannot ascertain the coordinates of a shattered timeline. This uncertainty has rendered it a sanctuary for Reg and his companions. The above is entirely a personal creation and not derived from the original work. I kindly ask for your understanding. At this juncture, Reg, after a lengthy journey, found himself in yet another dimension. Upon his arrival, he attempted to sense the whereabouts of Goku and others, only to discover they were not on Earth. Although perplexed, Reg immediately teleported to the God of Destruction's realm, only to find it also devoid of inhabitants, deepening his confusion. After pondering for a while, he decided to venture to the Void, the venue for the power tournament. Given their absence, there seemed to be only one possibility. They were either engaged in the tournament or competing against the Sixth Universe. However, Reg could not ascertain the specific planet of the Sixth Universe where the competition was taking place. Thus, he resolved to explore the Void to see if Goku and the others were present. The moment he arrived in the Void, he was immediately locked onto by a formidable aura. Looking up, he recognized it was the Grand Minister. With a stern expression, the Grand Minister declared, "You do not belong to this timeline. Traversing time and space at will is a grievous offense, subject to judgment by the Omni King. Dear readers, I humbly beseech you for a 5-star rating. If not possible, a gentle nudge for updates will suffice." Chapter 91. A fruitless endeavor turns into a melon. The second power tournament. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, Reg was about to respond when he was forcibly transported before the Omni King. The Omni King, observing the sudden appearance of the Grand Minister and Reg, inquired with curiosity, "Grand Minister, who is this individual?" After the Grand Minister recounted the events, the Omni King, with an expressionless visage, turned to Reg and stated, "In that case, you shall simply vanish." As the Omni King raised his hand to erase Reg from existence, a sudden cry from Reg interrupted, "Wait, I have something to present." In the midst of the Omni King's and others' bewilderment, Reg produced a red pencil. The moment the Omni King laid eyes on the red pencil, his previously impassive demeanor transformed into one of elation. This is the possession of that esteemed individual, which means the person before me is recognized by them. Rege's audacity to traverse timelines stemmed from the endorsement of the red pencil. Prior to his journey, Whis had informed Rege that anyone endorsed by that esteemed being could not be deemed an extreme villain, as long as their actions were not excessively egregious. They could be pardoned. Even the Omni King would be unable to pass judgment upon them. Do you comprehend the weight of the endorsement from that revered figure? Having cleared up the misunderstanding, the Omni King forgave Rege for his transgression of traversing timelines and invited him to watch the power tournament alongside the Grand Minister. Suddenly, the Omni King had a thought and addressed Rege. Rege, would you care to participate in the power tournament? The unexpected question left Rege momentarily bewildered. Your Excellency, I do not exist within this timeline. If I interfere in the power tournament, would that not disrupt the flow of time? The Omni King chuckled in response. No worries. While it may cause some disturbances, it won't affect the core of time. Moreover, having a formidable adversary like you could foster the development of this timeline. After all, pressure breeds motivation. So, Rege, would you consider joining? If you agree, I can facilitate your temporary entry. Rege, realizing the situation had taken an unexpected turn, initially intending to observe. He now found himself in the spotlight, sighed after a moment of silence and replied, Very well, Your Excellency, I shall partake in this power tournament. Upon hearing Rege's consent, the Omni King jubilantly exclaimed, Splendid! Another spectacle awaits. As the Omni King reveled in his excitement, Rege interjected, However, Your Excellency, I require a condition to be met. With curiosity, the Omni King asked, What is your condition, Rege? Rege articulated his request, I hope that Your Excellency will show mercy and refrain from erasing those universes. After all, only by witnessing true strength can they find their motivation. If they are obliterated and subsequently restored, they will merely be grateful for their survival, lacking the drive to strive further. After a moment of contemplation, the Omni King responded, I shall grant this condition. Rege smiled at the Omni King's acquiescence and then turned to the Grand Minister, requesting, Please assist me in joining temporarily. The Grand Minister smiled and replied, Certainly, Mr. Rege. Subsequently, the Grand High Priest teleported above the arena of the power tournament, amplifying his voice with divine authority. I kindly request that all combatants pause their duels for a moment, as I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing the Grand High Priest's proclamation, participants on the battlefield and spectators alike ceased their actions, turning their attention towards him. The power tournament had only just commenced a mere minute ago, and thus, the combatants on stage were largely in peak condition. Subsequently, the Grand Priest announced, The tournament of power will temporarily include an additional contestant, and defeating this opponent will grant an immediate victory in this battle. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, the rule regarding the erasure of universes has been abolished. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the crowd was left bewildered, not fully comprehending the implications. They were merely aware that their universe would not face annihilation and recognized the newfound shortcut to achieving victory. Subsequently, the High Priest waved his hand, and Rege appeared instantaneously atop the stone pillar in the center of the arena. The moment the contestants beheld Rege's arrival, they surged towards him, evidently perceiving him as an easy target. Witnessing this spectacle, a vein throbbed on Rege's forehead, clearly indicating his disdain for their underestimation of him. Subsequently, Rege stood atop the stone pillar, concentrating his energy to form a wave of power, tracing a circle upon the arena. This circle extended 50 square meters from the pillar. The onlookers remained oblivious to the significance of Rege's actions. However, his subsequent maneuvers would elucidate the reasons behind his actions. Once the circle was completed, Rege took a deep breath and unleashed his aura in an explosive surge. This force instantaneously radiated outward, enveloping the entire arena. Those who were unprepared or weaker were forcefully pressed to the ground, creating a series of craters. Subsequently, Rege spoke to the individuals on the stage. This is the essence of my power at 30%. Only by stepping into the circle I have drawn can you qualify to fight me. If it becomes unbearable, you may choose to forfeit. After all, I have already assured Lord Zeno that your universes will not be erased. Upon hearing Rege's words, the contestants on stage hastily opted for forfeiture. Ultimately, only the Proud Team and Goku remained. The warriors from Universe 6, Hit, and the Scions also chose to withdraw. Hit, being an assassin by trade, was motivated by survival. Participating in this battle was merely a means to that end. With no threat of erasure looming and no necessity for combat, his decision was clear. As for the Scions of Universe 6, although they were combative, they were not foolish. It was evident that Rege was beyond their capabilities, even if they could engage. They would likely only suffer blows, if not be swiftly knocked off the stage by a single strike. At that moment, a figure began to move under the oppressive aura, each step causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. This individual was Jiren, the captain of the proud team from Universe 11. Concurrently, a sudden roar erupted from the other side of the arena, followed by the emergence of two formidable presences. These two slowly advanced towards the circle, and like Jiren, each step they took shattered the ground beneath them. However, compared to Jiren, their pace was notably slower. While he traversed 10 steps, they managed only one. These two were none other than Goku and Vegeta from this timeline. At that moment, they were in their Super Saiyan blue forms. Judging by their expressions, their progress was arduous, and beads of cold sweat occasionally dripped from their foreheads. Goku turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, there is no need to hold back. Let's give it our all." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Against such a formidable adversary, a protracted battle was not a viable option. They could only seek a swift resolution. Subsequently, the two exchanged a knowing nod and unleashed their formidable auras once more. Their energies underwent a swift transformation. Wukong ascended into the form of the ultimate freedom technique, while Vegeta embraced the essence of his own ultimate technique. Observing their transformations, Reg felt a twinge of astonishment and turned to the Grand Minister in the sky, inquiring, "Esteemed Grand Minister, is this the inaugural power tournament?" Upon hearing Reg's question, the Grand Minister replied with courtesy, "Not at all, Mr. Reg. This is the second power tournament." Acknowledging the Grand Minister's response, Reg nodded thoughtfully, indicating that this timeline unfolds after the Moro arc. Then, turning to the Grand Priest, he inquired, "Could this power tournament possibly be proposed by Goku?" The Grand Priest, affirming this, nodded and replied, "Indeed, as Mr. Reg mentioned, this power tournament was requested by Mr. Goku for Lord Zeno to host." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's confirmation, Reg's mind began to clear. After all, this power tournament, which could result in erasure at any moment, would not be something a rational person would consider organizing again. Only Goku, with his simplistic mindset, would dare to propose it once more. Thus, it appeared that at the outset of the tournament, other universes were indeed targeting Universe 7. In other words, my inadvertent actions inadvertently salvaged Universe 7 from a predicament of being besieged. While Reg was still deep in thought, Jiren had already stepped into the ring. Sensing the pressure on his body dissipate, Jiren charged unhesitatingly towards the stone pillar. Staring at the suddenly appearing Jiren, Reg was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and said, "What is the matter? Aren't you going to wait for the others? If you're looking to fight me one-on-one, I advise you to reconsider. You cannot defeat me." Hearing Reg's words, Jiren gazed at him with solemnity and replied, "How would I know unless I try?" Suddenly, both combatants unleashed a powerful gust of wind, the two forces colliding and producing a sound reminiscent of fists striking one another, rather than mere gusts. It was their astonishing speed of attack that rendered them nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, although the spectacle appeared to be evenly matched. Jillian had already found himself at a disadvantage. Reg, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, observed Jillian, who was visibly sweating and struggling in this confrontation. As Reg pondered how much longer Jillian could endure, two formidable auras erupted in the distance. The emergence of new warriors piqued Reg's interest, prompting him to effortlessly send Jillian flying, who landed precisely at the outer edge of Reg's designated circle. Subsequently, Reg gazed in the direction of the two powerful auras. He observed as the two figures rapidly approached. They were none other than Broly and Gohan from Universe 7. At this moment, both individuals exhibited significant transformations. Broly was in the midst of his Super Saiyan transformation, yet it appeared he had not succumbed to a loss of control, likely due to Whis' guidance. Meanwhile, Gohan had adopted a beastly form, demonstrating impeccable control over his aura, evidently the result of rigorous training. Upon seeing these two, Reg smiled and remarked, "It seems that Universe 7 in this timeline comes prepared." In an instant, the duo matched the pace of Vegeta and Goku, seamlessly entering the circle. Subsequently, the four individuals nodded in unison and swiftly ascended towards the stone pillar. Reg gazed at the four who had appeared before him and smiled, beckoning them with a casual flick of his finger. However, the four remained unfazed by Reg's gesture, instead positioning themselves harmoniously around him, Son Goku in the front, Vegeta behind, Gohan to the left, and Broly to the right. In an instant, the four individuals unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, Reg did not make any excessive movements. Just as he was about to be struck, he gracefully leaped upward, evading the collective onslaught. Due to Reg's unexpected jump, both Broly and Gohan were caught off guard, resulting in them inadvertently striking each other in the face. Under the force of such a fierce assault, The two were propelled backwards simultaneously. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, who were observing closely, swiftly altered their trajectories the moment Reg made his move, leaping alongside him. Subsequently, both individuals simultaneously launched their strikes towards Reg. Witnessing this scene, Reg merely extended his hand slowly. As he deftly intercepted their attacks, he swiftly pivoted his body, not only causing Goku and Vegeta to exchange positions, but also effectively dissipating the force of their assaults. Subsequently, Reg threw the two of them out with great force. Wukong fared relatively well, as he was bolstered by the mastery of the free and unfettered technique, allowing him to achieve an unparalleled control over himself. He executed a backflip in midair, dissipating Reg's force and landing gracefully. However, Vegeta was not so fortunate. He crashed directly into Broly, who had just risen, and both of them plummeted from the stone pillar. At that moment, Jiren ascended once more, though his expression was somewhat grim. Not only that, but his attire bore the marks of battle, with gaping holes torn into the abdomen and back due to Reg's relentless assault. Subsequently, Wukong, Gohan, and Jiren launched a simultaneous assault on Rege. However, amidst their relentless barrage, Rege nimbly evaded their attacks with remarkable ease. After a brief interval of dodging, Rege deemed it sufficient. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Gohan hurtling away, directly knocking him off the stone pillar. Seizing Jiren by the head, he propelled him towards Wukong. Wukong, already attuned to the impending threat, deftly sidestepped the incoming Jiren. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Rege materialized before Wukong, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. The earth fractured instantaneously, resembling a spider's web, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. It is worth noting that throughout the tournament of power, the arena had been reduced to rubble, yet the stone pillars remained unscathed, illustrating their formidable resilience. Now, struck by Rege's overwhelming blow, Wukong was rendered momentarily unconscious, and his ultra-instinct state was automatically dispelled. Subsequently, Reg stepped forward and kicked the unconscious Wukong off the stone pillar. With that, all four individuals, along with Jiren, were brought to the ground. Subsequently, Reg stood at the edge of the stone pillar, addressing those below with an air of arrogance. Who else? Reg was indeed justified in making such a proclamation, for he was typically regarded as the foremost among the angels, especially in his transformed state. The individuals beneath the pillar gradually rose to their feet, and Goku, jolted by the impact of his fall, stirred awake. The group regarded Reg atop the pillar with solemn expressions. At that moment, the space above the arena began to warp, and a portal materialized abruptly. From within emerged an individual whom Reg knew all too well. This person turned to the Grand Priest and inquired, "Where's the one who traverses time and space?" This individual was none other than the Time Patroller, Gogeta. He had received a mission from the God of Time to seek out the time traveler within this realm. To elaborate, the reason the God of Time had been assigned this task was due to a notification from the Grand Priest of this timeline. The Grand Priest then addressed Gogeta, stating, "It is all resolved. It was merely a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Gogeta, feeling exasperated, scratched his head and remarked, "What a waste of time. I would have preferred to train instead." Meanwhile, Reg, spotting Gogeta, called out with enthusiasm, "Gogeta, it's been ages. Shall we have another match?" Upon hearing the voice, Gogeta shifted his gaze to the arena and noticed Reg waving at him. The familiarity struck him, though he struggled to place it, as when he last fought Reg. He was merely a youth. Now, Reg had matured, his appearance altered. Just then, Reg addressed Gogeta, "Have you forgotten our promise? We agreed to battle again." At this, Gogeta's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Reg, you've changed so much. Wait, could you be the time traveler?" Recognizing that Gogeta had identified him, Reg smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is I. So, shall we settle that match you owe me?" Gogeta responded with a grin, "Of course. I'm eager for it." With a raised eyebrow, Reg inquired, "Oh, does that mean you've grown considerably stronger over the years?" To which Gogeta confidently affirmed, "Absolutely. While you've been striving to enhance your strength, how could I possibly remain stagnant?" Subsequently, Gogeta addressed the Grand Priest and the Omni King, and at the fervent insistence of Reg, Gogeta successfully joined the Tournament of Power. At this moment, Goku and the others, along with Jiren, ascended once more to the stone pillars. Upon seeing the returning individuals, Reg raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You might as well concede. This battle is beyond your capacity to participate." Despite Reg's words, the group remained undeterred. Observing this, Reg let out a resigned sigh, stating, "Why is it that my words go unheard?" He then unleashed an immense pressure, reaching 80% of his full power. fundamentally altering his control over it. Though described as 80%, the effect on those present was a staggering increase of over 20-fold. This was due to Reg concentrating his pressure solely on a few individuals rather than dispersing it across the entire arena. Consequently, the sudden onslaught of pressure pinned the others to the ground, rendering them immobile. Even Gogeta, upon entering the zone of influence, could only barely resist by transforming through a limit break. Witnessing this scene, Reg utilized spatial powers to expel Jiren from the arena. Although Jiren struggled on the ground, vehemently resisting his inexplicable disqualification, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, after Jiren displayed an expression of unwillingness, he was eliminated. Reg chose to eliminate Jiren instead of Goku and the others from this timeline because he perceived something intriguing. At that moment, Goku and his companions donned earrings on their left ears, unmistakably the Pod-era earrings, and they had 2 pairs in total. Eventually, Goku and Vegeta exchanged words. And with an expression of reluctance, Vegeta removed the earring from his left ear and placed it on his right. Then, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the scene, heralding the arrival of the unparalleled Vegeta. Meanwhile, Broly and Gohan were equally determined, embarking on a fusion of their own. Thus emerged the second unknown fusion warrior, Brolyhan, diverging from the original narrative. Witnessing this spectacle, Reg, with a look of exhilaration, exclaimed, "I never anticipated the birth of so many formidable warriors this time. It seems we are finally poised for a truly epic battle." Subsequently, Reg gazed at the trio before him, Vegeta, Gogeta, and Broly, and declared, "As long as you can compel me to transform, consider this battle a victory for you." Upon hearing Reg's words, Vegeta, the first to express his discontent, retorted, "Do not underestimate us. At the very least, we must leave you searching for your teeth in defeat." Subsequently, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into the state of Ultra Instinct. Broly, unwilling to be outdone, directly ascended to his Super Saiyan form, albeit with his pupils turning crimson. What astonished Reg was that Gogeta had morphed into the state of Beyond the Limit. Observing Reg's astonishment, Gogeta confidently proclaimed, "I have assured you that I shall not remain stagnant." In response to Gogeta's words, Reg smiled with confidence and stated, "Of course. I must at least avenge the grudge of that fateful punch from years ago." Subsequently, both sides swiftly assumed their formations. Reg faced the formidable white god form of Vegeta, alongside the beastly transcendent Broly and the universe-breaking form of Gogeta. The overwhelming energies emanating from the trio caused the entire arena to tremble. Witnessing this spectacle, Reg remained unfazed, unleashing the full extent of his power in its normal state. This surge of strength not only sent tremors through the arena, but also caused cracks to appear in the stone pillars upon which the force stood. Remarkably, Reg managed to withstand the combined might of the three, achieving a stalemate. Chapter 93. The Saiyans engage in battle. The unknown warrior of the second fusion. As the clash reached its climax, it remained a deadlock until Broly could no longer contain himself and launched an attack on Reg, observing Broly charging towards him. Reg felt a flicker of interest and charged forward in response. The two collided, their fingers interlocked as they engaged in a test of strength. Due to their immense powers, the ground around them began to crack and sink, centered around their fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gogeta, witnessing Broly's initial assault, approached from either side to attack Reg. Noticing the two encircling him, Reg felt a surge of interest and effortlessly lifted Broly with his overwhelming might. Subsequently, a powerful kick landed on Broly's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. Reg, propelled by inertia, retreated to evade the encircling advance of the two opponents. Observing their encirclement failing, Gogeta and Vegeta swiftly adjusted their positions in midair and surged towards the direction in which Reg was retreating. Broly, having been kicked away, stabilized himself in the air before landing gracefully. Subsequently, a continuous barrage of energy blasts was directed towards Rege, providing cover for Vegeta and Gogeta. As Rege observed the approaching figures of Vegeta and Gogeta, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. He unleashed his own aura, effortlessly dispersing all the energy waves that surged towards him. Subsequently, they advanced assertively, engaging in close combat with one another. The speed of their confrontation was astonishing, and they continually shifted positions upon the arena. At each location they reached, the residual force of their clashes created unfathomable craters. Reg, single-handedly facing both Vegeta and Gogeta, remained remarkably composed, even exhibiting a subtle tendency to dominate the duo. Observing this scene, Broly, who was spectating from a distance, charged into the fray. With Broly's involvement, Reg, who initially held an advantage, found himself barely maintaining an equilibrium. In less than half a minute, the battle among the four had rendered the arena nearly obliterated. The spectators, including the Kaioshin and various gods of destruction, were left dumbfounded, with even some angels displaying expressions of astonishment. At that moment, Beerus remarked, "Who on earth is that young man? No one seems able to subdue him. Could he possibly be a newly appointed god by the Omni King?" Upon hearing Beerus's words, the crowd fell silent, except for Whis, who gravely stated, "Lord Beerus, that individual is not from this timeline. As for the reasons, the Omni King has not rendered a judgment, likely due to certain circumstances." Realizing the gravity of the situation with Whis's revelation that Reg was not from their timeline, they chose to refrain from further discussion and focused intently on the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, in the arena, after witnessing the prolonged engagement, the three opponents noted that Reg showed no signs of fatigue. They decisively abandoned close combat, swiftly leaping away, and began to assume their stances in preparation for a powerful assault. Observing this, Reg also commenced his own energy buildup, preparing for a direct confrontation with the trio. As the four individuals continued to amplify their powers, the surrounding space began to warp and shatter under the immense strength they wielded. Ultimately, with a resounding crack from the stone pillar, they unleashed their simultaneous assaults in a titanic clash of energies. Tenfold Kamehameha, Divine Kamehameha, Explosive Magic Beam Cannon, Tenfold Divine Ultimate Flash. The combined forces of their attacks obliterated everything in the vicinity, reducing all to mere rubble. Subsequently, four beams of light converged, manifesting a blinding white radiance that illuminated the entirety of the realm of nothingness. As the white light dissipated, what came into view was Rege, single-handedly resisting the three waves of energy blasts, remaining undaunted. Witnessing this scene, the three individuals chose to converge towards the center. As the three individuals drew closer, their energy waves began to coalesce, gradually advancing towards Reg. Witnessing this scene, Reg, unwilling to be outdone, roared fiercely and intensified his energy wave in a counter-push. In response to this development, the trio simultaneously exerted their strength, pushing Reg's energy wave back. The point of collision between the energy waves remained precariously unstable, oscillating erratically. At times, Reg held the advantage, while at other moments, the three united against him. As the power of the four individuals continued to escalate, the point of collision ceased its lateral movement, instead expanding into an exceedingly unstable sphere of energy. Ultimately, with a resounding roar from the quartet, the energy sphere swelled to a critical threshold, surpassing the limits of spatial tolerance, and swiftly contracted into a miniature black hole. Witnessing this spectacle, the four remained unperturbed. They resolutely abandoned their previous attack and plunged into the black hole to confront the challenge. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by the black hole, the speed of the trio was slightly diminished. However, this deceleration was negligible for Rege, who merely experienced a momentary lag in his movements. Thus, the scene unfolded with Rege single-handedly overwhelming the trio, sending Brofan flying with a kick, and seizing Gogeta's tail to hurl him towards Vegeta. In the brief moment Vegeta attempted to evade, Rege charged forward, undeterred by Vegeta's divine form, unleashing a series of Wing Chun strikes. Subsequently, the three were forcefully expelled from the black hole by Rege. He then unleashed his aura, shattering the black hole, and gazed down haughtily at the three on the ground, remarking, "How confident are you in your own abilities to dare to engage me within a black hole? Isn't that merely courting disaster? Do not mistake this trivial black hole. I could traverse even one the size of a star system with ease. Moreover, I have faced others within the depths of a black hole before." Upon hearing Reg's words, the three gradually rose from the ruins of the arena. At that moment, Goku turned to the other two and said, "I have a strategy to defeat him, but it requires your assistance." Upon hearing Goku's words, the two immediately expressed their interest. Subsequently, Vegeta inquired, "What method?" Subsequently, Gogeta whispered something into Vegeta's ear. Upon hearing Gogeta's suggestion, Vegeta's face darkened as he replied, "I refuse to engage in such a shameful act. Whoever wishes to partake may do so, but I shall not." Observing the two in hushed conversation, Reg appeared intrigued and declared, "I shall grant you 10 seconds to decide. Should you fail to make a choice swiftly, I will have no alternative but to eliminate you." Upon hearing Reg's words, the three grew solemn. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown progressed, Tension enveloped the trio. Gogeta turned to Vegeta and remarked, "The path to success is fraught with challenges. Without sacrifice, you shall never attain your desires. Unless you choose to remain a failure." Despite Gogeta's words, Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, though the clenching of his fist betrayed his inner turmoil. 5, 4, 3. With the countdown nearing its conclusion, Vegeta gritted his teeth and announced, "Fine. I agree to this plan." At Vegeta's acquiescence, Gogeta smiled. Meanwhile, Reg completed the countdown and addressed the three below. "Time is up. Since you have chosen an action, I shall now proceed." Subsequently, he charged directly towards the trio. At that moment, Broly stepped forward, addressing Gogeta and Vegeta. "I will hold them off. You must hurry. I may not last long." Having said that, he swiftly engaged with Rege in battle. Rather than a fight, it seemed more akin to enduring a beating. Even though Broly, in his beast transformation, possessed the ability to enhance his power linearly during combat, it was still insufficient to defeat Rege. After all, the capability to amplify battle strength was not unique to him. Rege's rate of increase was even more rapid. If Broly's enhancement was a mere 1 per second, Rege's was tenfold, and in the presence of formidable opponents, he could escalate it by 50. While Broly was taking hits, the two below commenced their actions. They subsequently distanced themselves, performing an awkward dance that seemed to create enough space for an entire apartment. Previously, Mr. Bird had mentioned that fusion could indeed occur a second time, albeit with exceedingly slim odds, as maintaining the balance of 4 distinct auras was a formidable challenge. Ultimately, at the moment their fingers met, a brilliant light enveloped them. Witnessing this spectacle, Rege delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly flying as he turned his gaze towards the radiant glow. As the white light dissipated, a golden beam ascended towards the heavens. As the beam of light dissipated, a figure stood at its center. This individual donned attire exclusive to the dance fusion, with the singular distinction of wearing a black bodysuit beneath the outer garment, complemented by the distinctive earrings of the Kai Shin. In that moment, the figure's aura erupted, transforming into the state of Kai Shin Break 3, with silver pupils gleaming fiercely. The figure declared, "Remember the name of the one who defeated you, Gogeta." Thus, the formidable Kai Shin Break 3 form of Gogeta made its grand entrance. Esteemed readers, I humbly beseech you for a 5-star rating. If that is not feasible, your encouragement for updates would suffice. Chapter 94, Gogeta's Full Power Unleashed. A time-limited battle of 5 minutes. An overwhelming aura surged forth from Gogeta, obliterating everything in its vicinity into mere dust. Witnessing such a formidable Gogeta, Rege was compelled to abandon his previously relaxed demeanor, adopting a serious expression instead. Even in his transformed state, where he could easily overpower Gogeta in Super Saiyan form, Rege had explicitly stated before the battle that he would not transform, and thus he would honor the commitment. While it would indeed be a challenge to contend with Gogeta in his current state, Rege remained confident that victory was still attainable. With that resolve, he assumed a battle stance, bracing himself for the impending conflict. Gogeta, observing Rege's movements, let out a cold chuckle. Then, extending a foot, he prepared to take a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, he vanished from his original spot, only to reappear right before Rege. Upon encountering Widget before him, Rege's heart exclaimed in astonishment. Just as Rege was still in disbelief, Widget struck him with lightning speed, landing a powerful punch squarely on Rege's face, sending him hurtling away. The immense force of the blow propelled Rege directly into the stone pillar behind him. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of stopping, piercing through the pillar and emerging from the other side. Yet, Rege was not one to be easily defeated. He quickly regained his composure mid-air, executing a backflip to dissipate the force of Widget's assault. At that moment, Rege found himself standing atop a fragment of the arena, gazing through the hole he had just created, fixed on Widget. It was then that Rege tasted a metallic tang in his mouth. Wiping the corner of his lips, he discovered that the recent strike had drawn blood. Staring at the crimson on his hand, Rege was momentarily taken aback. Throughout all this time, he had never sustained an injury, let alone bled. He then looked up to the sky and laughed heartily, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Gogeta with a grave expression and said, "Your strength is formidable enough to warrant my full attention. I hope that in the next 10 minutes, you do not succumb too quickly, regardless of whether it is the fusion of dance steps or earrings. The stronger the fused individual, the shorter the duration of the fusion. With a dual fusion like Gogeta, the duration is inevitably shorter. 10 minutes is already the limit that Rege can calculate." Upon hearing Rege's words, Gogeta understood that he was referring to the fusion time and retorted defiantly. Why would I need 10 minutes to deal with you? I can defeat you in 5. Witnessing Gogeta's arrogance, Rege responded with a smile rather than anger, saying, I hope your strength is as unyielding as your words. In the blink of an eye, I found myself behind Vegeta, delivering a retaliatory blow before he could even react. Much like Rege, Vegeta was propelled through the stone pillar, coming to a halt at the very edge of the arena. At that moment, Vegeta, too, was bleeding profusely. Akin to Rege witnessing Rege's formidable strength, Vegeta ceased to hold back, unleashing the entirety of his power. The reason for his initial restraint lay in the understanding that such power comes at a cost, significantly reducing the fusion duration from the original 10 minutes to a mere 5. With the eruption of Gogeta, a significant transformation began to unfold. His originally vibrant crimson locks shifted in hue, with the sides morphing into a deep violet, while the center remained a pristine white. However, the red fur adorning his body did not diminish, signifying that he still retained the Ultra Instinct state. When Gogeta reopened his eyes, a remarkable change had occurred. His left pupil remained an unaltered silver, while the right had transitioned to a striking purple. Witnessing Gogeta's transformation, Vegeta could not help but marvel at the spectacle. At this moment, Gogeta was undeniably empowered, embodying a fusion of Ultra Instinct, Self-Instinct, and the complete power limit break of Ultra Instinct. Each of these formidable forces served a distinct purpose. The spirit control maximized the body's innate strength. The self-instinct absorbed all incoming attacks, converting them into fuel for enhancing his own power, while the 3 warriors elevated their might to its zenith. Observing this scene, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed his own energy. Although his appearance did not undergo a drastic change, the surrounding aura shimmered with a white light interspersed with flashes of lightning. This form was referred to as the mysterious form, or the peak of normalcy. Neither party exhibited any signs of panic or astonishment in response to the other's formidable presence. Instead, they seamlessly ascended to the peak of the stone pillars. Subsequently, the 2 individuals stood upon the stone pillar, gradually drawing closer to one another. As the 2 gradually drew closer, their energies began to collide with intense ferocity. Lightning streaked across the sky, and at the very moment their auras clashed, explosions erupted incessantly. Yet, to the 2 of them, these explosions were hardly more than mere firecrackers, completely overshadowed by their overwhelming presence. With each step they took, the stone pillars beneath them cracked. When they both took their final step, halting at a distance of no more than 1 meter apart, their stillness belied the terrifying energies that surrounded them. It was the stone pillars beneath them that faltered first, disintegrating into fine powder under the pressure of their formidable auras, while they remained suspended in the air, motionless. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience displayed expressions of bewilderment, save for the god of destruction and the angels, who wore grave looks. At this moment, Krillin, who had exited the arena early, turned to Whis and inquired, why did the 2 remain suspended in the air without engaging? In response to Krillin's question, Whis solemnly replied, it is not that they are inactive, rather, they commenced their battle the moment they ascended above the stone pillars. Really? Krillin exclaimed, perplexed. Had he truly missed their movements? Surely, even if he could not see them, he should have at least heard something. Whis, noticing the confusion among the onlookers, clarified they indeed began their confrontation long ago. However, the speed of their attacks has surpassed what the naked eye can perceive. As for the absence of sound, the decibel levels produced by their assaults have transcended the range audible to human ears. At this juncture, Piccolo interjected, Whis is correct. Although I did not witness their actions, I could still perceive the sounds, given that my auditory range far exceeds yours. Finally, the 2 combatants on stage began to move. Perhaps due to Goku's inability to subdue Vegeta and the dwindling time for their fusion, a sense of impatience began to stir within him. He could no longer restrain himself, launching an assault on Vegeta. In an instant, Goku unleashed a barrage of hundreds of punches, targeting every inch of Vegeta's body. Yet, such trivial techniques were akin to child's play, as Vegeta effortlessly countered with the same moves, neutralizing the attacks with ease. Subsequently, both parties, as if preordained, extinguished all traces of their presence and commenced their close-quarters combat. However, as previously mentioned, not only was their visibility obscured, but even the sounds of their struggle were inaudible. It was likely that only beings of angelic caliber or higher could perceive their movements. Even those of destruction god level could only glimpse fleeting shadows, accessible solely to the top 3 strongest fighters. When the two finally re-emerged, they found themselves positioned at considerable distances from one another. Reg's location was at the easternmost edge of the arena, while Goku's was at the westernmost point. Yet, the imprints of their fists upon each other's faces indicated a clear stalemate. Both warriors inhaled deeply, and in an instant, charged towards one another. At the moment of their advance, the arena shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments that floated within the void. The stone pillar, originally placed at the center for timing purposes, was also reduced to powder by their overwhelming auras, leveled to the ground. Simultaneously, they both leapt into the air. The collision produced a tremendous sonic boom that radiated outward from their epicenter. The audience, captivated, strained to hear, while some, sensitive to sound, fainted on the spot. Those with unwavering resolve remained conscious, yet their eardrums ruptured, blood trickling forth. Even the fabric of space began to distort. A grayish-white domain rapidly expanded from the two, as if they had transcended dimensional constraints, entering a lower dimensional realm. Nevertheless, neither combatant paid heed to such phenomena. Their sole focus lay in the presence of an opponent worthy of unleashing their full potential. In an instant, they engaged in fierce battle within this lower dimensional space. Wherever they fought, the very essence of space shattered, dimensions warped. There was not a single area that could withstand the aftershocks of their confrontation. Dear readers, I humbly beseech you for a 5-star review or a gentle nudge for updates. Chapter 95, A Cataclysmic Battle. The Final Dragon Fist. The Ultimate Victor. In this lower dimensional realm, Goku unleashed a flurry of punches upon Rege, each strike possessing such intensity that it shattered the surrounding space. Rege, however, displayed no intention of defense, nor did he seek to confront Goku's assaults, instead deftly evading all incoming attacks. The rationale behind this approach was primarily Rege's desire to utilize Goku as a means to cultivate his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. As Rege deftly evaded the attacks of Vegeta with increasing ease, his understanding of the Zen ultimate skill deepened profoundly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who struggled to land a hit on Rege, recognized the crux of the issue and launched a sweeping kick aimed at Rege's head. However, this time, Rege chose not to evade, not because he was averse to further honing the Zen ultimate skill, but because he realized that his pace of progress had accelerated too rapidly. Vegeta's assistance in his cultivation was no longer as effective as it had been at the beginning. Consequently, Rege pivoted gracefully, executing a sweeping kick of his own. The clash of their legs resonated in the air, occasionally igniting bursts of white lightning. The formidable shock waves emanating from their confrontation shattered the surrounding lower dimensional space, returning them to the void where their battle had initially commenced. Following their clash, with no decisive outcome, both combatants swiftly retreated from the battlefield. The arena, once vibrant, was now a mere shadow of its former self, with countless debris floating amidst the air and the central timing pillar reduced to its last base. The two stood at the very edge of the arena, facing each other in silence, each poised in a stance of readiness to unleash their power. As the power gradually coalesced in the hands of the two individuals, two blinding beams of white light emanated from their grasp. As the power of the two individuals intensified, even the surrounding space began to warp and fracture. The audience area was not spared, with cracks incessantly appearing on the seats. Some eliminated competitors, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the gathered energy, found themselves immobilized against the ground. Witnessing this alarming scene, the 12 angels in the audience simultaneously raised their staffs, conjuring a protective barrier around the perimeter and mending the fissures in the seating while healing the injured participants. Meanwhile, the two contenders on stage continued to amass their formidable power. As the buildup of power reached a terrifying crescendo, both combatants simultaneously opened their eyes and unleashed their formidable energy. The divine cataclysmic Kamehameha, the tenfold divine ultimate flash. The aftermath of the two terrifying energies radiated outward, reducing everything in their path to mere dust. At the moment of collision, an intense and blinding white light surged skyward, shattering the very fabric of space in its wake. Witnessing this spectacle, the Supreme God Officer intervened, employing his divine power to restore the surrounding space. He simultaneously erected a colossal protective shield, enveloping both warriors within its embrace. Yet, the two adversaries remained undeterred, pouring every ounce of their strength into the clash, striving to push back the opposing wave. As the two individuals let out a tremendous roar, the light waves from both sides expanded yet again, their power intensifying. In the midst of this, energy began to accumulate continuously, forming a spherical mass. This sphere of energy slowly advanced towards Vegeta. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta exerted all his strength in an attempt to push the energy sphere back. However, regardless of his efforts, it proved to be a futile endeavor, as the energy sphere remained utterly unmoved. As the energy sphere drew ever closer to Vegeta, Rege shouted vehemently at him, "Fall before me," with a thunderous roar from Rege. The potency of the skill escalated to an entirely new level, forcefully propelling the energy sphere towards Vegeta. As the moment arrived when Gogeta was struck by the energy sphere, it rapidly diminished in size upon contact, only to subsequently swell and erupt in a blinding flash of white light, resulting in an unprecedented explosion. Even the protective shield crafted by the Grand Priest showed signs of fissures. At the epicenter of the explosion, Gogeta too suffered greatly, unleashing a tormented howl of anguish. As the brilliance faded, smoke enveloped the center of the explosion, where Vegeta stood resolutely, showing no intention of collapsing. As the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta remained steadfast. Though his body bore the marks of the devastation wrought by the blast, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he declared, "It is far too soon for me to fall." Before he could finish his statement, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. Clearly, the recent explosion had inflicted significant harm not only to his exterior, but had also wreaked unprecedented damage within his very being. Yet, Rege chose not to exploit this moment of vulnerability to strike against Vegeta. As Vegeta acclimated to his current injuries, he rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gravely addressed Rege. "I am truly fortunate to engage in combat with a formidable warrior such as yourself. Although I perceive little chance of victory in this battle, I shall never concede until I have fallen." With that, he let out a fierce roar, unleashing his inner strength and concentrating all his power into his right hand. Observing this spectacle, Rege similarly began to gather his energy. Both combatants employed the Dragon Fist technique. Vegeta, possessing the memories of Gogeta, recalled that it was precisely this technique that had led to his narrow triumph, thereby forging their fateful connection. A golden divine dragon coiled around the arms of both warriors. As both sides continued to gather their strength, the scales of the golden dragon began to radiate a resplendent golden light. At the moment when both individuals reached the pinnacle of their power, the two spiraling dragons unleashed a series of majestic roars towards the heavens. Upon hearing the thunderous dragon roars, they swiftly charged at each other, simultaneously throwing their punches. When their dragon fists collided, the golden divine dragons clashed in unison. The two golden dragons entwined in the air, fiercely biting at one another, striving to determine the ultimate victor. As the two individuals exerted themselves, they simultaneously unleashed a formidable roar, infusing their efforts with renewed vigor. The two golden divine dragons, invigorated by this surge of power, began to expand, growing even larger than they were at the outset. Ultimately, with a resounding roar from Rege, all of his remaining strength erupted forth, overwhelming Gogeta and propelling him away with an astonishing force. In an instant, the golden dragons in the air began to swell dramatically. When they finally came to a halt, both Gogeta and the spectators were left utterly astonished. At that moment, Rege's golden giant dragon had expanded to an unimaginable size, rivaling even that of the super dragon. Subsequently, the golden divine dragon emitted a roar that resonated throughout the boundless realm, piercing through the Grand Priest's protective barrier and shattering the surrounding space. The magnificent golden dragon swiftly engulfed the golden deity before it in a single gulp, then charged fiercely towards Vegeta. Observing the golden dragon hurtling toward him, he keenly noticed the change in its eyes and, with a faint smile, remarked, "I never anticipated that you harbored such power. Your conduct is rather unorthodox." Subsequently, a golden beam of light was swiftly engulfed by the majestic golden dragon, radiating outward from the epicenter of Vegeta. As the radiance faded, Gogeta's injuries intensified once more, causing him to lose consciousness. At the moment he plummeted from the arena, the brilliance flashed and reverted his transformation, restoring him to the forms of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, this was not the end. The earrings of Vegeta shattered under the immense force, leading to yet another disintegration, transforming them back into Goku and Vegeta. Thus, the trio fell from the stage and were eliminated, leaving Rege as the ultimate victor. Chapter 96. The Divergence of Divine Language. The New Direction for Training. At this moment, Rege stood atop the already shattered pedestal, gasping for breath. Clearly the recent battle had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Had he been able to transform, he would have concluded this fight much sooner, sparing himself the expenditure of such energy. Meanwhile, all onlookers in the arena, whether competitors, Kaishans, gods of destruction, or angels, rose to their feet and bowed in respect towards Reg. Subsequently, the Grand Priest soared to Reg's side, raising his right hand and proclaiming, "The second power tournament has come to a close, and the ultimate champion is none other than Reg." As the final word of the Grand Priest echoed, the audience erupted into fervent applause. This applause was not merely a celebration of the champion's emergence, but a warm welcome for the birth of the strongest individual. The recent battle could undoubtedly be deemed a divine conflict, requiring at least two angel-level beings to engage in a full-force clash to earn such a title. At this moment, although Reg felt a tinge of fatigue in his body, he smiled towards the audience and said, "Vegeta, I concede." He then performed a respectful fist salute to Vegeta. Recovering from the earlier excitement, Vegeta responded with a smile. "No need for such formality. I am grateful for your guidance." He returned the gesture with a fist salute towards Reg. The two exchanged knowing smiles. In fan fiction, they were often portrayed as bitter rivals, yet now they resembled inseparable confidants. The other spectators joined in the celebration, marking a perfect conclusion to this tournament of strength. At that moment, the Grand Priest tore through the fabric of space, revealing 7 Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet. Reg then addressed the Grand Priest. "Might I summon the Eternal Dragon?" Surprised by Reg's inquiry, the Grand Priest responded, "You possess knowledge of the divine language?" To this, Reg replied candidly, "I possess a smattering of understanding." Previously, Reg had inquired about the distinctions between the various levels of the divine language from Whis. Whis explained that the efficacy of wishes granted by the Super Dragon Balls varied with the level of the divine language employed. For instance, in the Black Goku arc, Zamasu wished for immortality, yet the reality was mere instantaneous recovery. It can be understood that the higher the level of divine language, the more potent the wish's effect. The hierarchy of the divine language can be perceived as 3 tiers: the Kaioshin level, the God of Destruction level, and the Angel level. To simplify, the Kaioshin level equates to Standard Mandarin, the God of Destruction level to dialects, and the Angel level to Vietnamese. Upon hearing Reg's response, the Grand Priest nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further inquiries, stepping aside while gesturing for Reg to proceed. Subsequently, Reg spoke the divine language of the Super Dragon Balls. Instantly, the 7 Super Dragon Balls radiated with brilliance, and from their midst emerged a magnificent golden dragon. Subsequently, the magnificent golden dragon addressed Rege, saying, "State your wish." Rege responded, "Invoking the divine language, enhance my comprehension of the laws." Upon hearing Rege's desire, the golden dragon's crimson pupils glimmered with a flash of red light, proclaiming, "Your wish has been granted." As the dragon's words resonated, a surge of insights regarding the application of the laws erupted within Rege's mind, including methods to elevate his mastery and intricate operational steps. Thereafter, the golden dragon transformed into a wisp of golden light, dissipating into the ether, while 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a celestial body, ruptured the fabric of space, journeying towards the realms between the 6th and 7th universes. At this moment, in the audience, Gogeta turned to Rege and remarked, "Well, this battle has concluded. It is time for me to report back on my mission." Acknowledging Gogeta's words with a nod, Rege observed that Gogeta, as before, opened a portal to depart. Then, Rege addressed the Grand Minister, stating, "Since this conference has come to a close, it is indeed time for me to take my leave." Upon hearing Rege's declaration, the Grand Minister nodded and replied, "The time is indeed appropriate. You may return. But remember to traverse time and space sparingly. Although I doubt you could disrupt the natural course of time, it is best to minimize such journeys. For I am well aware of the butterfly effect." In response to the Grand Minister's counsel, Rege solemnly nodded and then waved farewell to the assembly. Subsequently, Rege opened the portal and stepped through, departing from this timeline. Upon his reappearance, he found himself back in the primary timeline on Earth. Taking a deep breath, Rege prepared for the upcoming cultivation. With newfound inspiration from the power of the laws, it was time to embark on this journey. Sensing Rege's aura, Sapari joyfully soared towards him, landing gracefully and inquiring, "Rege, how was the experience of traversing through time and space? Was it enjoyable?" As she spoke, there seemed to be a flicker of light in her eyes, hinting at unspoken nuances. In response to Sapari's question, Rege offered a somewhat perfunctory reply. "It was all right. Mainly, I discovered some insights for my cultivation." Hearing this, Sapari's expression shifted to one of disappointment and melancholy as she remarked, "So, does that mean you still need to cultivate?" Rege, noticing the change in her demeanor, Rege asked, "Is something the matter?" Sapari's countenance dimmed further as she replied, "It's nothing. You should focus on your cultivation. I'll return to rest." With that, she turned to leave, while Rege keenly observed that she seemed to be holding something in her hand. He then pretended to cough and said, "Ahem, in truth, there is no need to rush the cultivation process. Taking an appropriate break is perfectly acceptable." Upon hearing Reg's words, the previously disheartened Sapari immediately perked up and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, Reg is absolutely right. Let us go and have some fun." At that moment, Reg also discerned what Sapari was holding in his hand. It appeared to be 2 tickets to an amusement park. The instant he laid eyes on those tickets, Reg comprehended Sapari's intention. He nodded slightly and responded with a smile, agreeing to the proposal. Seeing Reg's consent, Sapari joyfully leaped into the air. Eagerly, she grasped Reg's hand and soared towards the amusement park. Upon arriving, Reg was taken aback, for the grandeur of the amusement park was truly astonishing. This enchanting realm of entertainment was situated upon a solitary island. Subsequently, Sapari took Reg's hand and ventured into the amusement park, indulging in various attractions. As she enjoyed the carousel, she was startled during their entrance to the haunted house, leaping into Reg's embrace. While Reg merely cast a fleeting glance at the ghostly staff member, who promptly fainted, they then experienced the roller coaster together. Though it was only Sapari's screams that filled the air, while Reg felt a tinge of boredom, fully empathizing with Vegeta's earlier amusement park experience. They engaged in playful games like water gun ring toss before finally boarding the Ferris wheel. Atop the Ferris wheel, Sapari nervously averted her gaze from Reg. Blushing, she inquired, "Reg, what kind of girls do you like?" Taken aback by her direct question, Reg paused momentarily, then grasped her intent, feeling a wave of awkwardness as he looked aside. After a brief interval, Reg took a deep breath and responded, "Rather than that, why not ask if you like me?" He then fixed his earnest gaze upon Sapari. Upon hearing Reg's question, Sapari's cheeks flushed deeper, and in a soft whisper, she confessed, "I like you." Reg, feigning ignorance, replied, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." Realizing Reg's act, Sapari's embarrassment transformed into determination as she declared loudly, "I like you." Reg, touched by her boldness, gazed gently at Sapari and replied, "I like you too." He then affectionately ruffled her hair and embraced her. Feeling Reg's warmth, Sapari relaxed, gradually returning his embrace. At that moment, the Ferris wheel reached its pinnacle, offering them a breathtaking view of the sunset. That night, they returned home, but unlike before, they chose to share the same room. What followed was an understanding only they could comprehend. The next morning, Reg awoke to find Sapari still asleep beside him. He tenderly stroked her hair before rising to prepare for his training, knowing that only through immense strength could he protect those he cared for. Dear readers, the rating has reached 6.5, so additional updates are forthcoming. If the rating surpasses 7, more updates will follow. Chapter 97, The Training Ground in the Black Hole. New powers, new opponents. Reg immediately teleported into the cosmos, embarking on a quest to locate the black hole. In his hypothesis, a black hole is formed when matter's mass reaches its zenith and collapses. This collapse warps the surrounding space, causing it to tilt towards the black hole at its center. Thus, Reg surmised that the comprehension of spatial forces would be significantly heightened near or within a black hole. After an hour of searching, Reg finally discovered a black hole near an uncharted nebula. As Rege instantaneously transported to the heart of the black hole, he felt a sudden heaviness as the immense gravitational force enveloped him. However, this gravity was of little consequence to Rege in his current state. Dismissing the weight upon him, he emanated his spatial power to perceive the surrounding spatial structure. To his pleasant surprise, Rege also sensed a faint essence of temporal energy. After profound contemplation, he surmised that space and time are not isolated phenomena. Rather, they are interdependent. When space is distorted, the very fabric of time is likewise warped to some extent. With this revelation, Rege proceeded to harness both his spatial and temporal powers in unison for his cultivation. As time gradually flowed by, the moment Reg opened his eyes, the black hole shattered and dissipated into the vastness of space. Reg stood resolutely in the cosmos, acutely attuned to the fluctuations of two forces of law. With his left hand outstretched, a miniature black hole, the size of an apple, materialized in the palm of his hand. The formation of a black hole occurs when matter reaches its limit, collapsing and distorting the surrounding space. However, Reg did not require any matter for this collapse. He directly manipulated the surrounding space to create the distortion, thus forming the black hole. With a wave of his right hand, the black hole, previously shattered by his overwhelming presence, was restored once more. Through this cultivation, the power of time was no longer fragmented but had been completely restored. Observing this scene, Reg nodded in satisfaction and then teleported to Earth, preparing to rest briefly before resuming his training. Thus, the cycle continued, and at the age of 22, Reg received a prompt from the dimension, indicating that the cooldown period for the arena had concluded. Throughout these years, Reg had not been complacent in his training. Through his techniques, he had elevated his mental prowess to unprecedented heights. Moreover, he unexpectedly grasped the fundamentals of soul power during this time. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a transcendent that Reg found the cultivation of soul power remarkably smooth, even experiencing a meteoric rise. In less than 6 months, he had cultivated his soul power to a level equivalent to that of spatial power. Now, Reg commanded 5 formidable forces of law: the power of miracles, the power to distort reality, spatial power, temporal power, and soul power. At this moment, Reg awoke on an unknown planet, a sanctuary far removed from Earth for his cultivation. Rising to his feet and stretching, he addressed the dimension. Dimension, it has been a while. Please activate the arena. The dimension replied, Fighter, it has been a long time. I shall promptly initiate the arena for you. As Reg was enveloped by a blue light, he opened his eyes once more, only to find himself in an uncharted star realm. Observing his surroundings, Reg promptly harnessed the power of space to ascertain his location. He discovered that he was not situated within any known universe. In fact, it could not be classified as a universe at all. This star domain appeared to stretch infinitely, as if it had no end. The reason it did not resemble a universe was that, according to Reg's observations, every 10 million light years, there was a duplication of the same star field, akin to a copy and paste phenomenon. At that moment, Reg also discerned the identity of his adversary. Before him stood a robot crafted from a peculiar metal, its upper body adorned with 5 gemstones of varying hues, with an additional gem embedded in its forehead. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Reg confirmed its identity, the non-existent virtual character from the Marvel Universe, Ultron Infinite. At that juncture, Ultron also laid eyes on Reg and raised his left hand. The reality stone embedded in his chest emitted a crimson glow, unleashing a torrent of colossal spikes forged from diamond that surged toward Reg. Just as the diamond projectiles were about to reach him, they abruptly halted in the cosmic expanse, subsequently turning to ash and dissipating into the void. In that moment, a voice echoed through the emptiness. The victor shall possess everything, while the vanquished will lose all. Ultron Infinite versus Dimensional Fighter Reg. The battle is about to commence. Competitors, please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ultron merely looked up, unable to locate the source of the voice, and chose to relinquish the search. Given Ultron's nature, it was likely that he would have annihilated both the referee and the contestants without a second thought. However, Ultron was not a fool. He would not allow himself to be thrust into an unfamiliar realm without the means to resist. The ability to conceal one's presence from him indicated that the opponent's power level was significantly superior to his own, making it clear that this was not a confrontation he could afford to provoke. With this realization, Ultron shifted his focus back to Reg. As the countdown slowly reached its conclusion, Ultron raised his hand and unleashed the full might of the 6 Infinity Stones. A formidable storm of cosmic power surged towards Rhaegar. Perceiving this immense force, Rhaegar did not dare to be complacent. He summoned his own law power to counter it. Although Rhaegar could not assure that his law power surpassed the Infinity Stones, he believed they could mutually negate one another. After all, Ultron could not entirely harness the full potential of the Infinity Stones. To Rhaegar, their essence was merely a treasure crystallized from the laws of the universe. It was improbable that Ultron could wield their power completely. Even though Ultron was constructed entirely of vibranium, he could not withstand the force of an entire universe's laws, especially not 6 simultaneously. Contemplating this, Rhaegar transformed into an ancient warrior, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Ultron. Observing the approaching energy wave, Ultron made no move. The reality stone merely glimmered with a fleeting red light, and in an instant, the energy wave was transmuted into sand. Witnessing this scene, Rhaegar furrowed his brow and then enveloped himself in a shield of law power, manifesting a protective barrier around him. Subsequently, Reg appeared beside Ultron and unleashed a powerful punch. Witnessing this, Ultron instinctively activated the reality stone, attempting to reduce Reg to mere sand. However, he was thwarted by the barrier of laws established by Reg. And in a moment of disbelief, Ultron was struck squarely by Reg's fist. His head was instantly shattered, even though Ultron was forged from vibranium. He could not withstand the might of a Scion's blow. As Reg pondered why this opponent was so feeble, he observed Ultron using the reality stone to restore his shattered head, followed by employing the space stone to increase the distance between them. At this moment, Reg began to comprehend that, While Ultron's vibranium body may boast extraordinary defensive capabilities within the Marvel Universe, to a Saiyan, vibranium was no different from ordinary steel. Thus, Ultron appeared to Reg as a fragile mage with immense damage potential but abysmal defenses. Chapter 98. Reg, grateful for the 2 kidneys sent by my brother. With this thought, Reg devised a new strategy and continued to unleash his Kamehameha wave towards Ultron. However, this time, Reg infused the wave with a modicum of reality-distorting powers. Unbeknownst to Ultron, who assumed this was merely another ordinary Kamehameha wave, he once again attempted to utilize the Reality Stone to transmute the energy into sand. Yet, a flash of crimson light emanated from the Time Stone on his person, and the Kamehameha wave remained unchanged. While Ultron was taken aback, he swiftly employed the Space Stone to evade the attack. However, his reaction was slightly delayed, resulting in one of Reg's Kamehameha waves obliterating his lower half. Observing the complete destruction of his lower body, Ultron promptly activated the Time Stone, reversing his condition to a state prior to the devastation. Witnessing this, Reg scratched his head, sensing a dilemma. Just as Reg contemplated how to counter Ultron, Ultron unexpectedly utilized the Reality Stone to begin amplifying his body infinitely, eventually halting when his size matched that of an ordinary star. Subsequently, he raised 2 hands as large as planets, launching an attack against Rege, intending to crush him as one would swat a fly. Upon witnessing this scene, Rege's interest was piqued. In an instant, he unleashed his own formidable aura, shattering the hands that enveloped him. Subsequently, Reg swiftly harnessed the power of space, unleashing a black hole of a magnitude comparable to that of a star. In the very instant the black hole emerged, Ultron's form was swiftly affected, beginning to distort as it was drawn towards the abyss. Witnessing this, the space gem adorning Ultron emanated a brilliant blue light, effectively countering the black hole's gravitational pull and obliterating it entirely. Subsequently, employing both the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone simultaneously, Rege unleashed a soul shock upon Ultron. Yet, the assault proved utterly futile against Rege, whose extensive mastery of soul power was no mere faiade. Moreover, Rege's inherent status as a traveler endowed him with a soul far more formidable than one might presume. Consequently, Ultron's soul shock collided with Rege without even a ripple of effect. At that moment, Rege, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, rubbed his neck and remarked, "The sensation of being looked up to is truly unpleasant. I much prefer to break others' legs, ensuring they look up to me instead." With that, he harnessed the power to distort reality, transforming himself to match Ultron's stature. In the midst of Ultron's astonishment, Rege advanced and delivered a powerful punch, shattering Ultron's head once more. However, this time he would not return empty-handed. As Ultron was momentarily engaged in the repair of his head, Rege seized the opportunity to reach directly for him. With a forceful tug, he extracted one of the Infinity Stones. Sensing the loss of power, Ultron momentarily faltered, swiftly employing the Space Stone to maintain his distance from Rege. As Ultron departed, Reg opened his palm to examine which Infinity Stone he had procured. As Reg raised his hand, an orange glow emanated from his palm, revealing the Soul Gem. The moment he laid eyes on it, a flicker of disappointment crossed Reg's gaze. It was not that he deemed the Soul Gem to be weak. Rather, he felt that its presence was inconsequential given the current circumstances. After all, Ultron was acutely aware of the invulnerability of his own soul and would not foolishly persist in attacking it. In the heat of battle, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. Moreover, the Soul Gem held little utility against Ultron, even in the absence of the other 5 Infinity Stones. It would be of no consequence. Ultron, being an artificial intelligence, was merely a compilation of code, devoid of a soul. Any semblance of emotion he possessed was merely conferred by the Mind Stone. Though Reg felt a tinge of disappointment at acquiring the Soul Gem, he had no intention of returning it to Ultron. He immediately harnessed the power of reality distortion to forge a necklace, embedding the Soul Gem within it. The reason he refrained from creating a space to contain the Infinity Stones was rooted in his apprehension regarding whether the Space Stone could indeed open the dimension he would create. Thus, keeping it close felt most secure. While Reg admired his Soul Gem necklace, Ultron seized control of the surrounding stars and hurled them toward Reg, observing Ultron's antics. Reg remained unfazed. His stature had been magnified by the power of reality distortion, rendering him as colossal as a star. To him, these celestial bodies were but trifles, easily swatted aside. Upon realizing that the stars posed no threat, Ultron abandoned that approach and concentrated the remaining 5 Infinity Stones to launch a direct assault against Reg. As the beams of energy hurtled toward him, Reg dismissed them with ease, spreading his arms wide and firmly blocking the oncoming light with his palms. However, seeing Ultron's relentless pursuit, Reg decided he would no longer indulge him. With the same hand that had shielded against the beams, he unleashed a key blast at point-blank range, forcefully sending the 5 beams back toward Ultron. Witnessing his beams not only failing to inflict harm, but being retaliated against, Ultron immediately increased his output, attempting to reclaim the offensive. Yet, Reg's key blast was not something that could simply be countered. Despite Ultron's fervent efforts, Reg showed no intention of relenting. As the confrontation intensified, Ultron utilized the Space Stone to vacate his original position. With Ultron's departure, the energy wave surged forth unimpeded, launching directly ahead. The energy wave encountered no obstacles, shattering all surrounding planets and obliterating distant galaxies. Witnessing such terrifying power, Ultron ceased to be complacent and immediately wielded the Power Stone, intending to confront Rege head-on. Observing Ultron's actions, Rege was somewhat taken aback, even contemplating whether Ultron's earlier blows had rendered him dazed. How could a fragile mage dare to challenge a high-damage, high-defense warrior like himself in close combat? Nevertheless, the battle was inevitable, even if Ultron appeared foolish. Rege would not indulge him and charged forward to exchange blows. Moreover, Ultron was indeed fragile. Within mere seconds of the confrontation, Rege's fist shattered Ultron's hand. In the next moment, Reg shattered the other 3 limbs as well. Subsequently, the moment arrived for the drawing at the Reg lottery. With a swift motion, Reg reached towards Ultron's chest. In an instant, he extracted an object, sending Ultron hurtling through space. 2 colossal beings, akin to stars in their grandeur, engaged in a fierce battle amidst the cosmos, inevitably affecting the surrounding celestial bodies. At their current location, there were no planets within a radius of approximately 1 light-year. Subsequently, Leg eagerly opened his palm, curious to discover which Infinity Stone he had unearthed this time. As a crimson light flashed, a glimmer of excitement ignited within Reg's eyes, and he inwardly exclaimed that he had struck gold. At that moment, a red reality gem materialized in his hand. Reg could distinctly feel that, upon grasping the reality gem, his power to distort reality surged tremendously, at least tenfold. This realization confirmed his earlier suspicions. Ultron had not unleashed the full potential of the Infinity Gems. The force containing the laws of an entire universe could hardly be contained within a mere metal box. As for why he felt no enhancement from the Soul Gem, it was simply because Reg possessed little understanding of the concept of a soul. Even if his own soul had been amplified by acquiring the Soul Gem, he could not fathom the extent of that enhancement. Now, with the Reality Gem in hand, he had a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Having been significantly weakened after Reg had extracted power from it twice, Ultron was no longer a match for Reg, and without the enhancement from the Reality Gem, he returned to his normal size. Chapter 99, The Proper Use of the Infinity Gems. Noticing Ultron had regained his original stature, Reg, in turn, relinquished the amplification of his reality-distorting power, reverting to his former size. Ultron, on the other hand, utilized the Time Gem to restore his body to its entirety. Once restored, Ultron warily observed Reg, attempting to anticipate his next move. Reg, however, disregarded Ultron's caution and employed his spatial abilities to seal off the space surrounding Ultron. Even though Ultron possessed the Space Gem, he found himself unable to breach the spatial barrier for the time being. Subsequently, Rege teleported directly before Ultron, poised to seize the Infinity Stones once more. This time, however, Ultron displayed remarkable cunning, anticipating Rege's move. As Rege arrived in front of him, Ultron swiftly wielded the Time Stone, suspending Rege midair. Observing the Infinity Stone just a finger's breadth away from his chest, Ultron could not help but exhale in relief. Subsequently, Ultron prepared to reclaim the remaining 2 Infinity Stones from Rege. An unexpected turn of events occurred as Rege swiftly maneuvered his form, evading Ultron's actions. In a fleeting moment when Ultron was caught off guard, Rege seized the opportunity to snatch yet another Infinity Stone from him. It was evident that Rege's previous stillness had been a deliberate ruse. As the saying goes, once, twice, but no more than thrice. Having successfully taken 2 Infinity Stones from Ultron, it was only natural that Ultron would grow wary. Thus, Rege employed this cunning strategy to lower Ultron's guard, allowing him to pilfer another Infinity Stone. In essence, within a mere instant, Rege anticipated Ultron's expectations, executing a counterattack. He then teleported away from Ultron, turning his attention to the stone he had just acquired. A green luminescence emanated from Rege's palm, indicating that this time he had obtained the Time Stone. Feeling the surge of temporal energy coursing through him, Rege realized it had augmented his powers by at least tenfold. Now, he sensed that with a mere wave of his hand, he could potentially halt the entire universe, or at the very least, suspend a span encompassing 10 superclusters. After all, Rege did not believe he could unleash the full potential of the Infinity Stone. Perhaps this tenfold enhancement was not the stone's limit, but rather the threshold of what his body could endure. With this thought, Rege dismissed all else, focusing his temporal energy to cast a time suspension upon Ultron. Deprived of 3 Infinity Stones, Ultron was left, without a doubt, frozen in place, unable to move. Subsequently, Rege traversed gracefully to Ultron's side, continuing his relentless quest for the Infinity Stones. As the 2 gemstones were removed from his body, only the final gem on his forehead remained. Rege then crushed Ultron's helmet, directly extracting the Mind Stone from Ultron's brow. With this, Rege had gathered all 6 stones, yet Ultron did not perish, after all. The Infinity Stones were merely tools of power for Ultron, who was essentially a collection of data. Rege unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating Ultron's form into nothingness. With the complete eradication of Ultron, an announcement resonated through the air: "Congratulations to the dimensional fighter, Rege, on achieving ultimate victory. You shall receive everything from your opponent: the artificial intelligence Ultron, data blueprint, 6 Infinity Stones, a suit of vibranium armor, and a robotic body, Vision." At that moment, Rege interjected, "Wait a moment. Could you transform my current star domain to resemble the universe I once knew in my previous life?" The intention behind his request was to gauge his current strength, as he could not simply return for a test. Even with the protection of a red pencil, he would be met with a barrage of admonitions. The voice in the air fell silent for a brief moment before responding, "Certainly, however, you may only remain in this space for a maximum of 10 minutes. Having received the necessary consent, Rege nodded in satisfaction. The time constraint was inconsequential, as it was merely an experiment. Simultaneously, the space surrounding Rege began to undergo transformation. When the changes ceased, he found himself standing on Earth, albeit a desolate version devoid of any life, not even a single insect. Yet, Rege paid little heed to this absence and promptly summoned the Reality Stone. As the Reality Gem emitted a dazzling crimson light, Rege's form rapidly expanded in an instant. This enlargement showed no signs of abating, surging forth beyond the confines of the Milky Way and continuing to grow. When Rege finally ceased his expansion and opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of countless galaxies, diminutive and scattered like grains of sand before him. Although he was astonished by the extent of his newfound magnitude, a sense of bewilderment began to take hold. After all, there were no reference points to gauge just how vast he had become. While pondering how to measure his current size, Rege's peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby supercluster. Recognizing this supercluster stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Though he was no expert in astronomy, he was acquainted with a few renowned superclusters, much like one might recognize the grandeur of Mount Everest. As Rege gazed upon the increasingly familiar sight, he was astounded to realize that this supercluster was none other than the Great Wall of the Northern Crown of Wuxian. According to Rege's knowledge, the Great Wall of the Northern Crown of Wuxian is the largest known supercluster in the observable universe, stretching an astonishing length of 10 billion light-years. Upon approaching, Rege discovered that even this colossal supercluster only occupied half of his own height. This meant that Rege's height had reached a staggering 20 billion light-years. At this thought, Rege could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This was merely the power derived from one of the 6 Infinity Stones. It was evident just how immense the energy contained within the Infinity Stones truly was. While in awe, he also looked down upon Ultron for possessing such formidable power yet failing to utilize it effectively. Only knowing to wield the Space Stone and the Time Stone, and even then, merely scratching the surface of their capabilities for time travel. Simultaneously, Rege beheld another renowned supercluster, known as the Laniakea supercluster, which is also the supercluster that encompasses the Milky Way galaxy, with a diameter of 520 million light-years. Remarkably, this vast supercluster was still no larger than the palm of Rege's hand. Subsequently, Rege's palm clenched, and the entire supercluster erupted in a brilliant explosion, annihilating itself within the vastness of the cosmos. At the moment Rege unfurled his hand, the once feather-like supercluster had already been obliterated within his grasp. Gazing at the now-destroyed Laniakea supercluster nestled in his palm, Rege wielded the Time Stone to restore it to its former glory. Subsequently, Rege proceeded to test the other 2 Infinity Stones. However, regarding the remaining 2, the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone, he found himself at a loss. as he lacked a clear understanding of how to evaluate them. With the augmented power of the Space Stone, Rege was able to directly create a unique realm. This realm was peculiar, reminiscent of the mirror world from Kamen Rider Ryuki. The enhancement bestowed by the Power Stone was intrinsic, leading Rege to realize that the Power Stone did not simply infuse strength into his being. Rather, it amplified his power in a multiplicative manner, akin to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, the Power Stone's enhancement applied solely to strength, not to the durability of the body, which explained why ordinary individuals could not withstand its might. Based on Rege's conjecture, the enhancement provided by the Power Stone was not limited to augmenting his own strength. It also amplified the power of the remaining 5 Infinity Stones. It was as if the cooldown of skills had been eliminated, simultaneously balancing the powers of the other 5 Infinity Stones. As for the scoring, each increase of 0.1 points would lead to an additional update. For now, the next installment would be provided tomorrow. Chapter 100, The Cultivation of the Power of Loss. After testing the power of the Infinity Stones, Rege prepared to assess his own current strength. However, his physical form remained unchanged, still retaining its colossal appearance. Subsequently, he slowly concentrated his energy within the palm of his hand. As the energy reached its culmination, Rege unleashed it with precision, with the explosion of the Qigong wave. A blinding white light illuminated the entire universe. When Rege opened his eyes once more, he was utterly astonished by the devastation he had wrought. It was as if the surroundings had plunged into a void, with all the galaxy clusters that once floated in the cosmos reduced to mere ashes. What was most alarming was that such a formidable assault came at a cost to himself that was negligible, akin to extracting a single drop of water from the vast Pacific Ocean. Subsequently, Rege lifted his mental probe to survey his surroundings. Empowered by the Mind Gem, his psychic abilities were greatly enhanced. Although he could not ascertain the exact range of his detection, covering 4 or 5 universes was certainly within his capacity. However, beneath his scrutiny, the environment revealed nothing but an abyss of emptiness, devoid of any signs of life. After several more minutes of investigation, yielding no results, Rege decided to relinquish his efforts. At that moment, a voice reminded him, "Time's up." Upon hearing this prompt, Rege reverted from his colossal form. As his body returned to its normal size, he was enveloped in a radiant white light and found himself back in the world of Dragon Ball. The moment he re-entered this realm, the Grand Priest suddenly appeared before him. With a warm smile, he gazed at Rege and said, "Welcome back, Mr. Rege. I wonder what treasures you have brought back this time." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's inquiry, Rege's lips twitched slightly, as it seemed he had not mentioned to them anything akin to a space resembling an arena. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had indeed gained something from his journey, rendering his experiences far from empty. Subsequently, he nodded at the High Priest and remarked, "There are some, but not many. It is likely that Lord Zeno may not be interested. After all, it is impossible to offer all 6 Infinity Stones to him, leaving only those worthless scraps. Hence, I assert that Lord Zeno would not find them appealing." Upon hearing Rege's words, the High Priest replied, "Whether he finds them interesting or not is for Lord Zeno to decide." In response to the High Priest's statement, Rege could only nod resignedly and said, "I may need to cultivate for a while, and it would be impractical for me to go directly to the Zeno's palace. Therefore, I require your assistance, High Priest, to deliver these items to Lord Zeno." With that, he opened a dimensional space and retrieved the body of the illusion. However, it is essential to note that a body alone cannot function without a program. Yet, Rege possesses more than just Ultron as a program. Subsequently, the blueprint of the intelligent brain, Luotian, was retrieved, and with the power to distort reality, the data within was infused into the mechanoid body of vision. Subsequently, Rege embarked on the ensuing course of action. In addition to these factors, energy is also required to initiate the process. Subsequently, he continued to wield the power of the laws, embedding a crystal into the center of Vision's forehead. Naturally, it could not be akin to an Infinity Stone. Instead, this gem was a vibrant emerald green, inspired by the boundless energy from the celestial ship in the saga of Rege. Although it was not truly infinite, Rege incorporated a rule that allowed it to absorb surrounding matter, transforming it into its own energy. With the installation of the crystal, the body finally opened its eyes and spoke, "Welcome to this version of artificial intelligence, Zenio Luotian." After completing all the tasks, Luotian was placed directly before the High Priest, who was informed, "This is the object I have brought back. As for whether Lord Quanwang will appreciate it, we shall see upon delivery." Upon seeing Luotian before him, the High Priest nodded and promptly took Luotian away. Once the High Priest had departed, Rege began to seek the next location for his cultivation. After all, the forthcoming training would involve the manipulation of the forces of the loss. For the next phase of his plan, Rege intended to directly absorb the powers contained within the Infinity Stones to augment his own mastery of the loss. As Rege traverses the cosmos in search of suitable planets for cultivation, he remains uncertain of a fitting location. The immense power of the Infinity Stones instills within him a profound sense of caution. He harbors no doubt that the moment one is extracted from the fabric of space, it could be sensed by beings such as the Grand Priest and even the angels. After much contemplation, Rege returns to the Void Realm. However, a lingering apprehension compels him to utilize his spatial abilities to carve out a new dimension within this realm, thus creating a realm within a realm. Content with this accomplishment, he nods in satisfaction before stepping into the space he has fashioned. Once inside, Rege retrieves an Infinity Stone for his cultivation, selecting the Space Stone as his first choice. This decision stems from his lingering unease regarding the safety of the space he has created. He seeks to harness the power of the Infinity Stone swiftly to establish yet another new domain. Settling into a meditative posture in the air, Rege places the Space Stone upon his chest. Subsequently, I harness the power of spatial energy within me to draw forth the strength contained within the spatial gem. As he forged a connection with the power emanating from his spatial abilities and the space gem, Rege felt a profound awareness of the immense strength contained within the gem. Simultaneously, his own spatial energy relentlessly absorbed the power from the gem. As time gradually ebbed away within this unique realm, Rege could no longer ascertain the duration of his cultivation. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that his spatial power had surged more than 20-fold. However, the spatial gemstone before him had not been entirely absorbed. Its radiance had merely dimmed slightly. After careful observation, Rege discerned that the gemstone had only lost about 1/10 of its power. Subsequently, Rege placed the space gem into the dimensional void and retrieved the time gem for his cultivation. It was not that Rege lacked the desire to harness the power of space. Rather, he discerned that his command over spatial energies had seemingly reached a saturation point. A period of refinement was necessary before he could continue to absorb the force of the space gem. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to elevate his mastery over other laws during this interval. Following this, Rege employed a similar method to draw upon the energies contained within the time gem. In this cyclical manner, he extracted the remaining powers from the few Infinity Stones at his disposal. At this juncture, Rege's command over the laws had also reached a state of saturation. Moreover, there remained one gem from which he had yet to draw power, the power gem. Rege lacked any laws pertaining to strength. The only connection he had to this aspect might be his own bloodline, with both relying primarily on augmentation to enhance power. However, he found himself at a loss, unable to devise a means to integrate the power gem with his bloodline. Consequently, Rege had no choice but to temporarily abandon this endeavor, opting to wait until he could either acquire laws related to strength or discover a method to extract the gem's power before attempting to utilize it. After completing these tasks, Rege rose and gently traced a line in the air. Instantly, a terrifying force of spatial energy erupted from his fingertips. The fabric of space itself was cleaved open, and astonishingly, even the void beyond space was torn asunder. Yet, this torrent of spatial energy showed no signs of abating. It penetrated the spatial barriers of the seventh universe and surged into its very depths. This formidable power wreaked havoc on the dimensional pillars of a particular star system, resulting in the forced dimensional descent of that system. Such a cataclysmic force emanated merely from Rege's fingertip, which had merely grazed the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Rege felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Subsequently, he swiftly employed the power of time to reverse the flow. Yet, this manipulation of time was somewhat excessive. Although the dimensions of the galaxy were reverted, the regression was so profound that it returned the galaxy to its primordial state. In Chapter 101, Perfect Absorption of the 6 Infinite Gems. Additional update. Upon witnessing this scene, Rege quickly utilized the power of time to accelerate the process. However, it appeared that he had advanced too far, resulting in the complete annihilation of the galaxy. Faced with this calamity, Rege could only cautiously employ the power of time to restore it, alternating between reversing time and accelerating it. He found this experience akin to adjusting to the most comfortable temperature while taking a warm bath in winter. Thus, Rege oscillated between reversal and acceleration, making adjustments numerous times until he finally restored the galaxy to its previous state. Relieved by this outcome, Rege wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, the unfortunate inhabitants of the galaxy were left in bewilderment, feeling as though they had perished a dozen times in a single day. yet devoid of any memories of death, leaving them utterly perplexed. Witnessing this, Reg solemnly resolved to refrain from emerging until he attained perfection in his cultivation. This decision would require a significant investment of time, thus, he could only utilize the power of time within the confines of space. In this realm, 1 second outside equated to 10 years within. From that moment on, Reg embarked on his protracted journey of cultivation. After honing all aspects of his own law of power, he repeatedly absorbed the energies contained within the infinite gems. After nearly 2.5 years, he finally completed the absorption of the powers from 5 infinite gems. Simultaneously, Reg devised a method for harnessing the energy inherent within the power gems. By employing other laws of power, he was able to suppress the energy contained within the gems, preventing it from spiraling out of control, thus allowing it to be absorbed by Reg in the gentlest form possible. As the power gem was gradually absorbed, the strength within was slowly transformed into the seeds of law. A dimensional prompt resounded. Congratulations to the fighter for acquiring the law of strength. Upon hearing this, Reg slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the power gem resting upon his chest. He noticed that its luster had significantly dimmed, having absorbed only about 1/10 of its energy. Subsequently, he addressed the dimension, requesting, "Reveal to me the power of the laws I possess." The dimension responded, "Miracle law, reality law, rule level, space law, rule level, time law, rule level, soul law, rule level, law of force." Upon witnessing the displayed powers of the laws, Rege furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do the miracle law and the law of force not exhibit a level?" The dimension elucidated, "Only upon reaching the rule level can one truly be considered to have entered the realm of law power. The energy expended is no longer one's own, but drawn from the surrounding law power as a source. One merely needs to create a conduit to consolidate the law power in the vicinity. The consumption at the rule level compared to the multiverse level is a ratio of 1 to 1,000. Understanding the dimension's explanation, Reg ceased his inquiries and continued to refine the residual energy of the power gem. Thus, after a span of 5 years, Reg finally absorbed all the energy from the power gem. Following another period of honing, Reg had dedicated nearly 8 years to perfectly assimilate the energies of 6 infinity gems. Upon concluding his cultivation, Reg rose to stretch his long, stiffened body. As Rege moved, a cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from the joints of his body. He touched his beard, which had grown as long as that of the legendary Guan Yu. After 8 years without grooming, it had become quite unruly. With a swift gathering of energy, Rege conjured a blade of air to neatly shave off his beard. Now nearing the age of 30, age was no longer a concern for Rege, who harnessed the power of time to revert his physical state to that of a vibrant 22. Having completed this transformation, he opened a spatial barrier and returned to the 7th universe. With a single step, he instantly teleported to Earth. Since his mastery of spatial power had reached a level of regulation, distances in the universe seemed negligible to him, no matter how far. Even if it were on the opposite side of the cosmos, it was merely a matter of a single stride. Upon returning to Earth, Rege arrived at his home. The first thing he did upon entering was to collapse onto his bed and succumb to sleep. During his cultivation, the assistance of the laws of reality ensured he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. What he craved now was simply rest, after nearly 8 relentless years of training. Who could endure such a punishing regimen? Were it not for the mind gem, which bolstered his mental fortitude, he might have long since succumbed to exhaustion. His slumber was indeed prolonged, lasting nearly 5 days and nights before he gradually stirred awake. After a lengthy yawn, he summoned the laws of reality to conjure a lavish feast, initiating his dining ritual. In less than a minute, after a whirlwind of consumption, Rege had satisfied about 70% of his hunger. Having quenched his appetite, Rege retreated to the backyard to practice Tai Chi. This art is not merely for the elderly. For Rege, it was perfectly suited to his needs. After 8 years of immobility, his body had become quite rigid. Tai Chi, characterized by its principle of yielding to overcome, served to enhance the flexibility and resilience of his physique. As Rege gradually completed his set, his body no longer felt as rigid as when he first returned. Yet, he showed no inclination to cease, continuing to practice Tai Chi as the movements became increasingly precise and the pace quickened. My resilience was also restored. As the final punch was unleashed, the force of the strike sliced through the air, gliding along the surface of the sea, dissipating only after traversing nearly 1,000 kilometers. Subsequently, Reg exhaled a deep breath, allowing his entire being to relax. After completing this, Reg moved his body, feeling the stiffness dissipate and regaining the agility he once possessed. Subsequently, Reg arrived at the training ground of Sapari. At this moment, Sapari had donned the gravity wristbands that Reg once wore, each amplifying the gravitational force by a factor of 50. Even under such immense weight, Sapari moved with remarkable agility, executing a series of highly challenging maneuvers with ease. Subsequently, Reg employed the principles of reality to create a combat power detector, calibrated to measure combat strengths of up to 50 billion. This endeavor was primarily motivated by his desire to accurately assess the extent of Sapari's enhancements. Reg, however, found it rather tedious to investigate, as the difference in strength between one ant and two was negligible for him at this stage. In simple terms, the power was too feeble for Reg to gauge its true magnitude. Equipped with the combat power detector, Reg began measuring Sapari's strength. Ultimately, the device registered a value hovering around 300 million. Pleased with this outcome, Reg nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that Sapari had not been idle. At this point, her maximum potential could only reach Super Saiyan level 2, with a peak combat power of approximately 30 billion. This level of strength was respectable, providing her with a semblance of self-defense. At this moment, Sapari, who had been training, spotted Reg. Upon his arrival, she ceased her training and flew directly to him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Tenderly, she inquired, "Reg, when did you return? Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a meal for you?" Before their relationship was officially defined, Reg had conveniently purchased 2 villas by the seaside, one for himself and one for Sapari. After all, propriety dictated a certain distance between the sexes, and with wealth at his disposal, he felt free to indulge. However, due to his prolonged absences for training, Sapari rarely visited his home, which resulted in Reg sleeping for 5 consecutive days and nights without her knowledge of the reason. Upon hearing Sapari's question, Reg chuckled and shook his head, replying, "I've just eaten, and besides, there is no need for such formality anymore. You can simply come over to sleep at my place." The suggestion of staying at Reg's home caused Sapari's cheeks to flush. She quietly responded, "I can sleep there. But you must be gentle. Although it may be painful at first, it does become comfortable later." Before she could finish her thought, Reg swiftly covered her mouth with his hand and coughed lightly, saying, "Ahem, let us avoid sensitive topics. Otherwise, this chapter may not pass scrutiny." Although Sapari appeared somewhat puzzled, she ultimately acquiesced to Reg's request with a nod. Chapter 102, A New Crisis. One man at the gate, 1,000 cannot pass. Thus, after a few days of rest on Earth, Reg prepared to venture back to the realm of destruction for further training. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar aura. It was neither overwhelmingly strong, as it could indiscriminately cause havoc beneath the destroyer level, nor was it weak. He could crush it with a mere finger. Subsequently, Reg raised his gaze towards the source of the enigmatic aura. Suspended in the vastness of space, he sensed an elusive gaze upon him, evidently belonging to the entity observing his every move. Clad in a black robe, this figure in the cosmos was intently scrutinizing Reg. Upon noticing Reg's glance towards him, the figure appeared incredulous. In the mere blink of an eye, Reg had vanished from sight. The instant Reg disappeared, the figure frantically sought traces of him. Yet, despite scouring the entirety of Earth, Reg remained elusive. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly gripped the figure's shoulder from behind, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly turned, only to discover that the one who had touched his shoulder was none other than the seemingly vanished Reg. Observing the figure's wary demeanor, Reg remained unfazed, merely extending a finger to punctuate the void. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped them, creating a barrier, evidently a manifestation of Reg's spatial power. With the barrier isolating them from the cosmic environment, Reg was free to converse within its confines. Reg scrutinized the individual before him and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to surveil me?" Upon hearing Reg's question, the person remained silent, merely casting a cautious glance in Reg's direction. Although Reg did not exude any formidable aura, the instinct of the creature warned him that Reg was exceedingly perilous. Any movement would undoubtedly lead to demise. Observing the other's reticence, Reg too refrained from any action, simply maintaining a quiet gaze upon his counterpart. As time gradually slipped away, Reg grew increasingly impatient. He resolved to take the initiative to suppress his opponent before interrogating him about his origins. However, just as Reg raised his hand, the man's subconscious immediately sounded an alarm. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a preemptive strike against Reg using the Prince's battle technique. In the wake of this assault, chaos erupted on the battlefield, with smoke billowing everywhere. Although the man felt a twinge of fatigue, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the shrouded haze. As the smoke of war dissipated, Reg remained unscathed before the man. However, Reg had no intention of continuing the play. With a mere thought, the surrounding space began to transform rapidly. The realm in which they now found themselves was an alternate dimension crafted by Reg's spatial power. Within this extraordinary realm, Reg could afford to loosen his restraints slightly. After all, their previous position was perilously close to Earth, and even the slightest leak of energy could spell disaster for the planet. With a decisive stride, Reg appeared before the man in an instant, executing a sweeping kick that struck the adversary's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. As the man came to a halt, he collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed and retching in agony. As the individual regained composure, Reg appeared before him in an instant, grasping his neck with one hand. He then spoke with grave intensity, "Since you refuse to reveal your identity, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands." Subsequently, Reg removed his black cloak, finally revealing the visage of the individual before him. Upon witnessing the man's appearance, Reg expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Frieza? What brings you to this desolate planet, forsaking your role as the Cosmic Emperor?" In the star map of Frieza's Legion, Earth was designated as a primitive world, and it was not inaccurate to describe it as a barren wasteland if one did not witness it firsthand. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Reg swiftly sensed a dissonance. He could distinctly feel that the Frieza before him possessed a power far beyond what was typical for this temporal period. Additionally, Reg sensed an elusive aura of malevolence and temporal energy emanating from Frieza. The essence of this malevolence bore a striking resemblance to that of the Beelzebub he had fought previously, while the temporal energy indicated that Frieza did not belong to this timeline. Contemplating this, Reg began to scrutinize the Frieza in his grasp more intently. According to his observations, this Frieza indeed exhibited several unusual characteristics. Firstly, his pupils were conspicuously absent. It was evident that he was under some form of control. Secondly, a formidable scar marred his face, spanning from his forehead to his chin, traversing perilously close to his right eye. Perhaps it was due to Frieza's timely closure of his eyelid that his sight was spared from being irrevocably lost. Moreover, Reg could detect that this scar harbored a malevolence far exceeding that which emanated from Frieza's body, suggesting it had been inflicted by some unknown force. It was likely this very wound that rendered Frieza susceptible to control. Lastly, a peculiar growth resembling a tumor sprouted from Frieza's chest, its veins extending to his limbs, pulsating faintly as though connected to his heart. Having observed these peculiarities, Reg began to inquire, "From which timeline do you hail, or rather, who is it that stands behind you?" At that moment, the Frieza held captive in Reg's grasp emitted an eerie chuckle and replied, "Heth. Since you are so eager to uncover my identity, the real question is whether you dare to confront it." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Reg furrowed his brow, for the voice that emerged was not Frieza's own, but rather that of an unfamiliar presence. Subsequently, Frieza unleashed his formidable power, conjuring a dark gray portal in the air. However, this surge of energy rendered Frieza a mere husk, his body emaciated and desiccated, clinging to the last vestiges of life in a state of utter exhaustion. Witnessing this scene, Reg effortlessly reduced Frieza to mere ashes. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. When he opened his eyes once more, Reg had arrived in an entirely different realm, swiftly utilizing the power of the loss. Reg observed his surroundings and discerned that this place did not belong to any region of the primary timeline, nor did it correspond to any parallel dimensions. While Reg was still examining the environment, he stumbled upon an intriguing scene, which, to him, was captivating. However, to any ordinary person, it would have been utterly terrifying. Before Reg, countless individuals floated in midair, and judging by the malevolent aura emanating from them, it was evident that they were all beings under control, exploited for nefarious purposes. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Reg let out a slight whistle and remarked, "What a grand display. So many have come to welcome me, and each possesses formidable strength." According to Reg's observations, the weakest among them were candidates for the title of Destroyer, with several boasting powers that ranked within the top 5 of the Destroyer echelon. Furthermore, at least 3 individuals exceeded the power of a Destroyer, standing strong between that of a Destroyer and an Angel. As these figures perceived Reg's arrival, they revealed their true selves. When Reg discerned their identities, astonishment washed over him. Each individual was the final boss of a chapter, including Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and Baby, among others. Notably, Majin Buu was not controlled by wounds, but rather by a gem infused with malevolent energy, which resided in his chest. In addition to these formidable bosses, Reg was surprised to find others he had not anticipated, such as Black Goku, Jiren, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Gohan. Black Goku was easily distinguishable due to his dark attire. Unsurprisingly, all these figures were under control, each enhanced by the dark power, their strength reaching unprecedented levels. Moreover, each character had at least 10 counterparts, indicating that Reg was facing an army of no less than 100. Chapter 103, The Meteor Shower, 1 against 10. Gazing at the adversaries before him, Reg inquired, Pray tell, who is your mastermind behind this? However, the foes offered no response to Reg's question. Instead, in unison, they unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards him. After a period of bombardment, they ceased their onslaught, solemnly observing the figure shrouded in smoke before them. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Reg stood unscathed before the crowd, his attire untouched. He yawned and slowly remarked, "Since you choose not to speak, I shan't bother to inquire further. Ultimately, once I eliminate you all, the mastermind will inevitably seek me out." With a mere gesture, Reg unleashed an aura that instantaneously manifested into blades of energy, which were hurled towards the gathered assembly. In a fleeting moment, before anyone could react, they were severed in half by Reg's energy blades. Those with weaker recovery capabilities met their demise on the spot, while the more resilient individuals, such as Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, managed to endure this onslaught. Witnessing this spectacle, all present ceased to hold back, unleashing their full strength. Vegeta and Goku's counterparts executed a fusion technique, coalescing into Gogeta. Some Gogeta transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 limit break, while others assumed a deep blue form. Among them, several formidable entities transitioned into their autonomous forms. Gohan took on a beastly appearance, Jiren transformed into his crimson form, and Broly entered his legendary Super Saiyan form. On the opposing side, Frieza metamorphosed into his black gold form, while Cell adopted the Max form from the superhero saga and had even trained to achieve the unprecedented Max Lightning form. Majin Buu also exhibited differences from the original narrative, as his attire clearly indicated he had absorbed the god of destruction, unleashing his destructive power. Baby's form exhibited a variety of manifestations, resembling various characters from the original tale, including Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and even Goku's third son, Goku Jr. Observing the fervent outbursts of these individuals, Reg felt a flicker of intrigue, eager to witness what entertaining performances these insects might yet unveil. As everyone completed their transformations, each individual was assigned a specific role. Gogeta, Broly, Jiren, Majin Buu, and a portion of Baby were tasked with launching close combat assaults against Rege. Meanwhile, Gohan, Max Cell, and another segment of Baby concentrated their efforts on executing ranged attacks towards Rege. Observing the onslaught from his adversaries, Rege exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, he maintained a serene smile while deftly evading every strike. He even placed his hands behind his back, relying solely on niche strikes, effortlessly dodging all incoming attacks while simultaneously incapacitating all those engaging him in close quarters. As the number of adversaries incapacitated increased, the group led by Gohan in the distance completed their preparations. Meanwhile, those engaged in close combat instinctively retreated. At the precise moment when the crowd distanced themselves, they unitedly unleashed the magical attack, the magic puncturing light cannon, upon Reg. Observing the barrage of energy projectiles approaching from all directions, Reg maintained a serene smile, exhibiting no inclination to evade. When the magic puncturing light cannon struck Reg, the anticipated scene of being pierced through or meeting a violent demise did not materialize. Instead, sparks erupted from his form, as if he were being drilled into the hardest substance known to man. As the energy of the arcane light cannon was depleted, Reg remained unscathed before the onlookers, as if the cannon had never existed, inflicting no harm upon him. Witnessing this scene, all present wore expressions of seriousness and vigilance. And unbeknownst to them, a bead of cold sweat trickled down. Observing this spectacle, Reg began to speak slowly. "Have you finished your attacks? If this is your utmost effort, then it is time to conclude this child's play." With a wave of his hand, he did not invoke his own power, but rather harnessed the force of space itself. Instantly, the surrounding space shattered like glass, causing those caught within the rifts to disintegrate. For those possessing greater resilience, Reg employed a new technique. He raised both hands, gathering 2 energy orbs within his grasp. Subsequently, 2 gas orbs were hurled towards the adversary before me. Upon soaring through the air, the gas orbs erupted with great force, giving rise to a multitude of smaller orbs, which swiftly expanded in the atmosphere and further divided. This process of division continued at least 5 times before coming to an end, resulting in the original 2 gas orbs having morphed into countless thousands of minuscule orbs. Then, Reg slowly uttered his skill, Meteor Shower of the Fallen Stars. As soon as Reg's voice faded, countless energy orbs erupted explosively, illuminating the previously dark space as if it were broad daylight, radiating a blinding brilliance. As the radiance faded, the once formidable army of hundreds had been reduced to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The very fabric of time and space was shattered by this singular blow, resulting in a chaotic array of rifts scattered throughout. Having accomplished this feat, Reg nodded in satisfaction, subsequently utilizing the power of space-time. He opened a portal in preparation to return to the primary dimension. Just as he was about to step through the portal, Reg paused momentarily. He instinctively tilted his head to evade a sudden attack from behind. The unexpected assault left Reg somewhat irritable. After all, no one relishes the thought of working overtime. However, as he turned with impatience, his expression swiftly transformed into one of seriousness. Before him, the fragmented fabric of space-time abruptly unveiled 10 dark gray portals, from which emerged 10 formidable Saiyans. Reg was taken aback by the presence of these 10 individuals. Among them were 5 counterparts from his own timeline, while the remaining 5 were the fused warriors, whom Reg recognized as Gogeta. Observing them closely, Reg noted that each warrior had significantly enhanced their power. Although their strength paled in comparison to his own in a normal state, it still instilled a sense of urgency within him. As a Saiyan, transformation was a common occurrence. Had he not absorbed the powers of the 6 Infinity Stones, this confrontation might have proved quite challenging. They did not hesitate to engage. Instead, they unleashed their full strength. Gogeta and his comrades all transformed into their third form of the self-existence dimension. Witnessing the spectacle, Reg raised an eyebrow, clearly aware that the mastermind behind the previous skirmish was undoubtedly watching. Meanwhile, Reg's parallel counterparts all shifted into their Super Saiyan 5 forms. Observing this, Reg inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly, his face etched with seriousness as he remarked, "It appears I must demonstrate some of my true strength, otherwise there will always be those who wish to trample upon me." In an instant, Reg's aura shifted, and he transformed into his third form of the self-existence dimension. The transformations of both sides ignited a tremendous surge of power, creating friction in the air. The already shattered space-time began to tremble, with its complete disintegration merely a matter of time. Subsequently, both parties assumed aggressive postures, yet neither exhibited any intention to engage. They merely opted to observe. Time elapsed with each passing second, and in the moment the fabric of space began to fracture, both sides simultaneously resolved to strike. As they swiftly approached one another, the instant of collision unleashed a blinding radiance, illuminating the entirety of the cosmos. As the white light dissipated, both sides had already engaged in battle. Yet, Reg remained unfazed, valiantly facing 10 adversaries. Even when his opponents were his own temporal counterparts, he continued to hold his ground with unwavering resolve. As the conflict between the two parties intensified, the rifts in time and space multiplied. In the fleeting moment when both sides retreated, they rapidly condensed their energy waves and engaged in a fierce confrontation. It was precisely this clash that led to the complete collapse of this dimension, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Yet, the destruction of space-time did not deter their battle. They transcended beyond it, plunging into the void. Another chapter awaits. I shall provide it tomorrow. Chapter 104. The Battle in the Void. 5 kills, 1 escape. In the boundless void beyond time and space, 11 formidable warriors were embroiled in a fierce struggle. It was a 10-to-1 situation, yet even so, one warrior remained undaunted, displaying an almost imperceptible edge. This warrior was none other than Rege. He faced 10 counterparts from alternate dimensions, including his own duplicates and those of Vegeta. Rege bent low to evade the ambush of 2 assailants from behind, swiftly turning to send them flying with a powerful kick. He then retaliated by launching 2 energy orbs. As he turned to face the front, he noticed the remaining 8 had already coalesced their energy waves, launching them toward him. Observing this, Rege chose not to engage directly and instead soared upward. However, it appeared that these energy waves were under the precise control of the 8 opponents, relentlessly pursuing him. As Rege ascended, he glanced back at the energy waves, which were drawing ever closer, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, it seemed that Rege had a plan. He hovered in midair, calmly observing the approaching 8 energy waves. With an air of confidence, he raised both hands. The moment he made contact, Reg unleashed his energy instantaneously. Then, akin to the art of Tai Chi, he began to manipulate the 8 waves of energy, blending them seamlessly. Thus, after executing a Tai Chi move, Reg completely fused the 8 energy waves. Subsequently, he retaliated with this very energy, redirecting it towards his opponent while simultaneously infusing it into his own energy wave. Witnessing this spectacle, Gogeta's counterpart promptly utilized instantaneous movement to vacate the area. Meanwhile, Reg's counterpart could only unleash his aura to its utmost limit to counter this formidable force. And it was evident that both Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue possessed the same ability to absorb this energy for their own advantage. As this surge of energy dwindled, the Rege counterpart emerged relatively unscathed, with its own strength and vitality enhanced by more than 50%. Meanwhile, the 5 Vegeta counterparts materialized around Rege, simultaneously launching assaults on its vital points. Two targeted the temples, while another two aimed for the heart in a coordinated front and back strike. And the final one focused on the neural center at the nape of Regar's neck. It was evident that even if Regar did not sustain any fatal injuries, the consequences of such an onslaught would be irreversibly detrimental to the battle. Given the simultaneous nature of their attacks, even if Regar attempted to block two with its hands, the remaining three would still inflict damage. However, Regar remained motionless, allowing the five to strike freely. Observing this, the five grew increasingly wary, convinced that Regar must possess some hidden trump card. Just as their attacks were about to connect, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The assault from the five pierced Regar's form, yet caused no harm, as if Regar were merely a phantasmal projection. This maneuver was reminiscent of the Kamui technique from Naruto, which essentially conceals the user's body in an alternate space, projecting only an image in the physical realm. With mastery over spatial laws, Regar executed this with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, this tactic was not a sustainable solution. After all, any entity capable of inflicting such damage could eventually breach the space, rendering Regar's alternate realm vulnerable. In the next moment, Regar indeed vacated its original position, leaving behind a condensed sphere of energy. At the instant Regar reappeared, the energy sphere erupted violently, its explosive force causing even the void beyond time and space to tremble. In that realm of nothingness, devoid of any material existence, including the very concepts of space and time, the energy sphere's tremor indicated its capacity to alter the void state. Such a phenomenon could arise from two scenarios: the cataclysmic release of energy at the moment of temporal destruction, or the explosive force unleashed at the inception of the universe during the Big Bang. Thus, Regar's casually flung energy sphere could rival the might of a cosmic explosion. Yet, despite its overwhelming power, it proved insufficient to eliminate the five Vegeta counterparts, merely leaving them battered. The most severely affected among them lost a hand. Just as Regar prepared to capitalize on this advantage and eliminate the five, the distant five Regar counterparts had completely assimilated that surge of power and charged toward Regar. Witnessing this, Regar abandoned the notion of pursuing the five adversaries and turned to confront the other five versions of itself. As the two sides collided, the peril of battle escalated several notches. Being a counterpart of Rege, he naturally did not engage in combat with the finesse and strength characteristic of Gogeta. Instead, he relied on a more unadulterated display of power, confronting his foes head-on. Rege, undeterred by the odds, squared off against the other five of his kind, exchanging blows in a tit-for-tat manner. Neither party exhibited any inclination to evade, enduring each other's assaults with sheer physicality before retaliating. However, Rege found himself at a disadvantage, for he was but one against five. Yet, he remained resolute, gritting his teeth and withstanding the onslaught. Thus, in this brutal exchange of one against five, he managed to inflict grievous harm upon one adversary, causing them to spew blood and lose their fighting capability. This individual would certainly not be the last. As time gradually slipped away, one by one, the counterparts were vanquished by Rege, falling to the ground. Subsequently, only one of the five identical beings remained. Already battered and bruised, their bodies marred with the imprints of countless punches. Rege, too, was not in a significantly better state. He bore injuries akin to those of his adversary, and one of his eyes was swollen shut, rendering him temporarily blind. Thus, both combatants, in their grievously wounded states, delivered their final blows. Their fists collided, striking each other squarely in the face. Rege, summoning all his strength, forcefully toppled his opponent. After this last exchange, Rege found himself slightly winded. Although these injuries would heal within a couple of minutes, the fatigue from such a fierce battle was not merely physical but also deeply mental. Rege rested for merely a few seconds before turning his attention to the remaining five identical beings. Upon gazing at them, he furrowed his brow, for their auras and injuries had completely healed. One among them seemed to sense the predicament and departed from the scene, leading Rege to speculate that they might be seeking reinforcements. Nevertheless, Rege remained unfazed and resolved to eliminate the four before him. Chapter 105, Despicable and Shameless Tactics. A fury-fueled Rege. Additional update. Facing the four adversaries, Rege eschewed conventional tactics and instantly teleported behind them. Subsequently, he concentrated his sword energy in both hands and swept it behind the four individuals. The sudden attack from behind caught them completely off guard. However, thanks to the enhancement of a portion of the free and unfettered extreme intense skill, even though they momentarily failed to react, their bodies instinctively evaded the oncoming blade of energy, narrowly escaping the assault. Observing that his attack had been evaded, Rege exhibited no signs of anger. Rather, this outcome appeared to be anticipated. The blade attack was, in fact, a feint, In the very instant the four were dodging, Rege swiftly targeted their positions. This time, they could not react in time and were struck repeatedly. Instantly, they were sent flying backwards. When they finally came to a halt, each of them spat blood, clearly indicating that the blow had inflicted considerable damage. Witnessing this scene, Rege seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly. He teleported behind one of them. And in that fleeting moment of unawareness, he struck decisively at the heart's location on the individual's back. As the formidable force pierced through, the individual stood momentarily stunned before spitting forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of flesh. Ultimately, he collapsed entirely into the void. Witnessing this scene, the remaining three grew tense, their gazes fixed intently on Rege, cautiously anticipating his next move. In light of the unfolding circumstances, Rege remained unperturbed, poised to employ the same lethal technique once more when the recently departed individual returned, utterly disrupting Rege's plans. It was not merely the presence of an additional person that posed a complication, but rather the individual in his grasp, which darkened Rege's expression and ignited an inexhaustible bloodlust within his eyes. The newly returned figure then spoke in an unfamiliar tone. "You would do well to surrender, for I need not elaborate on the fate that awaits her." This voice was the very one that had lured Rege into this confrontation. The captive in his possession was none other than his wife, Sapari. Upon hearing these words, Rege exhibited no immediate reaction. After a brief pause, he raised his hands, conjuring a spatial barrier around himself. Having completed this, Rege, with a visage steeped in malevolence, regarded the entity holding Sapari. He enunciated each word with lethal precision. "A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Since you are so keen on courting demise, I shall gladly oblige." Subsequently, with a mere thought, Rege initiated a spatial exchange with Sapari. This entire process transpired in an instant, in the blink of an eye. Sapari had been transported within the spatial barrier. Naturally, Rege was also instantaneously relocated beside the counterpart of Vegeta, with a murderous glint in his eyes. Rege gazed at the counterpart before him and slowly uttered, "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Without allowing a moment for a response, Rege unleashed a powerful punch, striking the opponent squarely in the abdomen. The adversary expelled a mouthful of bitter bile, on the verge of being propelled backwards. However, Rege was not one to relinquish his prey so easily. Before the opponent could soar away, he swiftly seized the counterpart by the throat. Thus, the unfortunate rival found himself unable to escape, becoming nothing more than a mere punching bag for Rege. As Rege's punches increased in speed, his opponent's abdomen rapidly became a grotesque mess. Subsequently, with a powerful strike, Rege completely penetrated his adversary's midsection, extinguishing his life. However, the fury within Rege remained unabated as his gaze shifted to the remaining three foes, who began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Just as Rege was poised to engage the trio, he sensed something amiss and swiftly glanced backward. He discovered that one of his own counterparts had not met his demise. Rather, he had shattered Rege's spatial barrier and seized Sapari once more. This time, the assailant acted with great caution, swiftly infusing malevolent energy into Sapari's being. The consequence of this action incited a cacophony of agonizing screams from her. Witnessing this scene ignited a blaze of wrath within Rege, who bellowed furiously, "You scoundrel! Cease this at once." He prepared to utilize the laws of space to teleport, but was interrupted by the three Vegeta counterparts. At the very moment Rege diverted his attention, Sapari's cries ceased, and the voice of his counterpart resounded once more, declaring, "Rege, you might as well relinquish your struggle. The malevolent energy has already infiltrated your wife's heart. Even if you teleport again, it would be futile. With but a thought, your wife could be lost in an instant." Regardless of the veracity of this claim, Rege dared not gamble with his wife's life. He could only fixate on his adversary with a gaze that could pierce through flesh. If glances were lethal, that man would have been reduced to a mere memory long ago. Meanwhile, the three Vegeta counterparts launched their assault against Rege. Reacting instinctively, he sought to defend himself, only to hear the taunting voice admonish, "Should you dare to defend, your wife shall perish." Upon hearing this, Rege suppressed his defensive instincts and was mercilessly bombarded by their relentless attacks. As the dust settled, he bore the marks of battle, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Observing this, the mocking voice remarked, "It appears you hold a deep affection for your wife. I have good news. Would you care to hear it?" In response to the taunt, Rege remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on his foe. Noting his silence, the voice continued unabated, "Since you choose not to respond, I shall take that as acquiescence." Subsequently, the controlling isotope of Rege turned to Sapari and said, "As I just probed with malevolent energy, I discovered that your wife is already with child. In other words, there is an unborn child of yours within her. Upon hearing these words, Rege was immediately engulfed in both astonishment and fury. The astonishment stemmed from the realization of his own prowess. Having directly conceived a child with such intensity, the fury arose from the fact that the adversary not only threatened his wife but also sought to use their unborn child as leverage against him. The individual noticed the change in Rege's expression with satisfaction and nodded approvingly, then turned to the three individuals beside him, signaling them to attack. Responding to the command, the trio promptly aimed their assault in Rege's direction, unleashing yet another barrage. This time, Rege's injuries began to worsen significantly. As the smoke dissipated, blood began to flow from Rege's abdomen, chest, arms, and across his entire body. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, Rege remained steadfast, showing no inclination to collapse. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sapari's position. It could be said that the moment an opportunity arose, even if just for an instant, he could rescue Sapari and subsequently annihilate all adversaries. Observing this scene, the individual remained unsatisfied, harboring a deep disdain for the look Rege cast in his direction. He addressed the three companions, commanding, "You three, go and break Rege's limbs, then bring him before me." Afterward, he turned back to Rege with a mocking smile, adding, "You would do well not to resist, otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your wife and unborn child." Upon hearing these words, Rege felt a surge of fury. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate. As the three individuals drew near, two of them proceeded to snap Rege's left and right legs respectively, while one of them broke Rege's left arm. Despite the excruciating pain, Rege remained silent, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. It could be said that the agony Rege was enduring would have surely proven fatal to an ordinary person. Ultimately, they fractured Rege's right arm as well, rendering all four of his limbs useless, forcing him to revert to his normal state, and he was subsequently captured before that individual. Chapter 106. The Pinnacle of Anger. Is it weeping or laughter? The birth of Super 5. 3,000 words, observing the severely injured Rege before him. That individual laughed heartily, showing no restraint, and addressed Rege with mockery. "I never imagined you would find yourself in such a pitiful state. Here is the deal. If you bow your head and plead with me, not only will I spare you, but your wife will remain unharmed as well." Upon hearing those words, Rege remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently upon the man. Noticing Rege's silence and the intensity of his stare, the man became incensed. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the battered Rege. After several strikes, Rege's injuries worsened, with a noticeable indentation in his chest, indicative of broken ribs. Yet, even in such a dire situation, he uttered not a single sound. Eventually, the man grew bored and remarked to Rege, "How utterly dull. You show no signs of resistance whatsoever." He then shifted his attention to Sapari, stating, "Now that Rege is incapable of causing any further trouble, she holds no value to me either." Upon hearing this, Rege glared at the man with fury, enunciating each word with disdain. "You dare?" In response to Rege's defiance, the man chuckled mockingly and replied, "You possess no strength at all now, and with your limbs thoroughly incapacitated, you have no means to resist. What use would I have for her?" Ignoring the raging Rege beside him, he unleashed a malevolent force that engulfed Sapari's corporeal form in flames, reducing it to mere ashes. At the moment Sapari was completely turned to dust, the once furious Rege stood frozen in disbelief. He began to question the heavens, wondering if fate had conspired against him. In his previous life, Rege had been an orphan, devoid of friends, living in solitude. That existence was profoundly dull, yet he bore little resentment, having long since grown accustomed to loneliness. However, upon arriving in this new world, he had forged friendships, built a family, and even awaited the birth of a child. He should have lived a life filled with happiness, yet in that fleeting instant, all his dreams were shattered. Having grown accustomed to the warmth of home, how could he possibly accept the cold embrace of solitude once more? In that moment, Rege began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yet, as he laughed, two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. It is often said that when one reaches the pinnacle of fury, they may act irrationally. But what transpires when that fury reaches its zenith? Perhaps it manifests as Rege did now, his anger overwhelming his ability to manage his emotions, spiraling into utter chaos. At that moment, the phrase laughing in anger epitomized Rege's state. It was impossible to discern whether he was angry or sorrowful, laughing or weeping. He felt utterly unmoored, unable to suppress his laughter even when he wished to. He understood that the Dragon Balls could resurrect his wife, yet he could not bear to witness her demise before his very eyes. And what of his unborn child? Innocent and unable to be saved by the Dragon Balls, having existed for less than half a month, with no physical form or soul yet formed. Thus, even if he were to have children in the future, They would never be the same as his first. How could Reg come to terms with this? How could he rationally confront such a reality? To watch his wife perish and see his unborn child erased from existence was an unbearable burden, one that no husband or father could accept. Once his laughter subsided, Reg unleashed a furious roar. Why must the heavens treat me thus? What have I done to deserve this? You granted me a warm home, only to cruelly snatch it away. He then turned his gaze upon the one responsible, shouting, "It is all your fault. If it were not for you, this would not have happened. No matter who stands behind you, I shall drag you out and exact 1,000 tortures upon you." With that declaration, Reg's voice erupted into a primal scream, his power surging exponentially, though his appearance remained unchanged. As one's power continually ascends, an overwhelming aura disperses the four individuals, rendering them unable to approach. With a thunderous roar from Rege, his appearance underwent a rapid transformation. Rege's power surged, causing his blood to pump fiercely and his heartbeat to escalate dramatically, which led to his skin turning a vibrant shade of red and his body temperature soaring. Moreover, his physical strength was greatly enhanced, with audible cracks resonating from his limbs. The previously fractured appendages were forcibly realigned under the immense pressure of his physique. Silver hairs began to sprout across his body, and his hair subtly shifted towards a silvery hue. Ultimately, with one last mighty shout, a blinding white light erupted from him, accompanied by an intense heatwave capable of melting steel. As the radiant light dissipated, Rege emanated a silvery sheen, revealing crimson skin at his chest. His expression remained serious, yet tears flowed unabated despite the circumstances. Under the influence of Rege's aura, the tears were propelled upward, only to evaporate due to the heat radiating from his body. At this moment, engulfed in sheer fury, Rege transcended into Super Saiyan 5. His current strength was on an entirely different plane compared to that of his previous form, the Super Saiyan 3. While the Super Saiyan 3 was merely an augmentation built upon the Super Saiyan 4, it did not breach the limits of his potential. Super Saiyan 5, on the other hand, represented a breakthrough, achieving an unprecedented pinnacle that allowed his body to sustain prolonged overexertion, thus surpassing his previous limitations. However, such limits came at a cost. Prolonged overexertion would ultimately take a toll on his body. In the original narrative, it was this very reason that led to Rege's defeat at the hands of Gogeta. Not to mention, Rege's current Super Saiyan 5 form was further amplified by the laws of miracles and the laws of power, which significantly curtailed the already limited time he had. Yet, regardless of the brief 3 minutes at his disposal, it was ample time to obliterate them all. At that moment, Rege shifted his gaze to the three individuals nearby. Upon meeting his eyes, they were instantly drenched in sweat, hastily preparing for battle. However, Rege made no grand gestures, he merely took a step forward. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the trio, clutching the severed head of one of them. As realization dawned, two of them were stricken with panic upon seeing the headless corpse in the center. The head in Rege's grasp displayed no immediate recognition of its demise, only acknowledging its fate after experiencing a surge of pain. Without hesitation, Rege crushed the head in his hand, causing blood and brain matter to splatter across him, only to evaporate into gas due to his elevated temperature. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining two felt a chill run down their spines. Rege, uninterested in prolonging the encounter, simply extended a finger and traced a line in the void. A tremendous force of spatial energy erupted forth, cleaving everything within the marked boundary in two, including the two remaining individuals. Subsequently, Reg gazed intently at the individual, effortlessly rendering them immobile with a mere gesture. Aware that this was merely a puppet incapable of divulging any information, Reg crushed it on the spot. From the shattered remnants of the puppet, an insidious force could be sensed escaping, moving with such swiftness that it would have eluded Reg's notice had he not been vigilant. Naturally, Reg had no intention of allowing this malevolent force to evade him, and he pursued it, eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all. However, the hidden figure seemed to anticipate Reg's thoughts and severed the connection to the evil force, leaving it to drift aimlessly in the void. Reg, sensing the anomaly, surmised the intentions of the unseen adversary. He employed the laws of space to confine the malevolent force within a space no larger than a glass bead. In the future, should he encounter a power akin to this one, he would be closer to discovering the identity of the puppeteer. Having completed this task, Reg returned to his original position. Utilizing the laws of the soul, he concentrated Sapari's essence, transforming it into a nearly transparent glass orb. Grasping the orb suspended in the air, Reg once again invoked the laws of the soul to explore the abyss. Yet, he found no trace of any souls. Though he had harbored this suspicion for some time, Reg could not suppress his tears. It was a confirmation that his unborn child was irrevocably lost. After a period of mourning, Reg restored his composure, adjusted his emotions, and opened a portal back to the primary timeline. Subsequently, he swiftly sought the Dragon Balls on Earth, wishing for the restoration of Sapari's corporeal form. Thereafter, Reg infused the glass orb, which contained Sapari's soul, into the physical body. As the soul achieved complete fusion, Sapari gradually opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she was startled to see Reg covered in blood and immediately inquired about the nature of his injuries. Given Reg's remarkable self-healing abilities, his wounds had naturally mended, and the blood merely originated from before his recovery. Witnessing this scene warmed Reg's heart, and he proceeded to reassure her while asking how Sapari had come to be captured. In response to Reg's inquiry, Sapari appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly lacking any memory of the events surrounding her abduction. Subsequently, Reg discovered through his soul power that Sapari's soul bore slight damage, resulting in his incomplete memories. Although these memories were fragmented, Reg found solace in the notion that forgetting painful recollections could indeed be a blessing. Meanwhile, in a shattered dimension, within a dilapidated castle, lay a multitude of Saiyan corpses, with the remains of Reg, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly being the most prominent. The cause of death was evident. Their blood had been drained completely. Nearby, a pool of blood, specifically that of the Saiyans, lay ominously. At the center of this sanguine pool sat an individual, meditating in the air, harnessing the blood to amplify his own strength. The tale of this figure revealed that he too was a Saiyan. At that moment, the Saiyan slowly opened his eyes and spoke. It seems that, as the shadow foretold, Reg's power is indeed formidable, even with my current might. I may not be able to vanquish him entirely. This Saiyan was none other than Rairo. Throughout his prolonged period of training, Rairo had mastered two distinct laws of power. The first was the law of devouring, which allowed him to absorb Saiyan blood to enhance his own strength. The second was the law of despair, accumulated over years of traversing time and indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, which enabled Rairo to successfully grasp the essence of despair. Chapter 107. Rairo's Dark Dragon Fist. Reconstructing bones. Reshaping veins. With these thoughts in mind, Rairo gradually rose, standing upon the surface of the blood pool. In an instant, he teleported directly from the pool to the throne within the castle. Seated upon the throne, Rairo slowly raised his right hand, beginning to gather his power. Subsequently, a dragon began to coil around Lairo's arm. Lairo executed the Dragon Fist. However, unlike the conventional Dragon Fist, this dragon was an inky black, with dark crimson eyes that resembled blood, embodying the very essence of an evil dragon. Gazing at the malevolent creature upon his arm, Lairo remarked with a smile, "I promised you would perish by the same technique. I shall not go back on my word." Subsequently, Lairo dissipated the gathered power. Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyer of the main time-space, following the events that had transpired, Reg exhibited no slackness in his cultivation. To ensure the safety of Sapari, Reg forged a necklace using the power of the 6 great laws. The strength contained within it could inflict severe damage even on angels caught off guard. Only in this manner could Reg cultivate in peace. Furthermore, he remained unaware that the strength of the puppeteer in the shadows was now on par with his own. The only certainty he possessed was that his current power was insufficient and that he needed to grow stronger. After a period of training under Weiss, Reg swiftly mastered the transformation into Ultra Blue. However, unlike the standard Ultra Blue, his pupils were a vibrant green, seemingly influenced by his own bloodline. Upon mastering the Ultra Blue transformation, Reg began his arduous journey to attain full power and Ultra Instinct. Yet, mastering this form was no simple feat. It demanded the exertion of powers that transcended limits, and adapting to such intensity was not an easy process. He endured excruciating pain akin to bursting blood vessels. In a normal state, if red blood cells were likened to automobiles, the speed limit without transforming into Ultra Instinct would be a mere 60 kilometers per hour. Upon transforming, the flow of his blood surged exponentially, akin to converting an ordinary car into a specialized racing machine. With a speed no less than 500 kilometers per hour, essentially equating to low-altitude flight. Such rapid blood flow demanded an extraordinary capacity from his body. The cessation of the Ultra Instinct transformation was akin to abruptly slamming on the brakes, resulting in immediate halting. Who could withstand such a strain? It was as if he believed his veins were forged from rebar, though even rebar might struggle to endure such force. Furthermore, in the Ultra Instinct form, his physical strength surged dramatically, though his bones remained unchanged. After all, enhancing bone strength required either prolonged accumulation or the fracturing and subsequent remolding of bones. The former necessitated a calcium-rich diet to bolster skeletal strength. The latter method, which involved shattering bones for reconstruction, was a rite of passage for many martial artists in his past life. Particularly those involved in boxing would often fracture their finger bones during training, allowing them to heal stronger after a period of rest. Reg, however, had little inclination to focus on calcium supplementation. The pain of broken bones paled in comparison to the anguish of losing his wife and children. He forcefully struck his own bones with his energy, shattering them entirely and subsequently enveloping himself in the law of time to accelerate recovery. Unfortunately, during his initial attempt, he nearly faced disaster, as this impact included his skull, leading to a moment of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Weiss, training in the Destroyer realm, was by his side, utilizing her staff to awaken him and safeguard his vital energies, ensuring no threat to his life. Of course, such assistance came at a cost. Reg was to provide all of Weiss's sustenance for the next 10 days. Yet, he remained indifferent to this arrangement. The desire to grow stronger outweighed any concerns about shouldering a year's worth of provisions. Indeed, Reg's method of bone remolding proved effective, as the strength of his skeleton increased by at least 10%. However, this left him ravenously hungry, for the nutritional demands of bone repair were substantial. He had lost considerable weight, shedding at least 30 kilograms. Subsequently, Reg transformed an enormous array of food and began to feast voraciously. In less than 3 minutes, a towering mountain of provisions, as high as 5 stories, was entirely consumed by Reg. Yet, even after such an indulgence, he found himself merely 8/10 satisfied. During this period of digestion, Reg successfully cultivated the ultimate freedom technique to its divine form. After engaging in numerous battles and witnessing the technique countless times, Reg's reservoir of experience with the ultimate freedom technique had long been filled. He merely awaited a moment of opportunity, as Reg transformed into the white god form. The food within his stomach had nearly been digested. Subsequently, he directly relinquished the form of the white god and commenced once more the process of bone reconstruction. As Reg regained his strength, he surprisingly experienced an enhancement in his skeletal integrity by a remarkable 10%. This increment, layered upon his existing foundation, signified that the augmentation of his bone strength was indeed a cumulative effect from the second iteration. Nonetheless, this development proved to be a fortuitous occurrence for Reg, as it would not be long before his skeletal robustness could potentially increase by more than tenfold. Thus, Reg engaged in a daily triad of activities: the reconstruction of shattered bones, nourishment, and the assimilation of his training. With each repetitive cycle, the strength of Reg's bones began to ascend dramatically. A month later, he soared into the sky, transforming into his Super Saiyan 5 form with a resounding roar. Subsequently, he swiftly utilized his own energy to assess his condition. According to Reg's observations, his skeletal structure had finally withstood the physical demands of the Super Saiyan transformation. Currently, Reg's bone density was at least 20 times that of its original strength. One could only wonder how Reg had endured such a grueling month. Who could withstand such a trial? Reflecting on the past month's rigorous training, Reg sighed, filled with bittersweet emotions. Yet, it mattered little, as long as he could grow stronger. He would willingly endure the process of reconstructing his bones even if it meant returning to a month prior. Now that the strength of his bones had been augmented, he could embark on the second phase. This involved repeatedly stretching all his blood vessels and subsequently reshaping them, akin to the process of bone reconstruction. Once the strength of his vessels increased, they would be capable of sustaining the blood flow during the Super Saiyan transformation. Fortunately, the stretching of the vessels did not require his direct intervention. In the Super Saiyan form, his blood vessels would inevitably reach their limits over time. This method would also enhance the duration of his transformation while allowing him to learn how to regulate his energy, preventing it from leaking uncontrollably. Such a strategy was truly a remarkable trifecta of benefits. After another month had passed, Reg's vascular strength had reached that of human bones. Yet he had not sacrificed the inherent flexibility of his vessels. Simultaneously, the duration of his transformation had extended from 3 minutes to 30 minutes. Moreover, his energy was no longer as uncontrollable as it had initially been. His body temperature had also decreased significantly, plummeting from an astonishing 7,000 degrees to around 40 degrees. With his skin tone reverting from a fiery red to a normal flesh color, indeed, during Super Saiyan form, his temperature exceeded 7,000 degrees. Having accomplished all of this, he was now ready to advance to the third phase, aiming to fully master the Super Saiyan's maximum power. Chapter 108: Cultivating the Normalization of Super Saiyan Form. The aura of higher life forms. With this thought in mind, Reg transformed into his Super Saiyan state. However, the aura emanating from his transformation was not particularly potent, even weaker than that of his Super Saiyan Grade 1 form. This was due to Rege's perfect control over his energy, even while maintaining the Super Saiyan state. His presence remained indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, maintaining the Super Saiyan form did not leave Rege without tasks at hand. Subsequently, Rege took out an egg and a brick. He located a platform to place the brick before him, positioning the egg behind it. The task at hand was to shatter the egg without causing any harm to the brick. This exercise was, in essence, a training in the art of exertion, akin to striking a cow from behind a mountain. Such training not only enhances one's control over personal strength but also tempers it, preventing it from becoming excessively wild and unruly. After all, Rege possessed an inherently formidable strength, and in his Super Saiyan 5 form, even a mere sneeze could obliterate a star. Thus, it was imperative for Rege to master the power inherent in his Super Saiyan 5 transformation. This training would not only facilitate a swift mastery of force exertion but also foster a gradual integration of the Super Saiyan 5 state with his base form. The initial two phases served not only as a foundation for the Super Saiyan 5 transformation but also as a means of merging it with his normal state. The metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 5 was not merely a transcendence of personal limits, it resembled a return to ancestral roots, breaking through the constraints of his bloodline. Each time Rege transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his bloodline would awaken, as if this form were custom-tailored to his genetic heritage. Yet, whenever Rege contemplated this possibility, it seemed absurd. Setting aside the immense power of the Super Saiyan 5 form, an energy that was beyond the capacity of an ordinary Saiyan to withstand, there was the additional challenge of integrating it with his base state. Moreover, his bloodline was a singularly ancient and legendary one, capable of inciting excitement in such a powerful lineage, offering a glimpse into the vast potential of Super Saiyan 5. Thus, Rege found the prospect somewhat implausible. Despite voicing the impossibility of it, his mind was incessantly occupied with the thought, what if it succeeded? It is essential to note that at this stage, Rege harbored an insatiable thirst for power, even if the odds were a mere 1 in 10,000. He was willing to take the risk. Rege speculated that should he successfully integrate the Super Saiyan 5 form with his base state, it might induce unforeseen transformations. With this in mind, Rege exhaled slowly, then directed his gaze toward the brick and unleashed a punch. Remarkably, this punch was devoid of any power, including his most fundamental ki. Nevertheless, the force of his strike pulverized both the brick and the egg behind it into dust and continued unabated, piercing through a distant planet. Although Rege had anticipated that his strength was overwhelming, witnessing the spectacle stirred a complex emotion within him. Ultimately, Rege sighed deeply. Expressing a hint of resignation, it seems that mastering this power will require a considerable amount of time and practice. Subsequently, he raised his hand to employ the time law, restoring everything that had been destroyed before him, including the very planet itself. However, this time, Rege did not resort to another punch. Instead, he chose an alternative method to cultivate his strength. Rege approached a colossal boulder, kicked it into the air, and then swiftly inverted himself, performing push-ups with only a single finger. The boulder fortuitously crashed down upon Rege, yet he adeptly caught it, adding an extra weight to his exercise routine. For an extended period, Rege commenced a daily regimen of one-finger inverted push-ups augmented by the weight of the boulder. In his pursuit of mastering the full power of Super Saiyan 5, Rege maintained that transformation, albeit it brought him considerable challenges. To Rege, everything in his vicinity felt as fragile as paper, nay, even more delicate than that. Once, intending merely to grasp a cup of water, he found that before his hand could even touch the vessel, his latent power, unbidden, shattered the cup merely from the gust generated by his palm. This left Rege utterly bewildered. After all, he had not even made contact with the cup. Was this not an absurdity? Each contemplation of such occurrences only deepened his vexation, leading him to meticulously assess his strength, finding no trace of negligence within. Just as Rege grappled with this confusion, was provided an explanation. According to Whis, the Super Saiyan 5 form represented not only a transcendence of limits and a return to one's roots, but also an elevation of one's life essence. It is akin to a naturally born emperor. Even if one does not recognize their identity, there exists an involuntary urge to kneel, perhaps a manifestation of the emperor's innate majesty. In a similar vein, Rege's current state mirrored this phenomenon. In simpler terms, as Rege's life essence ascended, he unconsciously emanated an imperceptible aura, an enigmatic force that he himself could not detect, yet it influenced everything around him. This elucidated why the cup had shattered so suddenly. An ordinary cup could scarcely withstand the aura exuded by a being of higher life essence. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Reg exhibited neither astonishment nor excitement, merely a look of utter disbelief. Subsequently, covering his face, he remarked, "It seems that an additional aspect must be incorporated into my training." However, what troubled Reg was that while other forms of training were manageable, the cultivation of one's aura posed a conundrum. This ethereal presence could not be summoned or dismissed at will. It was inherent, lacking a means of suppression. In order to temper this aura, Reg found himself at a loss for effective strategies. The only solution that came to mind was to immerse himself in the mundane world, for amidst the ordinary human experiences, his own aura would dissipate into obscurity. Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, Reg needed to first gain mastery over his own power. After a fortnight of diligent effort, Reg's control over his abilities had grown significantly. Ultimately, the power he exhibited became indistinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. And it would be even better if he could remain unnoticed amidst his aura. Once all was accomplished, Reg returned to Earth, seeking out Sapari to invite her on an adventure, serving as a compensatory gesture for their previous encounter. Naturally, Sapari was elated upon receiving Reg's invitation. The two traversed various cities on Earth, indulging in an array of culinary delights. During their escapades, many passers-by cast curious glances at the duo. After all, one bore a monkey's tail while the other possessed the appearance of a humanoid gorilla with silvery fur. Such a pairing was undeniably peculiar. Nevertheless, this oddity did not lead to significant trouble. After all, in some regions, even kings took the form of canine beings. Reg's mastery of his aura had indeed progressed. Initially, his presence commanded a radius of 10 meters in which no one dared approach. Those who ventured within 5 meters experienced a sensation akin to suffocation. However, after their period of exploration, his aura had indeed become more subdued. Although a hint of trepidation lingered in the gazes of others, they no longer felt the compulsion to evade him as they once had. Chapter 109. Mastery of Dark Energy and the Breakthrough Beyond Super 5 Extremes. After a period of recuperation, Reg had fully acquired control over his aura, ensuring it no longer affected others adversely. Confirming this, he made arrangements for Sapari and then set forth to the realm of the Destroyer Gods to continue his training. Subsequently, Reg sat cross-legged in midair and began his warm-up. He directly controlled the condensation of his own energy, forming threads as fine as delicate strands of hair. Then, Reg tossed 20 embroidery needles into the air. As he gazed at the suspended needles, a thought surged through him, causing the energy threads to weave back and forth among the needles. At the moment they came to a halt, all 20 needles had been pierced through their eye by the energy threads. Witnessing this scene, Reg nodded in satisfaction. Initially, not only was he unable to pass a single thread through even one needle's eye, but he had also split the needle in two. Now, being able to pierce through 20 needles at once marked a significant advancement. Subsequently, Rege initiated his preliminary training, a technique akin to striking an ox from afar. With his eyes closed, he exhaled slowly, and at the moment he opened them, he unleashed a powerful punch. A gust of wind from his fist penetrated through the bricks, shattering the eggs behind them, while the bricks remained unscathed. Rege then turned and seated himself upon a nearby boulder, focusing on regulating his breath and the flow of his blood, intent on observing the mechanics of the punch he had just executed. After a period of contemplation, Rege opened his eyes and leaped down from the stone. He delivered a swift palm strike to the adjacent boulder, leaving an imprint of his hand upon its surface. Remarkably, the boulder bore no cracks, save for the area where his palm had struck. Having completed this exercise, Rege did not linger long and departed from the site. Before leaving, he clenched his fist tightly. With this singular motion, the boulder behind him became riddled with cracks, and in an instant, it exploded into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. This formidable power resembled the hidden strength depicted in martial arts novels, allowing one to channel their energy internally and trigger an explosive reaction, or to directly damage internal organs, akin to installing a meat grinder within oneself. However, before mastering this force, one must first grasp the fundamental technique of striking an ox from afar. Rege's strength had ascended to a new level. While his foundational combat prowess had not markedly increased, he had acquired an ability that granted a penetrating buff to his attacks. After all, no matter how resilient the exterior, the internal organs remain remarkably fragile. With this realization, Rege prepared for the next phase of his training, to normalize his Super Saiyan form. This process was not overly complicated. He could eat, drink, and train as he wished, as long as he did not revert from his transformation, seamlessly integrating it into his daily life. Although it appeared straightforward, it was not as simple as it seemed, primarily due to the considerable time investment required. As days turned into weeks, Rege's strength began to grow steadily. By now, His regular power was sufficient to contend evenly with angels, albeit this was prior to fully normalizing his Super Saiyan form. 3 years elapsed, and when Rege turned 25, he completed the normalization of his Super Saiyan form. At the moment of completion, he was unaware, as the integration had become so seamless that only careful observation could reveal the change. It was only under Whis' guidance that Rege recognized the difference within himself. He transformed a nearby stone into a mirror to examine his alterations. According to the reflection, his appearance had not drastically changed. Only his pupils had shifted from their original black to a vibrant green. After his inspection, Rege began to test his newfound strength. He discovered that his power was now not only easier to harness but also had increased exponentially, while his energy expenditure had significantly decreased to at least half of its previous amount, without any loss in potency. However, upon reaching this new level, his earlier transformations had entirely melded into his regular form. Feeling satisfied, Rege stretched and prepared to rest, intending to embark on the next phase of his plan the following day, to continue stacking forms. Merging Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan Blue into a breakthrough transformation known as Super Saiyan Blue Limit Breaker. With this thought, Rege smiled and fell asleep after dinner. The next morning, Rege opened the void and created an independent space. With all preparations complete, he was finally ready to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, culminating in a powerful shout that unleashed all of his energy. Had it not been for Rege's formidable spatial loss, the space he created might have shattered merely from the eruption of his aura. Once he had released his energy, Rege began to channel his Super Saiyan Blue power, gradually replacing his original aura. The once turbulent energy began to calm, shifting to a serene blue hue. At the moment Rege opened his eyes, a brilliant blue light burst forth from him, causing even the space he had conjured to develop minuscule fissures. As the blue radiance dissipated, Rege's appearance was revealed. His hair remained silver, yet it had transformed to a blue hue while still shimmering with silver brilliance. His pupils retained their vibrant green color, now sparkling with a bright luster. Subsequently, Rege began to sense the power within himself. Upon completion, he realized that the strength of the Ultra Super Saiyan Limit Break was in an entirely different dimension from that of the Ultra Super Saiyan Full Power. At the very least, he felt capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self. After sufficient testing, Rege reverted to his original form and departed, returning to the God of Destruction's realm. After exchanging greetings with Whis, he returned to Earth to take a moment to rest. Upon arriving home, Rege settled onto the sofa, contemplating his upcoming plans. At that moment, Sapari emerged from the kitchen and exclaimed, "Rege, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Her words interrupted Rege's thoughts, but he bore no ill will toward her. Instead, he smiled and replied, "All right, I'll go right away." After washing his hands, Rege took a seat at the dining table, with Sapari sitting beside him. Notably, Sapari's abdomen exhibited a slight protrusion, not due to indulgence, but rather because she was pregnant. Indeed, Sapari was expecting once more, and 3 months had already passed. Observing Sapari in her current state, Rege rarely displayed tenderness, stating, "You need not cook anymore. Your well-being is of utmost importance now." Hearing this, Sapari pouted slightly in dissatisfaction, declaring, "I refuse to be a useless layabout. I must contribute in some way. My inherent talent is limited, and my current strength is already the pinnacle of my abilities. However, this level of combat prowess is hardly sufficient to assist you. Hence, I must seek alternative ways to help. If you deny me the chance to cook, how am I any different from a salted fish?" Listening to Sapari's lengthy rationale, Rege, recognizing his defeat, chuckled and shook his head in resignation. All right, you are always right. However, a little rest is still necessary, or I may become quite upset." He then pretended to clench his fist in a show of mock seriousness. Yet, Sapari had long since matured beyond the little girl she once was and was unfazed by Rege's antics. She responded, "Understood, I will take care of myself. But enough of this, let us eat." With her reply, Rege could only acquiesce, and they began their meal together. Their home was once again filled with new life, destined to continue flourishing. Chapter 110. First son Reichel. Second son Reynos. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. By this year, Rege had turned 27, and Sapari had given birth to twins, who were now 2 years old. The elder son was named Reichel, while the younger was named Reynos. Reichel inherited his father's ancient bloodline, possessing a unique talent that augmented his combat strength, though not as potent as the Super Saiyan bloodline. His recovery and endurance had significantly improved, matching that of his younger brother in terms of offensive capabilities. Reynos, on the other hand, inherited the Super Saiyan bloodline, possibly with a hint of the ancient bloodline. When he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, he retained his rationality, and his offensive power and recovery capacity were also somewhat enhanced. Their personalities diverged greatly. Reichel was fiercely combative, even seeking to test his strength against Rege, embodying a fight me if you dare attitude. In contrast, Reynos was gentle and non-confrontational, content to avoid conflict unless provoked. At this moment, Rege sat in the backyard, observing his two sons training together. The aftermath of their sparring had left the terrain utterly ravaged, with craters marking the landscape. Suddenly, two golden streaks collided in the air, creating shockwaves strong enough to cause tremors in the ground. After numerous aerial clashes, the boys finally landed, creating a deep pit in the earth but continuing their relentless combat. Seeing this, Rege called out, "All right, that's enough for today. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Upon hearing their father's words, the boys quickly separated and flew to Rege's side. Both maintained their Super Saiyan forms, and surprisingly, they had already achieved Super Saiyan 2. It was astonishing for 2-year-old Saiyans, but the reality was undeniable. Not only had Rege reached impressive strength, but even Sapari had mastered the Super Saiyan 2 form, and their offspring SSLs were surely formidable as well. However, Rege was unconcerned. No matter how strong the two little rascals became, they could never surpass their father. After speaking, Rege turned and headed indoors. At that moment, Reichel became restless again. Seizing the opportunity as Rege turned, he launched a flying kick at his father, exclaiming, "Catch this, old dang." Leo flying kick. With neither parent possessing child-rearing experience, Rege resorted to sharing tales from his past life, recounting scenes from various tokusatsu shows and animated series. Naturally, Reichel, with his combative nature, relished the narratives of heroes battling monsters, often mimicking the moves he had heard in those stories. Hearing the commotion behind him, Rege sighed in exasperation. "What a ruckus. How dare you call me old dang?" With that, he sidestepped Reichel's flying kick effortlessly and, in an instant, seized his ankle, pulling him close and trapping him under his arm. Reichel, bewildered, didn't he comprehend what had just transpired and found himself ensnared beneath his father's arm. A chill coursed through him as he turned his head to face Rege, nervously asking, "Dad, you wouldn't actually strike me, right? I'm just a 2-year-old child." In response, Rege, with a playful glint in his eye, assured, "Of course not. After all, I am your father. However, I do have a dish in mind that you're sure to enjoy: bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat." With that, before Reichel could react, Rege produced a bamboo stick from seemingly nowhere. Subsequently, gazing at the underarm of Reichel, one unleashed a fervent flurry of strikes upon the posterior. As the merciless lash of Rege struck him, Raquel let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, the young son, Reynolds, witnessing this scene, was overcome with goosebumps and pretended not to see, retreating into the house. After 10 minutes of culinary endeavor, Master Lei had perfected the renowned dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Raquel's rear had been mercilessly beaten into a state resembling that of a monkey, wisps of faint white smoke rising from it, while the bamboo stick in Reg's hand had long since splintered. Observing Raquel, who had all but lost the will to live, Reg inquired, "Do you now understand where you went wrong?" Upon hearing this, Raquel nodded through tears. Seeing Raquel's assent, Reg continued, "So, will you dare to do it again next time?" Raquel promptly replied, "I shall never dare again." Yet, despite his outward declaration, Raquel's inner thoughts echoed, "Next time, I shall indeed dare." Reg, however, chuckled and remarked, "Oh, so you consider yourself quite brave?" Having absorbed the powers of the mind gem and the soul gem, Reg had long mastered an almost telepathic ability. Caught off guard by Reg's teasing, Raquel unwittingly divulged his true thoughts. "Of course, I'm incredibly brave. If it happens again, I would surely make old Deng beg for mercy." Only after uttering this did Raquel realize the impropriety of his words. Subsequently, Raquel was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a bath, his body uncontrollably slick with perspiration. Yet, despite this, a chilling sensation enveloped him, causing his body temperature to drop by a degree or two. Casting a glance at Reg, he managed a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, and slowly uttered, "What I just said was actually a jest. In truth, I am exceedingly timid. You must believe me, a mere 2-year-old child, right?" Upon hearing Raquel's words, Reg continued to smile silently. However, to Raquel, Reg's smile bore the visage of a demon. Tentatively, he probed, "You will believe me, won't you?" No sooner had Rakel spoken than he found himself once again under Reg's arm. Witnessing this turn of events, Rakel succumbed to utter despair and ceased his struggles. As expected, Reg produced another fresh bamboo stick. Thus, our master Reg began the second dish of the day, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. This time, Reg's concentration was unparalleled, exerting tremendous force in the preparation of this dish. The very essence of the dish responded to Reg's fervor, the sounds of cooking resonating loudly throughout the entire room. After 5 minutes of culinary endeavor, Reg completed the stir-fry prematurely, having exerted so much force that the bamboo stick snapped. At this moment, Rakel's posterior was even more vividly flushed than before, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Rakel's eyes were now filled with despair, tears of regret streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Reg exhibited no sign of compassion. After all, he was aware of the thickness of his own lineage's resilience. He knew that such injuries would mend within a mere 10 minutes. With an air of authority, Reg grasped Rakel by the nape and carried him into the house. Laying him back on the sofa, he then sought out his youngest son, Reynos, tossing him a spatial bracelet, saying, "Inside are your brother's snacks for this month. Please deliver them to him, and warn him not to provoke our father without cause. Let him understand that today as consequences are the price to be paid for his mischief." Nodding in acknowledgement, Reynos absorbed his father's instructions. Chapter 111. The Normalization of the Supreme Freedom Technique. The integration of the warrior, Kronos. The narrative officially commences. Having resolved family matters, Reg immediately teleported to the God of Destruction's realm to continue his training. At this juncture, Reg found himself at a certain impasse, both in terms of his bloodline's power and divine energy. Thus, he had yet to fully master the Supreme Freedom Technique. After 2 years of introspection, his mindset had shifted slightly. He no longer pursued power with the same fervor as in the beginning. Instead, he began to genuinely appreciate the world around him, diverting part of his attention from training to his wife and children. This transformation in perspective led Reg to revert to his original demeanor. However, this did not signify a relinquishment of his hatred. Once the perpetrator was found, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance. Reg's return to training was propelled by this shift in mindset, which had stirred his inner tranquility. As an ardent practitioner, Reg would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Upon his arrival, Vis expressed mild surprise, saying, "What a surprise. I thought Mr. Reg had abandoned his training. After all, he had not visited this place for over 2 years. I assumed he would continue to focus on raising his children." As Vis noted, the moment Rakel and Reynos were born, Reg had declared his intention to cease training. Vis had been taken aback by Reg's decision. After all, no one understood Reg better than he did. The idea of Reg voluntarily relinquishing his practice seemed as improbable as the universe exploding without Reg pausing his training. Thus, when Reg announced his intention to stop training, Vis felt as though a cat had chosen to befriend a mouse instead of pursuing it. However, Reg's absence did not leave Vis feeling unsettled. Being an ancient being of countless years, the time Reg spent training was but a fleeting moment to him. Just when Vis assumed Reg had forever turned his focus to nurturing the next generation, he returned 2 years later. Yet, Reg paid no heed to Vis's astonishment. After exchanging greetings, he set about his training with resolute determination. Subsequently, Reg found an open space, closed his eyes, and felt the gentle breeze caressing him, while simultaneously savoring the tranquility that enveloped him. As time gradually passed, Reg's state of mind grew increasingly serene, akin to a placid lake. As tranquility enveloped his mind, a sudden ripple emerged, prompting Reg to swiftly open his eyes and sense the essence of a breakthrough. In that fleeting moment of realization, his bottleneck shattered, unleashing a surge of formidable power. The state of free and unfettered mastery had been achieved. In the distance, Vis, having sensed this powerful aura, was rendered speechless by astonishment. Attaining perfection in free and unfettered mastery at the tender age of 27 was an unimaginable feat for Vis. A century spent merely to reach the threshold was considered a triumph for the most gifted, yet Reg, not even 30, had already attained such mastery. How could others possibly measure up? At this moment, Reg had undergone a profound transformation. His silver hair gleamed with heightened radiance, emitting a faint, sacred glow. As Reg opened his eyes, his aura dissipated entirely, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Meanwhile, his irises had also transformed. His left eye retained its bright emerald hue, while his right eye mirrored the silver of his mastery. Just as Reg was immersed in the sensations of his metamorphosis, an unexpected attack surged toward him from behind. Absorbed in his self-reflection, he had neglected to notice the impending threat. Instinctively, without even glancing back, he sidestepped the attack with a reflexive grace. Upon recognizing the situation, Reg turned to face the source of the assault, discovering it was Vis advancing toward him. Vis, witnessing this turn of events, smiled and remarked, "I truly did not anticipate that you, Mr. Reg, could master the art of free and unfettered so swiftly. Moreover, I did not hold back. I employed nearly 90% of my strength, yet did not lay a finger on you." Reg bore no resentment toward Vis. Had there been any malice intended, Vis would not have confronted him alone, but rather summoned all the angels, including the high priest. Subsequently, Reg greeted Weiss with a few polite remarks and left behind an abundance of snacks before departing from the realm of destruction. Having undergone a normalization of the ultimate freedom technique, he felt a slight loosening of his own bottleneck, yet he still fell short of the standards required for a breakthrough. Consequently, Reg shifted his focus to the cultivation of the power of laws. Naturally, mastering the power of laws is no simple feat. Reg juggled his training while caring for his children. Thus, 3 years swiftly elapsed. Now, at the age of 30, Reg's 2 sons had also reached the age of 5. He imparted the art of dance fusion to them, though Reg himself could never bring himself to perform such an awkward dance. Instead, he traversed through time and space to witness the dance fusion process of Trunks and Goten firsthand. At that time, his sons were not even 5 years old, and they were blissfully unaware of any embarrassment. They only recognized that this technique was formidable. Moreover, not only had his sons mastered dance fusion, but their transformation into Super Saiyan 4 forms had also been achieved. At this moment, Reg had brought his 2 sons, Rakel and Reynos, into the space he had created. Under the watchful gaze of Rhaegar, the two began to merge their dance steps. At the moment their fingertips touched, a burst of radiant white light erupted. As the brilliance faded, Raquel and Reynos had vanished, replaced by a formidable fusion warrior. At that moment, the voice of the being resonated as if Raquel and Reynos were speaking simultaneously. "I am the powerful warrior born of the fusion of Raquel and Reynos. And my name is Kelnos." With an air of arrogance, Kelnos boldly declared to Rhaegar, "Today, I shall ensure that you, old man, are left searching for your teeth." The audacious demeanor of Kelnos, coupled with the disrespectful tone towards his elders, unmistakably reflected Raquel's character. Upon hearing Kelnos's words, Rhaegar, who had initially held a mere curiosity, felt his blood pressure soar. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems that the little rascal has gone days without a proper lesson. So, do you wish to indulge in stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat today, or would you prefer to engage in the summoning of the 7 wolves?" Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, the once arrogant Kelnos was suddenly overcome with goosebumps, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do not presume that I am without means to retaliate. I am quite formidable." With that, he unleashed his full power, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Empowered by this surge in strength, Kelnos's ego inflated, and he provocatively extended a finger towards Reg, tauntingly declaring, "Come on, old man, step forward." Observing Kelnos's renewed bravado, Reg realized there was no need to choose between stir-fried meat and the 7 wolves. He could tackle both simultaneously. In an instant, before Kelnos could react, Reg had already seized him. Subsequently, the entire space resonated with the jubilant shouts of Kelnos, tears streaming down his face. After enduring a period of relentless torment, Kelnos finally broke free from Reg's restraints, gently covering his reddened posterior, sniffing back his tears as he declared, "You old fool. Do not presume this is the end. I have yet to unleash my full power." With that, he unleashed his energy once more. His appearance transformed alongside the surge of power, the hair on his body receding while the hue of his locks shifted towards a verdant shade. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, Kelnos completed his metamorphosis. His transformation astounded Reg, for he now embodied the ancient, transcendent form. While Reg continued sparring with his son, the saga of Dragon Ball had already commenced. At this moment, Goku's brother, Raditz, had just arrived on Earth. Chapter 112, the iconic scene of the weaklings. As Raditz descended, he spotted a farmer armed with a shotgun. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he remarked, "Has that cockroach truly been slacking, allowing such loose ends?" The farmer, upon witnessing Raditz emerge from the peculiar spacecraft, felt a surge of anxiety and inadvertently squeezed the trigger of his shotgun. In the very instant the bullet was fired, Raditz caught it barehanded. The sight left the farmer utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, Raditz activated his scouter to assess the combat power of the farmer. To his astonishment, the final reading revealed a mere 5 points of battle strength. He scoffed, remarking, "I expected a formidable opponent. Yet it turns out to be nothing more than a weakling with a power level of just 5. Raditz raised his left hand, poised to eliminate this insignificant target. Suddenly, the scouter detected an overwhelming surge of combat strength. Upon witnessing this, Raditz assumed it was Kakarot and dismissed the weakling, soaring towards the source of the newfound energy. As he flew, Raditz observed that both the islands and cities were bustling with people, showing no signs of destruction whatsoever. As Raditz beheld an increasing number of adversaries, his countenance grew increasingly grim, and he muttered under his breath, "What a scoundrel Kakarot is! How could he possibly allow so many insignificant pests to remain alive?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes wide, gazing back in alarm. He sensed a formidable power advancing towards him. As the ominous force drew nearer, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Piccolo's forehead. He pondered to himself, what could this terrifying power possibly be? Could it be Son Goku? Unthinkable. It has only been a short while, and that fellow could not possibly possess such overwhelming strength. As the force drew ever closer, Raditz finally soared before Piccolo. Upon seeing that the individual before him was not Kakarot, but rather a stranger, he expressed his bewilderment. "The formidable power I just detected must belong to you. This is rather perplexing. Do you have any knowledge of Kakarot's whereabouts?" Raditz believed that Piccolo possessed information about Kakarot's location. Considering that Kakarot's primary objective upon arriving on this planet was to eradicate all intelligent life forms. Given Piccolo's prowess, he surely must have encountered Kakarot. If Piccolo divulged Kakarot's whereabouts, Raditz would find himself devoid of purpose, and could even assist Kakarot in eliminating this obstacle. However, unbeknownst to Raditz, Piccolo had indeed battled Son Goku, yet he was unaware of Goku's other name, leaving him equally perplexed by Raditz's inquiry. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Piccolo's mind, and he devised a plan. With a sly smile directed at Raditz, he said, "I possess knowledge of the individual you seek, but you must draw closer, lest we be overheard." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Raditz felt a surge of intrigue. He did not believe that Piccolo, with his mere combat power of over 300, could pose a threat to his own formidable strength of 1,500. Subsequently, he gradually advanced towards Piccolo. As he approached within a certain distance, Piccolo's eyes narrowed, and he proclaimed, "Now is the time. Perish." He unleashed a close-range energy wave that struck Raditz directly. The force of the attack sent clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo revealed a smile of triumph at the success of his scheme. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as he swiftly turned his serious gaze towards the swirling smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Raditz stood unscathed before Piccolo. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a monster. At that moment, Raditz sighed and remarked, "It seems you are unable to provide me with any useful information, leaving me no choice but to seek it out myself. However, before I depart, I must first eliminate you, my obstacle." With that, he raised his right hand, gathering energy for a devastating attack intended to obliterate Piccolo. Just as Piccolo felt the specter of death looming over him, Raditz's scouter emitted a sharp signal, indicating the presence of another formidable power. Upon seeing this, Raditz's expression turned grave, and he silently thought, "This must undoubtedly be that Kakarot fellow." He then cast aside the terrified Piccolo, who had long been scared out of his wits, and soared towards that formidable display of combat prowess. With the departure of Raditz and the absence of the ominous presence of death, Piccolo collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. "I barely survived. What manner of creature was that? How could it possess such terrifying power?" He lamented the inadequacy of his own strength. Realizing that he was utterly incapable of confronting that monster, he resolved to seek out Goku for assistance. Having determined his next course of action, Piccolo soared in the direction of Raditz. Meanwhile, outside the Kame house, everyone except for Oolong sensed an overwhelming force approaching. Among them, Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi felt it most acutely. In a state of alarm, Krillin exclaimed, "What is this formidable power? Could it be that Piccolo has transcended to a new level and has come to exact his revenge on us?" The thought sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. Recalling how he had perished at the hands of the Demon King Piccolo's minions during their first encounter. As the powerful presence approached, Everyone realized that the figure was not the demon King Piccolo, but rather an unfamiliar man. Yet, they remained vigilant, for they sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from him. This man was none other than Raditz. He disregarded the onlookers and focused his attention on Son Goku. Upon seeing Goku's face, Raditz appeared momentarily disoriented, then remarked, "Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father." Goku, puzzled, responded, "You know my father?" "No, I am not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku." In reply to Goku's assertion, Raditz furrowed his brow and said, "Kakarot, have you truly forgotten your own name?" Goku immediately retorted, "I told you, I am not Kakarot, I am Son Goku." As Goku reiterated his claim, Raditz finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Raditz inquired of Sun Wukong, "Did you suffer a significant blow to the back of your head during your childhood?" Upon hearing Raditz's question, Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering for a moment before replying. "I did fall from a cliff when I was young, and my head was injured, causing me to forget many things." Raditz, upon hearing this response, confirmed his suspicions and said to Sun Wukong, "That explains it. Since you have forgotten your past, I shall assist you in recalling it." In front of the assembled crowd, Raditz revealed Sun Wukong's true heritage, stating, "Kakarot, you are not a native of Earth, but rather, like myself, a warrior of the Saiyan race, born within the cosmos." The crowd, taken aback, gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, including Sun Wukong himself, who was equally shocked. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong directly challenged Raditz. "If you claim we are of the same lineage, what proof do you possess?" In response, Raditz merely smiled and displayed the tail wrapped around his waist. The moment the tail was revealed, the crowd became even more convinced of the kinship between Sun Wukong and Raditz. Meanwhile, while Sun Wukong was engaged in discussions about family matters, the scene with Rege was already unfolding as one of paternal affection. At this moment, Kronos lay battered and bruised, having been thoroughly beaten by Rege. The injuries he bore indicated that Rege had been relentless in his assault, albeit not to the point of fatality. He remained in a state of near unconsciousness. Witnessing this spectacle, Rege felt no remorse, nor did he fear any reproach from Sapari for his harsh treatment. It should be noted that at their age, they were typically dispatched to other planets for missions where adversaries showed no mercy, adhering to a survival of the fittest mentality. There was no opportunity for one-on-one instruction. Even if one emerged from such encounters bruised and battered, survival was the only outcome that mattered. To all fathers out there, the author's balance has reached zero. I currently stand at a crossroads, either to embark on a new literary endeavor or to pause my updates and seek alternative income. If one day I fail to post, it would signify my venture into the workforce, so please refrain from hastily erecting tombstones in my honor. Thank you. Chapter 113. The Saga of Dragon Ball continues. At this juncture, Rege, observing the battered Kronos, taunted, "With such meager strength, you dare to challenge your father? You haven't even matured, yet you attempt to act tough. If I don't reduce you to nothing, I am not your father." Upon hearing Rege's words, Kronos was overcome with a chill, instinctively wishing to flee. However, upon turning, he realized he was ensnared within the space crafted by Rege. As he looked back, he found Rege had vanished. At that moment, Rege had already appeared behind Kronos, delivering a flurry of blows before Kronos could react. Meanwhile, on Sun Wukong's side, Raditz had abducted Gohan. Addressing Wukong, Raditz proclaimed, "If you wish to save your child, you must personally slay 1,000 individuals and bring their severed heads to me." Witnessing this, Wukong shouted in desperation, "Gohan, you scoundrel, he is your nephew." Raditz, dismissively replying, "Nephew? Saiyans do not require such trivial emotions. Only strength speaks volumes. Truth be told, I have no desire to kill my own nephew, not out of familial affection, but because this child possesses Saiyan blood. In the vast universe, Saiyan lineage is nearly extinct, with each death diminishing our kind." He then glanced at Gohan's tail, confirming his status as a near purebred Saiyan hybrid. At this moment, Gohan, captured by Raditz, was in a state of utter helplessness, crying out in distress. As Raditz grew increasingly irritated by Gohan's incessant wailing, he struck Gohan on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Gohan's plight, Wukong shouted frantically, "Gohan, you fiend!" He then charged at Raditz. Observing Wukong's reckless advance, Raditz scoffed and delivered a swift kick, sending Wukong sprawling to the ground. Addressing the fallen warrior, Raditz remarked, You should focus on killing 1,000 individuals, considering it for your child's safety. With that, he departed from the Kame house, taking Gohan with him. Watching Raditz leave, the assembled crowd felt a profound sadness, uncertain of their next course of action. Just moments after Raditz's departure, Piccolo arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Piccolo's arrival, the crowd immediately became wary. However, Piccolo disregarded their apprehension, surveying the dilapidated Kame house and stating, "It appears that fellow has already been here." Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon Goku on the ground and stated, "My arrival this time is not to cause trouble. My primary objective is to confront that monster. I wish to collaborate with you, Goku, to discuss our forthcoming strategy." Upon hearing that Piccolo was not there to create discord, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Goku responded directly, "I cannot concern myself with plans at the moment. Gohan is still in peril, and I cannot allow that fiend to continue tormenting him." Without waiting for anyone's counsel, he summoned the Nimbus Cloud, mounted it, and soared in the direction where Raditz had departed. Witnessing Goku's reckless disregard for orders and lack of any strategic planning, Piccolo felt a surge of frustration. Subsequently, Piccolo murmured to himself, "Did you not witness the terrifying power of that monster? Are you so eager to rush into the fray, as if to hasten your demise? How could I have ever been defeated by such a brutish fool?" With a sigh, Piccolo decided not to dwell on it further and followed Goku as they departed together. If Goku were to perish, all hope for Earth would be extinguished. Meanwhile, the others at the Kame house exchanged glances, and ultimately, Bulma produced a capsule that transformed into an aircraft, whisking everyone away to the battlefield. At that moment, Raditz had already returned to the location where his spaceship had landed. He confined Gohan within the ship, preparing to venture nearby in search of sustenance. Suddenly, the scouter detected an overwhelming power. The reading was astonishingly over 700, and upon determining its direction, it was astonishingly aimed at Gohan within the spacecraft. Raditz, taken aback by this revelation, shook his head in disbelief, declaring, "Impossible. How could a mere child possess such formidable combat power, especially one who is not a pure-blooded Saiyan? The scouter must be malfunctioning. I'll have it repaired upon my return." After a while, as Raditz munched on an unknown fruit, he awaited Kakarot's return with the 1,000-odd heads. Just then, the scouter registered two powerful presences approaching. Upon inspection, he recognized them as his brother Kakarot and the green-skinned creature, Piccolo. Upon their arrival, Raditz exclaimed, "Kakarot, have you truly gathered over 1,000 heads so swiftly? If you possess such efficiency, you certainly qualify for the Saiyan team. Truth be told, we were initially considering you merely to fill the ranks. But your prowess is indeed commendable." In response to Raditz's words, Goku, with a grave expression, stated, "I have not slaughtered anyone. I simply wish to defeat you and rescue my child." Hearing this, Raditz, who had felt a flicker of hope, suddenly wore a grim countenance and retorted, "So you would rather slay your own brother than massacre 1,000 innocents? Is that your stance?" Goku remained stoic, facing Raditz with unwavering seriousness, choosing not to respond. After all, no matter the choice, it was fraught with moral conflict, to kill a kin by blood or to extinguish the lives of 1,000 strangers. In such a dilemma, silence became the most eloquent reply. Observing Goku's continued silence, Raditz grasped his meaning and, with a slight smile, remarked, "If that is your choice, then I shall be compelled to end your life myself. Though it is a loss to kill a pure-blooded Saiyan, at least your child's lineage remains intact. I shall take your child back to train for a while, and he may well take your place." Upon hearing Raditz's declaration, both warriors discarded their weighted garments, preparing to unleash their full power. As the weighted clothing was removed, the combat prowess of the two individuals experienced a remarkable enhancement, directly surpassing the formidable threshold of 400, with only a few points shy of reaching a power level of 500. Observing this development, Raditz appeared somewhat astonished yet maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "Do not presume that your combat power exceeding 400 poses any threat to me." While the two remained vigilant, Raditz swiftly maneuvered behind them, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent them crashing to the ground. Reacting quickly, the duo sprang back to their feet, leaping away into the distance. Witnessing their astonishment, Raditz continued, "To be candid, the Saiyan team comprises 3 members, and I am the weakest among them. The other 2 possess strength that surpasses mine." This revelation left the two in a state of shock, momentarily immobilized. Nevertheless, Goku forced himself to regain composure and demanded, "Where have you hidden Gohan?" Chapter 114. A turning point in Dragon Ball intelligence. Reg collecting Raditz as a subordinate. In response to Goku's inquiry, Raditz pointed towards the spaceship nestled in the deep pit, stating, "The boy you seek is inside that craft. However, if you wish to rescue him, I advise you to abandon that notion, for I intend to return the boy to my superiors." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku discreetly sighed with relief, confirming that Gohan had not suffered any harm. Subsequently, Goku shifted his gaze towards Raditz, fixating intently on his adversary. After a brief interval, Goku discreetly nodded towards Piccolo. Understanding the unspoken cue, the two launched themselves simultaneously towards Raditz with remarkable speed. Observing their rapid approach, Raditz remained motionless, a supremely confident smile adorning his face. As the two approached, Raditz engaged them in combat. Despite facing their relentless assaults, Raditz maintained a dominant position, effortlessly handling one adversary with each hand. After a sustained onslaught, Goku and his companion realized that no matter how fervently they attacked, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Raditz. Observing this impasse, the duo swiftly circled around to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, such a blatant maneuver did not escape Raditz's notice. Before they could reach their target, Raditz leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent both adversaries hurtling away. The two spun through the air, losing count of the rotations, and upon crashing to the ground, they immediately propelled themselves back toward Raditz. As they drew nearer, Raditz unleashed twin shockwaves, knocking them down once more. Emerging from the crater, they struggled to rise, gasping for breath. At that moment, Piccolo turned to Goku and remarked, "That creature's strength is truly overwhelming. With our current power, we stand no chance against him." He then shifted his gaze to Goku and inquired, "Have you learned any new techniques during these years?" In response to Piccolo's question, Goku could only offer a wry smile and say, "I've merely refined my fundamental abilities. My repertoire remains unchanged." Hearing this, Piccolo chuckled and said, "In that case, you must hold him off for me. Over the years, I've developed a powerful technique originally intended for you, but it seems I must employ it now." After a moment of contemplation, Goku acquiesced to Piccolo's request. Subsequently, Goku charged towards Raditz alone, while Piccolo remained in the rear, commencing the gathering of his special beam cannon. During this period of concentration, the battle between Goku and Raditz could only be described as a one-sided annihilation. Goku found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught. At that moment, Raditz also noticed the significant rise in Piccolo's power. Utilizing his scouter to assess Piccolo's current strength, he discovered it had surpassed 1300. Seizing the opportunity during Raditz's momentary distraction, Piccolo swiftly unleashed his special beam cannon towards Raditz. As the smoke dissipated, Raditz remained rooted in place, with only a few abrasions upon his shoulders. Clearly, in that fleeting moment of confrontation, Raditz had deftly evaded his opponent's magical energy cannon with remarkable speed. Just as Raditz prepared to eliminate Piccolo, he suddenly found himself unable to exert any strength. Turning to glance behind him, he discovered Goku firmly grasping his tail. In that instant, panic washed over Raditz, and he exclaimed to Goku, "Kakarot, what are you doing? You cannot treat me this way. I am your flesh and blood. If you agree to let me go, I promise never to return to Earth." Hearing Raditz's words, Goku began to waver. Observing this disconcerting scene, Piccolo, sensing impending danger, urgently shouted at Goku, "You fool! He is deceiving you. If you release his tail, we are all doomed." However, Piccolo's warning came too late, as Goku had already loosened his grip. With his strength restored, Raditz became arrogant once more and swiftly sent Goku hurtling away with a single blow. Subsequently, he stepped on the fallen Goku, taunting him with disdain. "I had already warned you long ago that Saiyans are devoid of genuine emotions. I never anticipated that you could be so easily deceived by my mere words. The crux of the matter lies in your excessive kindness. Your nature is utterly ill-suited for the brutal laws of survival in the cosmos. It seems I must personally eliminate you." Just as Raditz prepared to end Goku's life, the scouter suddenly detected a formidable power. Sensing this anomaly, Raditz became alert, instinctively glancing towards Piccolo, suspecting an impending ambush. Upon realizing that Piccolo made no move, Raditz turned his gaze towards the source indicated by the scouter. Astonishingly, the source of this immense power was none other than Gohan, who had burst forth from the spaceship. In that moment, Gohan appeared consumed by an overwhelming rage, and his strength continued to ascend. To Raditz's astonishment, Gohan's battle power ultimately peaked at around 1300. Fixing his gaze upon Raditz, Gohan bellowed, "Do not bully my father." With that, a surge of energy enveloped Gohan, propelling him directly towards Raditz. Taken by surprise, Raditz was struck head-on by Gohan, shattering his protective suit in the process. Injured and battered, Raditz slowly rose from the ground, once again utilizing the scouter to assess Gohan's current battle power. To his dismay, he discovered that Gohan's strength was plummeting rapidly, dropping from over 1300 to a mere 1. Subsequently, Raditz advanced toward Gohan, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying and rendered him unconscious. Just as Raditz was poised to eliminate this potential threat, Goku unexpectedly leaped into action, ensnaring Raditz from behind. Then, facing Piccolo, he shouted, "I have him trapped. Attack this way." Upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo unhesitatingly began to gather energy for his special beam cannon. How could he let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, the severely injured Raditz found himself unable to break free from Goku's grasp. In his desperation, he exclaimed, "What are you doing, Kakarot? You will die too if you continue like this." Yet Goku merely smiled and replied, "What does it matter as long as I can drag you down with me? Everyone can gather the Dragon Balls later to wish me back to life." Although Raditz had no knowledge of what the Dragon Balls were, he understood that Goku intended for them to perish together. The thought of this predicament intensified Raditz's struggles. At that moment, Piccolo's special beam cannon was fully charged and launched directly at the two. The force of the attack pierced through them, marking Piccolo's most glorious moment as he simultaneously defeated two Saiyans. Confused, Raditz pondered why his opponent showed no hesitation in their shared fate of death. Later, Piccolo explained the existence of the Dragon Balls to Raditz, a revelation that became a pivotal turning point in the unfolding narrative, attracting Vegeta and Nappa. Just as Piccolo prepared to finish off Raditz, he discovered that Raditz had vanished. Stunned by this development, Piccolo was left bewildered. Meanwhile, not far off, Rege laid Raditz's body down, not out of sympathy, but with the intention of grooming Raditz as his subordinate. Despite Rege's considerable strength, he preferred not to fight alone. As the saying goes, a visible sword can be dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. A few years prior, the abduction of Sapari as a hostage served as a reminder of this danger. Furthermore, Raditz's potential was not insignificant, based on what Rege knew. Raditz possessed the talent of a top-tier warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been part of Vegeta's Saiyan squad. His subpar abilities stemmed purely from laziness. While others trained and leveled up, he indulged in food and sleep, never contemplating self-improvement. However, with proper guidance, it was not unreasonable to expect Raditz to surpass a battle power of 100,000 within a year, or at least reach 80,000, given his foundational capabilities were rather weak. A little initiative and training could have spared him from such ineptitude. With this in mind, Rege employed healing techniques to restore Raditz's injuries. Before arriving here, Rege had reverted to his original form, not maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Although there was little distinction between his initial state and Super Saiyan form, returning to normal life posed certain challenges. After all, that appearance would be difficult to blend into human society. Those unfamiliar might mistakenly think he was a half-evolved albino monkey. With his silver fur and heterochromic eyes, he certainly looked striking, yet there would always be those inclined to study him, the most notorious being the Red Ribbon Army. While Rege believed that no one in the universe could threaten his life, he recognized the potential for trouble. If things escalated, he might find it impossible to remain on Earth. Having lived here for over a decade, relocating was not a trivial matter. Thus, Rege opted to present himself in his original form most of the time. Just then, Raditz, lying on the ground, began to show signs of awakening. As his eyes opened, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. Instinctively, he murmured, "Am I dead? Is this hell?" At that moment, Rege, who was reading nearby, replied, "You are not dead. I saved you." It was then that Raditz noticed Rege's presence. He quickly rose, warily eyeing Rege. Upon seeing a face somewhat resembling Vegeta's, Raditz instinctively exclaimed, "Prince Vegeta." However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual was not Vegeta, though there were noticeable differences in height. Subsequently, Raditz cast a wary glance at Rege and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to Prince Vegeta?" Upon hearing Raditz's question, Rege did not respond directly, but shifted his gaze to Raditz. The instant Raditz beheld Rege's silver pupils, an overwhelming aura of death surged through his neural pathways, compelling him to instinctively kneel. Unlike the Ultra Instinct, which could revert after transforming into the fifth Super Saiyan, the silver pupils remained unchanged, yet it mattered little, for the heterochromatic eyes did not impede his ordinary existence. Reg uttered no further words, simply revealing his tail before Raditz. The moment Raditz laid eyes on the tail, he realized that his counterpart was indeed a Saiyan. Yet disbelief washed over him as he exclaimed, "Impossible. There are only a few of us Saiyans. How could there be others of whom we are unaware?" At that moment, Reg spoke. "My name is Reg, one of the surviving royal Saiyans, and also the elder brother of Vegeta. My intention in saving you is not solely based on your Saiyan heritage, but rather to recruit you as one of my subordinates." As Raditz absorbed Reg's words, he struggled to deny the reality before him. After all, who could readily accept a superior appearing out of the blue? Nevertheless, the undeniable resemblance to Vegeta confirmed the truth of Reg's words. No matter how absurd the situation seemed, the facts remained, and Raditz found himself compelled to accept it. Then, kneeling on one knee, he addressed Reg. "Raditz is willing to follow His Highness Reg." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Reg nodded in acknowledgement. With a snap of his fingers, a bracelet materialized around Raditz's right wrist, displaying the number 3. Caught off guard, Raditz was immediately overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. Although the pressure was uncomfortable, it was not sufficient to keep him down. After a brief period of adjustment to the gravity, he slowly managed to rise, having undergone a near-death revival. Raditz's combat power had reached approximately 5,500. The bracelet was the gravity device used by Reg when he was young, and the number indicated that it exerted 3 times the gravity. This was not calculated based on Earth's gravity, but rather that of planet Vegeta, which was 10 times stronger than Earth's, meaning Raditz was currently enduring 30 times the gravity. Chapter 115, 11 months later. Observing Raditz struggle to stand, Reg spoke calmly. "The bracelet on your arm regulates gravity, and it cannot be removed. Its primary purpose is to enhance your current strength." After saying this, Reg waved his hand, enveloping Raditz in a spatial force, transporting him to a remote mountain range on Earth. Raditz, bewildered by the sudden change of scenery, stood in confusion. Reg then positioned himself behind Raditz and stated, "I will set up a barrier around here to conceal your energy signature, and the animals and plants in this area will suffice for your sustenance for a year. Your task is to elevate your combat power to 100,000 within that time." Raditz was taken aback by Reg's demand, trembling as he replied, 100,000 combat power? My lord Reg, you cannot be serious. Even King Vegeta of the past did not possess such strength, let alone reach 50,000. Is it not too much to ask for me to achieve that within a year? Reg's response was a cold snort as he declared, "What I stated is not a request, but a command. Should you fail to reach this level of power, I will personally eliminate you." Although Reg's expectations were not unreasonable, they were indeed the maximum Raditz could hope to achieve at this moment. After all, one cannot gain strength overnight. With the training augmented by the gravity bracelet, a determined effort could yield results in about 3 months. However, Raditz's inherent laziness meant that without some pressure, it would be impossible to ascertain his true potential. The menacing aura emanating from Reg left Raditz trembling in place, as he exclaimed, "Yes, my lord Reg, I shall reach a combat power of 100,000 within a year." Upon hearing Raditz's affirmation, Reg nodded slowly and continued, "The gravity bracelet on your wrist can only increase the gravity multiplier, not decrease it. Furthermore, every 10 days, the number will rise by 1 multiplier. This means that after a year, the multiplier will increase by 36, making it a total of 39 times the original. You may also adjust the gravity yourself. This force does not account for your safety or ability to adapt. If you cannot withstand it, you will be crushed." Reg's words effectively extinguished any thoughts Raditz had of slacking off. After all, if he were truly negligent, he might not even survive long enough for Reg to act. In this wilderness, there were not only formidable beasts, but also venomous insects. While the so-called beasts might serve as mere food for him, the poisonous insects posed a different threat. They could potentially incapacitate him during moments of vulnerability. Although common viruses would not greatly impact a Saiyan, merely causing weakness or dizziness, an encounter with wild beasts during such a time could spell disaster. Ultimately, despite the Saiyans' formidable strength, they were still flesh and blood, susceptible to injury from sharp objects. Beasts' claws and teeth were nothing less than lethal weapons. With these thoughts in mind, Raditz shook his head, dismissing his previous inclination to be lazy, and resolved to take his training seriously. After addressing Raditz' situation, Reg returned home, book in hand, to continue his reading. The book was none other than Dragon Ball, as the passage of decades had rendered some details unclear to him. Initially, Reg had contemplated directly traversing time and space to witness events firsthand. However, frequent temporal travel attracted the attention of the Kai of Time, Cronoa. Armed with the token from Old Bird, the Kai merely issued a verbal warning against reckless time travel, cautioning that excessive crossing could lead to temporal chaos before departing. Henceforth, Reg limited his temporal excursions. Yet, due to the long passage of time and the gaps in his memory regarding certain plot points, Reg sought out Old Bird directly for further illustrations. At first, Old Bird was delighted by Reg's visit, but upon learning of Reg's request for illustrations, the joy vanished from his face in an instant. In Old Bird's own words, after spending most of his life drawing comics, even death could not spare him from the burden of continuing to create, making it unbearable to endure such demands. Reg felt embarrassed by Old Bird's sentiments, knowing that, according to his previous life's knowledge, Old Bird actually enjoyed idleness. Had he not been pressed, Old Bird would likely have embraced a leisurely lifestyle long ago. Nevertheless, Reg was undeterred. After much negotiation, Old Bird agreed to narrate the plot while Reg would undertake the illustrations. Despite his aversion to drawing, Old Bird would frequently lean over Reg's shoulder during the illustration process, guiding his technique as if teaching a disciple, occasionally revealing a nostalgic expression. Through their collaboration, Reg successfully completed the illustrations for all chapters from the Namek saga to the Majin Buu saga. Having obtained what he desired, Reg bid farewell to Old Bird, promising to bring offerings on his next visit. Over the subsequent 11 months, aside from instructing his two sons in their training, Reg also monitored the progress of the main characters. The reason for specifying 11 months rather than a year was due to knowledge gleaned from the script. Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth a month early, approximately today. Reg instantly teleported to Raditz's location. Observing Raditz diligently training below, Reg nodded in mild satisfaction. In the initial month, Raditz had attempted various means to avoid work. However, as time passed, he gradually shed his lazy habits. The multiplier on the bracelet had risen to 60, indicating Raditz's own initiative in increasing it. Reg produced a device of his own design to scan Raditz, discovering that his combat power had surged from 5,500 to approximately 300,000, an astonishing increase of 200,000 beyond expectations. Upon considering this, Reg swiftly teleported before Raditz. Startled by Reg's sudden appearance, Raditz was taken aback. However, upon recognizing him, he immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Your subordinate pays homage to His Highness Reg." Witnessing this scene, Reg refrained from uttering additional words and simply waved his hand, removing the gravity bracelet from Raditz. The moment the gravity bracelet was removed, a powerful aura erupted from Raditz's body, leaving him momentarily incredulous. At this juncture, Reg remarked, "Your combat power has significantly improved, surpassing my expectations, reaching approximately 300,000. Upon hearing Reg's assertion of his newfound strength, Raditz began to swell with arrogance. However, as he locked eyes with Reg, the confrontation deflated his bravado like a punctured balloon. The palpable sense of lethal threat had not diminished in the slightest, and he was acutely aware that any attempt to strike would likely result in his utter annihilation. Chapter 116. The Arrival of Vegeta and Nappa. Observing Raditz's expression, Reg discerned his thoughts. After all, who would wish to remain subordinate after acquiring such formidable power? He then addressed Raditz, stating, "I care not for your previous musings. Until your strength surpasses mine, suppress those petty ambitions." With that, he placed his hand on Raditz's shoulder and instantaneously transported them away. They reappeared high above a city, leaving Raditz bewildered as to why Reg had brought him to this location. As Reg's gaze fell upon the newly arrived Vegeta and Nappa on Earth, Raditz immediately grasped Reg's intentions. Cautiously, he approached Reg and inquired, "Your Highness, do you wish for me to capture those two?" Upon hearing Raditz's question, Reg gently shook his head and replied, "It is not about capturing them. Rather, it is about witnessing the spectacle." Raditz, perplexed by Reg's response, found himself engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the connection between the arrival of the two and the notion of a spectacle. Just as he was about to question Reg further about what performance he referred to, he caught a glance from Reg that silenced him. leaving him to stand obediently in place. Subsequently, attention shifted to Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, the two emerged slowly from their spacecraft. As they stepped out, Vegeta, observing the curious crowd that had gathered around them, smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Having arrived on Earth with great difficulty, shall we not greet them?" Nappa, fully comprehending Vegeta's intent, revealed a cruel smile to the surrounding onlookers. Subsequently, he gradually infused power into his palms and extended 2 fingers skyward. An immense force erupted from the ground, sweeping across the entire city. The explosion it triggered was so powerful that it could be distinctly perceived even in the vastness of space. Akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth, those who were either curious or resided in the city were utterly obliterated by this strike. Even those as far away as Klin and his companions could palpably sense the terrifying magnitude of this force. Above the two, Reg and Raditz bore witness to this spectacle. Reg's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of indifference. In contrast, Raditz merely displayed a scornful grin. To him, this display of power was akin to a jester performing trivial tricks, even more juvenile in nature. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Vegeta and Nappa, the surroundings had been reduced to rubble. At this juncture, Vegeta addressed Nappa, saying, "Cease your antics and focus on locating the Dragon Balls. Such matters are of utmost importance." Upon finishing, he activated his scouter to detect the presence of formidable warriors on this planet. Their scans revealed a direction, with 2 warriors boasting battle powers exceeding 1,000. Observing the information relayed by the scouter, Vegeta remarked, "These 2 might be the culprits responsible for Raditz's demise. They may also possess intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls." Nappa, familiar with Vegeta's demeanor, understood the implication. He was indifferent to Raditz's fate and primarily concerned with acquiring information about the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the 2 individuals soared towards the direction of their adversaries. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo and Gohan sensed the formidable auras of Vegeta and his companion approaching their location. Realizing that these were the allies of Raditz, Piccolo and the others began preparing for battle, gradually shedding their burdens. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan felt an overwhelming energy drawing near. The arrival of Krillin brought them a sigh of relief, as they believed there were more than just 2 Saiyans. Piccolo addressed Krillin, saying, "What brings you here? This situation is beyond your capacity to withstand." Hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin smiled gently and replied, "Do not say that. Strength lies in numbers. What if I am the missing piece? We are all here to contribute to Earth's defense. Besides myself, Tien, Yamcha, and others have undergone special training and might also be on their way." With that, Krillin approached Gohan to engage in conversation, asking about his training with Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo sensed something and warned them, "Let us discuss this later. Those 2 are approaching." Upon hearing Piccolo's warning, the 2 looked skyward, spotting the silhouettes of Vegeta and his companion. Instantly, the trio felt the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta and his ally. As the duo descended from the sky, Vegeta recognized Piccolo's voice and deduced that he was the one responsible for Raditz's demise. "It seems you are the one who killed Raditz," Vegeta remarked. Piccolo, taken aback, recalled that he had not seen Raditz vanish, leading him to conclude that the warrior was not dead. Observing Piccolo's bewilderment, Vegeta added, "The information relayed from the scouter included your voice. Even if you are not the true murderer, you are undoubtedly an accomplice." Nappa, noticing Piccolo's appearance, expressed surprise. "I didn't expect to find a Namekian on Earth." Upon hearing Nappa's words, Piccolo learned for the first time about his heritage and race. Vegeta, upon hearing Nappa's comment, remarked, "I have heard that Namekians possess some extraordinary abilities. Surely you are the creators of the Dragon Balls." Nappa then threatened Piccolo to surrender the Dragon Balls. Piccolo responded, "Though I did not create the Dragon Balls, they are not something you can simply take." With that, he assumed a combat stance. Unfazed, Nappa began scanning the 3 power levels detected: 981, Gohan; 1220, Piccolo; 1083, Krillin, he announced. After finishing his scan and realizing none surpassed 1500, he laughed. "How can you hope to stop anyone with such meager power?" Vegeta removed his scouter, stating, "Scouters are unreliable. These Earthlings can alter their power levels during battle." Acknowledging Vegeta's insight, Nappa complied and took off his scouter. He then produced a capsule-sized glass vial, revealing only 6 seeds remaining. "Just enough left," he said, planting the seeds in the ground. After pouring a special liquid over them, 6 vegetable beings erupted from the soil, immediately launching an assault on Piccolo and the others. Witnessing this, Piccolo and Krillin sprang into action, engaging the adversaries at remarkable speed. Gohan, however, found himself at a loss, unsure of whom to aid. One of the vegetable beings noticed Gohan and, seizing the moment of distraction, approached him from behind. Before Gohan could react, he was struck down by a powerful elbow from the vegetable creature. Seeing this, the remaining vegetable beings surged towards Gohan, intent on eliminating him first. Just as they were about to reach him, Piccolo appeared before Gohan, preventing the attack. At that moment, two more figures descended from the sky, Tien and Kaiatsu, followed by Yamcha. Observing the escalating numbers, Vegeta commanded one of the vegetable beings, eliminate one of them. In response to the order, the vegetable creature stepped forward. Piccolo's team dispatched Tien to confront the foe, transforming the chaotic skirmish into a series of one-on-one battles. Chapter 117, The Masterpiece of the Dragon Ball World. The Death of Yamcha. As Tien stepped forth, the vegetable being charged at him. Tien, bracing for the imminent confrontation, prepared his fighting stance. As the distance closed, Tien swiftly unleashed a punch, sending the vegetable creature flying, and pursued the airborne foe. The vegetable being adjusted midair and, upon landing, lunged at Tien. In response, the creature opened its head, unleashing a spray of highly corrosive liquid. Anticipating the attack, Tien evaded with precision, causing the corrosive substance to miss and create a gaping trench in the ground. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tien swiftly moved behind the vegetable being, launching a counterattack. The creature, sensing danger from behind, leaped into the air. However, Tien capitalized on the opportunity, following the creature into the air and delivering a devastating elbow strike. The vegetable being plummeted to the ground, struggling to rise. Beholding this scene, Vegeta scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the creature's performance. He extended a finger towards it, launching an attack that obliterated the creature, reducing it to a vile puddle. Subsequently, Vegeta cast a glance over his shoulder at the remaining 5 Namekians and warned, "If the ensuing battle fails to satisfy me, the liquid on the ground shall be your fate." Upon hearing Vegeta's ominous threat, the remaining 5 Namekians trembled in fear, their expressions betraying their terror. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others gradually regained their composure after witnessing Vegeta's earlier display of prowess. At that moment, Krillin stepped forward and declared, "I shall take on the next battle." He prepared to advance, but was abruptly halted by a hand belonging to Yamcha. Yamcha stated, "You have already perished once. The Dragon Balls can no longer resurrect you. For your safety, allow me to handle this fight." With that, he disregarded Krillin's protests and stepped forward, ready for combat. On the opposing side, a Namekian had already been dispatched. In an instant, both combatants launched into action, vanishing from sight. The speed of their battle was such that an ordinary person could not perceive their movements. In the midst of their high-velocity exchange, Yamcha seized an opportunity, executing a sweeping kick that sent the Namekian tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, a swift kick sent the vegetable man flying through the air. As he soared, he executed several backflips to regain his composure. Just as he stabilized himself, he realized that Yamcha had already vanished from sight. At that moment, Yamcha had positioned himself behind the vegetable man, poised to deliver another powerful blow. However, the vegetable man had anticipated Yamcha's trajectory, seizing his attacking arm and performing a shoulder throw, casting him aside. Yamcha swiftly adjusted his position midair, preparing for a flying kick directed at the vegetable man. Observing this, the vegetable man leapt aside, evading the kick and landing on a nearby cliff. Undeterred, Yamcha pressed the attack, charging towards him. The vegetable man, refusing to back down, lunged forward as well. As the two figures drew closer, Yamcha revealed a cunning smile, vanishing into thin air with a burst of speed, reappearing behind the vegetable man. In an instant, Yamcha harnessed an energy wave, unleashing it downward upon the vegetable man. Caught off guard, the vegetable man was struck by the energy wave, forcefully slammed to the ground, sustaining severe injuries. As the energy wave dissipated, a substantial crater was formed in the ground, with the severely injured vegetable creature remaining motionless within it. Yamcha, having descended from the sky, gazed at the still figure of the vegetable being in the pit. Turning back with a confident declaration of victory, he was suddenly taken aback as the vegetable creature sprang to life and charged toward him. Just as Yamcha, caught off guard, prepared to defend himself, the vegetable being enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Witnessing this turn of events, an ominous feeling washed over Yamcha, prompting him to exclaim in panic, "Oh no, this is bad." No sooner had he uttered these words than a blinding white light emanated from the vegetable creature, followed by a thunderous explosion that radiated outward from Yamcha's position. As the smoke dissipated, a vast crater emerged on the battlefield, with Yamcha lying at its center. In that very moment, a world-renowned masterpiece was born, the death of Yamcha. Meanwhile, in the air, the expressionless Rikum raised an eyebrow, inexplicably feeling a desire to laugh, though he could not pinpoint the source of his amusement. Beside him, Raditz, somewhat bored, stifled a yawn. After all, this battle lacked even a meager power level of 50,000, rendering it difficult for the significantly strengthened Raditz to muster any interest. Afterward, he inwardly mused, "I wonder why His Highness Reg likes to watch such tedious battles." Reg, standing nearby, naturally heard what Raditz had said. However, he refrained from offering any rebuttal, quietly observing the skirmish below. Were it not for Reg's desire to witness a live broadcast of the Dragon Ball storyline, such trivial skirmishes would hardly pique his interest. At that moment on the battlefield, Krillin swiftly approached Yamcha to assess his condition. He discovered that Yamcha had long since lost his vitality, lying serenely in the crater. Overwhelmed by this realization, Krillin shuddered and remarked, "Yamcha no longer has any aura. He has perished in battle." Krillin recalled Yamcha's words before the fight, which clearly indicated that Yamcha had foreseen something. Consumed by rage, Krillin declared to the remaining vegetable people, "I shall annihilate all of you in vengeance for Yamcha." With that, he raised his hands above his head, beginning to gather his energy. Upon witnessing this, one of the vegetable people rushed forward to thwart Krillin. As the creature drew nearer, Krillin thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The vegetable person, seeing the impending attack, quickly halted and leapt aside. Krillin bellowed at the fleeing figure, "You think evading my attack will be that simple?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he lifted his hands high once more, sending the energy wave soaring into the sky. When the energy wave reached an adequate altitude, Krillin shouted, and it abruptly expanded, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, striking each of the vegetable people with pinpoint accuracy. Most of the vegetable people sustained severe injuries or were instantly vanquished, while one narrowly escaped into a cave. Among the energy waves, one surged directly toward Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, the two remained motionless as the attack approached, until it ultimately struck them, enveloping the area in smoke. Having executed his technique, Krillin was left panting, but upon surveying the results, a slow smile spread across his face. At that moment, the last remaining vegetable person seized the opportunity to dash out from the cave, aiming to grasp the weakest Gohan in a desperate attempt for a one-for-one trade. Just as it was about to grasp Gohan, Piccolo intervened instantaneously, seizing the vegetable person's arm. With a fierce glare, Piccolo declared, "Die," and hurled the creature into the air, unleashing a mouth blast that obliterated it completely. Thus, the remaining 5 vegetable people were eradicated. Just as the others began to celebrate, the smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated, revealing Vegeta and Nappa, unscathed, standing before them. Chapter 118, Nappa Challenges 4. At this juncture, Nappa stepped forward, stating, "You Earthlings possess some degree of strength, but that is all there is to it." With that, Nappa prepared to personally eliminate Piccolo and the others. He slowly advanced toward them, each step heightening the psychological pressure on the group, for they were no match for Nappa's formidable prowess. As Nappa accelerated to a sprint, his pace eventually transformed into a frenzied dash towards the weary Krillin. Observing the oncoming Nappa, Krillin swiftly prepared for battle, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Clearly aware that the impending confrontation offered him little hope of victory. Just as Krillin contemplated his counterattack, Piccolo suddenly intervened, positioning himself between Krillin and Nappa, launching an assault against the charging adversary. Nappa, however, deftly halted his advance and evaded Piccolo's strike with a sidestep. The attack collided with the cliff behind, causing it to disintegrate in an instant. Piccolo, taken aback by Nappa's effortless evasion, found himself astonished. In the blink of an eye, Nappa vanished from sight, reappearing behind Piccolo. Sensing an anomaly behind him, Piccolo swiftly turned to retaliate, but his strike came a moment too late, allowing Nappa to elude him once more, playfully dodging his attacks. Seizing the opportune moment, Nappa delivered a powerful kick to Piccolo's abdomen. The impact caused Piccolo to spit out a mouthful of bile as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through several massive boulders. After smashing through yet another stone, Piccolo came to a halt, buried beneath the rubble. Moments later, he emerged from the debris, wincing from the pain radiating from his midsection, yet gritting his teeth as he focused on Naba. Still reeling from the agony, Piccolo witnessed Naba's aura intensifying, causing nearby rocks to levitate ominously. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing as a result of the overwhelming pressure. Naba, surveying the scene, began to select his next prey, ultimately fixing his gaze on Tien, who foolishly assumed a combat stance. Observing this, Naba enveloped himself in an aura akin to armor and charged towards Tien. Meanwhile, Tien, feeling the weight of Naba's formidable presence, began to sweat profusely. Just as he attempted to move, he found himself immobilized by Naba's overwhelming energy. As Naba closed the distance, Piccolo shouted urgently, "Tien, get out of the way." Though Tien heard Piccolo's warning, his body remained unresponsive. With Naba nearly upon him, Tien had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture. Naba, noticing Tien's refusal to evade, revealed a cruel smile and unleashed a devastating punch. The force of the blow severed Tien's arm, blood gushing forth from the wound. The excruciating pain surged through Tien, eliciting a cry of anguish. Naba, intent on finishing Tien, prepared to deliver the final blow. Yet, Tien, recovering a fragment of rationality amidst his suffering, leapt into the air just in time to evade Naba's attack. Naba, undeterred, leapt after Tien, delivering a fierce kick that sent him crashing into the ground. From a distance, Krillin, unwilling to witness Tien's demise, rushed towards him in a desperate attempt to save his comrade. In the air, Naba noticed Krillin's movement and, with a swift gesture, unleashed a burst of powerful energy, resulting in a series of devastating explosions that rocked the ground. As the dust settled, Krillin was seen panting heavily, having narrowly evaded Naba's assault. Now acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them and Naba's might, the onlookers gazed at Naba with expressions of horror, perceiving him as a monstrous entity. At that moment, a white figure dashed towards Naba from behind. Observing this, Vegeta cautioned, "Fool, don't be distracted by the enemy in front. Watch your back." Heeding Vegeta's advice, Naba turned around, but it was too late. The white figure, which was Kaiatsu, clung tightly to his back, utilizing his diminutive stature to evade Naba's grasp. In a state of panic, Naba propelled himself backward, crashing into a massive boulder. Kaiatsu, enduring severe injuries from the repeated impacts, remained resolute, refusing to relinquish his hold. After colliding with several boulders, Kaiatsu was battered and bloodied. Yet he managed to turn his head towards Tien and, with a faint smile, uttered, "Thank you for your companionship." Upon hearing Kaiatsu's words, Tien was struck with shock and sorrow, crying out, "Kaiatsu, what are you doing? Stop." In response, Kaiatsu replied, "Goodbye," as a blinding light erupted from his body, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the surroundings in smoke and chaos. As the smoke dissipated, Naba remained unscathed, standing resolutely in the air. The disparity in power between the two was so immense that Naba sustained little harm. Below, Tien, recalling that Kairatsu had already been resurrected once with the Dragon Balls and could not return again, was consumed by fury. At that moment, Naba descended slowly to the ground, regarding Tien with a mocking expression. Tien, overwhelmed by rage and hatred, had lost all sense of reason and charged recklessly at Naba with his severely injured body. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, abandoning all defense and disregarding his own safety. Ultimately, every strike from Tien was effortlessly evaded by Naba, who countered with a single punch that sent Tien soaring into the air. Subsequently, he was violently thrown to the ground, yet Tianjin Fan remained undeterred in his offensive onslaught, rising again to launch further attacks on Naba. Nevertheless, he was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Naba, and instead, his own stamina began to wane significantly, ultimately leading to his being knocked down by Naba with ease. At this juncture, a somewhat bored Naba remarked, "This childish brawl ought to come to an end." With that, Naba began to levitate and ascend into the sky. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, he commenced to dive towards Tianjin Fan, intent on delivering a final blow. Chapter 119, Raditz joins the fray. Just as Tianjin Fan felt that his demise was imminent, the observing Piccolo and Krillin seized a fleeting opportunity, swiftly rising to execute a surprise attack on Naba. Meanwhile, the descending Naba, focused solely on swiftly dispatching Tianjin Fan, remained oblivious to the impending ambush. He was caught off guard by Piccolo's successful strike, which sent him flying, and with the assistance of Krillin, they delivered a powerful blow that sent the airborne Naba hurtling downwards, directly towards Gohan. At this moment, Piccolo called out from the air, "Gohan, quickly attack and finish him off," to which Krillin echoed, "Hurry, Gohan, attack before it's too late." However, Gohan, paralyzed by Naba's overwhelming presence, stood frozen, too intimidated to confront him. Observing Naba's fearsome visage, Gohan was struck with terror, retreating in fright and taking refuge behind a nearby rock. Witnessing this scene, both Krillin and Piccolo displayed expressions of disappointment. Nevertheless, being on the battlefield, they swiftly regained their combat readiness and launched energy blasts towards Naba. At that moment, Naba had already regained his composure and effortlessly evaded the two energy attacks. Subsequently, Nappa swiftly recalibrated his demeanor, casting an enraged gaze upon Piccolo and Krillin, and declared, "Since you are so eager to embrace death, let us commence with the two of you." Upon hearing Nappa's words, the duo refrained from holding back, unleashing their full might. Piccolo conjured two doppelgangers, while Krillin executed his illusion fist, manifesting two replicas. Subsequently, the six individuals simultaneously charged towards Naba. Observing this situation, Naba displayed not an ounce of trepidation. He effortlessly evaded their assaults. With two decisive punches, Naba sent Krillin's two duplicates back to their original form. Likewise, Piccolo encountered no unexpected developments. Seizing the fleeting moment of Piccolo's distraction, Naba unleashed a combination of 3 punches and 2 kicks, sending both the duplicates and the original crashing to the ground. As Piccolo rose from his recent fall, he noticed Gohan rushing towards him. Gohan seemed to utter some words of consolation, yet Piccolo denied him the opportunity to speak, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gohan sprawling aside. It was evident that Piccolo felt disheartened by Gohan's earlier retreat in the face of adversity. Subsequently, he ceased to concern himself with Gohan's predicament and soared into the sky alongside Krillin, resuming their battle against Nappa. Meanwhile, Tien, having regained his composure below, was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions as he recalled the moment of Kairatsu's sacrifice and the harsh reality of his irreversible demise. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he resolutely rose to his feet. With a fierce gaze directed at Nappa's figure in the heavens, he began to concentrate all his strength, fully aware that the cost of such an endeavor could jeopardize his own life. As the energy coursing through his body grew ever more potent, Tenshinhan, despite the discomfort he felt, swiftly raised his gaze towards the direction of Nappa in the sky and bellowed, "You scoundrel, I shall avenge the dumplings. This is my final Kikaho." Meanwhile, Nappa, who was preoccupied with battling Piccolo and Krillin, finally noticed the anomaly behind him. Just as he turned around, he was struck squarely by the Kikaho. Tenshinhan's life force draining technique elicited expressions of sheer astonishment from all present. Even Vegeta appeared somewhat taken aback. As the dust gradually settled, the figure of Nappa emerged before the onlookers, revealing that he had sustained minimal injuries. Meanwhile, Tien, having exhausted all his strength, could no longer maintain his form and fell helplessly to the ground. Observing Tien, who had long since lost his vitality, Krillin cried out in anguish, "Goku, please come back." Below, Vegeta, hearing the repeated mention of Goku's name, felt a twinge of confusion. Just as Nappa prepared to eliminate the two, Vegeta suddenly interjected, "Nappa, hold your attack. I have a few questions for them." Complying with Vegeta's command, Nappa ceased his actions. Vegeta then addressed the two, "Who is this Goku you speak of? Is he that Kakarot fellow?" In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Piccolo and Krillin, though wary of each other's strength, nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving the desired answer, Vegeta erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You pathetic fools, you have placed your hopes in Kakarot." Determined to dissuade them from their misplaced faith in a lowly warrior, Vegeta continued, "Since you so desperately wish for that individual to arrive, I shall grant you 3 hours. If Kakarot has not appeared by then, you shall all perish." Hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Krillin and Piccolo sighed in relief. However, Nappa had a different perspective. His short temper flared as he contemplated eliminating the two immediately. Vegeta, noticing Nappa's defiance, was enraged and shouted at him, "Fool, did I instruct you to attack?" At Vegeta's furious outburst, Nappa froze in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Subsequently, still filled with discontent, Nappa addressed Vegeta, questioning why they should wait for that lowly warrior. He scoffed, asserting that even if that worthless fool arrived, he could effect no substantial change. Vegeta, perceptive of Nappa's discontent, explained, "It is precisely because that scoundrel Kakarot is a traitor among our Saiyan kind. Watching him witness his comrades and son perish before his very eyes, helpless to intervene, would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. During this period of waiting, feeling a sense of ennui, Nappa sought amusement in a nearby human city. After laying waste to numerous cities, he arrived at a coastal region, where he discovered a formidable naval fleet, glaring at him with predatory intent. Yet Nappa perceived no threat whatsoever. Instead, he revealed a cruel smile directed at the military forces, leading to a one-sided massacre. Ultimately, amidst a cataclysmic explosion, the entire fleet was left in utter ruin. As time gradually slipped away, the 3-hour mark had arrived. The figures stripped off their protective gear and began to warm up, preparing to decisively eliminate the two adversaries. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo and Krillin broke out in cold sweat, realizing that 3 hours was insufficient to endure until Goku's arrival. In that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Piccolo, who devised a strategy to buy time. He addressed Vegeta, inquiring, "Why are you collecting the Dragon Balls? Is it to resurrect your fallen comrade?" The comrade Piccolo referred to as Raditz, and he posed the question in a gamble, betting on the possibility that Raditz was not truly dead, perhaps lurking somewhere nearby, observing the ongoing battle. Although Piccolo did not possess extensive knowledge of Saiyan temperament, it was evident from their actions that they would not regard the lives of their allies with much concern. Thus, if Vegeta's response was not affirmative regarding Raditz's revival, it was likely that Raditz, should he exist, would intervene, if only to delay the inevitable. As if on cue, Vegeta responded, "Revive Raditz? Don't be ridiculous. Who would resurrect that waste? As long as I possess immortality, no one can stand against me." Meanwhile, in an alternate dimension, Raditz was left bewildered, experiencing for the first time the absurdity of being caught up in a situation that did not directly involve him. His temper flared. But recalling the presence of Reg, he reined in his anger, cautiously observing Reg's expression, fearful that any misstep might lead to a severe reprimand. Noticing Reg's impassive demeanor, Raditz finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Reg spoke, "If you wish to fight, then do so. If you possess the strength, engage. If not, wait until you do. If you allow others to insult you without retaliation, how do you expect to survive? If this is your mindset, then it would be best for you to leave. I have no need for a coward as my subordinate." Raditz, invigorated by Reg's words, resolutely declared, "Yes, Lord Reg, I will not disappoint you." In response, Reg nodded slightly, and a portal appeared nearby. Raditz stepped through and descended directly onto the battlefield. The sight of Raditz's arrival left the onlookers in shock, with only Piccolo displaying a knowing expression. Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, "Raditz, weren't you dead?" After all, it was rather embarrassing to have just asserted that he would not be revived, only to be contradicted moments later. Despite his ruthless nature, he still had a sense of pride. Acknowledging the overwhelming demand for content, Vegeta reflected on the challenges of maintaining such high output, likening himself neither to a beast of burden nor to a draft animal, and rationalized that it was reasonable to limit his production. He indicated that one more chapter would follow, hoping for the reader's understanding, while promising additional updates with each incremental increase in ratings. Chapter 120, Raditz's Counterattack. Observing the astonished crowd, Raditz chose to remain silent, merely fixing his gaze upon Vegeta and Nappa. He then muttered softly, "If it weren't for His Highness Reg, I would have surely perished long ago. I am well aware of your temperament. You would never revive a fallen weakling. Yet hearing it spoken aloud still ignites a profound anger within me." Upon hearing Raditz's words, the others were left utterly bewildered. Who was Reg? Why had he chosen to rescue Raditz? At that moment, a voice echoed in Piccolo's mind. It was the old Kai. Addressing Piccolo, the Reg he speaks of is also a Saiyan, a formidable entity who arrived on Earth even before Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately felt a surge of anxiety. What a jest! There exists an even stronger Saiyan. Including Goku and Reg, Earth now harbored 5 Saiyans. Wasn't it said that the Saiyans had faced extinction? What was going on? The information conveyed by the old Kai left Piccolo's expression somewhat conflicted. However, the old Kai's subsequent words allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The old Kai said, "Although I cannot ascertain Reg's current demeanor when he first arrived on Earth, he was quite courteous. In essence, if you do not provoke him, he will not provoke you." Listening to the old Kai's words, Piccolo felt a wave of calm wash over him. Judging by Raditz's attitude, it was evident that he held a great deal of respect for the Saiyan named Reg. Moreover, based on the old Kai's partial revelations regarding Reg, it seemed he was aligned with their interests. Coupled with Raditz's current demeanor, it suggested that at least 2 Saiyans were now on their side. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa were equally perplexed. Nappa had no knowledge of this Reg fellow. Only Vegeta found the name Reg strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it before, but could not quite place it. Yet, from Raditz' tone, it was clear that he held Reg in high esteem, indicating that Reg must be a figure of considerable strength. After all, to command the allegiance of a Saiyan, the foremost requirement is to possess greater strength, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Vegeta was the first to snap out of his daze, addressing Raditz, ahem. Since you are still alive, come over here at once, and bring forth this Reg you mentioned. Vegeta's tone was rather dismissive. His concern did not lie with Raditz's survival, but rather with Reg, the one who had revived him. From Raditz's manner of speaking, it was evident that Reg was also a Saiyan. A warrior capable of earning the loyalty of a Saiyan would typically be addressed with titles of respect, such as Lord, similar to how Frieza was addressed. To be referred to as Your Highness could only pertain to a member of the royal lineage or a Saiyan with royal blood. Nappa dared to call Vegeta by his name directly because he was a descendant of the royal guards. To qualify as a royal guard, one had to possess at least the talent of a superior warrior. The royal family, in order to preserve the superior warrior talent within their lineage, often arranged marriages with collateral branches of the royal family to ensure the inheritance of such traits. Thus, Nappa felt entitled to address Vegeta informally, without the need for honorifics, as he already possessed a degree of royal blood. However, Raditz was different. While he also had the talent of a superior warrior, he was merely around 5 years old at the time of the destruction of planet Vegeta and was not yet of marrying age, hence, lacking any social standing. Even with superior warrior talent, Raditz remained inferior. This may explain Raditz's lackadaisical attitude, as possessing the talent of a superior warrior should have guaranteed a battle power of at least 3,000, yet Raditz's power level was alarmingly low at only 1,500. This was precisely why Vegeta's demeanor towards Raditz was so dismissive. Aside from Raditz's inferior combat power, there were also issues of social status. In terms of hierarchy, Raditz's standing was akin to that of a mere servant, barely qualifying as a guard. At that moment, Raditz sensed Vegeta's condescending tone and felt a surge of indignation. For as a Saiyan, how could he endure such disdain, especially now that he had recently acquired formidable power? Subsequently, a portion of his aura erupted forth. Even if it were but a fragment, its power had already reached approximately 30,000. As the ominous aura erupted, the onlookers displayed expressions of sheer terror. Both Vegeta's faction and Piccolo's group were equally affected. After all, aside from Raditz, only Vegeta remained present, and even Vegeta's combat power was merely around 18,000. Even at full strength, it would hardly exceed 24,000. The one who was truly alarmed was Piccolo, who, having engaged in battle with Raditz before, was acutely aware of his capabilities. Back then, Raditz's power was less than a tenth of what it was now. Such strength could not simply be attributed to training alone. It must be the influence of Reg, either through training or some enhancement. There was no chance that Raditz had developed this power independently. Standing in the center, Raditz reveled in the fear he instilled in others. He arrogantly addressed Vegeta, inquiring about his current combat prowess. The title Your Highness was pronounced with deliberate emphasis, mocking Vegeta. While Vegeta recognized the derision, he knew he was no match for Raditz and that any retort would likely lead to his own defeat. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta solemnly questioned the source of Raditz's terrifying power, demanding to know how he acquired such extraordinary strength. His gaze, now devoid of disdain, was filled with apprehension and seriousness. Raditz, with an air of feigned respect and admiration, attributed his strength to Reg, asserting that without Reg's assistance, he would not possess such formidable power. He then contemptuously informed Vegeta that his true battle power was a staggering 300,000. The revelation left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Vegeta's group was stunned, while Piccolo's faction was gripped by fear. Piccolo's terror stemmed from the possibility that Raditz might eliminate the two Saiyans and then turn his wrath on them, particularly since he had once nearly killed Raditz himself. In contrast, Vegeta's faction struggled to articulate their shock. A combat power of 300,000 was unimaginable to them. They were grateful to possess even 100,000. Meanwhile, Nappa, consumed by jealousy, seethed at Raditz's newfound strength. Why should a once weakling, whom he had bullied, now wield such power? It was as if a destitute beggar had suddenly become a billionaire overnight, an absurdity that was difficult to accept. Driven mad with envy, Nappa charged at Raditz, declaring his disbelief in Raditz's strength and accusing him of deception. Raditz merely scoffed at Nappa's rage. As Nappa reached him, Raditz delivered a single, devastating punch to his abdomen, the force of which left Nappa gasping for breath and unconscious on the ground. Raditz taunted the fallen Nappa, suggesting that had it not been for Reg's orders to spare him, that punch would have been sufficient to end him utterly. Vegeta, witnessing this display of power, stumbled back in shock, clearly intimidated by Raditz' might. Raditz, noticing Vegeta's reaction, reassured him, stating that he would not harm him, as he was the brother of Reg Vegeta. Bewildered, was left grappling with this revelation, while Piccolo and his allies were filled with dread. Inwardly, Piccolo questioned the reliability of the old Kai's information regarding Reg. The old Kai, uncertain, responded to Piccolo that Reg might help them, but if he intended to attack, they would have perished long ago. Frustrated by the lack of certainty, Piccolo begrudgingly accepted that if Reg were indeed hostile, they would not still be alive. Thus, the primary objective was to remain vigilant and take no action. Meanwhile, Vegeta, still in disbelief, confronted Raditz, asserting that he had no brother and that if he did, such a being would likely be even more ruthless than himself. Unworthy of allowing Raditz to persist, Vegeta's assertion held merit. Those of royal blood were often known for their violent tendencies, and if a brother existed, he would likely have wrought devastation upon the planet. In truth, the original Reg was far more malevolent than the current Vegeta. Having undergone banishment and possessing an overinflated sense of self-confidence, the likelihood of Reg being a benevolent figure was slimmer than the odds of winning the lottery multiple times. Raditz, incensed by Vegeta's insult, felt his temper rise but quickly regained composure, recognizing Vegeta's connection to Reg. Just as Raditz was about to respond, a figure descended from the sky. It was the hastily arriving Goku. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, having witnessed Goku's demise. However, he quickly collected himself, realizing that Goku had undoubtedly been resurrected through the Dragon Balls. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Goku was initially confused, believing that his companion had managed to handle the situation alone. Yet, upon seeing Raditz, he was met with disbelief, recalling their previous deadly encounter. Instinctively perceiving Raditz as a threat, Goku launched an attack. Raditz, dismissing Goku's recklessness, effortlessly countered and sent him crashing into several boulders, halting his momentum. Slowly rising from the rubble, he gazed at Raditz with an expression of disbelief. Raditz, observing Sun Wukong's disheveled state, felt a sense of vindication. After all, he had once graciously invited Wukong to join their ranks, only to be met with treachery, culminating in a ruthless exchange where Wukong sought to eliminate him. Who could remain unperturbed by such betrayal? Once Wukong was dealt with, Raditz shifted his attention to Vegeta and addressed him directly. Prince Reg is not inclined to harm you. He merely wishes to enlist you as one of his subordinates. Therefore, I shall make this clear. Should you choose to serve Prince Reg, you too shall wield immense power. This statement, meant for Vegeta since Nappa was unconscious and unaware, stirred something within the Saiyan Prince. After all, who would not desire such formidable strength? Yet, Vegeta hesitated at the thought of becoming a subordinate to Reg. Having long held the title of prince, how could he ever submit to another? A true man, occupying a position amidst heaven and earth, cannot remain subservient for long. Despite his mental resistance, his body betrayed him, and he knelt on one knee, declaring, I am willing to serve Prince Reg. The allure of great power was undeniable. He could always rebel once he acquired it. Raditz, witnessing Vegeta kneel before him, was filled with excitement. After all, it had always been he who had knelt before others, never the reverse. With the submission of Vegeta, the Saiyan invasion has reached a temporary conclusion. Reg, without hesitation, transported Vegeta and his companions into his own alternate dimension. Vegeta, however, was not excessively shocked. His expression was one of sheer numbness. After all, the astonishment he experienced today far surpassed the cumulative emotions of his entire life. With a battle power of 300,000, Raditz inexplicably acquired a formidable brother, only to find himself as the subordinate of that very brother. Each of these events was enough to leave him in a state of prolonged disbelief. Thus, at this moment, Vegeta was enveloped in a profound numbness. As Vegeta gazed blankly at Reg, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, he found the figure increasingly familiar. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stumbled back a couple of steps, trembling as he exclaimed, It's you. How is this possible? How can you still be alive? Upon seeing Reg, memories associated with him began to resurface in Vegeta's mind, particularly the words spoken by King Vegeta during his childhood. Vegeta, you have grown up. It is time I reveal some truths that have remained hidden. You have an older brother named Reg, but I exiled him in infancy because he was an uncontrollable and powerful monster. At that time, the young Vegeta scoffed at his father's words, declaring, No matter how terrifying that monster is, how could it possibly surpass you, father? Had King Vegeta heard such a retort, His proud nature would have surely exhibited a smug expression. However, having personally witnessed Rege's monstrous combat prowess, King Vegeta was compelled to lower his noble head and warn the young Vegeta, "Be silent. That monster is not to be taken lightly. You have not witnessed his power." "But I have." With a grave expression, he turned towards young Vegeta and proclaimed, "That monster is naturally endowed with a battle power of 250,000. Such an entity transcends the definition of a Saiyan. It is a walking calamity." Upon hearing the words of King Vegeta, young Vegeta was rendered utterly speechless, his mind reeling. The concept of a battle power of 250,000 was beyond imagination. At present, the pinnacle of Saiyan strength barely exceeded 20,000, and even his father, King Vegeta, possessed only around 10,000. This was the first time Vegeta truly comprehended the terrifying nature of such a monstrous existence, shifting from shock to sheer terror. Trembling, he asked King Vegeta, "What became of that monster?" The king's subsequent response brought a sigh of relief to young Vegeta. "I am aware of the devastation such a being could cause, which is why I exiled him shortly after his birth." Yet before young Vegeta could fully relax, King Vegeta continued, "However, I have a foreboding sense that the monster still lives and has grown even more formidable." He then cautiously addressed young Vegeta, saying, "If that monster truly returns, you must steer clear of his vicinity and never approach him." This incident haunted young Vegeta, plunging him into a series of nightmares that lasted for several months. However, even after the destruction of planet Vegeta, the absence of that creature eventually assuaged Vegeta's fears, leading him to believe that the adversary had either perished or was trapped somewhere, for deep within Vegeta's subconscious, he held the conviction that Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space. Years passed, and as time flowed on, Vegeta gradually forgot the details regarding Rege, only to be reminded upon their actual encounter. Vegeta's recognition of Rege's identity was not due to some trivial notion of blood connection, but rather stemmed from the overwhelming aura that Rege had inadvertently released during his infancy. It was this terrifying pressure that Vegeta sensed, triggering a primal reflex deep within his lineage, enabling him to discern Rege's true identity. Upon this realization, Vegeta knelt before Rege, one knee touching the ground, and declared, "I, Vegeta, pay my respects to His Highness Rege." At that moment, Vegeta kept his head bowed, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. His singular thought was to survive at all costs and seize any opportunity to escape from Earth. In the silence that enveloped the room, the rapid pounding of Vegeta's heart, a consequence of his anxiety, resonated clearly for all present to hear. Observing the visibly anxious Vegeta, Rege spoke in a calming tone, "There is no need for such apprehension. I harbor no intent to harm you. If I truly wished for your demise, I would have already instructed Raditz to act." Upon hearing Rege's words, Vegeta gradually began to regain his composure. Subsequently, Vegeta finally summoned the courage to raise his gaze towards Rege, intending to inquire about the meaning behind his presence in this place. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Rege understood his intent and stated, "I shall refrain from unnecessary words and simply ask, do you wish to personally slay Frieza? To attain greater strength, one must possess a clear objective." And as Vegeta had yet to engage in battle with Goku, he remained unaware of Goku's true power. Thus, he redirected his ambitions towards Frieza, for Vegeta harbored little loyalty towards him. Upon hearing Rege's words, Vegeta stood frozen in place. Subsequently, Rege remarked, "I can assist you in your training, but the extent of your strength will ultimately depend on your own diligence." Upon hearing Rege finally mention training, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, "Brother, I shall devote myself to rigorous training." Observing Vegeta's spirited demeanor, Rege merely smiled and continued, "Oh, since you are so keen on enhancing your power, allow me to inform you that Frieza currently possesses a combat power of 100 million. The revelation of Frieza's staggering strength left both Vegeta and Raditz utterly astonished. Witnessing Vegeta's shocked expression, Rege added, "Not only can you not contend with Frieza as he stands now, but you also cannot even surpass that lowly warrior, Kakarot." Recovering from his astonishment, Vegeta, somewhat displeased by Rege's words, retorted, "That is impossible. How could a mere low-class warrior be stronger than me?" Rege had anticipated such a response from Vegeta. With a swift motion, he pointed his finger into the air, causing ripples in the void that transported everyone back to the real world. At that moment, Goku and his companions had not strayed far. Upon seeing Vegeta's group reappear, they immediately grew cautious. Rege stood between the two factions and addressed Goku, "Goku, I offer you the opportunity to challenge Vegeta. If you prevail, I shall instruct you in your training. While I cannot guarantee you will become exceedingly powerful, you will at least surpass your brother. Although Raditz felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being compared to Goku, he kept his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, Goku relished three things: feasting, training, and battling formidable opponents. Thus, he unhesitatingly accepted Reg's proposition. At that moment, Piccolo interjected, "Fool, why would you so readily agree? This could be a trap." However, Goku waved him off, assuring, "Don't worry, I can sense that the person speaking to us possesses great strength, yet harbors no ill intentions. His aura is not malevolent." Piccolo, upon hearing Goku's insight, realized the significance of sensing one's aura to distinguish between good and evil. When he looked again at Reg, he found that his aura, as Goku had stated, was indeed not evil. In fact, to a certain extent, it radiated a benevolence surpassing his own. Just then, a voice echoed in Piccolo's mind. It was the old Kai. "Do not provoke him. Follow his lead, for he is not a senseless killer." With the old Kai's reassurance, Piccolo confirmed Reg's identity. After the three old Kais expressed their confidence, Piccolo reluctantly consented to the duel. At this juncture, Goku was already eager to engage, stepping forward to face Vegeta. In stark contrast to Goku's enthusiasm, Vegeta wore a disdainful and impatient expression, instinctively deeming a battle with a lowly warrior like Goku to be a waste of time. Reg remained silent, soaring into the sky to observe the impending clash between Vegeta and Goku. As Reg began the countdown, both warriors quickly assumed their combat stances. Although Vegeta scorned the idea of fighting Goku, years of experience had taught him that even when battling a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Furthermore, given that his opponent was his brother, a being who claimed he could defeat him, Vegeta understood that he could not afford to underestimate Goku, despite sensing that he was not on the same level. Once Reg concluded the countdown, both fighters lunged at each other simultaneously. Goku seized the opportunity to strike first, launching a punch toward Vegeta. However, Vegeta easily evaded the attack, sidestepping with grace. Capitalizing on Goku's momentary disorientation, Vegeta swiftly retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku's face. Goku, foreseeing this move, countered with his other hand, resulting in a clash of fists. Realizing that his strike had not inflicted any damage, Vegeta inwardly scoffed and pressed on with his counterattack. Goku, having regained his composure from the clash, unleashed a flurry of punches at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta was not one to be overwhelmed. He responded in kind, exchanging blows with Goku. The disparity became evident. While Goku poured all his strength into the fight, Vegeta remained composed, not even unleashing his full potential. Understanding that a stalemate would yield no results, Goku swiftly adapted his strategy, executing a spinning kick aimed at Vegeta. Anticipating the move, Vegeta deftly leaped back, evading Goku's attack, and took this opportunity to perform several backflips, creating distance between them. Seeing this, Goku unleashed his full power, pursuing Vegeta. In response, Vegeta, with a dismissive smirk, sprang off a rock and returned along his original path. Unbeknownst to Goku, who was still adjusting to the turn of events, Vegeta struck him squarely in the face, sending him stumbling back. Dazed from the blow, Goku regained his balance in mid-air, but Vegeta swiftly teleported behind him, preparing to deliver a knife-hand strike. Sensing the incoming attack, Goku quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding Vegeta's strike, and executed a handstand kick aimed at Vegeta's chin. Vegeta, noticing Goku's maneuver, retreated swiftly, dodging the attack. As Vegeta distanced himself, Goku followed suit, launching a whirlwind kick aimed at Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta effortlessly leaned back to avoid the blow. The two warriors resumed their fierce exchange, trading punches and kicks, both equally relentless. As they fought, they instinctively ascended higher into the sky. The disparity in their power levels was glaring. Goku's combat power hovered around 8,000, while Vegeta's stood at an impressive 18,000, far beyond Goku's current capabilities. Observing Goku being nearly overpowered, Vegeta mocked, "Kakarot, you are merely a low-class warrior. How could you ever hope to match me? If my brother did not believe that I was incapable of defeating you, I would never even consider this battle." Upon hearing Vegeta's taunt, Piccolo and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Did Reg truly assert that Goku could defeat Vegeta? Surely, this was no jest. On the battlefield, it was evident that Sun Wukong was being overwhelmed by his opponent, raising doubts among Piccolo and others about his chances of victory. However, they quickly dismissed these thoughts. Knowing Wukong's character, he would undoubtedly have a hidden strategy. Given the prowess of someone like Reg, it was unlikely that he was merely bluffing. Perhaps Wukong truly possessed a trump card. At that moment, Vegeta, hovering in the sky, grew impatient and launched a powerful strike that sent Wukong flying. As Wukong soared through the air, he felt a momentary dizziness but quickly regained his composure, adjusting his posture mid-flight before landing gracefully. He glanced up at Vegeta, who regarded him with disdain, prompting Wukong to abandon any pretense and unleash the Kaioken. Wukong concentrated, crouching low as a white aura enveloped him, his blood surging rapidly, causing his skin to flush red. In an instant, the brilliant white energy transformed into a fierce crimson, and his power surged dramatically. With the Kaioken doubled, Wukong charged towards Vegeta. Caught off guard by Wukong's sudden escalation, Vegeta sensed an imminent threat, a primal instinct honed through years of battle. Reacting swiftly, he leaped upward, narrowly evading Wukong's rapid assault, which obliterated the rocks below. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong darted towards Vegeta, empowered by the Kaioken, his strength and speed now magnified. Within seconds, he stood before Vegeta, landing a decisive punch to his face. But Wukong's onslaught did not cease. He continued to rain down blows upon Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent him plummeting downward. Yet the battle was far from over. Wukong swiftly outpaced Vegeta's retreat, positioning himself behind him, ready to strike once more. However, Vegeta, having recovered from the initial shock, swiftly appeared beside Wukong and landed a kick to his chin, sending him reeling. Wukong quickly regained his balance in midair, staring in astonishment at Vegeta. He had not anticipated that even with his powers doubled, he would still fall short against Vegeta. Had the prince not underestimated him, even his recent assault might have been futile. Chapter 124, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta, Part 2. At this moment, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Addressing Wukong with a smirk, Kakarot, "Your recent display of power truly surprised me, but if this is all you have to offer, then it ends here." With that, Vegeta began to unleash his own energy, his power escalating sharply. The sky darkened ominously, filled with storm clouds as if a monstrous force was about to emerge. Witnessing this transformation, Wukong felt the chill of anxiety as beads of sweat formed on his brow. With a mighty roar, Vegeta's strength surged, reaching an impressive battle power of 24,000. Wukong, now tense, gazed at the calm yet intimidating Vegeta, feeling as though he were facing a beast. Before Wukong could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta was upon him, delivering two devastating punches that left Wukong utterly defenseless, enduring the blows without any chance to retaliate. Regaining his composure midair, Wukong landed on a rocky outcrop, hastily scanning the skies for Vegeta's presence. Noticing the absence of his opponent, a sense of foreboding gripped him. As he suspected, Vegeta swiftly approached from behind, delivering a kick that sent Wukong flying once again. Determined not to engage Vegeta head-on, Wukong utilized the momentum from the kick to roll forward, creating distance between them. He quickly relocated to another rocky platform, scanning once more for Vegeta. Suddenly, he sensed an immense energy gathering above him. Looking up, he saw that Vegeta had charged an energy blast, ready to hurl it toward him. In response, Wukong activated the Kaioken once more, leaping into the air to evade the impending attack. Observing Wukong's deft maneuvering, Vegeta unleashed a Kamehameha wave toward him. As the energy wave approached, Wukong fought through the pain inflicted by the Kaioken, twisting his body just in time to narrowly escape the blast. However, he was still grazed by the energy wave, resulting in the destruction of the right side of his attire and leaving visible abrasions on his skin. Under the relentless barrage from Vegeta, Wukong found himself in a dire predicament, his expression grave as he faced such a formidable adversary. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to push beyond his limits and employ a triple Kaioken. With determination, he crouched low, feeling his strength escalate as his muscles expanded under the strain of the Kaioken's overwhelming power. Perhaps due to the intensity of the energy he was channeling, Wukong began to perspire profusely, heat radiating from his body. Vegeta, taken aback by Wukong's transformation, was momentarily staggered by the force of Wukong's aura. Sensing he had reached a critical threshold, Wukong unleashed his energy. Triple Kaioken. With the explosive emergence of Sun Wukong, the surrounding boulders shattered into fragments. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's power had risen to a level comparable to that of Vegeta, with his standard combat strength multiplied by 3, amounting to a formidable 24,000. In a flash, Wukong ascended into the air, the force of his flight shattering the rocky platform beneath him. Soaring through the sky like a bolt of lightning, he hurtled toward Vegeta's direction. At that moment, Vegeta remained dazed from the shock, only to be struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch from Wukong, sending him plummeting downward. Swiftly, Sun Wukong positioned himself in the trajectory of Vegeta's descent, enduring the pain coursing through his body. He unleashed a powerful kick, propelling Vegeta high into the air. Despite the agony, Vegeta swiftly adjusted his posture midair and, upon glancing down again, found Sun Wukong already confronting him. while Vegeta intended to launch an attack. He found Wukong's speed overwhelming, rendering all his attempts futile. Seizing the moment of Vegeta's failed assault, Wukong executed a rapid kick that sent him hurtling downward. Engulfed by a surge of fury in the depths of the crater, Vegeta's rationality crumbled as he grappled with the humiliation of being bested by a lower-class warrior. He unleashed a torrent of energy, sending debris flying in all directions. Wukong capitalized on Vegeta's moment of rage, darting toward him and skillfully evading his erratic strikes before delivering a decisive kick from behind. Vegeta, propelled by the force of the blow, adeptly executed several front flips, diffusing the impact of Wukong's kick. Subsequently, he charged a punch towards Sun Wukong. Wukong swiftly bent down to evade, retaliating with a punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Struck by this blow, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid and staggered backwards a few steps. At that moment, Vegeta could not fathom why Sun Wukong possessed such formidable strength. Logically, Vegeta, utilizing all his might, should have been on par with Wukong, who was employing the threefold Kaioken technique. In fact, one could argue that Wukong was at a disadvantage, given that the side effects of the Kaioken could not sustain him in prolonged combat, whereas Vegeta was unleashing his full power without any adverse effects. The dynamics of advantage and disadvantage seemed clear-cut. Yet, the reality was the opposite. Wukong overpowered Vegeta with absolute strength. This was primarily due to Wukong's superior combat skills. Vegeta had no one to mentor him, and years of slaughter had honed his techniques, which paled in comparison to Wukong's formal training. Moreover, given Vegeta's innate talent, most of his battles were fought with overwhelming force, leaving little room for skill refinement. In contrast, Wukong had been studying traditional martial arts from a young age. Guided by his grandfather's son Gohan, a master of Kung Fu, and later by the likes of Master Roshi, Bubbles, and Old Kaioshin, all of whom imparted their wisdom to him. One honed his lethal techniques over several years relying on raw talent, while the other inherited martial arts skills passed down through centuries. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. At that moment, Wukong, having battled for an extended period using the overexerted threefold Kaioken, began to show signs of strain and fatigue. Vegeta, continuously on the receiving end of the blows, also noticed this development. However, instead of expressing joy, he was engulfed by profound shame and fury. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he accept the need to employ delaying tactics against a lower-class warrior? How could the once celebrated prodigy of the Saiyans tolerate such a situation? Accepting that someone surpassed him was one thing. After all, that was his own brother, whose talent naturally resided within him. But the notion that a lower-class warrior could exceed him, defeating him with ease, was utterly intolerable. Consumed by these thoughts, he exploded in rage, bellowing at Sun Wukong. "You, lowly warrior! What right do you have to surpass me? I shall kill you." With that, he soared upward at great speed, soon reaching an altitude of thousands of miles. In the sky, Vegeta assumed the posture for a final flash, and the energy he was gathering surged higher and higher. Witnessing this, Wukong realized that Vegeta was not merely speaking empty threats. He truly intended to annihilate him. Furthermore, if he evaded to the earth, he would likely be obliterated. Just then, Rege swiftly intervened, creating a spatial barrier that enveloped both Vegeta and Wukong, preventing any destruction to the earth. However, the two combatants, engrossed in their duel, remained oblivious to the anomaly surrounding them. Chapter 125, Fourfold Kaioken and Kamehameha. Sun Wukong emerges victorious. Observing the escalating power of Vegeta in the sky, Wukong decided not to remain passive. He activated the threefold Kaioken and prepared to unleash the Kamehameha technique. As the strength of the two individuals converged, the surrounding environment began to undergo a transformation. The sky became a tumultuous tapestry of lightning and thunder, shrouded in ominous clouds, while the ground was beset by fierce winds, with countless fragments of stone suspended in the air, caught in the wake of their immense power. At the moment when their energies reached a critical threshold, both combatants unleashed their assaults. The Kamehameha wave, the final flash. Two beams of energy, composed of pure ki, collided with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that razed everything in the vicinity to the ground. The prowess of both warriors was evenly matched, and in this clash of energies, neither gained the upper hand. However, as time progressed, the repercussions of Goku's overexertion of the Kaioken technique began to manifest. This disruption caused his ki to become erratic, preventing him from harnessing the full potential of the Kamehameha wave. Seizing this moment, Vegeta surged forward with overwhelming force, propelling the final flash towards Goku with decisive momentum. Observing the unfolding situation, Goku felt the tide of battle turning against him, igniting a sense of urgency within. After a period of internal conflict, he resolved to risk it all, determined to emerge victorious in this fierce confrontation. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, disregarding the peril to his own life, forcefully unleashed the quadruple Kaioken. In that fleeting moment of employing the quadruple Kaioken, his aura erupted with tremendous intensity, causing his combat power to soar to an astonishing 32,000. Simultaneously, the potency of the Kamehameha began to escalate dramatically, with the diameter of the light beam at least doubling. This immense force forcibly repelled Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Gazing at the deflected attack, Vegeta's expression was one of sheer incredulity, utterly unable to accept this staggering reality. As the Kamehameha wave drew near, Vegeta's final flash could no longer withstand the onslaught, dissipating into the air, while the Kamehameha struck him directly. The force of the Kamehameha propelled Vegeta to an altitude of 10,000 meters, ultimately crashing him against the spatial barrier established by Rege. Yet, even in such a state, the Kamehameha did not wane, relentlessly bombarding Vegeta against the barrier. In this dire moment, Vegeta refused to succumb, swiftly twisting his form to forcibly relocate himself, evading the Kamehameha's destructive range. However, he was left in a pitiable state, his protective suit teetering on the brink of destruction, with severe injuries adorning his body. Blood continuously flowing from the wounds. Below, Goku found himself equally battered, in addition to the injuries inflicted by their prior battle. He bore the internal damage caused by the excessive use of the quadruple Kaioken. In summary, the extent of his injuries, both internal and external, far surpassed those of Vegeta. At that moment, Goku was utterly immobilized, maintaining the stance he had assumed against the wave moments before. Onlookers such as Piccolo and others were astounded by the spectacle, utterly unable to fathom that such destruction could be wrought by mere mortals. Just then, among the crowd, the armored Yasuo and Midori hurried toward Goku. Meanwhile, Goku, having somewhat acclimated to his agony, suddenly noticed Midori approaching. Puzzled by Midori's intentions, Goku was taken aback when he heard him cheerfully exclaim, "You truly are remarkable. Still as strong as in the old days." Following this, Midori patted Goku on the shoulder. However, this seemingly innocuous gesture elicited a wince from Goku, who grimaced in pain and cried out. Taken aback by the scene, Midori instinctively inquired, "Hey, Goku, are you really all right?" Having adjusted to the earlier pain, Goku explained to Midori, "Because I just pushed myself to the limit with the Kaioken, my body is on the verge of collapse. So even the simplest action can be excruciating." Subsequently, he addressed Midori, saying, "You should leave this place at once. I sense that Vegeta has not lost his fighting prowess. He may very well counterattack." Upon hearing Goku's words, Midori felt a surge of hesitation and swiftly fled toward the distance, steering clear of the battlefield center. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vegeta was seething with rage, utterly perplexed as to why a lower-class warrior possessed greater combat strength than himself. At that moment, Rege appeared behind Vegeta in an instant, observing the beleaguered prince, and quietly remarked, "I warned you that you are no match for this lower-class warrior. Cease your self-deception. You cannot defeat him." Rege's words ignited a furious blaze within Vegeta's heart, prompting him to roar back, "I will never concede to this lower-class warrior." After uttering this declaration, Vegeta completely lost his composure and launched an assault on Rege. However, every attack from Vegeta was riddled with openings, none landing on the agile Rege. As he fought, Vegeta proclaimed, "I cannot be weaker than that lower-class warrior. I have yet to transform into a Great Ape. Once I do, my power will amplify tenfold. Kakarot stands no chance against me." Upon hearing Vegeta's assertions, Rege felt no surprise, for this version of Vegeta was excessively proud and arrogant. His mindset far inferior to that of his later self. Merely facing a slight setback had brought him to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Rege, no longer inclined to indulge him, delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing the prince to retch painfully. Subsequently, Rege locked away Vegeta's power, seizing the latter's hair and drawing him downward. Below, Son Goku remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the sky, prepared to confront Vegeta's impending assault. At that moment, Goku discerned a blurred figure emerging on the horizon, instantly readying himself for battle. However, as the silhouette drew nearer, he realized that Rege was grasping Vegeta and flying towards him. Witnessing this spectacle left Goku utterly bewildered, standing still in confusion, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired above to result in such a state. Rege then unceremoniously discarded the incapacitated Vegeta at Goku's feet. Addressing him, "You have triumphed in this duel. Now, for a period of time, you shall train under my guidance." Upon hearing Rege's words, Goku leaped up in exhilaration. But the sudden movement caused his excitement to swiftly morph into agony, prompting him to cry out incessantly from the side. Afterward, he gazed down at Vegeta, lying on the ground, and proclaimed, "This battle is yours to concede. Admit defeat to Goku. At that moment, Vegeta remained obstinate, immobilized, and yet defiantly shouted, "Dream on if you think I will concede to Kakarot. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not yield." Observing Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, Reg did not engage further. While Goku chuckled beside him, saying, "Heh, whether you admit defeat or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I can continue to grow stronger." He then flashed a smile that made his eyes appear as if they were transformed into 2-inch shapes. However, in Vegeta's eyes, the scene morphed into something entirely different. And Goku's words became twisted in meaning. "Defeating such a weakling requires merely the use of my hands. It won't take long. I feel I could still fight 3 more rounds." Vegeta's fury surged, and he bellowed at Goku, "Don't think this is the end. Once I become stronger, I will personally ensure your demise." Startled by Vegeta's furious outburst, Goku was bewildered, completely unaware of what had offended him. Chapter 126. The Namek saga is about to commence. Though Vegeta was incapacitated, he continued to shout, which began to annoy Reg. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he delivered a punch to the back of Vegeta's head, causing him to lose consciousness. Witnessing this, both Raditz and Goku's group shivered in apprehension, fearing Reg's displeasure could lead to another blow. Once tranquility returned, Reg waved his hand, using the power of the laws to restore Goku and Vegeta's injuries. In an instant, both warriors felt their power surge, triggering the Saiyan passive ability. Goku's battle power escalated to approximately 14,000, while Vegeta soared to around 28,000. In the original narrative, their battle powers should not have been so low, primarily due to Reg's intervention that spared them from significant harm. Had the original plot unfolded, Goku's power should have been about 18,000 and Vegeta's around 32,000. Fortunately, Vegeta remained unconscious. Otherwise, his power would have increased further, compelling him to continue battling Goku. Meanwhile, the newly empowered Goku had little comprehension of battle power. He merely felt lighter and more robust. Just as the others celebrated their victory, Krillin somberly remarked, "Though we have won this battle, Tien and the others cannot return." Upon hearing Krillin's words, the group was jolted back to reality, their heads bowed in sorrow. At that moment, Reg interjected, "You can go to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to wish them back." The group displayed astonishment at Reg's suggestion, eagerly hoping it was true. Observing their expressions, Reg shared the essential details about Namek. After imparting this information, Piccolo appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing he had been unaware of the existence of his kin in the universe, and now felt an unsettling sense of disbelief. Excitedly, Krillin exclaimed to Reg, "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to Namek and resurrect our friends." Reg doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, stating, "With your current strength, traveling to Namek would be tantamount to seeking death." The group exchanged puzzled glances. Piccolo stepped forward, uncertainly asking, "Are the inhabitants of Namek particularly cruel?" Reg shook his head, replying, "The Namekians are not cruel. In fact, they are quite benevolent, among the few peaceful races in the universe." The group's confusion deepened. If they were a peaceful race, why had Reg just made such a statement? Sensing their bewilderment, Reg explained, "That is because Namek is currently under invasion." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, especially Piccolo, who stumbled back in fear at the thought of Namek being invaded. The sense of unreality he had felt before, believing he was no longer alone in the universe, was now tainted by the possibility that his kin might be facing annihilation. With a surge of anger, Piccolo approached Reg and demanded, "Do you know where Namek is? Can you take me there?" Reg, understanding Piccolo's intentions, replied, "I have stated that your current strength would lead to self-destruction if you ventured there." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo pressed on, "Who are these invaders? What is their strength?" The atmosphere grew tense as everyone awaited Reg's response. He slowly divulged, "The invaders are none other than the Frieza Force, to which Vegeta once belonged, and their strongest member is Frieza himself. His power would be a dimensional strike against you." Reg's assertion was indeed accurate. Frieza was the most formidable of all, though Reg was uncertain of Frieza's precise power level. At that moment, the unconscious Vegeta regained consciousness and overheard Reg's words, adding, "I do not even know Frieza's true power." The revelation that even Vegeta lacked knowledge of Frieza's strength heightened the tension among the group. In any military organization, power levels are typically classified information, and the closer one is to the core, the more information one can acquire. The fact that a warrior of Vegeta's caliber could not ascertain Frieza's exact power indicated that there were likely stronger beings within Frieza's ranks, perhaps many. Reg then addressed the group, "I know how powerful Frieza is, his battle power typically hovers around 530,000. The shock and fear were palpable among the Saiyans and Krillin. Only Goku and Piccolo appeared perplexed. Goku, due to his prior demise and lack of exposure to devices like the Scouter, and Piccolo, who had been training Gohan since the battle with Raditz and had not paid attention to such devices. Noticing the lingering confusion among some, Reg elucidated, previously, Goku's quadruple Kaioken power was approximately 32,000. Do you now comprehend what a battle power of 530,000 entails? Upon hearing Reg's explanation, Wukong's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Observing the shocked faces of the crowd, Reg prepared to divulge further information, hoping to inspire them to exert greater effort in their training. He addressed everyone, stating, I mentioned that Frieza's initial combat power is 530,000, but he can elevate his strength. Upon reaching the second stage, his power escalates to 1,040,000. In the third stage, it surges to 3 million. And in the final stage, it skyrockets to 100 million. As Reg's words sunk in, the group's astonishment morphed into palpable fear, particularly for Gohan and Krillin, who had collapsed in terror. At that moment, Vegeta was the first to snap out of his dread, gravely inquiring of Reg, Brother, what is your combat power? It dawned on Vegeta that if he could ascertain Frieza's might, then Reg's power must surely surpass it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Reg replied, I am uncertain. Vegeta looked utterly bewildered by this response. Reg clarified, Ever since my strength ascended to a divine level, I have lost track of my true power. Wukong was the first to respond. Is it akin to that of the Kaioshin or the Kai? Reg shook his head, firmly denying neither of them, but rather a being of even higher status. He elaborated for the group. Above the Kaioshin exists the god of destruction, and above that are the angels, followed by the Grand Minister. My current power should be comparable to that of the Grand Minister. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and the others experienced a moment of cognitive dissonance. The concept of divine power was beyond their comprehension. In Chapter 127, titled The Chinese-Style Parent Chi-Chi, putting Gohan on the right track, the group remained stunned by Reg's exposition, astonished to learn of the various divine hierarchies beyond the Kai. While they were unfamiliar with most of these titles, Vegeta alone found the term God of Destruction somewhat recognizable. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Reg cleared his throat and stated, Let us set aside such discussions for now and focus on the task at hand. This prompted the group to regain their composure and attentively await Reg's plans. Seeing their eager gazes, Reg outlined his strategy. I will train you for approximately 40 days. While you may not reach Frieza's level, you will be well equipped to contend with him. The prospect of training ignited excitement and anticipation among the group. Just as Reg was about to dismiss them, a spaceship suddenly approached from the sky. The group looked up to see the vessel carrying Master Roshi and the others. Before the ship had even fully descended, a figure burst forth from the hatch, racing toward them. It was Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi, her target being the unscathed Gohan. Unlike in the original story, this incarnation of Gohan lacked the courage to face the battle, resulting in him remaining unharmed throughout the encounters. Whether it was during the fight between Vegeta and Nappa or the subsequent clash involving Wukong and Vegeta, Gohan had not participated in the fights, thus escaping any injury. Chi-Chi rushed over, embracing Gohan with tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, Gohan, were you hurt in the recent battle? Have you been eating well these past few months? Have you endured hardships? Have you been sick? Are you studying diligently? Her barrage of questions exhibited her maternal concern, completely disregarding Wukong's perilous struggles nearby. While Wukong fought valiantly, Gohan sat idly by, and now Chi-Chi's unwavering attention toward Gohan, seemingly oblivious to Wukong's safety, left the others bewildered. Had they not witnessed the entire ordeal? One might have mistaken Gohan for the hero of the day. Reg, observing the scene, refrained from commenting. Truthfully, his impression of Chi-Chi was lukewarm. He neither harbored strong affection nor aversion toward her, finding her rather unremarkable. Her behavior resembled that of a typical overbearing parent, determined to push her child to excel academically, often accompanied by the phrase, I am doing this for your own good. This attitude naturally led Reg to regard her with some disdain. It was Chi-Chi's insistence that had forcibly redirected the most promising scion into a scholarly path, akin to Gohan's current academic persona. Ideally, a reasonable parent would recognize their child's exceptional talents and nurture them. Yet Chi-Chi seemed to do the opposite, disregarding Wukong's martial prowess, the champion of the martial arts tournament, and neglecting the potential of Gohan, who inherited Wukong's bloodline. In this world, warriors held a significant status, unlike in the past. where sheer strength could attract the attention of national leaders, much like the character Satan in later narratives. Under such favorable circumstances, it was absurd that Chi-Chi compelled Gohan to pursue academia, leading him to a mediocre existence as a scholar, merely elevated due to his connection to Satan. It was a comical yet tragic reality. The world's apparent champion, merely an ant that could be crushed with a finger, while the most gifted genius chose the path of the meek, becoming a mere educator, devoid of fighting prowess. Contemplating this, Reg shook his head and resolved to guide Gohan back to his rightful path, steering him away from the scholar's road as depicted in the original tale. He approached Chi-Chi and declared, "I intend to conduct specialized training with your son. He cannot return with you for the time being." At Reg's words, Chi-Chi erupted like a lit powder keg, fiercely retorting, "He is my precious son. On what grounds do you take him away? What is so beneficial about becoming a warrior? My dear Gohan is destined to be a scholar." Were it not for Wukong's intervention, it was evident Chi-Chi might have attempted to confront Reg physically. While her sentiments were understandable, the others, especially Piccolo and the rest, exhibited expressions of shock and dread. They had just grasped the gravity of the situation, and this madwoman seemed intent on provoking danger. In that moment, the group anxiously cast their gazes toward Reg, fearful of his potential reaction. Fortunately, Reg's subsequent actions provided them with a sigh of relief. With a mere wave of his hand, a nearby boulder transformed into pure gold. Then, addressing Chi-Chi, he remarked, "Isn't your ultimate aim for Gohan to become a scholar simply to earn money? I can provide that for you." Upon the appearance of gold, the crowd exhibited little reaction. Goku, being a martial arts enthusiast, had no concept of money. Although Krillin possessed a rational mindset, he was not excessively burdened by debt. As for Piccolo, being a demon king, money was merely a figure. If he desired it, he could simply seize it. Neither Bulma nor Master Roshi showed any particular interest. One was the daughter of a tycoon, while the other was merely captivated by women, indifferent to wealth, not to mention Vegeta and his companions, for whom gold was a mere metal, abundant in the universe, so mundane that they couldn't be bothered to pick it up. Only Chi-Chi found herself intrigued by the substantial chunk of gold. At that moment, she felt a profound internal conflict. Such a large piece of gold was undeniably enticing. Yet she did not wish for her son to abandon his future. Then, defiantly, she spoke to Rege, saying, "What use is all this gold? Sooner or later, it will run out. What will we do then?" Rege, aware that Kiki was merely putting on a brave front, scoffed inwardly. He then snapped his fingers, and a pair of gloves materialized in his hands. Subsequently, he tossed the gloves directly to Chi-Chi and remarked, "Don these gloves, and everything you touch that is lifeless will be transformed into gold." Upon hearing Reg's words, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swiftly stowed the gloves away, casting a wary glance at the crowd, fearful that someone might snatch them away. Noticing that no one seemed inclined to seize the gloves, Chi-Chi felt a bit embarrassed and cleared her throat, addressing Reg, "Very well, I consent to allow Gohan to train with you, but he must not entirely abandon his studies. A modicum of learning is still essential, even if he does not pursue the path of a scholar." Under the oppressive weight of financial necessity, Chi-Chi could only concede a little. Although Gohan may not become a scholar, he still needed to engage with his studies. Upon hearing his mother's concession, Gohan leaped for joy. Inheriting the bloodline of son Wukong, he was naturally impulsive and had a keen interest in martial arts. Had it not been for Chi-Chi's influence, he might have become a formidable martial artist in the future. As tomorrow was a day of rest, he intended to visit relatives, and he sought everyone's understanding. Chapter 128, The Responsibilities of a Wife. The children looked down upon their parents' weak combat skills. Reg had long been aware of Chi-Chi's avaricious nature. He recalled an episode where Chi-Chi, in an effort to dissuade son Wukong from pursuing martial arts, declared that he could continue his training if he amassed 1 million. She exploited Wukong's lack of understanding regarding the concept of 1 million, knowing he was no intellectual. Thus, he simply believed that earning that sum would grant him the freedom to train, and he happily agreed. Fortunately, as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, shortly after Wukong's agreement to earn 1 million, Din delivered a staggering 100 million the very next day, though Din presented it as a dowry for his son-in-law. The true motive was to ensure that Wukong would intentionally lose during the martial arts tournament. At that time, Wukong had no comprehension of 100 million. He merely thought it was an amount far greater than what he desired and asked Din to exchange it for 1 million. Fortunately, Gohan was nearby and reluctantly explained the concept of 100 million to his father. Upon realizing that 100 million was, in fact, 100 times 1 million. Wukong exhibited a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the enormity of the sum. All of that money was naturally handed over to Chi-Chi, who then permitted Wukong to continue his training. However, on a later occasion, when Chi-Chi claimed that the money had run out and urged Wukong to earn more, it was later revealed that the money had not been exhausted but merely hidden away by Chi-Chi. This illustrates Chi-Chi's greedy and miserly disposition, particularly when she received that 100 million, demonstrating her attachment to wealth over relationships. Fortunately, Wukong, being a martial arts enthusiast and a straightforward man, paid no heed to Chi-Chi's actions and cheerfully returned to King Kai's planet to continue training. In truth, Chi-Chi can be regarded as a good wife. As the eldest daughter of a martial arts family, she understood the hardships of training and did not wish for her child to endure the same suffering. Thus, she preferred him to pursue scholarly endeavors. However, Chi-Chi was not a studious person herself and was unaware that the rigors of academia could be equally demanding as martial training. She mistakenly believed that it merely involved sitting at a desk and writing, rather than enduring physical hardship. This may explain why Chi-Chi had always pressured Gohan to become a scholar. Moreover, Chi-Chi was not one to squander money frivolously. On the contrary, every penny she spent was for the sake of the family. After receiving 100 million, her lifestyle did not change significantly. At most, their home was renovated. But she did not indulge in ostentation, continuing to lead an ordinary life. The reason she deceived Wukong about the money being depleted was that she did not want him to continue training. She yearned for him to return to the family and fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Wukong earning a living and managing household chores was perhaps the family dynamic Chi-Chi aspired to. However, Wukong's life was destined to be extraordinary, making it impossible for him to fully integrate into family life. Even so, Chi-Chi's complaints remained verbal. She never truly resented Wukong, always welcoming him home after battles with warm meals, eagerly waiting to dine together, and even upon discovering his extraterrestrial origins, she did not reject him. After all, if an ordinary person learned that their partner was an alien, they might well lose their sanity. Chi-Chi's avarice was ultimately for the sake of the family. While her educational methods were somewhat extreme, they stemmed from genuine concern for her child and reflected her commitment to her role as a wife. Had she married an ordinary man, they might have enjoyed a blissful and harmonious life. In summary, Chi-Chi is a quintessential wife, though her methods of education may be extreme. She is indeed a caring partner. This is why Rege harbors no animosity towards Chi-Chi. After all, one either feels affection or aversion towards another, and he neither felt affection nor aversion towards her. Reflecting on this, Rege glanced towards Chi-Chi, who remained captivated by the gloves, and he chose not to elaborate further.